At the beginning of the story, a young man was sitting under the dim lantern light. The young master was flipping through the pages of a martial arts book. According to the leader of the sex assassins sent to capture him, the young master was confused. "What is this?" A person sitting opposite replied, "It's a gift from the leech." The young master was slightly incredulous. "What, this is a gift from the leech?" A tall man in black clothing with a sword at his hip stood before him and replied, "Yes, that's right." The young master thought to himself, "The phantom steps." Then he asked, "And what is this gift?" Suddenly, the man picked up a gourd and placed it on the table. Then the man knelt down and replied, "This is silk made by artisans in Fuzhou." Looking at the gourd on the table, the young master guessed, "This isn't wine, it's poison, isn't it?" He thought to himself, 7 years have passed since I left. He clenched his fist, confused. "I said I didn't want that power, yet they still haven't let me be." Suddenly, the man interrupted his thoughts. "Just one sip, and you'll be gone forever," painlessly. The young master remained calm, picked up the book, closed his eyes, and asked, "How many did you bring?" The man answered without hesitation, 32 from the Dark Killer Squad. "Actually, I could have done this alone, but..." Suddenly, the young master slammed the book onto the table. The man observed, pitying him, "To think that I, a ghost-slaying sword, have to personally deal with a mere scribe. How pathetic," the young master said. "It seems you've made a mistake." The man still believed the scholarly young master was harmless, confused, a mistake. But unexpectedly, the young man channeled his energy, filling the room with killing intent, making the man instantly wary. It was killing intent. A gust of wind swirled, scattering papers on the table. The man still didn't understand what was happening. The young master overturned the table, causing the gourd of poison to spill. The man finally understood. "Well, it seems the young master has been hiding something interesting." Then the young master immediately grabbed a sword and attacked. The man retaliated with equal ferocity. Outside, the soldiers saw a blinding flash of light emanating from the house. Each soldier stared in astonishment. They didn't fully grasp the situation, but still gossiped. "Wow, they seem to be fighting fiercely." A masked soldier wondered, "Could an opponent make the squad leader spend so much time?" Another replied, "Even if weak, he is the son of the previous leech." Then they said to each other, "We have to intervene." But one soldier thought differently. Could the young master have been hiding his strength all this time? Another suggested, or something bad happened inside. Suddenly, a man standing on a rock slammed his sword down as a warning, silencing the gossiping soldiers. The man on the rock, with shoulder-length hair, yelled angrily, "Stop the nonsense, stay in your positions. If the young master escapes, you'll all die." All the gossiping soldiers immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir." The man with shoulder-length hair, despite his outward warning, worried inwardly. Does the young master really have such profound martial arts skills? Even if he does, there's not much to worry about. According to him, only the 4 great protectors could withstand the squad leader's sword. No matter how strong the young master was, it would be useless. The squad leader, Sungwon Lee, had become famous for his exceptional swordsmanship in his 30s. He married the daughter of the previous leech. The man with short hair came up with a reason to reassure himself. Maybe the squad leader is stalling to save the young master's face. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He shouted, "Can you all smell that blood? There's a winner." Suddenly, a soldier looking inside the house shouted, "Look, the squad leader is coming out. Squad leader, squad leader." The person emerging from the house suddenly stopped. The man with short hair panicked. "Wait," he yelled, "that's not the squad leader. Everyone, draw your swords." The soldiers couldn't believe what they saw. The 7th young master is that strong. Before they could attack, the 7th young master warned them, "Dark Killer Squad, I'm giving you a chance to run." Then the 7th young master shouted, "Retreat." But no one retreated. Seeing this, the 7th young master sighed, prepared to swing his sword, and said, "No one retreats, truly worthy of being the demonic cult's martial force." His voice was cold. "Then don't blame me." Having said that, the 7th young master swung his sword. Instantly, several soldiers were decapitated, blood splattering before the man with short hair. It was a psychological shock. My God, he's so strong. What kind of sword technique is that red light? Had he been hiding here to cultivate this sword technique? Then the guy thought carefully and made a decision. There was no way to back out anymore. He immediately swung his sword and charged forward, thinking that retreating now would be a dead end. Damn it, there was no way back now. Suddenly, he was startled by something and stopped. Dozens of swords flew simultaneously towards the captain's bodyguard, the phantom swords. Only at the brink of death did he realize the issue wasn't just swordsmanship. Was this why the liege ordered the assassination of his own brothers? He looked around in astonishment, parrying a blow from the left. He quickly parried a sword strike. Before he could react, the captain's bodyguard was beheaded by the 7th young master. His head was severed, but his eyes remained open, fixated on what had just happened. The seventh young master thought to himself, damn it, the ghost-slaying sword was killed like this. It wasn't me, your mission failed. Next, the seventh young master headed towards the deep forest, pondering as he went, although I defeated the soldiers, the young master is severely wounded. I used the swordsmanship I've trained in, but was there something lacking? The seventh young master thought wearily, this wound in my stomach worries me. He was clutching his stomach with one hand, though not fatal. Despite his injury, the seventh young master needed to escape first. He was in excruciating pain from the abdominal wound. Then, the young master heard someone speaking from behind. Suddenly, a small hole appeared on the seventh young master's chest. A long-haired man appeared and said, do you know that technique? It's the phantom sword. Fortunately, I arrived in time. The newcomer was Myung-tak, the sixth young master of the heavenly demon cult. Myung-tak said, the 13th technique of the heavenly demon arts, heavenly demon line. This is the second time I've used this technique. The exhausted seventh young master thought, so proud, damn it. The seventh young master covered his mouth and thought, Myung-tak's here. From the beginning, he intended to hunt me down. Then, he called out, Myung-tak. The seventh young master whispered, no, brother, I only want to ask one last question. Myung-tak immediately replied, go ahead, I'll consider it. The dying words of my unfortunate junior brother. Hearing this, the seventh young master poured out his heart. I only want to ask, from the beginning, I never cared about my father's power and position. Why did you hunt me down like this? Myung-tak answered without hesitation, haven't I told you, the victor takes all. The one who becomes leech gets everything, the loser gets nothing. That's the law of the heavenly demon cult. The seventh young master found the answer ludicrous. Just because of that? Myung-tak calmly replied, how is it just because of that? You are insulting the righteous cause of our cult. Blood flowed from the seventh young master. He groaned in pain. I don't know what kind of righteous cause that is. Suddenly, the seventh young master collapsed. Myung-tak coldly asked, anything else you want to say? The seventh young master whispered, I can't muster any more energy. Then, Myung-tak turned and left, saying, rest assured, I'll bury your body in a clean place. Suddenly, the seventh young master shouted, Myung-tak. He scoffed, ignoring him and walking away, leaving the seventh young master behind. The seventh young master lay on the ground, wondering, so this is how I die in the end. His vision blurred. The seventh young master thought, damn it, I don't even have the strength to speak a single word. Do I regret it? To say I don't is a lie. I shouldn't have run then. Do I want to fight again? If I have the chance, I'll give it my all. Suddenly, the seventh young master felt like he was sinking into the ocean. I can't breathe. I've fallen into what the heavenly demon cult calls hell. If that's so, it's unfair. What have I done to deserve this? I only fought to survive. It should be Myung-tak's mother and the other brothers who caused this fratricide. Why is the king of hell dragging me down to hell? Suddenly, someone pulled the seventh young master from the water. It turned out that the confusing story we've been following was just the young master's dream. The woman anxiously asked, young master, are you all right? She kept saying, young master, take a deep breath. The seventh young master looked at the strange scene of buildings and mountains. This was. Now, the seventh young master was at a lotus pond with the woman from before. The seventh young master wiped his face and thought, if I remember correctly, this is the Great Myung Palace, where the liege and important figures reside. Suddenly, someone called out, hey, kid, how do you feel? The young master turned around in surprise. A fat man and two maids appeared. The seventh young master looked at the fat guy calling out Myung-tak in disbelief. The seventh young master stood up and said to himself, what a terrible dream. Could it be that he dreamed of falling into hell like Myung-tak? The seventh young master wrung the water from his clothes, saying, why compare me to that pig? Myung-tak, angered by the insult, retorted, you. He yelled, what did you say, you mongrel? The seventh young master didn't back down, shouting back, you pig. The two of them lunged at each other, arguing, say that again. You think I'm afraid to say it, you mongrel. He shoved the seventh young master away. You're disgusting, you filthy mongrel. Then he pushed the seventh young master hard, sending him tumbling backward. The woman from before quickly pulled him out, exclaiming in alarm, young master, be careful. Under the water, the seventh young master was furious. What? He dared to push me into the water. Suddenly, the still water below reflected a face. The seventh young master couldn't believe the reflection of his current appearance. It was then that the seventh young master realized, wait a minute, this is me when I was 12 years old. While he was still confused, Myung-gak yelled, die down there. A foot came flying towards him, but the seventh young master nimbly dodged it. Seeing the seventh young master dodge, he taunted, scared already. Suddenly, someone stepped in and ordered, stop. The seventh young master was once again astonished. Munjong, why is Munjong here, what's going on? Munjong, a master of the Black Tortoise Division, was a renowned division leader, one of the 4 great protectors of the divine cult, possessing extraordinary martial arts skills. The seventh young master couldn't help but ponder. The Munjong I knew should be in his 50s, why is he so young? Anyone would think he's only 20, furthermore. Myungtak also looked like a child. Munjong looked at the seventh young master with confusion. How does the seventh young master know my name? He clasped his hands, thinking, we've never met, yet the young master knows my name. Then he respectfully introduced himself. Munjong, the 17th division leader of the Black Tortoise Division, pays his respects. The seventh young master's reaction to this situation made Myungak exclaim in bewilderment. Ha! He angrily shouted, don't you know I outrank him? Munjong then turned to him and introduced himself. Munjong, the 17th division leader of the Black Tortoise Division, pays his respects to the 6th young master. I was blind to your rank, please forgive my oversight. Feeling respected, Myungak beamed. If you work in the Great Myung Palace, you should know who outranks whom. The 7th young master sighed in exasperation. Oh, that pig. Munjong then said, I must inform both young masters of this, please be careful. The 7th young master raised his hand in response. Yes, I understand. Myungak made excuses. I know, I was just teasing my younger brother. Then he turned and left. I'll go ahead. The 7th young master looked at his hands in confusion. Then he looked around at his surroundings. Then he looked at his reflection in the water. Clearly, I'm reliving the memory of 27 years ago when my 6th senior brother, Myungtak, pushed me into the lake. I almost died because I couldn't swim. Afterward, I suffered from a cold for more than 10 days. I'm going back to the past. Normally, I'd think I was dreaming, but I'm already dead, so how can I be dreaming? That nameless person gave me a question, gave me a chance. So, even if I don't know who it is, this time I'll do my best. I'll keep my promise. I have to defeat him to do it. The 7th young master looked at Munjong, intending to do this first. Meanwhile, Munjong looked weary. Even children fighting amongst themselves is tiring. Suddenly, the 7th young master tugged on Munjong's sleeve. Munjong. He looked puzzled, turning to ask, what is it, young master? The 7th young master's next words made him open his eyes wide in surprise. If you help me, I'll give you a letter of thanks. Munjong immediately waved his hands. I wouldn't dare, I'm just doing my job. The 7th young master was puzzled by his reaction. Isn't this something that deserves a reward? The 7th young master insisted. No, I'll choose a good day to formally thank you. Munjong stood still for a few seconds. He hesitated, thinking it wasn't appropriate to receive anything from the 7th young master in front of others. It could be misunderstood as being in the 7th young master's service. That would not be good in the Great Myung Palace, where tensions were high. After considering this, he bowed. Young master, please feel free. Seeing this, the 7th young master was secretly pleased. It seems Munjong understands, but it seems a little late, doesn't it? Then the 7th young master turned sharply to Munjong. Are you trying to stop this young master from carrying out what I've learned from my father? The 7th young master smugly thought. My father is Myungjong, the heavenly demon cult's liege, and the absolute lord of the demonic path. It cannot be avoided. Munjong immediately knelt down. I wouldn't dare, young master, please forgive me. The 7th young master continued his act. Is a simple apology enough? I just want to follow what my father taught me. Looking at Munjong's reaction, the 7th young master thought to the distant future. What am I doing with the person who will be the 4 great protectors in the future? Finally Munjong accepted that this little one would be willing to do as the young master said. She hurriedly followed after the warm and comforting Myungun. I'm sorry, my lord, I cannot interfere in the matters between the 7th young master and the 6th young master. Hearing his maid say that, Myungun angrily said to her, even so, you should still let me know. Myungun didn't want to make a big deal out of it and perhaps had forgiven the little maid somewhat. Alright, if you have time to urge the servants, prepare my bath first. After being scolded by Myungun about what had just happened, she was very scared. Receiving Myungun's order, she stammered a reply about the bath. Seeing how frightened the maid was, Myungun jokingly said to lighten the tense atmosphere, if I catch a cold, will Steward Kong be responsible? Receiving such a question from Myungun, she bowed her head and stammered a reply. Seeing the little maid act like that, Myungun chuckled. You don't need to bow like that. The maid, without delay, quickly went to work. As soon as Myungun gave the order, she replied, no, my lord. I will prepare the bath immediately. While waiting for the maid to prepare the bath, Myungun recalled a childhood memory. 27 years ago, he had a severe cold after falling into a lake. Because of this past incident, Myung-un had promised himself that this time, he had protected himself with a breathing technique, so it would be alright, but now he shouldn't overexert himself. The young master's tone seems a little strange. In the past, Ha-won-kang secretly looked down on me, because he couldn't go to the place he wanted. His sincerity disappeared, laziness and arrogance took its place. This time I must never show weakness. The bath is ready, my lord. Don't let anyone in while I'm bathing. Yes, my lord. Was the young master's voice always that loud? Myung-un suddenly turned around. Steward Khan, why didn't you answer? Me, my lord. Let me say it again. Don't let anyone in while I'm bathing. Yes, my lord. The seventh young master Myung-un's residence is near the West Gate, so it's called the West Palace. There are servants who find female attendants for Myung-un. Steward Khan manages them. Even though the seventh young master has the lowest rank, he is still the liege's son. This is wonderful. I feel so refreshed, like I've gotten younger by a few years. Before I was murdered, I was almost 40, not old enough to be called old, but not young either. Well, let me enjoy my youth a little, shall I? It's not a big deal, but my joints are quite fragile. I know why my master sighed wearily. I won't see my master again for 3 years. When I turned 15, my father appointed the Phantom Sword Emperor Jun-won as my master. Until then, I won't have a master. I still have 3 years until I turn 15. I have to train alone for the next 3 years. But now I'm familiar with everything about the Phantom Sword. The problem is that the Phantom Sword itself might not be as good as my master, but I can confidently say that I've mastered all the techniques of the Phantom Sword, but I'm still no match for Myung-tak's heavenly demon arts. It's the secret martial art of the first heavenly demon cult leader, known as the Holy Venerable of the Heavenly Cult. Whoever cultivates it will have superior martial arts skills. Indeed, among the heavenly cult martial arts I know, there isn't one I can't defeat. Just by touching them, I can completely destroy my opponent's internal energy. The Great Transformation Technique, or the martial art created by the third liege, Myung-jin, the Great Mountain Infinite Arts. Both are enough to terrify the world, but they are nothing compared to the heavenly demon arts. If that's the case, then, what about the martial arts of the 9 sects and 1 clan that can suppress the demonic energy in the body, the Shaolin's muscle metamorphosis art? Manhwa sect's Violet Dawn sacred art, Wudong's sword of ultimate wisdom. Not all three can back heavenly demon god. Attack, but control is impossible. Ha! How foolish of me. I don't have to worry about the heavenly demon arts. I can become a little leech. The young master fell into the water and fought with the 6th young master, just like that, at the most tense moment. A martial arts master from the Black Tortoise Division appeared and stopped them. You said the martial arts master from the Black Tortoise Division is Mun Jong, the leader of the 17th team of the Black Tortoise Division, right? The Black Tortoise Division martial arts master appeared just in time, didn't he? The Black Tortoise Division protects the 7th young master. That can't be right. Isn't the Black Tortoise Division closer to the 4th young master, Myung-jun? Did something else happen? No, this is strange. Something definitely happened. Steward, what's wrong? The young master summoned you. Why is he calling now? Alright, I'll go later. The young master demands your presence immediately, right now. He gave a very firm order. Humph, I can't disobey. Alright, I'll go right away. Knock knock. Young master, Steward Khan has arrived. Already? Yes, you summoned me. You don't seem very pleased. I want to sell all the books in this study. What? A bookworm like him ordering the sale of all the books? May I ask the reason? I need money. If you need pocket money, I can give you some. What if I need 1,000 liang? 1,000 liang. Is he joking with me? Young master, you're joking a bit too much. I'm planning to start a great undertaking. 1,000 liang isn't that much. Steward Khan whispered, a great undertaking, at his age. You say great undertaking. Steward Khan, do I look like I'm joking? You shouldn't give anything. You don't even have a martial arts master. You have the lowest rank among the young masters, and now you want to achieve a great undertaking. No matter what you say, I won't agree. The Western Palace, this is too small a cage for a large bird with ambitious wings. A steward appointed here will have limited power. That's probably why he resents this position so much. We must revive his power first. Steward, is there any master who can be my teacher? If I have power, it might not be necessary. Is there really some influential family behind the young master? Yes, there is. Which one is it? I can't tell you yet because I don't fully trust you. Truly, the young master isn't a child who boasts and lies. If he said that, there must be someone. Any more questions? I actually have many questions, but I think the young master won't answer them. I will follow the young master's orders. Good, very good. Then, Steward Khan, prepare martial arts clothing for me. Martial arts clothing, use the finest fabric, designed in the style of the Black Tortoise Division. Are you referring to the martial arts clothing of Munjong from the Black Tortoise Division? If so, leave it to me. I will prepare the most suitable outfit for you. Wow, you seem excited. You look different. How many days will you need to prepare? As you wish. Will tomorrow be alright? Yes, I will stay up all night to prepare for you. I'm joking. Anyway, sewing martial arts clothing isn't your job. Don't bother the other servants. 3 days will be fine. Steward Khan whispered as he saw the change in the seventh young master. Not only has his tone changed, but his naturally commanding attitude is also different from before. Could he have been hiding his true personality all along? Someone is definitely behind the young master. The person behind the seventh young master could be some invisible power. The seventh young master has no relatives outside the family. 3 days later, here is the martial arts uniform as per your request. It was crafted after fully consulting the martial arts uniform of the Black Tortoise Division. Exact size. You mean the talent can appear differently depending on who uses it. I will go to the Black Tortoise Division. Prepare for me. You wish to go there directly. Why? Is it strange? Honestly, I find it a little strange. Why? Munjong is the leader of the 17th Regiment of the Black Tortoise Division, but his rank is very low. Isn't the core of the Black Tortoise Division the group of leaders called the 10 Wings? There's a huge difference between them and Munjong. I don't think you should go to see Munjong directly. Unnecessary, steward, that's why I need to go. Could it be that you intend to cause trouble with the fourth young master? Why would you think that? The fourth young master is petty and suspicious. If he discovers someone from the Black Tortoise Division is involved with the seventh young master, he will go mad. That's exactly what I want to see. The fourth young master will go crazy and expel Munjong. At that time, we will pull Munjong over to our side. Steward Khan whispered, is this really the plot of a 12-year-old boy? You are indeed a frightening person. What other plans do you have? Afterwards, is there anything we don't know? Steward Khan, tell me what you think. Let's see if it matches mine. Before preparing the uniform, I investigated Munjong. Though he's recognized as an honest person, his martial arts skills aren't considered top tier. His father was a martial artist, but not very famous. His mother, however, is different. She belongs to one of the 8 great families, the Suk family. Munjong's maternal relatives are from the Suk family, so, his elevation to one of the 4 great protectors wasn't due to his strength, was it? If we're close to the Suk family, wouldn't their power benefit our grand cause? However, to gain their power, we must prove ourselves worthy of their support, so, the first step is to make a return visit. What's wrong? You should know, we are now going to the Black Tortoise Division. The Black Tortoise Division's chief and the 7th young master have arrived from the Western Palace. Yes, this subordinate greets the young master. The deputy, the 7th young master's deputy captain, has arrived. The 7th young master, yes, sir. The 7th young master is standing at the gate with his subordinates. The 7th young master is the liege's illegitimate child. If he came here with his subordinates, then something must be up. What should I do? I probably don't need to show myself. Call out Captain Taekwon of the 1st Regiment. Yes, sir. Why did the 4th young master order me to meet the 7th young master? The 7th young master really brought a lot of servants, didn't he? Whatever happens, it's best to resolve it peacefully. This subordinate, the 1st Regiment leader Taekwon, greets the 7th young master. What brings the young master to the Black Tortoise Division? I recently received help from a member of the Black Tortoise Division, so I'm here to reward him. Phew, it's a relief. Luckily, he wasn't angry or here to cause trouble. I can handle situations like this countless times. But every time I face the young masters, I can't completely relax. Here, you brought the gifts for me. The 1st Regiment leader Taekwon whispered. In the Heavenly Demon Cult, many people say one thing and do another, but it seems the 7th young master isn't that type of person. Compared to Huniel, the 7th young master is much better. As for the 4th young master, he only thanks you with his mouth. But young master, which member of the Black Tortoise Division are you referring to? He is the leader of the 17th Regiment, Munjong. May I ask what Munjong did to help you? In other words, you mean Munjong revealed his identity after helping you? That's right, and that's why I'm here to reward him for that action. The subordinate was surprised by the 7th young master's words. Isn't that a little too biased towards him compared to what actually happened? Have someone deliver this to the captain. If it's just some silver bars, there shouldn't be any problem. But why doesn't the young master deliver this to him personally? The 4th young master's subordinate was still wondering about the 7th young master's actions. Now that he thought about it, he also mentioned that he would personally reward him. It's okay. I don't want to cause him trouble for something like this, so just convey my good intentions to him. I understand. I'll give this from the young master to the team leader. Please accept it, team leader. I'll be going now. May the 7th young master remain safe and well. This is the gift the 7th young master bestowed upon the team leader. Open the box. Can we open it? Let's see what's inside. It's alright, just do as I say, the team leader whispered after the 4th young master's words. Is there something else behind this reward that I'm not considering? Huh, what is this? Trouble, it's real trouble. The subordinate continued to mutter to himself as he walked, still puzzled. He could have put anything in the box, perhaps a dagger or a secret letter. Hey, why do you look so troubled? I'm not sad. I'm just thinking about something I can't figure out. That thing the young master put in the box, was it a silver ingot? Where would I get a silver ingot? You're right, now that I think about it, we've never given him a silver ingot before. The Wallen breathing technique. You said the Wallen breathing technique. Why did you shout so loudly? You've deafened me. Besides, I can't take that away. Compared to his peers, his thinking is quite profound, but of course, it's not yet completely mature. The young master would never give that away. Never. Why do you think so? Isn't it obvious? The Wallen breathing technique is the most precious cultivation technique among those stored in the scripture pavilion, and yet he gave it away so easily. We still have time to return to team leader Munjong. Then let's go back and redo it. Redo what? I don't understand. I've memorized the entire Wallen breathing technique from beginning to end. If I rewrite what I remember into a book, wouldn't that create another copy of the Wallen breathing technique? You can really rewrite it. How could I forget something I practiced repeatedly while getting my legs beaten? My master was very strict back then. He let out a soft breath. Convergence is the logic of chi harmonization, helping to operate what cannot be harmonized. It's divided into transmission, combination, and connection. After the first part of the Wallen breathing technique, one can easily learn internal energy cultivation methods of a completely different level compared to ordinary cultivation techniques. This child can't measure his talent with his eyes alone. Back to the 4th young master. It's the Wallen breathing technique. How did this get here? You said this wasn't a reward from the 7th young master to Munjong. This reward is too great. If others find out, the 4th young master won't let it slide. The 4th young master. Did the team leader of the Black Tortoise Division exchange this gift with another young master? He'll become suspicious and surely order Munjong's dismissal. Should we return this gift? But we've already received it. If we return it, and the 7th young master finds out what we've received, things will become complicated. Then, what should we do? Let me think. Let's do this. Keep your mouth shut. What a clever plan. It's not a clever plan, it's simply a way to cope. What happened the next day? Team leader Munjong, why are you here so early? I'm here to see the young master. Tell me why you're here. I'll convey it to the young master. You can't tell me what it's about. That's right, then you can't see the young master. Steward, please help me. Enough, I'm the steward. I take care of all matters for the young master. I can't lead you to him without even knowing your reason. Go back. No, please, I beg you, team leader. Must you go to such lengths? This is very important, and yet you went to such extremes. Then there's no other way. Wait here. Thank you very much. Dear sir, he came here so early. Yes. If he came this early, it seems he intends to return the Wallen breathing technique. You mean he's returning the Wallen breathing technique? What other reason could there be? But this isn't good, is it? Isn't it beneficial to us? The 4th young master's jealousy has flared up again. Perhaps it's because of the Black Tortoise Division's gossip. I think it's best to meet him. Don't send him away, my lord. If we take back the Wallen breathing technique, others will judge us poorly. Really? Then isn't it alright if we don't take it back? He's here to return the Wallen breathing technique. Steward Khan, don't worry about that. Let him in. Zhang Mun, leader of the 17th Regiment of the Black Tortoise Division, greets the young master. Steward Khan is worried about Zhang Mun's arrival. My lord has already said that. He will surely take care of it himself. This early in the morning, you've come to the scripture pavilion. Is something urgent? Yes, my lord. I received your gift, but I feel I cannot bear it. At the very least, I know this is improper. However, I believe I cannot accept this. I thought you knew proper etiquette. Has someone else seen the Wallen breathing technique? No, only I have. You rushed here this early morning when no one else has seen it. You're too hasty, Commander Zhang Mun. You came here immediately after receiving the reward. Aren't we very close? The Black Tortoise Division is closer to the 4th young master. If rumors spread about a close relationship between you and Commander Zhang Mun, the 4th young master won't let you off easily. I didn't think that far. I'll ask you one last time. Truly, no one else has seen the book. No, my lord. Zhang Mun hesitates. But actually, my lord has guessed everything. Because previously, Zhang Mun was threatened by someone sent by the 4th young master. Commander Zhang, handle it, don't accept the Walwen breathing technique, that way, everyone will be safe. You mean I should return the Walwen breathing technique without anyone else seeing? The seventh young master still doesn't believe Zhang, there's no way no one else saw it. Zhang Mon coming here alone and returning the Walwen breathing technique is exactly as Steward Kong said. If that's the case, does it mean someone is trying to hide this? I think it's best to keep the Walwen breathing technique with you. I will return it to you, my lord. Commander Zhang Mon, are you going to continue acting so virtuous? What do you mean by acting virtuous? How could that be? If you're too humble, your end will be the same as theirs. Commander Zhang Mon, what does our sect truly pursue? Power, my lord. The single-minded pursuit of power, that's the biggest reason why the heavenly demon cult and the Murim world ultimately clash. While the Murim world cultivates power to protect justice, the heavenly demon cult pursues pure power. The Walwen breathing technique will significantly increase your internal energy, yet you humbly refuse it. So you're not adhering to the doctrines of our sect, are you? Yes, I dare not. I confess my guilt, my thoughts were shallow. Go back and carefully consider the doctrines of our sect. I will firmly remember your teachings, my lord. So young, yet your thoughts are so profound. The heavenly demon lineage truly is different. In the barracks training ground, a general is instructing his troops. Come on, your movements are too slow, focus. Above, Myungan observes them. Suddenly, his eyes narrow, and his expression becomes tense. Myungan touches his chin, thinking to himself, they all seem reluctant to do this for the same reason. Suddenly, two people are excitedly discussing their views. The Great Mountain Sword technique these people are practicing is the foundational swordsmanship of the heavenly demon cult. Among them, the sword technique that the Black Tortoise Division focuses on is the Black Tortoise 49 Temple Sword. Myungan and Hawan Kong were standing upstairs. Myungan asked curiously, but didn't they mean that they couldn't let me practice any other sword technique other than the Great Mountain Sword technique? Hearing that, Steward Kong standing beside spoke up. Wasn't their meaning too obvious? Myungan's face was smug, leaning on the armrest and continued, what do you think? Steward Kang's face was worried as he replied, does the young master want to talk about the martial arts they are practicing? At this moment, sweat began to trickle down Hawan Kang's forehead. He spoke seriously, they have a foundation, but there are still many shortcomings, even though they were all selected by the Black Tortoise Division. Hawan Kang explained, gesturing as he spoke, those considered strong within the Black Tortoise Division are those known as the 10 Wings, the top 10. Those ranked below them are only comparable in strength to the White Tiger Squad or the Vermilion Bird Division. We can't say they are exceptionally strong. After he finished, Myungan exclaimed, yes, that's right, the martial arts of the 11 armies aren't anything special. Myungan observed as Mun Zhong began to think, surely, team leader Mun Zhong's martial arts are currently only at that level. Then Myungan said, Father, I've also approached him. Considering the future, he has nothing to worry about, but if he continues training like this, even fourth brother won't leave him alone, will he? Hawan Kong replied, but back then, there was no other choice. I came here again to investigate because the fourth son didn't act as I had predicted. Myungan focused now, his eyes full of calculation. If he still doesn't react after all this, then I must have misunderstood him. Seeing Myungan turn to leave, Steward Kong spoke, where are you going, young master? Myungan replied, I have something to do. Myungan turned and walked away, but didn't forget to instruct, continue to gather information about Mun Zhong and report back to me. Steward Kong behind him nodded, yes, young master. At the same time, at the western residence, Myungan was sitting cross-legged, his body still as if in meditation. This is the basic of chi cultivation. Unlike the 9 sects lotus position, I place my hands on my knees, not at the starting point of internal energy. After holding my breath, my consciousness will follow the flow of chi circulating deep within my body. Then I exhale through my mouth, starting from the beginning. That's it. The fundamental point of internal energy cultivation is an empty heart. Reaching that state leaves no room for indulgence or satisfaction. I must focus to the point of forgetting the concept of time. The sun began to set, its orange glow illuminating the sky. Suddenly, Myungan startled awake, his face drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Myungan seemed to realize something. He said to himself, the bell struck twice. Is it already 2 a.m.? Saying this, he stood up and brushed his clothes. I'll stop here for today. I'm quite tired. Suddenly, a few drops of liquid fell onto the floor. Sweat, he murmured. Myungan touched his chest. Wow, I'm completely exhausted, drenched in sweat. This is the stage where the body sweats and expels negative energy. An epiphany dawned upon him. The speed of my progress has far surpassed what it was before. Ha ha ha. But it's also quite troublesome. I'm already this excited just by reaching the state of purging. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, those I need to catch up with have already entered the ranks of the most talented martial artists. After a while, Myung-un was so exhausted he collapsed. My body is so weak, how could I have reached the state of purging without a dantian? Thoughts began to creep into Myung-un's mind. It's pathetic, even though I have an 18-year experience advantage over my elder brother. When it comes to martial arts and experience, I'm still far from matching him. Even third brother is already a top-tier expert. If I intend to shorten that gap, even a little, I can't collapse here. Myung-un lay on the ground, his face covered in sweat. Damn it. I need to train my physical strength first. Starting tomorrow, I'll train properly. Cough cough cough. Back to Steward Kong. He was using his finger to dig in his ear. Did I hear someone sleeping somewhere? Did I hear wrong? The next morning, early in the dawn, Steward Kong rushed in. Young master, Myung-un calmly asked, what's the matter? Steward Kong rushed over and shouted, Mun Jong has been transferred. They said he's been sent to the mountain's entrance. Myung-un's face was extremely smug. He glanced to the side and thought, transferred, not expelled, not the best, but it's close enough. We won't be able to bring him here immediately. Steward Kong held his head and sighed. That's probably right, but it seems he'll soon be on our side. Myung-un turned and said, then I'll entrust all the remaining matters to Steward Kong. Steward Kong replied, yes, young master. Next, it's a scene of Myung-un practicing his cultivation. White lights shone brilliantly around him. I've been training for a month. With the final stage of chi cultivation, I've finally formed my dantian. Late at night, Myung-un stealthily jumped out of the window. Even though it's only as big as my fingertip, it's good enough. Because I've overcome the first essential step, to expand the lower dantian. Nothing is more useful than the Heaven's Void cultivation technique. I just need to gradually gather chi and transform it into internal energy, Myung-un thought as he nimbly leaped across the rooftops. I didn't know this before, so this used to be a problem. Suddenly, Myung-un's abdomen glowed, emitting an ethereal white mist. The amount of chi I'm gathering isn't small. Is it because I've reached the state of purging? The light is getting stronger, creating a vortex. At this rate, I'm sure I'll be able to open the middle dantian within 3 years. Scene changed to morning. A maidservant urged Myung-un to wake up. Young master, it's time to get up. Myung-un, still rubbing his eyes sleepily, asked the maidservant, what time is it? The maidservant replied, it's 5:00 a.m. Young master, Myung-un wondered, why are you here so early? The maidservant replied, today is the day of the audience with the liege. Young master, Myung-un leisurely lay in bed and said, oh, today's the day I meet the liege, my father. Head maid, the Grand Palace scholar who assists the heavenly demon cult's leader, requests an audience with the 7th young master. It's been a long time since we last saw the 7th young master. Myung-un continued to assess these people. That woman is talented and beautiful. She's quite close to father. Myung-un said aloud, please lead the way, this way, please. But she can't be father's woman, whatever the case. As he walked, Myung-un continued his contemplation, thinking about it. She also seems to be from Lamzich. I have a feeling I'm related to many of these people. Myung-un and Steward Kong entered the mansion. Someone greeted them. Young master, this way, please, the head maid said. It's best if Steward Kong waits here. Steward Kong replied, yes, I'll wait outside. Young master, the head maid respectfully invited Myung-un. So the 7th young master just came this way today. Is the young master also the first to arrive? If not the youngest, then he should be the earliest. Ah, how can that be? I believe that keeping father and brothers waiting is not fulfilling one's duty, Myung-un immediately said. Good answer. It seems the books have helped him improve greatly. Something has changed. His eyes are sharper, his voice calmer. Or maybe it's his smoother, gentler demeanor. Indeed, they've taught me much, but I don't believe everything written in books. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Bai Yun-suk widened his eyes, looking at something terrifying. The eldest daughter said, 7th young master. A man from the back shouted, show us the way. A man entered the room and shouted, Myung-un, you should have come from the western residence. How did you arrive earlier than me? Myung-un calmly replied, I left early. The man continued to press him. Isn't it because you're up to something? Myung-un, with an unconcerned attitude, said, I'm in a hurry. I wouldn't think of such things. Oh, really? Bai Yun-suk thought to himself, I know what's changed. Before, he didn't have this demeanor, but now he does. How did he acquire this demeanor? How did he change to become like this? A man's voice boomed into the room. It seems you're all in a rush. Ha ha ha. The man replied, if you arrived later, you wouldn't be allowed to use it. The 5th young master, with a booming voice and unrestrained movements, said, I wouldn't know my past self, but those actions were all feigned to conceal his thoughts. That's great. Ha ha ha. How are you, brother? Wait a moment. Myung-jong asked Myung-un, and you? Myung-un replied, long time no see, 5th brother. I've spent a lot of time reading books. Myung-jong scoffed. You're still studying Confucius and Mencius. I've also read the doctrines of the divine cult, he said. He's trying to sway me, but it won't work this time. A voice announced, Liege of the divine cult is arriving. Myung-un focused, anticipation building. Finally, he's here. Liege Myung-jung stood before his sons, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, it's been a while since I've been here, my sons. The heavenly demon cult Liege Myung-jung. How long are we going to stand here? Sit down, everyone. The sons replied, yes, and sat at the table orderly. Bai Yun-suk stood beside Myung-jung. Suddenly, Myung-jung asked, that's right, Myung-jong, your training seems to have improved remarkably. Myung-jong replied with a slight smile, yes, there are still many shortcomings. The seventh young master, observing his older brother, whispered, he was so boastful just now, why does he seem worried now? Myung-jung calmly said, just keep diligently training, and you'll reap the rewards. Myung-jong bowed, thank you, father. Myung-jung continued, and Myung-tak, have you decided on your future? Not yet, Myung-tak replied, yes, I've decided, I will become a master like the four great protectors. Hearing this, Myung-un felt helpless. Myung-jung replied, that requires a lot of hard training. Myung-tak clenched his fists, yes, I will try my best. The seventh young master calmly observed his older brothers. Is he joking? Myung-un noticed Myung-tak's tension. Meeting our father, and the atmosphere is so tense. Suddenly, Myung-jung asked, and Myung-un, I've heard rumors about you. It seems you've had an enlightenment. With each word from Myung-jung, Myung-un thought carefully, not change, but enlightenment. I haven't had anything worthy of being called enlightenment. Myung-jung said kindly, you don't need to hide it from me. The enlightenment I'm referring to doesn't only refer to martial arts, scholarship or changing your life for the better. That's also called enlightenment. Myung-un replied nervously, oh, I just try my best every day. Bai Yun-suk thought, how can the seventh young master be so calm? Even his brothers are tense. Not many can show such composure in front of the liege. The seventh young master, perhaps he'll be the next liege. Myung-tak said to Myung-jong, brother, my answer was good, wasn't it? Myung-tak is always like that, so it's okay. But Myung-un doesn't have that kind of personality. Myung-jung slammed his chopsticks on the table and asked his sons, well then, do you all have any requests? Myung-jong, you start. Myung-jong cheerfully replied, I'm well taken care of, so I don't need anything more right now. Myung-tak, what about you? Myung-tak, sweating profusely, stammered, I want a magic sword. Myung-jung granted his son's wish. All right, I'll give you a magic sword if you achieve something in your studies and martial arts training. The sons chorused, thank you, father. Myung-jung turned to Myung-un. Myung-un, what about you? Myung-un started to feel tense. Again, he's the last one to be asked. He had to answer cleverly. I don't know what father will think when I say this, but I need more silver. Myung-jung, surprised, touched his beard. Silver to buy more books. Myung-un replied, no, it's not for buying books. Then why do you need more silver? Myung-un tried to remain calm, but his heart was racing. He clenched his trembling hands. I don't know if I'm being reckless, but I'll try. Myung-un explained, because I only focused on my studies. I didn't pay attention to my servants. A few days ago, I saw that their quarters were dilapidated and needed repair. Myung-jung frowned, his eyes sharp as he looked at Myung-un. So you need silver to help them. Myung-un gently replied, I think a gentleman who doesn't care about those around him is nothing more than a false gentleman. Myung-jung seemed pleased. Myung-un closed his eyes, nervously hoping for success. Suddenly, Myung-jung laughed loudly, surprising everyone in the room. Ha ha ha, my youngest son cannot be a false gentleman. All right, I'll give you the silver. Myung-un slowly walked out. Steward Kong rushed to him, asking, young master, how did it go? Myung-un replied, what the hell? Steward Kong said, I heard a loud laugh coming from the castle. Myung-un thought in surprise, oh, can you hear it from here too? Myung-un immediately replied, it's nothing, I just asked father for some silver. Steward Kong shouted in surprise, why is it silver and not martial arts? Myung-un asked in surprise, what's so strange? Steward Kong shouted, it's very strange, young master, you missed a chance to learn martial arts. When will you get another opportunity? Myung-un calmly walked away, saying, all right, renovate the martial arts training hall for me when I return. Steward Kong anxiously asked, who will use the training hall and for what purpose? Young master, Myung-un brushed off Steward Kang's words, too many questions, just do as I say. Myung-un entered the room and said to Steward Kong, of course, I'm not going to use it for martial arts training. What? Steward Kong was surprised. Young master, you've never learned martial arts before. A light bulb went off in Steward Kang's head. Ah, the young master plans to hire a master with the silver the liege gave you. Nonsense, Myung-un said. I'll use the silver for something else. As the young master decided what to use it for, Myungin sat calmly on the chair and said, yes, I have something I need you to do. Myungin gave a scroll to Steward Kong. Summon the people on this list. Steward Kong asked in surprise. Summon them, Myungin continued. This Western palace needs guards, doesn't it? Steward Kong carefully looked at the scroll and asked, are these trustworthy people? Myungin propped his chin on his hand and said, as far as I know, they are. Steward Kong was very curious about the seventh young master's actions. The young master has never left the Western palace. Are these people he's chosen worthy? Steward Kong rolled up the scroll and said, yes, give it to me. Myungin quickly called Steward Kong back. Oh, and one more thing, renovate the living quarters and clothing of the servants in this Western palace, and if any servant has family difficulties, help them. Steward Kong found this strange and asked, is it necessary to go this far? Isn't it excessive? Suddenly, Myungin called out, Steward Kong, that's the reason I gave my father. I told him I wanted to help my servants. I only need 200 taels. In the courtyard, Myungjung was walking with Baiyun Suk. Baiyun reported, is that so? Is that what Myungin said? Myungjung was surprised. Why silver? I thought Myungin wanted martial arts training. Baiyun Suk lowered her head and softly said, he's not seeking his own benefit but cares for the servants. I'm of low rank. If I look up to my senior brothers, it's still a long way. So, he probably thinks looking down at the servants is better. I think it's normal. And the seventh young master, Myungin, caring for the servants is a good thing. Myungjung said, I think differently. He doesn't seem to care about his status. He realizes that many people are in lower positions than him. Baiyun Suk continued, his actions and attitude have changed somewhat. That's probably why. He clearly understands who he is and what his position is. Myungjung turned away and said, that's one of the qualities a lord should have. Baiyun Suk quickly called out, but, Leech, there will be difficulties for Myungin. If he's ambitious, it might be possible, but if not, it won't be. I wonder if the Leech will support Myungin. Myungjung left, turning back to say, it's difficult for me now. What will happen? Suddenly, Myungin sneezed. Achoo! Is someone talking about me? Myungin held a wooden sword, swinging it wildly and muttering to himself, I wonder how long it will take before I can freely swing this sword. Myungin gripped the sword tightly and said, let's begin. Myungin shouted and swung at the air. Ha! Myungin was practicing in front of his servants. I need to show them a slightly clumsy image, in case there are spies. I have to keep a close eye. A servant girl was surprised by Myungin's swordsmanship. She thought, it's the Great Mountain Sword technique. Who did the young master learn it from? Did Steward Kong teach him? The posture is perfect, but there's no chi, so the swordsmanship lacks power. It'll be useless in real combat. The servants began to whisper among themselves but didn't speak aloud. It seems the seventh young master isn't very skilled in martial arts. Suddenly, Myungin opened his eyes wide. Ah! The servant girl also stared. That's not the Great Mountain Sword technique. Myungin slowed down. Whoops, I got carried away. I almost used the Phantom Sword technique. Myungin dropped his sword. He supported himself with both hands, breathing heavily. Hopefully, no one noticed. Suddenly, there was loud laughter. Ha ha, good. Myungin was surprised. Ha, who's there? Who's there? Myungin's somewhat childish voice rang out powerfully, causing the servant girl a moment of embarrassment. She immediately knelt down and reported, young master, this servant has committed a grave offense. His calm voice rang out, raise your head. I won't punish you. What's your name? His youthful face showed pure curiosity. I am Kyang. Hearing this, Myungin continued, do you know martial arts? She respectfully replied, before coming here, I studied martial arts. He paused, thinking, many people here have studied martial arts, so it's not surprising. He turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct, since you've studied martial arts, from today onwards, you'll be responsible for cleaning the martial arts training hall. Kyang bowed her head and replied, yes, young master. In another place, called the military camp of the Vermilion Bird Division, a calm voice rang out, should this request really be given to me? Steward Kong conveyed Myungin's message, the young master personally chose you. He seemed skeptical and replied, is that so? He tried to remember who this person was. Kwang Zhou. I don't even remember his face. If he's a talented martial artist, I thought even if I'm not the captain, I should know him very well. The deputy captain sighed and angrily thought, could Kwang Zhou be hiding his internal energy? He couldn't figure it out. The aura around him suddenly became heavy and incredibly powerful. Steward Kong, if you know anything, you'd better tell me. Feeling the pressure made the steward fearfully think, is this a military torture technique? His entire body trembled in discomfort and fear, yet his internal energy was so profound that it could be like this, so he was showing that he didn't care what would happen to the steward and his son of the Western residents. Under pressure from him, Hwan Kong could only say, the young master wanted to find a bodyguard to protect him. The vice captain said he wanted to find a bodyguard. He hastily clasped his hands, bowed his head, and softly explained, the situation at the Western residence has improved recently, and we can now recruit bodyguards. But this didn't seem to satisfy the man's question. It might be true, but my point is, why does it have to be Guangzhou? The man still didn't understand the intentions of the Western residence, but the steward didn't know what else to say. The situation at the Western residence is better than before, but we haven't been able to invite powerful martial artists, the man concluded. So you're planning to recruit unknown martial artists as bodyguards because you're short of money? I have to admit, it's shameful, but it's true, Steward Kong said, keeping his head bowed low. The deputy captain finally relented. I understand you're trying to recruit an unknown martial artist, but your answer doesn't fully address my concerns. Besides, I don't know what else to say. The man handed the proposal back to him, and then turned and walked away, saying, well, all right, I'll consider the young master's request. Hwan Kong bowed again and said loudly, on behalf of the young master, I express our gratitude. He left the military camp, his mind filled with worries. Military interrogation techniques. I've lost 10 years of my life. In the future, I'll have to face 4 people, or maybe even more than that. It continued like that until late that night, when a crescent moon shone down on the Western residence. While Myungun was diligently reading, a hand violently pushed open the large door, and Steward Kang's voice rang out. Young master, he seemed to have been pressured to the point of madness, and he rushed in, saying, we need to cut ties with the person who sent you the list. He quickly moved his book aside and asked, what's wrong, what happened? Seeing his anger, he pretended to ignore him, thinking, but I'm the one who made that list. Hwan Kong continued to lament, none of them are suitable. He weakly replied, this list is that strange. So he immediately spread the list out on the table and shouted, it's not just strange, everyone on this list is useless. With this bunch, the Western residence will become a den of troublemakers. The steward clutched his head and cried out in sorrow, causing Myungun to be disturbed. He thought, even if they're not top-tier martial artists, most of them should at least be on par with the deputy captain of the Dark Killer Squad, UK Quan. Hwan Kong, calmer now, suggested, we can exclude Guangzhou of the Vermilion Bird Division. We'll ignore him since we haven't met him yet, but Hien Chung Peng of the White Tiger Squad is a lazy drunkard, and his martial arts skills are terrible. But his words made Myungun hesitant, as he didn't know these things from his past life. Is that so? He continued, Hien Quan of the Red Wind Division is also a problem. He's imprisoned for attempting a rebellion. This information shocked him, that innocent child is in prison. Speaking of others, those guys are also quite something. There's a thief, and one who lives extravagantly in a brothel. They're all lowlifes. Young master, you should reconsider bringing them here again. He suddenly shouted, why do you want to recruit them as bodyguards? But Myungun weakly tried to speak but couldn't articulate his reasons for the future events. 2 of them will be team leaders, and the other 3 are nominated as deputy team leaders. He smiled slightly, still having some faith in them. So what, even if you recruit them and fail, you haven't lost anything. His mature words surprised Steward Kong. That means, Myungun replied, even if their reputation isn't good, are their hearts evil, and even if we dismiss them later, it won't be a problem. He paused, thinking they were slightly different from what he knew. Hwan Kong reasoned, that's a reasonable point. They have bad reputations, so dismissing them suddenly won't affect the Western residence's reputation. Finally, he compromised, then let's test them before we recruit them. That was exactly what he wanted. Good, let's do that. The next morning, at the Western residence's martial arts training ground, the people from the list gathered, but they were arguing fiercely. I'll kill you, you bastard. Guangzhou tried to stop them. Stop it. Seeing the chaos, Myungun sighed. They're fighting amongst themselves. Steward Kong, equally exasperated, replied, these people are really troublesome. He went to the patriarch's chair, which had been prepared, and sat down. Now they're fighting. Watch them and report their abilities to me. He ordered the steward standing beside him. Bastard, Him Quan shouted, throwing a punch. The other quickly dodged. Hwan Kong said, that tall, fair-skinned man is Yang Se Zhang. He's agile, quick, and his martial arts skills are pretty good. His feet are as nimble as a squirrel, dodging Him Quan's powerful punches. Watching this, Myungun made his assessment. Looking at his movements, Yang Se Zhang's reputation for adaptability isn't false. What about that one? He asked, referring to the one throwing the powerful punches. He used to be a member of the Red Wind Division. The steward replied, Him Quan is trying to use his strength to overwhelm his opponent. He stood up and went forward. On the surface, their martial arts seem very good. Watching more will just waste time. This fight won't end easily. Stop them, he said, Yes, sir, the steward replied. You cunning bastard, Him Kwan cursed as another punch missed. If I were cunning, then you'd be a pig, Yang Si Jiang sneered. He leaped into the air, gathering his energy, and announced, now it's my turn. A powerful kick forced his opponent backward. His dark eyes seemed to see through his opponent, quick yet graceful. He seized the opportunity, gathering all his strength in his arm and striking, I'll finish you right here. Yang Si Jiang didn't back down, roaring as he charged forward, I'm the one who should say that. But before their fists collided, another hand intervened. The steward released a powerful energy blast, sending both men flying. Enough. Him Kwan, unprepared, was sent flying without resistance. Yang Si Jiang managed to roll and regain his balance, shouting, who's that? He thought, a master as well. Brushing himself off, he said, I am Steward Kang Ha, one of the Western residents. Everyone, meet the young master. Thanks to his intervention, they lined up to greet Myung properly and pay their respects to the young master. The calm young man with a resolute face is Kwang Zhou. Two with nonchalant expressions were Hu Man Ha and Hien Chung Peng, while the other two, Him Kwan and Yang Si Jiang, were fighting like cats and dogs. He announced, all right, the reason I called you here is to choose bodyguards for the Western residents. He maintained a friendly smile as he looked at the five of them, but they didn't seem to care. Bodyguards for the Western residents, who would want that job? I'll quickly end this and go have a drink. Steward Kang thought angrily to himself. Their disgust was quite obvious. Myung also smiled. He knew they were looking down on the Western residents. So he raised his delicate finger and added an important point. Take this seriously. I plan to immediately send those who aren't chosen to Stronghold Mountain. The group was immediately frightened. Stronghold Mountain, isn't that a place where you go up as a person, but come down as a corpse, the most remote and mountainous region of the heavenly demon cult? He's sending us there just because we failed a bodyguard selection. Seriously, Myungun's youthful face still held a smile as he said, first, relax a bit. At another location, known as the Suk family, young peach blossoms fluttered in the morning breeze, creating a beautiful scene. The Suk family patriarch, Jun Myung Suk, stroked his long, white beard and said, the great liege and the seventh young master. Yun Suk, looking worried, replied, Patriarch, I think we shouldn't take the liege's words too seriously. The liege is only interested in the seventh young master's changes. Her hands nervously twisted together. We shouldn't risk the family because of that fleeting interest. Myungun isn't suited for that cruel inheritance struggle. Yun, the patriarch said, the liege told me that without wind, no ship can sail. Despite this, she insisted, the seventh young master's chances of winning are very low. The patriarch replied, I don't expect him to perform miracles. I just want to use him to balance the situation. Her body suddenly stiffened. She stammered, Patriarch, the seventh young master, I think that's too cruel. Too cruel, he asked. Considering his past life, where he was killed by others and forgotten as a failure, isn't that even crueler? Heavy, panting breaths echoed continuously, sweat beaded on his face. All five bodyguards Myung and summoned were so exhausted they trembled, silently complaining, how long do we have to do this? Is he testing our limits? Damn it, he's making us fight day and night. If we slack off, we'll be dragged up the mountain, right? As evening approached, Steward Kang, following his orders, spoke, that's enough for today, everyone, go rest. They were relieved, letting out exhausted sighs. How is it, Steward Kang, are they all right? He asked, seemingly pleased. They're more than all right, he said, thinking to himself, he's not just handsome, what kind of person finds such talents? As they walked back to their rooms, he suggested, if they were taught by a skilled Grand Master, they might even surpass the martial arts skills of the team leaders. He had considered this for a long time. Then we really have to find a master, he hesitantly said. Oh, the people behind the young master will act. Myung unhappily hopped up the stairs, saying, yes, but they have a condition. The steward quickly followed. What condition? That they will teach the bodyguards in a secret chamber and prevent them from seeing each other. The strange condition puzzled him. How can they teach without seeing each other? But he didn't answer, lost in thought. If I want to teach them, that's the only way, isn't it? He blankly called out, young master. The next morning at the training ground, all five were present, chatting sleepily. The young master isn't here yet, seems so. I wonder what today will bring. Him Kwan, rarely speaking, softly asked, hey, you alright? Yang Si Jiang stretched and replied, I have no reason to go to Stronghold Mountain, so nothing to worry about. Ha! Another spoke, seriously, your name is Kwang Zhou. He was suddenly addressed, startled, replying, yes, you'll probably survive. He was surprised. What? Hien Chung Peng continued, the young master seems quite interested in you, so at least you won't be dragged to Stronghold Mountain. While he was confused, Manhwa spoke sarcastically, "You don't actually believe him, do you?" "Hey, he's here," the steward's voice cut through them. "Attention, ready," all five shouted, "Ready." Steward Kong continued, "You must be well fed to be so loud, come closer," another strong response echoed. But in their minds, there was frustration and displeasure. "I don't want to be a bodyguard or anything, but I don't want to be dragged to Stronghold Mountain. Working for a kid is better than going up that mountain." The steward bowed his head towards Myung-un, seeking approval, which was given with a nod. He then announced clearly, "The young master has graciously spared all five of you, thank him." Though doubtful they were all spared, they bowed and said, "Thank you, young master." But it wasn't over. Myung-un maintained a bright smile and softly said, "But there's still a condition." He and Chung-peng, "Yes, sir." Being called out made him nervous. Myung-un continued, "Pleased, you're not allowed to drink today." He was astonished. "No drinking, sir." He received the answer, "It's because you're ineffective due to drinking." He became more urgent, trying to explain, "Young master, I did miss some training sessions, but it wasn't because of alcohol. Please believe me." Myung-un just smiled and said, "All right, then I'll give you 10 days to prove your words." He stood up and said, "I'll believe you if you fight Kwang Jo in 10 days and win." His favoritism towards Kwang Jo caused others to look at him with unfriendly eyes. He and Chung clenched his fist determinedly and replied, "Understood, in 10 days, I will defeat Kwang Jo and drink as I please." Meanwhile, Myung-un approached another and said, "Him Kwan, I hear you like fighting." He replied, "It's not that I like fighting, it's that there are too many arrogant people." "Why do you think they're arrogant?" The difficult question from Myung-un made him speechless. He continued, revealing the truth, "It's because you provoke them. From now on, I forbid you from fighting unnecessarily. If you were truly strong, they wouldn't dare fight you." Meanwhile, He and Chung was trying to show his determination, but was ignored. "Young master, I haven't finished. Is the chance to fight Kwang Jo?" He guessed correctly, confirmed by Myung-un, "Yes." Hearing the impending doom, Kwang Jo cried out, "Young master." Myung-un pointed at another, "If you cause trouble, I'll cut off your limbs." Humon, frightened, shouted, "Young master, I'll reform, please withdraw that terrifying punishment." "Good, then I'll give you a chance to defeat Kwang Jo in half a month." Hearing this, Humon sighed in relief, but Kwang Jo remained resigned. Now, only Yang Se remained. He knew his fate, but limb amputation. He proactively clasped his hands and said, "This subordinate will stay away from women if I lose." "No, I won't even hold hands." Myung-un praised him, "Excellent." Kwang Jo also resignedly said, "Me too." Myung-un felt the submission and said with satisfaction, "After a month you are not allowed to see any woman until then." He replied clearly. So all four of them looked at the prey kneeling down right there and thought, "Winning against that nerd is easy. I give the order and everyone go back. What does the seventh young master want me to do?" He felt anxious, staring at his master, Kwang Jo. "And you, follow me," he said, standing before him. "The West Palace Training Chamber, a martial arts master I've invited will teach you here." Hearing this, Kwang Jo was slightly flustered. "I'll learn here." Myung-un replied, "Yes, if you learn from him, defeating those four won't be difficult." Looking around, he realized the place hadn't been used in a long time. First, we need to clean this place." Kwang Jo inquired, "When do we start training?" "I want to train before fighting him Kwan." Myung-un saw his fear. "You mean you can't win now?" "Yes, I'm a little ashamed, but it's true." Myung-un sighed, his eyes showing disappointment. "You're too honest. A man should know how to boast a little." Kwang Jo thought confusedly, "Is he that great?" He took a few steps forward and said, "Remember, if you have a losing attitude, you won't be able to show yourself even if you're skilled. Relax now, we'll train in 2 days." He wasn't in a hurry, giving him more time. Kwang Jo clenched his fists, determined, "This time, I'll break this mediocre shell. I'll become truly strong. You can go back. I have something to do here." Hearing his master, he obediently clasped his hands and bowed, "As you command." Now, only he remained in the large room, the crackling of the fire incessant. Then he turned to the back and said, "You can come out." It turned out Kyung was hiding there. She spoke, "I'm sorry." Myung-un didn't blame her but went over to talk. "It's alright, you said you're learning martial arts. Knowing a person's background is crucial, so I want to see the martial arts you've learned." She was slightly embarrassed. "Sir, with this clothing," he knew her movements would be restricted, so he said, "It doesn't have to be perfect. I just want to see your skill." Kyung replied obediently, "I understand. Is this child a fierce tiger or a loyal subordinate? I look forward to it." Watching Kyung's movements, he thought, "Isn't that the Black Wolf Leopard Fist? How does she know that? The Heavenly Demon Cult doesn't use the Black Wolf Leopard Fist often. This is troublesome. She's not from the Great Mountain No family, is she?" "They have ties to the four brothers. Stop, he suddenly said. Kaiang stopped and said, I apologize for showing you my shortcomings. He didn't care and asked, that's the black wolf leopard fist, where did you learn it? Kaiang respectfully clasped her hands and bowed worriedly. I learned it from my uncle, he asked in surprise. Yes, his name is Cheol Kyung, the 12th team leader of the White Tiger Army. He seemed relieved. If it's the White Tiger Army, they can be trusted. What about swordsmanship? I can use the Great Mountain Sword technique. Sensing her loyalty, he continued, how long have you been at the West Manor? 3 years. Hearing this, Myungan felt it was a waste. He found something in his sleeve and thought, 3 years is a long time, why don't I remember her face? He took out a small package, its contents unknown, and said, eat this first. It seemed to be very precious, causing her to show surprise. Sir, this is. 5 days later, at the training ground, the 4 bodyguards gathered, waiting for Kwang Jo. While Hyun Kwan was warming up, the other 2 discussed who would win. Poor Kwang Jo, but Hyun Kwan will definitely win. Human said, although Kwang Jo hasn't shown himself lately. He and Chung interrupted, maybe he's been studying something. Yang Esi reminded them, here he comes. Kwang Jo appeared with Myungan. You're here. Hearing him, Hyun Kwan firmly replied, my subordinate is ready, just waiting for you, sir. He turned to ask Kwang Jo, ready? He calmly replied, yes. Yang Se Jong keenly noticed something unusual. He thought, what is this? I don't see any emotion on his face. His eyes have also changed. Hyun Kwan won't lose, will he? Then let's begin. He sat on the main seat and commanded. Steward Kong immediately shouted, both sides draw your swords. You two will have a sword fight. If the fight doesn't end within half an hour, I'll decide the result. Begin. His voice was full of energy, making the 2 more enthusiastic than ever. Hyun Kwan swung his sword, thinking, half an hour. He rushed forward and attacked continuously, saying, I will finish in exactly 10 moves. Seeing that Kwang Jo was able to nimbly dodge all of them, he thought to himself, looking at the way he dodged, it seems like this guy's foundation is quite solid. If so, he raised his voice and jumped, using all his strength in his legs. Kwang Jo recognized his powerful, deadly blow like a spear. Hyun Kwan spun in a circle, using the momentum to thrust his sword towards him. I'll finish you off. But seeing the hasty fight, Myungan smirked, it's all within expectations. 3 days earlier, in the secret training room of the West Palace, footsteps echoed continuously. Since childhood, I've heard countless praises about my innate talent in martial arts, but no matter how many times I've been here, it seems only I am a martial artist. This training is a heaven-sent opportunity. I will definitely become the top martial artist. He took a deep breath, determined. He stood before the door and said, Kwang Jo has arrived. A gentle voice said, please come in, you've arrived. When he opened the door, he saw Kaiang waiting, this girl. Immediately, Kwang Jo bowed deeply, it's an honor to meet you. Are you the master who will teach me? She smiled and gestured, no, this way, please. So he entered the martial arts hall, seeing a mysterious figure behind a curtain. You've arrived. I am Kwang Jo. I pay my respects to my master. He bowed sincerely, thinking, this voice is hard to distinguish as male or female. Myungan, as a mysterious master, asked, I hear you know swordsmanship. He honestly replied, while in the Vermilion Bird Division, I learned the Great Mountain Sword technique. The Chi Refining Sword technique. Since your opponent is from the Red Wind Division, they'll surely use the Autumn Wind Sword technique. He confirmed it was true. The mysterious master said, the Autumn Wind Sword technique has 32 moves in total. The third of these moves is called Autumn Spirit, Falling Moon. Kaiang, you demonstrate. As he said, Kwang Jo looked at her curiously and wondered, is this girl a martial artist? Unexpectedly, when she performed the move, it made his eyes widen, secretly praising, the movements are so graceful, it's quite certain that your opponent will use this 4th move out of the 3 moves. Can you imitate the sword move just now? He thought for a moment then replied, let me try. Then he shouted and mimicked her movements. Myungan then asked Kaiang, what do you think of Kwang Jo's sword technique? Her sharp eyes lit up. She said, his footwork is wrong. Hearing this, he anxiously said, can't you give me some time to get used to it? Just as expected, it's not like he's innately gifted. This talent is only average. After a round of practice, he said, now I understand where I went wrong. Good. Next, try to block her technique, he said. As soon as he spoke, she lunged forward, attacking with her sword, leaving him stunned. Whoa, but you're both using real swords now. What if she gets hurt? Myungan interrupted. I know. Kaiang pointed her sword at her opponent and calmly said, go ahead. Although he seemed slightly hesitant, he took a deep breath and said, then let's begin. The flashback ended. At this moment, Hyun Kwan was charging towards him and shouted, I'm going to finish you off. He recalled the technique he had practiced repeatedly and began to wield his sword. His footwork gradually became more graceful, each step was decisive and lethal. Unexpectedly, his sword grazed Hume Kwan's neck, without the latter even realizing it. It was just a hair's breadth away from severing his carotid artery. And so it ended. Steward Khan announced the winner, Kwang Jo. The others seemed disbelieving and began to discuss. "It's over, who's next?" Hien Chung spoke up. "It's me. I guess I need to prepare thoroughly." Yang Se displayed a puzzled and apprehensive expression, silently thinking, that movement. I'm quite sure Kwang Jo just perfectly countered Hume Kwan's autumn spirit, falling moon. If this were a real battlefield, Hume Kwan would have been dead long ago. He looked at the victor and resolved to surpass him within a month. Myungun, from his presiding position, gave the order, "From now on, I strictly forbid Hume Kwan from participating in any meaningless fights for the next 3 years. If you can defeat Kwang Jo after 3 years, then I will lift this order." The two of them knelt and replied, "We understand." Hearing this, he said contentedly, "That's enough for today." Everyone dismissed. After the morning's events, he and the steward walked back to their rooms. He spoke first. "Your Excellency, I didn't expect him to finish it in only 3 moves. It seems that the master guiding Kwang Jo is not as ordinary as we thought." His words caused him to respond sarcastically, secretly thinking, "Damn it, that master is me." Hawan Khan continued, "Could it really be the Guizhou Suk family?" He immediately denied it. "That would be excellent, but not now. Forget it. What's the news from Clear Summer Ridge?" The steward replied, "Regarding Mun Zhong, according to his servant, that man is now diligently practicing martial arts every day. That might be why I couldn't find him when I went looking for him a few days ago." Hearing this, he fell into contemplation. Could he have started practicing the Wawan breathing technique, or is he just trying to forget the fact that he was just demoted? Whatever, it doesn't matter. As long as he keeps getting stronger each day, that's fine. That night, when Kwang Jo came to the martial arts secret chamber, he asked, "You won, so why do you still look so gloomy?" His face showed sadness and worry. "May I ask a question?" "Go ahead. Why did you know Hume Kwan would use the autumn spirit, falling moon technique within 3 moves? Myungun didn't answer immediately but asked, "Why are you suddenly curious about this?" He continued, "At first, I didn't pay much attention, but after it was over, I became very curious. There's nothing special to hide." So he explained, "I've watched you fight for so long now. Given Hume Kwan's violent and hot-headed nature, he would likely want to end the fight as quickly as possible." Hearing this, he was very surprised. "So, the 7th young master called us to compete on the first day to point out each person's strengths and weaknesses. So, summoning the 5 of us was also part of the plan." Truly the mind of a master. His thinking is far beyond ours, but that reason is still within the realm of my own guess. I must quickly find a countermeasure. Damn it. I shouldn't have been so intoxicated by victory this time. Seeing his unusual expression, Myungun said, "It seems the answer doesn't make you very comfortable." He replied, "I'm truly sorry." He calmly asked, "Do you think you're more skilled than me?" Kwang Jo quickly knelt and replied, "You're right. I never thought I was stronger than him to the point of ending the competition in only 3 moves." Suddenly, he let out a mischievous smile, revealing his mask. "Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a non-martial artist?" He quickly replied, "Perhaps it's about strength." Adjusting his impassive mask, his eyes became truly frightening. "No, it's the difference in perspective, in intellect. A martial artist doesn't just blindly train, they learn how to defeat their opponent. You've learned that from me, so why haven't you figured it out yet?" Kwang Jo gripped his sword, "But my heart still doesn't accept it. I still can't accept this." Then he heard him say, "Then there's no need for training today. Go back to your room, come back when you've found the answer. The moon tonight is bright and full." Myungun strolled out into the garden. Kyung was with him. "The night air is cold," he said. She replied, "Winter is coming." He continued the conversation, "What do you think?" Her lovely face always seemed gentle. "My lord, if you know for sure what technique your opponent will use in a fight, wouldn't victory be too easy?" Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the night sky. He looked up at the sky and said, "You still have much to learn, think more." She bowed her head and smiled slightly, replying, "I understand." In her heart, she thought, "But what I'm truly curious about is you, my lord." She recalled that day when he gave her a small pouch and said, "Here, eat this first." Kyung was very agitated and exclaimed, "My lord, this is a forbidden order." A forbidden order is a form of punishment in the heavenly demon cult, usually a death sentence, given by the cult leader as poison or a venomous insect. She immediately became frightened and knocked her head against the ground before him, leaving him puzzled. She sincerely said, "I am extremely sorry, my lord, please forgive me, though I don't know what I did wrong, but I truly cannot eat this. She didn't want to die. Myung sighed and said sadly, there's a misunderstanding. What I gave you is a medicine called a restriction pill. Take one pill each year. It increases your internal energy equivalent to 30 years of cultivation. I will regularly give you one every year so you don't have to worry. He patted her head and continued, however, if you miss even 1 year, all your internal energy will vanish, your hair will fall out completely, and you will no longer be able to live a normal life as a woman. She held the pill tightly and thought, even though it's not poison, it's essentially the same, it's a forbidden order after all. Is this an unavoidable fate since I decided to join the divine cult? She replied, I will obey you, my lord, but I have only one more question. Why me? Why me? Born into a prominent family, though only 12 years old, my intelligence is as profound as the heavens. My lord, what kind of person are you, really? The next day, he personally visited Kwangzhou. Myung put on clothes to cover her identity and went inside to talk with Kyang. I want to hear the answer. Then there's no need to turn around, just answer. Recalling the scene of that day, he replied, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself, you will win 100 battles. On the battlefield, understanding the enemy helps avoid danger. Thoroughly understanding the ability, personality, strengths, and weaknesses is called knowing the opponent. Myung asked, and he maintained his cultivation stance and replied, that's the foundation of all victories. The moment someone begins to understand is when the battle begins. The mind must fight before the body does. Perhaps that's what you're trying to teach me. Hearing the answer, he turned away, satisfied. As expected. Well done. From now on, try to win on your own. For days later, on the day of Hiancheng and Kwangzhou's duel, he spoke as he walked. I heard the meeting was cancelled. It seems my father is truly swamped with work. Steward Khan, report anything you know. Also, Kunlun's movements lately seem very strange. Myung touched his chin thoughtfully. In the future, Kunlun will fight the divine cult 3 times and lose twice. The year Kunlun wins will be my 20th. If the opponent is Kunlun, there's nothing to worry about. His words caused Ha Khan to open one eye and close the other thoughtfully. That calmness, truly the heir of a prominent family. I heard that in the last 5 days. Except for Kwangzhou, the other 4 have been plotting together, he calmly replied, naturally. The steward stood at attention and announced, are you both ready? Both bowed low and replied, yes, sir. He continued, if you don't know how to do that step, I should hang you upside down for being so stupid. Hiancheng Peng narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on his opponent, a rare sight. 3 others stood outside, each with a different expression, awaiting the duel. Kwangzhou strolled onto the arena. Myung spoke, the question is, whether Kwangzhou will exceed their plan. His face still held a hint of worry, but his eyes were far more determined. This battle is truly promising in terms of surprises from the 2 guards. Myung sat calmly, pondering. Hianquan is rather simple-minded, but the other 3 are different. He watched his careful sword movements, thinking he could predict Hiancheng Peng's reaction, but the problem was Kwangzhou. This time, there are no orders other than meditation. Can he utilize his enlightenment? He was still slightly worried about his disciple. Steward Kang's strong voice rang out, begin. And so both sides clashed violently. The clang of steel rang out incessantly. Watching their evenly matched skills, Ha Khan suddenly spoke, this is. Myung curiously asked, what is it? He replied, Hiancheng Peng is using the Red Dragon Sword technique of the Red Dragon Division. Myung was surprised, isn't he from the White Tiger Squad? The steward could only reply, yes. The opponent's ferocious tiger-like attack forced Kwangzhou to retreat continuously, but his expression showed no sign of defeat. In fact, his bright eyes shone with incredible confidence and determination. This angered his opponent as he continued to defend. Myung wondered, why isn't he counterattacking? Is he only going to defend? Did you not intend to attack from the beginning? He looked at Kwangzhou, a strange emotion swelling in his chest. Pride caused Myung to smile contentedly at his student. In his heart, he declared the victor. I was so foolish. I can't keep doubting others like this. If I don't believe an enlightened martial artist, who will I believe? The battle continued. Kwangzhou continued to parry the powerful sword strikes from Hiancheng. 5 days before the other 4 gathered to discuss, Hiancheng angrily said, Kwangzhou tricked us. He's always at least 2 steps ahead. Hianquan bitterly yelled, that cunning bastard. Human reluctantly admitted, we lost. Yang Se remained unusually silent. Hianquan resolutely suggested, instead of complaining, why don't we think of a way together? Hiancheng agreed, unity is strength. Yang Se angrily retorted, you idiots, what strength? Hianquan flew into a rage, challenging him to a fight. What, you'll die today? Yang Se defiantly threatened. You want to go to Stronghold Mountain? Hiancheng stroked his sword and said, Against a strong opponent, there's no choice but to attack with everything you've got. Human objected. I disagree. If we're reckless like Hyun Kwan, we'll expose ourselves. Hearing the jibe, he became increasingly furious and growled, that guy. Yang Se-jong suddenly said vaguely, I have an idea. Hyun Chung, hearing a solution, rejoiced. What is it? Unexpectedly, he smugly replied, why should I tell you? What will you do when you win? This enraged Hyun Kwan, who raised his fist. Damn it, I'll kill that pale-faced bastard today. Hyun Chung Peng seriously pleaded, we'll help you, we swear. If we win thanks to your help, we'll definitely repay you. He observed his movements and guessed, it seems those four have accepted the power difference between them and Kwang Jo and have devised a strategy to rotate their martial arts so Kwang Jo can't predict the next move. The three of them look more tense than the one directly fighting. One more move. I think he's figured out our tactic. Myung-eun continued to speculate, they probably only mastered 4/5 of the moves, but sharing their martial arts is already very good. Steward Kong questioned, but Kwang Jo had anticipated this and was now focusing 9/10 of his strength on defense. If he keeps defending, won't he still lose? He calmly replied, no. From the start, Kwang Jo has always been in a proactive position. If you were both equally skilled, you definitely couldn't defeat someone who can block 9/10 of your attacks. And as Myung-eun said, the battle heavily favored Kwang Jo. Then suddenly, one of Hyun Chung's legs gave way, causing him to lose his balance. It seemed the fight should end. He lost his footing, lunged forward, and seemingly realizing his fate, yelled, I'm dead. At that moment, Kwang Jo immediately attacked, even cutting through his clothes, inflicting a minor wound that began to bleed. Yang Se exclaimed in surprise, that's the autumn spirit falling moon of the Crimson Wind set. Immediately, the steward's powerful voice announced, Kwang Jo wins. Hyun Chung Peng is forbidden from drinking alcohol from now on. Myung-eun smiled foolishly and said, isn't the outcome of the fight against Human-ha clear now? Steward Kong sighed and replied, Human-ha uses a spear, he has the advantage of distance, but is that really the case? 5 days later, at the same arena, his sharp sword was pressed against Human's neck, causing him to drop his weapon in terror and cry out. Myung-eun happily declared, Kwang Jo wins. Ha Won Kong chuckled apologetically, haha, it seems I underestimated Kwang Jo. The only one remaining undefeated. Yang Se felt tense. Normally, the most important factor in a spear versus sword fight is distance. If Kwang Jo couldn't close the distance, I'd still think Human-ha had a chance to win, but... He stared at Kwang Jo's relieved expression and thought, did this guy know that and deliberately didn't do it? How far ahead can he think? Ha Won Kong told him, a spear has the advantage of distance, but also a weakness. Wait, Kwang Jo did well in prolonging the fight, but Myung-eun just smiled. There are other ways of thinking. That's not the only reason Human-ha lost. Recalling the beginning of the battle, Human-ha thought that if he let Kwang Jo get close, he would lose, so he constantly used his spear to create distance. Kwang Jo had seen through this and deliberately controlled the distance to exhaust him. He approached and patted Human's shoulder in consolation. From the beginning, you were extremely afraid of losing, so mentally you were already weak. That's the biggest reason you lost, understand? That night, as the moon rose high and cast a gentle light, inside his own room, he sat cultivating. 50 days had passed since reaching the state of purging. Myung-eun's dantian had developed by a fraction of a martial artist's. The Taegong breathing technique acts on the dantian, focusing on the lower dantian, and has the advantage of rapid development during initial cultivation, but everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Focusing on the lower dantian makes it difficult to open the middle dantian. Knowing this, the 9 teachings one sect insulted the martial arts of the chaos sect, saying it's difficult to reach the pinnacle of mastery, but the most important thing is enlightenment of the upper dantian. In his previous life, Myung-eun stood at the threshold of that level. His clear and cold eyes opened, and he thought to himself that he had walked this path once before, and this time he would overcome it. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky and the birds were flying around outside, singing clearly, while Myung-eun was reading a book in the study, someone came to report, what's the matter? Hearing his question, Steward Kong bowed respectfully and reported, it seemed like a big battle was about to take place in Kunlun. They said Junior Young Master was leading the army. This news startled him. His large eyes widened in disbelief. Myung-gak. He unconsciously recalled the scene of his death in his previous life and wondered. Myung-gak has joined the battlefield. Then Myung-eun asked, has the Soul Sword Division joined? The steward replied, yes. The second Young Master's Soul Sword Division will be in the vanguard, and the White Tiger Squad will provide support from behind. Therefore, I wish to ask you, whether you would like to go to the city gates to see the second Young Master off on the day of his departure. This seemed like a normal request. But to him, it held a different meaning. to see Myung-gak off, the sworn enemy who killed him. Of course, Myung-gak would win, siding with the victor was a wise choice, but he refused. Steward Kang, I cannot comply with your request this time, the steward, seeming worried, asked. May I know the reason? The thought of that hateful face made him even more pensive. The second brother has strong suspicions. Suspicion itself is fine, but if he starts paying attention to me, it will be very troublesome. He instructed his most trusted subordinate, we must strengthen ourselves now and wait for the opportunity. The subordinate softly replied in agreement. Myung-eun continued, I need you to do something. The subordinate bowed, awaiting orders. What is it? Myung-eun's decisive voice rang out, go to the White Tiger Squad and by the Falling Mountain Manor. In the underground training grounds of the Western Manor, someone was diligently practicing swordsmanship with skilled movements. Kwang Jo shouted, swinging his sword downwards, creating a powerful streak of light that tore through the air. Eun Kyung watched from afar, his training methods causing a whirlwind of thoughts in her heart. The next morning, she calmly went to Myung-eun's room to report on Kwang Jo's training progress and to express her own thoughts. Bowing before the large door, she spoke, Servant Eun Kyung, my lord. Myung-eun's voice sounded, come in. After she entered, he continued reading, how is Kwang Jo? She bowed respectfully and replied, he was focusing on his training alone today. He looked up from his book and said joyfully, really, then I don't need to continue teaching Kwang Jo. Eun Kyung suddenly asked, what about the other four, my lord? Myung-eun thought for a moment and replied, they also need further instruction. Last night, after he finished his training, she went to give him a towel. Kwang Jo thanked her and took it. She said, you seem to have become a completely different person. He wiped the sweat from his face and replied, is that so? Perhaps it's because I've had a small enlightenment. Hearing his words, she seemed to think of Myung-eun. Enlightenment, could it be? After wiping his face, he looked refreshed and mentioned Myung-eun with a smile. Although I haven't met him much, my master helped me gain enlightenment. She clasped her hands over her chest. Having a master is wonderful, a master, but it's true that not many masters can help you gain enlightenment with just a few words. At the end of the recollection, Eun Kyung knelt down and said, young master, please teach me more. Her action surprised him. Teach. She bowed low to the ground and replied earnestly, yes, even if it's something small. Although I'm only the daughter of an ordinary farming family, I was fortunate enough to catch the eye of my uncle, a martial artist, and have learned martial arts since childhood. He stood before her. Even though I want to learn more, there's no other way because I have no teacher. If you would teach me, even just a small phrase, I will do my best to follow. He found her interesting and asked, why are you suddenly doing this? And she answered, I suddenly have a feeling that I want to become stronger, like Kwang Jo. He replied slowly, it won't be easy. Are you ready? Eun Kyung bowed low and replied, of course. Then he said, then raise your head and kneel on one knee. In the holy sect, one becomes a disciple by kneeling on one knee. When the master places their hand on your head, it means you have been accepted as a disciple. Otherwise, you are not accepted. That is the rule of the holy sect. She did as he said, but still a little confused, said, young master, isn't this a disciple initiation ceremony? I'm only, Myung-eun smiled gently and interrupted, I'm asking you, Eun Kyung, may I take you as my first disciple? Her heart swelled with happiness at his warm words, tears welling up, but, isn't Kwang Jo the first? He explained, he hasn't performed the ceremony yet. I haven't heard your answer. She smiled happily and said, you are my master, until the day I die. Myung-eun replied with satisfaction, I look forward to it. A few days later, he confirmed with the steward, he stubbornly refuses to sell. He recalled and replied, I've already offered the best price. Then the leader of the White Tiger Squad, Jian-jo, scowled and said, are you seriously telling us to sell the Falling Mountain Manor? Ha Won-kang knelt on one knee and reported, we don't mean for you to give it away for free. Leader, how about 1,000 silver niangs? In his heart, he thought, this manor is small, so that should be enough. He continued, the seventh young master really wants it. Please comply with young master Myung-eun's wishes. He scoffed and roared in refusal. If he wants it that badly, why doesn't he come here himself? I don't accept it. Steward, leave. After hearing the whole story, he pondered. Leader Joe personally refused. He suddenly stood up from his desk and said, Steward Khan, summon the bodyguards. The steward obeyed but seemed puzzled. What do you need them for, my lord? Myung-eun mysteriously replied, isn't it obvious? After gathering 5 men, he stood before them and said, I will give you your first mission. They replied in unison, yes. He continued, we're going to the White Tiger Squad now. Prepare yourselves. Hien Chung's mouth gaped in shock. The White Tiger Squad. Yang Se had a bad feeling. No wonder I felt something was off. But he only smiled mysteriously. Myung-eun led the group, then suddenly turned and said, if we can't negotiate, We'll use intimidation, Steward Kong repeated in fear. Intimidation. The 5 men following him were equally terrified. Hien Chung quickly raised his hand to call him back. Hey, we're not going there to cause trouble, are we? The others whispered. No way. Jianzhou's surprised voice rang out. The 7th young master is here himself this time, the reporter replied. Yes, this gave him a headache. He really wants that tiny manor. Should I tell him to go back? Myung-won happened to be there. He put down his teacup and said, if the 7th young master wants to see me, let him in. Jianzhou hesitated and asked, is that all right? Myung-won, the 3rd son of the heavenly demon cult's liege, smiled amusedly. It's fine, I'll listen from inside. In his heart, he thought, I wonder what Myung-won is up to. Jianzhou obeyed. If the young master says so, then let the 7th young master in. A screen depicting a snarling white tiger was erected to shield Myung-won. The guard behind him said, it's rumored that the 7th young master's recent actions have been very strange. Myung-won replied, you mean the fact that he recruited 5 unruly individuals from the 5 divisions? The subordinate continued, it's more than that. There are also rumors that he's contacted the Black Tortoise Division and the Suk family in Guizhou. He pondered and said, the Black Tortoise Division, you underestimate Myung-jun. A sinister smile spread across his face. He thought to himself, the 4th brother is extremely stingy. He won't share anything. Yes, the same goes for me. As for the older brother and 2nd brother, I can't reach them yet. While he was scheming, a servant announced the arrival of the 7th young master. Myung unclasped his hands in greeting the leader. He naturally had to stand up and return the greeting. What wind brought you here? He answered frankly. Steward Kong had returned empty-handed. He let out a breath. His voice full of arrogance said, you must mean the Falling Mountain Manor. Please sit down first. Perhaps you don't know that the Falling Mountain Manor is the headquarters of the White Tiger Squad. He acted as if it were a matter of utmost importance. If the White Tiger Squad loses that place, it's like losing a limb. Noticing the man's pretense, Myung thought to himself, a tiny manor, and he compares it to a limb of the White Tiger Squad. He must think I'm a naive child. Myung played along, feigning naivety. So the Falling Mountain Manor is really that important? The man immediately replied, indeed, that's where we mine the iron ore to produce all our weapons. Therefore, he interrupted, in that case, I'll give you all that iron ore, free of charge. The White Tiger Squad is the main fighting force of our sect, so I should at least be able to do that. Steward Kong hastily interrupted, shouting, young master. Myung lowered his eyes and spoke softly to Steward Kong. Steward, I'm speaking. Shut your mouth. Kong, realizing his mistake, trembled and whispered, not even half the price. Your grace means, free. Seeing this, the man thought, that fellow must be helpless against this clueless brat. Jianzhou silently assessed the situation. Actually, this proposal isn't bad, but even though he's just a child, he's the liege's son. I'll definitely face trouble if I get involved. He showed no weakness. I appreciate your offer, but the White Tiger Squad is only 500 men, yet occupies 32 quarters. What would people say if we still accepted help from the Western Manor? Please forget this conversation. Myung stubbornly smiled mischievously. No, I won't. The man frowned, surprised by Myung's stubbornness. Then what will you do? He held up his small, delicate finger and proposed a condition. How about a wager? The man was surprised. A wager. He held up 3 fingers and spoke calmly. 5 members of the White Tiger Squad will fight 5 of my guards. The first to win 3 matches wins. If I win, the Falling Mountain Manor belongs to the Western Manor. If I lose, I will leave quietly. His gentle words left the man speechless. Ha Lun Kong thought to himself, this is extremely disadvantageous for the White Tiger Squad. If they win, they gain nothing. If they lose, it's a disgrace. From behind the screen, Myung chuckled. He dares to use those 5 scoundrels for a wager. A moment later, after Myung left the reception room, Myung came out and said, Myung's proposal is quite interesting. Jianzhou, however, frowned angrily. Not very interesting. He dares to look down on us after recruiting those 5 good-for-nothings. His subordinate replied, don't you think it's because he believes in their strength? He stroked his short beard and shouted, Guk Jang, summon the 7th Regiment immediately. At the White Tiger Squad training ground, Myung was training his 5 guards. Steward Khan spoke. I never expected him to agree. Myung casually replied, Jianzhou is intelligent, but ultimately, he's a martial artist. He probably wants a fight to settle this. Seeing Myung's relaxed demeanor, Kong thought, can a 12-year-old see through the White Tiger Squad leader? He sighed. But this time, young master, you've gone too far. Myung asked, puzzled. Too far, how so? He said, looking at the 5 guards, the difference in strength between us and them is too great. Myung calmly asked, do you really think so? he replied. The White Tiger Squad, along with the Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise, are considered the four pillars of the divine cult. Of the four, the White Tiger Squad has the most combat experience. Ha Won Kong sighed deeply. We can't defeat them. Myeongun asked another question. Wasn't he and Chung Peng once part of the White Tiger Squad? Kong weakly replied, yes, but... Myeongun looked at him practicing swordsmanship. Steward, between he and Chung Peng now and a month ago, who would you choose? Ha Won Kong immediately replied, of course, he's much better now. Myeongun confidently stated, not only he and Chung Peng, but the other four have also improved significantly. As long as their captain doesn't participate, they won't easily lose. Ha Won Kong remained worried. Young master, you're right, but... Myeongun continued questioning his subordinate. Do you know No Bin's son? Ha Won Kong looked at him bewildered, but answered, the descendant of Jia Sun who wrote Bin Sun's Art of War, the one who devised the three-horse strategy. In a chariot race, the pulling horses are divided into three levels, lower, middle, and upper. The same goes for the opponents. The lower-level horse fights the upper-level horse, losing. The upper-level horse fights the middle-level horse, winning. The middle-level horse fights the lower-level horse, winning. The three-horse strategy refers to this two-win one-loss strategy. Steward Kong asked, so you want to use this strategy, Your Grace? Myeongun nodded, similar, but unlike the three-horse strategy, we'll also win the first match. I want to win in just 3 rounds. After their discussion, Ha Won Kong went to where the 5 guards were training. They bowed simultaneously. You're here, steward, he seriously asked. Are you ready? Unlike usual, everyone looked worried and demoralized. He smiled inwardly. Heh, they're scared. Do you think the enemy is too strong? Hearing his question, he and Chung trembled. If we fight the 5 strongest members of the White Tiger Squad, there's no way we can win, Yang Se and Him Kwan said. You coward, shut up. From afar, Myeongun observed secretly, Steward, your role is crucial. They'll believe you more than a 12-year-old. Ha Won Kang's calm voice echoed, of course, the White Tiger Squad is strong, but for the past month, you've yearned for victory more than ever, and that yearning has made you stronger. I'm sure you don't think I'd intentionally harm you. I guarantee you'll win. His words boosted the 5 guards' confidence. Myeongun was pleased. The atmosphere has changed. That's Steward Kong for you. Seeing their morale rise, the steward continued, then, the first fighter on our side. He recalled Myeongun's instructions, choose Human Ha. Ha Won Kong was surprised. What, if it's Human Ha, isn't he the middle-level horse? This is different from the 3-horse strategy. The core of the 3-horse strategy is knowing yourself and your enemy. Myeongun recalled the man's expression, if you lose, you won't demand this anymore, right? He pondered for a moment and said, their first horse will be the upper-level one, they're confident of victory. Steward Kong stroked his chin. I also thought we'd lose, but Myeongun continued, we can't lose the first match. Tell Human Ha he must do his best to win. He can do it. Returning to the present, Ha Won Kong pointed at Human Ha. The first fighter for the Western Manor is you, Human Ha. Human Ha was startled. Me. Steward Kong rushed over, putting his arm around Human Ha's neck. I chose you as the first fighter because I think you're strong. Any complaints? Human Ha, not daring to refuse, quickly said, no, sir. He became serious. Don't doubt yourself. If you try your best, you'll win, no matter who your opponent is. Human Ha gripped his spear. I will definitely win. Their opponents arrived. The 7th Regiment of the White Tiger Squad. A group of men in white approached. The leader of the 7th Regiment was Jang Jiaoji Li. Seeing Zhejianzhou's arrogant face, Steward Kong dejectedly said, he actually called the 7th Regiment, the strongest of the White Tiger Squad. Myeongun sighed helplessly. We've already made a wager. Do you think he'll be careless? The referee announced, the match begins. There's no time limit. The one who lands a fatal blow or pushes the opponent out of the boundary wins. Please have the first representative step forward. Human Ha calmly stepped forward. I am Human Ha, representing the Western Manor. His opponent looked down on him and pointed his sword. I am Pyo Ju, from the 7th Regiment of the White Tiger Squad. On the upper floor, Myeongun leaned against the railing. Should we place a bet? His subordinate replied. The victory is too obvious. What's the point of betting? He hesitated. Do you think so? The referee shouted. Begin. Both raised their weapons simultaneously. The atmosphere quickly heated up. Human Ha thrust his spear repeatedly at his opponent, thinking, let's see how fast he is. Pyo Ju continuously parried the spear with his sword, then dashed towards Human Ha, closing the distance. Brat, I'll show you how to fight with a spear. Human Ha thought, he's too fast. If I retreat, I'll lose. Despite his fear, he held his ground, swinging his spear. Myung-won said excitedly, "Oh, that spear technique, that spearman didn't retreat at all, and he also made the other guy unable to advance any further." The subordinate asked, "Will he succeed?" He replied indifferently, "Let's see." The two sides were now at a stalemate, neither side giving in, causing the Jian guy to complain in annoyance, "You can't even cut it, what are you doing? Pyo-ju, end it quickly." Unlike the other man's shouting in intimidation, Myung-won calmly observed before saying, "That kid, Ha, is doing very well with that move." Ha Won-kang replied, "He's conserving his stamina by only accelerating when necessary." Pyo-ju thought to himself, "It's been 30 moves already, I can't prolong this any longer." He then retreated and said, "Who would have thought I'd have to use the flying immortal strike on someone like you?" Immediately, he unleashed his ultimate move, moving around with lightning speed. "I'll make you regret ever meeting me." Steward Kong gasped in horror. It's the flying immortal strike, a high-level martial art only a small fraction of the White Tiger squad learns. His technique forced the boy to retreat defensively. Pyo-ju confidently declared, "Finally, you're retreating. You're not bad, but this farce ends here." He continued to swing his sword, attacking forward. Ha Won-kang regained his composure and said, "Humonha's spear can't keep up with Pyo-ju's speed." The other man said indifferently, "He looks like he's deliberately not fighting back." Steward Kong hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" The man chuckled, "Don't you see he's looking for an opening?" Humon stopped a short distance from the boundary line. His exhausted opponent thought, "TCH, the flying immortal strike is nothing to him. He's deliberately trying to wear me down, isn't he?" He panted, his face showing his anxiety. He thought, "If this continues, I'll lose." So he paused, gathered his strength, and charged forward, deciding to unleash his final move to end this. The leader of the 7th Regiment outside hurriedly shouted, "Pyo-ju, don't be reckless." But it was too late. He lunged forward, his chi surging through the falling moon blade. Humon realized his chance had come. Now, he poured all his strength into his spear. His eyes seemed to spark with a fierce blue light as he roared, "I won't retreat anymore, come on." A bright blue surge of power shot forth, striking Pyo-ju as he desperately charged. Pyo-ju took a painful blow, his eyes rolling back in his head as he vomited blood. Steward Kong gaped. That final spear technique, was it an Azure Dragon's secret art? Myung-won also said in surprise, "It looks like he accelerated by causing his chi to explode." "A few days ago, I needed you to do something. Go to the White Tiger squad and buy the Falling Mountain Manor for me. About 100 liang should be enough." Myung-won finished speaking. Hearing this, Ha Won-kang was a little puzzled and asked, "You mean that tiny mansion? Why do you need so many repairs? Your entire fortune is only 1,200 liang." Seeing his question, the other man replied, "I need a mansion to practice martial arts. How can I practice mobility arts or camouflage techniques in the West Manor? I'm asking for a loan to buy the Falling Mountain Manor." He hummed, "But I don't think you've practiced mobility arts yet." Hearing these words, Myung-won angrily shouted, "So what if I haven't started yet?" Ha Won-kang continued, "But the Falling Mountain Manor is connected to a mine, so you can't grow anything there. The land is very barren. You can't even grow enough food for people, let alone anything else. If you really want a mansion, try looking." Before he could finish, Myung-won interrupted, "They want to buy it, so if we buy it, it will be very advantageous. There's a gold mine near the Falling Mountain Manor in the future. This will be a large source of income for the White Tiger squad. If we want to be stronger, we need more funds." Hearing these words, Ha Won-kang turned to leave, saying, "Then I'll be going." Seeing this, the other man said, "Since when have you become so obedient?" West Manor wins the first round, a voice announced. "You've improved a great deal, Humon-ha." Hearing the praise, the boy bowed respectfully and replied, "I just did my best." Ha-won, standing beside him, seemed worried about his injuries. "Next is you, Yang Si-jang. Are you confident?" Hearing the question, Yang Si replied, "I'll know when I fight." Ha-won thought, even he's worried, the next opponent will definitely be stronger than Pyo-ju. Pyo-ju was already very strong, the next opponent would be even stronger, Yang Si thought. A hand was placed on his shoulder, someone whispered, "Stay calm, Yang Si-jang." Ha Won-kang whispered in his ear, "The young master said if you win, you won't have to fight Kwang-jo." Hearing this, Yang Si was overjoyed. "Really? Don't think about winning or losing, just focus on your opponent, you're very talented." Hearing this encouragement, Yang Si-jang showed his determination, clenching his fist and replying, "I will definitely win. Bring the stretcher over here, don't talk, you'll bleed more." A martial arts master approached the defeated opponent, his face was full of pain as he cried out, "I'm sorry," Jianzhou said, "you lost the first round. Captain Lee, don't make the same mistake again," he shouted at his subordinate. Hearing this, the man replied, "Of course, sir, I'll send out Kwang Jong." Then let the second representative step forward. The voice announced, I am Yang Se-jang of the West Manor. I am Kwang Jong of the 7th Regiment of the White Tiger Squad. Seeing the situation, Ha Won-kang said, they're getting serious. The other man replied, if we win this match, the Falling Mountain Manor will definitely be ours. What, there are still 3 more matches? He asked in confusion. The other man replied, no, Hien Chung Peng and Hyun Kwan still can't handle the 7th Regiment. To secure victory, you need to win against Yang Se-jang. He thought, I wonder if he's stopped being afraid of losing. A voice announced the start. The battle between Yang Se-jang and Kwang Jong began fiercely. Neither one yielded. The clang of clashing swords rang out incessantly. Yang Se-jang said, is that all the White Tiger Squad's 7th Regiment has got? Hearing this, Kwang Jong was slightly puzzled. What? He thought, I'm not falling for your provocation. He remembered Jia Jianzhou's instructions. If you lose, the White Tiger Squad loses. Don't be complacent or reckless. Pay attention to their weaknesses. Both of them are too aggressive, just focusing on attacking each other. In the end, only one can win. Hearing this, Myung-won replied, I'm so sleepy. Suddenly, Yang Se-jang's eyes widened in surprise. His attack had been dodged. Where? Right now. The sword in his hand immediately slashed into his opponent's abdomen. Blood gushed out. Kwang Jong groaned in pain. Myung-won turned his gaze to the fight. He said, watch out. Kwang Jong, irritated, brushed the dust off his clothes. He grunted, a few inches off. Yang Se thought, I won't make the same mistake again this time. He shouted and charged forward with his sword. Take this. Above, Myung-won and Jae-ju were talking. One side has fallen into a disadvantage, Myung-won said. Jae-ju agreed. West Manor really has many skilled martial artists. Did Myung-won train them, or Ha Won-kang? The other man replied, of course it's Manager Kang. Myung-won's face showed excitement. He said, I've arranged the order correctly. Prepare for the next round. Hearing this, Ha Won-kang was a little confused and asked, it's too early to conclude, Myung-won said. The one who wants to win more is Yang Se-jang, although that's not the only reason I say so. The fight became increasingly intense. Yang Se shouted, I'm coming. Then he swung his sword with full force at his opponent. Eyes and smile clearly showed complacency. How to diversion, Kwang Jong thought to himself. Yang Se's sword slashed straight at him. His feet sprang up, launching a preemptive strike. The opponent couldn't dodge and took 2 sword blows. Kwang Jong was sent flying, his wounds bleeding profusely. A loud shout rang out, West Manor wins. Jia Jianzhou roared in anger. Kwang Jong didn't even show half his strength. Can't the 7th Regiment handle the pressure? He slammed the table repeatedly. A nervous subordinate stammered, my apologies, sir. Myung-won thought, even if Kwang Jong faltered under pressure, those final 3 moves of West Manor, especially the East attacks West technique, I can't ignore my younger brother. Ha Won-kang must be on his side. Ha Won-kang clapped Yang Se-jang on the shoulder, showering him with praise. Well done. Yang Se-jang bowed. Thank you. Hien Chung Peng spoke. He won, but he looks so unhappy, Ha thought, because in giving his all, Yang Se-jang realized his shortcomings. Instead of fighting, his mind was only filled with his own mistakes, just like mine now. Having lost twice, the 8 Tigers will now send their strongest fighter. Anything else you want to order Kwang Jo to do? The response was, even if their captain steps up, I don't need to say much to him. He's awakened, and he's the strongest piece I can put forward. Let him do as he pleases. A voice called out. The 3rd representative, step forward. He announced, I am Kwang Jo of West Manor. His opponent replied, I am Yak Khan of the White Tiger Squad. I will fight to the death for the White Tiger Squad. He pointed his sword at his opponent. Myung-won thought, does he intend to destroy his opponent's weapon with that blade? He said, I can smell blood from the White Tiger Squad this time. Jae-ju replied, West Manor's 2nd string isn't very strong. Really? Myung-won exclaimed in surprise. He thought, Myung-won is still young. He doesn't know that Ha Won-kang planned today's fights. I don't understand why he did this. The match began. With a shout, Yak Khan charged at his opponent. I'm coming. The battle between them was intensely dramatic. One attacked, the other defended, neither yielded. Kwang Jo thought, his swordsmanship is excellent. Yak Khan's attacks came relentlessly, but Kwang Jo dodged every sword blow. Yak Khan roared, then struck powerfully. Jae-ju said, he lowered his sword. Myung-won replied, if he can't maintain his sword stance, he has to. Ha-won was worried. It seems Kwang Jo has become even stronger, he replied. Didn't he show this when fighting Hyun Kwan? True, but he's familiar with Hyun Kwan. But this is his first time facing this opponent, yet he seems to have already figured out his fighting style. Myung-won thought, Kwang Jo is truly talented and observant, even if not as quick-witted as Yang Se-jang. but his ability to analyze his opponents is superb. Can he get even stronger? The battle raged, Ha-won said, but he keeps being pushed back. He's too passive, Manhwa replied. He probably has a plan for retreating like that. Jae-ju said, that guy's overconfident, he has nowhere to retreat. Indeed, Manhwa agreed. It's like fighting in a fog. I can't guess his intentions. He's retreating, but isn't he luring his opponent in? Manhwa secretly admired. Ha-won Khan, you found some interesting people. What's this feeling? His attack is too light, like he's just playing around. It feels like I'm not attacking him, but he's letting me attack, Yak Kong thought. So what? Just make him retreat a little more, and White Tiger will win. Suddenly, Kwang Jo counterattacked. His sword pointed at his opponent. Yak Kong yelled, now I'll cut you to pieces. Take this. Sky-splitting blade. His sword slashed down towards Kwang Jo. Kwang Jo also charged. This is an attack. If you counter, your sword will shatter. He's throwing his sword. Yak Kong thought in astonishment. Kwang Jo's sword flew out. The sword spun in the air. Yak Kong angrily shouted, you think these tricks will? Kwang Jo smiled faintly. Suddenly, he disappeared, startling Yak Kong. Where is he? Yak Kang's face was filled with anxiety. He appeared from above, kicking his opponent in the back of the neck. Great shot, Kwang Jo said. His opponent groaned in pain, spitting out blood. West Manor wins. I told you not to put your chess pieces there. This is interesting. Huh, checkmate, look closer. Does this mean Kunlun sect? Dae Chungyang said. Kunlun sect, what's so interesting about them? The other person replied. He asked, Manhwa, I heard his swordsmanship has improved greatly recently. Don't pretend you don't know. I really don't know, the deputy chief said smoothly. Their conversation continued. Oh, it seems they're plotting something behind my back, Jung replied. Seems you've changed. I don't need to draw my sword anymore. Do you want to? There will come a day when I'll have to draw my sword again. I just want to talk about my youngest son, Jung said. Dae Chungyang replied. I heard you took in some useless men at West Manor that day. The north wind is awfully cold, sir. This winter will be a harsh one. New Year's is coming soon, Ha-won Khan said, pouring tea. Almost forgot. I'll be 30 then. You talk like you're about to be 103. The fifth young master will finish his training soon, probably before the end of the year. Time flies so fast. As soon as Myung said that, he thought to himself that in the Myung family, turning 18 means one must be able to be independent. So did the fifth brother say anything? He asked. Hearing that, Ha-won Khan replied. I heard he is heading straight to the Greaton Ridge area. The Greaton Ridge, the northernmost area of the divine cult, directly opposite the land of the Mongolia people. He thought, that place must be dangerous, Myung said. The other replied, it might be due to the influence of the Red Wind Division's captain. With the fifth young master having the Red Wind Division backing him, Myung thought, so you mean I should also find a backer soon? Have you chosen a direction yet? Ha-won asked. You mean the Suk family? His subordinate believed it was the best choice. Mun Jong is still in seclusion. I'll keep trying then. Oh, right. The White Tiger squad also sent documents here. Myung's face lit up, so Leader Joe kept his word. So, I'd like to ask if you plan to move to the Falling Mountain Manor immediately, Myung replied. I can't stay under the wing of the Great Myung Palace forever. One day we must become independent. Consider this a preparation for that day. Ha-won Kong bowed. If you've decided, please give me until next spring. The Falling Mountain Manor needs repairs. Myung said, let's go survey the mine area. The other replied, as you wish. In the secret training room of the West Palace, Myung held his sword in a dark room. He thought, I'll divide the month into 3 10-day periods, 5 days for training the 4 guards in Noon Kyon, leaving only 5 days for my own training. But my body feels noticeably lighter. I didn't expect my Dantian to improve this much in just 1 month. Myung looked at his abdomen, a self-satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Wonderful. He swung his sword, cutting through the air. He spun the sword in the air, thinking, my internal energy is still very lacking. I've long understood the nature of the phantom sword. Myung suddenly stepped back. Then he swung his sword down forcefully, thinking, the sword tip is vibrating. He unleashed several sword techniques, his movements incredibly skillful, but with added human consciousness. It wouldn't be like that anymore. Combining them would make it difficult for the opponent to distinguish between the real sword and the illusion. His master called it the sword's end. Although my internal energy is weak, at least the feeling is still excellent. While thinking these thoughts, Myung continued his sword practice. Countless sword images appeared. Bang. Myung's strike shattered the ground. I heard Myung-gak will return after crushing the Miram Alliance. The victory celebration will be grand, but I don't want to go. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Young master, this is Ha-won Kong. He replied, is it a new day already? I'll be right out. I have something to report, he said, bowing. Myung-un replied, about the victory celebration, I received word, they said it's been cancelled. Ha-won interrupted. Myung-un's expression was a little puzzled. Why? Second young master said he wants to return secretly to pay respects to the spirits of the soldiers who died in battle. Myung-un thought, these bloodthirsty beasts are good at hiding their claws. Those soldiers will be touched, he said. Ha-won replied, yes, but I heard the elders were furious at the news, because compassion and subtlety aren't the true goals of this cult. Remembering what the elders had said, the heavenly demon cult aimed for power. And I think we should respect the elders' opinion, he said. Myung-un replied, I didn't expect you to be so adept at political maneuvering. Ha-won replied, isn't that essential for survival in this world? They walked together. He thought, to win the succession war, I must secure the support of the elders. However, it's not easy to find a family willing to become a force under me. The heir they choose will decide the fate of that force. Also, Mun Jong sent a farewell letter to his mother's house. The Suk family, Myung-un thought, finally, the Suk family is acting. It seems I'm a step behind. I'm sorry, young master, Ha-won said. Myung-un touched his chin. No, brother, I think this is even more advantageous, he thought. I'll probably get the news soon. Speaking of which, I haven't planned today's schedule yet. How about a stroll through the market? Young master, the market, since we won the war, the slave market should be open by now, he replied, preparing to leave. An hour later, in the crowded market, unlike the Miram Alliance, the heavenly demon cult frequently auctions prisoners of war as slaves. They passed through the slave market. The auctioneer shouted, Gentlemen, behold, a diverse selection of slaves this time. This one is big and strong, a scene only seen in the divine cult. Myung-un mused. 10 niang, someone's bid 10 niang, any higher. He grabbed the slave's head and pulled him up. Myung-un thought, Steward Kong probably wants me to observe who's buying slaves here. Young Master Ha-won Kong whispered into Myung-un's ear. Deputy Chief Song is also here. Myung-un glanced at the men ahead. Deputy Chief of the Self-Defense Forces. That position manages the internal affairs of the Great Myung Palace. But why would someone so powerful be at a slave market? Aha, I've figured it out. Steward Kong, who is that man? He looked at the tall man bidding 30 liang. Ha-won Kong replied, that's Apothecary Gook Man. I hear he sells pills to the Black Tortoise Division, a faction under 4th Young Master, and the other one. He asked. The man bidding 50 liang was Captain Won Woo-young of the Red Wind Division, a member of the Fuzhou One family. Myung-un said. Fuzhou, that's 5th Brother's faction, I see. So he's not approaching the internal affairs official without reason. Both are people Deputy Chief Song is watching. Remember their faces? Ha-won was confused. Why, young master? You know why Deputy Chief Song is here. Suddenly, Myung-un noticed something. That child. His eyes were drawn to a small child with a collar. Steward Kong, can I win that child in the auction? The other exclaimed. What? I'll allow a maximum of 100 liang unless Deputy Chief Song himself bids. 100 liang is a lot of money. If you need a maidservant, there are still some. Before Ha-won could finish, Myung-un interrupted. A lot of money, but it's worthless if you don't use it. Trust me, that child is special. Ah, I understand. 50 liang, Ha-won Kong shouted loudly. The auctioneer said, we have a bid of 50 liang, any higher. A man in the distance shouted, 70 liang. 70 taels, someone offered 70 taels, 80 taels. Ha-won immediately shouted loudly, who suddenly challenged my competitive spirit. The other side continuously offered high prices 90 taels, 100 taels, 120 niang. Stop, the officer is coming. Myung-un said, they're watching us, let's go. Why is a high-ranking official like Magistrate Song at a slave market? Hearing this, he replied, he seems to be monitoring individuals with large, untraceable sums of money. They might pose a threat to the sect. Myung-un kept his eyes peeled. Ha-won continued, we have the liege's approval, but is this really alright? Magistrate Song doesn't know anything anyway, right? His level of perception is beyond ordinary people. So who won the auction? He asked. Judging by their clothes, it must be the Crimson Wings Corps. The Crimson Wings Corps. It's them, Myung-un said, pointing behind him. Ha-won Kong saw the approaching group and immediately went on high alert, thinking, since when have I become so oblivious to suspicious presences? I've been careless, being next to the young master. Who are you? State your name. Hearing that, the man on the opposite side lowered his mask. He exclaimed, ah, the section chief of the Crimson Wings Corps. Section chief. Are you the Flying Sparrow Sword? Myung-un asked. The section chief bowed. It's an honor to be recognized even with such an obscure title. Does the young master know this name? Ha-won asked. No, I only heard of him in a series of events that occurred about 10 years later. The flying sparrow sword traveled all this way. There must be a reason, he said. The section chief replied, I wish to make a proposition to the young master. Speak. If the young master agrees to meet someone, I'll give you the child. Meeting someone once won't kill anyone, he said. That's strange. What makes the flying sparrow sword so sure? Myungun's eyes flashed with anger as he glared at the other party. What's with this pressure? The section chief thought, fearfully glancing up and saying, the other party is someone who can't be met whenever one wants. What do you mean? You speak as if I'm someone who can be met at will. Myungun's tone grew menacing. I thought Ha Won Kong was the one in control. I was wrong. Despite his youth, the bloodline of the heavenly demon is truly different. The section chief's hands clenched. Myungun continued, fine, flying sparrow sword. Steward Khan, let's talk privately somewhere. Hearing this, he exclaimed, young master, if they have ill intentions, you can't stop them anyway. He continued, yes. The section chief said, thank you for your understanding. Before I explain in detail, he then struck Yacho. Alright, speak, let's see how influential this person is. A moment later, I just saw the flying sparrow sword fly away. Ha Won Kong arrived from afar. Myungun held a child. Take care of this child, he said. You agreed to meet? Yes. Don't ask who it is. Myungun turned to leave. Yes, it's best if I don't know, Ha Won replied. I'll tell you first when it's over. You're the only one I trust, Ha Won Kong. I wonder who's behind this. The flying sparrow sword is a renowned master of our sect. If they go all out, I wouldn't last 10 moves. Young master, why do you know so much? Why are you so confident facing him alone? Have you become that strong? I'm the steward. Why am I thinking like this? I have a question. Ask. How did you deceive everyone for so long? Why do you think now is the time? Because it would be too late otherwise. Their conversation continued. Myungun thought, I must retrieve certain things. If fate doesn't turn as I wish, it will be too late. In the Junmyeong Suk Manor's guest hall. Their conversation was underway. They're better than I expected. Ha Won Kong is that good. No, it's the 7th young master behind the Western Manor, Lee Seo-won said. The person pouring tea replied, the 7th young master. I'd say he's 9 out of 10 in terms of his ability to attract talent. Junmyeong Suk thought, that's the kind of ability a patriarch needs. Is that boy really that talented? Drink your tea now. But he's had to overcome so many trials. The 7th young master is very popular. According to Bayan Suk, he's only been practicing the sword for a short time, yet he's already flawless. Junmyeong Suk replied, did Ha Won Kong teach him? I haven't investigated that deeply. What about his guards? I hear they've received specialized training, but I don't know their master. Let's find out if anyone has acted before us. Definitely not the Yangzhou Cheong family. Lee Seo-won replied. And wishing you a happy new year. You too. Junmyeong Suk replied. Meanwhile, outside the Western Manor's study, sir, I've brought the child. Kyong and Yacho arrived. Come in, a voice said. Then I'll take my leave, Kyong said from behind. Yacho wore a striking red dress, he thought. There seems to be a misunderstanding about that outfit. No, you wait outside. Myungun approached Yacho, observing her, he thought, this girl. She has no will to live. The divine cult's hunts are brutal. A child this young. She probably can't handle it. How old are you? 12. Where's your family? Hearing that, Yacho's eyes widened in terror. They're dead. She pulled out a sharp, iron needle. You killed them. She lunged, aiming the needle at Myungun. Kyong jumped in. Sir, stop it. Kyong. The needle narrowly missed Myungun's face. Let me go. I'll go with them. Yacho aimed the needle at herself. He grabbed her. The dead won't bring your family back. Don't throw your life away so easily. I could kill you instantly by piercing your acupuncture points, but I won't. Tears streamed down Yacho's face. Why? I want you to decide your own path, otherwise, you'll easily give up your life again. I hope you can find your path here and survive. I'll help you with whatever you need. Yacho knelt down. Lies. I heard the divine cult deceives people. Are you mocking me? Myungun replied. I'm not that kind of person. Not everyone here is the same. Do you think everyone outside the divine cult is good? There are good and bad people everywhere. If you're calm now, I want to hear your story. Yacho choked back tears. My name is Yacho. I lived in a small village in Chonghu. One day, people from the divine cult asked if we cooperated with Mount Kunlun, then slaughtered everyone. We thought they came to ask for food. Hacho. What happened to Hacho? Hacho, you mean your sister. If you two come together then it will be easy to find her. Hearing that, she covered her face and said, no, Hacho would have been dragged somewhere else. Myungun heard that and gave orders. Kyong told Steward Kong and try to find Hacho. Hearing that, Kyong replied, yes. Really, if you can find Yacho, I'll be your ox and horse. Seeing this, he refused. No, no need, but someday I'll definitely have to ask you for something. I have a feeling, Kyong, I'll entrust this child to you. Treat her like a sister. All right, she replied. Yes, sir. A moment later, Myungun's mind echoed the section chief's words. The patriarch wishes to see you, he thought to himself. Contacting the Suk elder and the Suk family was part of my plan, but it's a little too early, and I didn't expect it to be him. Jun Myung-suk, one of the 10 elders, even within the divine cult, was recognized as a master. Although outwardly gentle, he was a villain among villains. I'll be eaten alive if I make a mistake. I can't become their pawn. I need to establish an equal relationship. A few days later, this isn't an ordinary horse. It avoids unnecessary situations. Whoa, looks like we're here. Kwang-jo pulled on the reins and spoke. Hearing that, he replied, let's get down. The two of them approached a house. Myungun called out, is anyone there? A voice replied from inside, what brings you here? Hearing this, he said, 1 gun of Daebak bark and 2 gun of Yukamiya. The door slowly opened. The man inside said, it's cold, please come in. Both of them went inside. The courtyard was filled with vibrant green and pristine white snow. Myungun said, it seems they've set up a base here. The man closed the door. This made Kwang-jo wary. He touched his sword. Seeing this, he said, it's not a trap, let's go. Beautiful, it's a lake. Before them stood a tower. Myungun said, wait here. Hearing this, he replied, I'll take you there. He's not someone you can fight. Even with all the martial arts of past lives, I couldn't defeat him. He suggested I not bring Steward Kong, probably to test me. Myungun pushed open the door and entered. Jun Myung-suk said, you've arrived. He replied, how could I ignore a summons from someone as powerful as you? He admired the architecture. What power does an old man like me have? Sit down. If Elder Suk isn't powerful, then who is? Myungun sat down and said, hearing this, he replied, the divine cult's liege. Why not the Myung family or the 8 great mountain families? The section chief wasn't wrong. The liege would be unhappy to hear you say that. The liege must accept the truth. Hearing his words, Jun Myung-suk's chi erupted, a green light shining. That statement was very dangerous, young master. The pressure of his chi overwhelmed him. Myungun struggled, thinking, is that the thousand sounds technique? But I've cultivated the heavenly demon arts. I need to release my chi. Young masters shouldn't use chi. The more they use it, the more it hurts. He said, disappointing. Jun Myung-suk replied, you mean my martial arts? I'm disappointed you don't trust others like this. Anyone who insults the liege must be punished, he said. Myungun gritted his teeth and replied, that only applies within the Great Myung Palace. What do you mean? Those hypocritical, righteous people always talk about the divine cult, don't they? Yet you flaunt your power against fellow believers while doing nothing about the real enemies. With those words, the pressure of chi vanished. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, phew, I lived through that. Old man, his opponent held a teapot and said, young master, aren't you afraid of death? His expression turned serious. How can someone who hasn't achieved anything be afraid of death? So you mean you have achieved something? Jun Myung-suk asked. Myungun immediately replied, isn't that why books are written? He thought, outwardly a 13-year-old child, but this boy's mind is certainly not so. He poured tea and continued, they say the aroma of Hang Mountain tea rivals Yunnan tea. He replied, I doubt that. If so, they should have the same price. Yunnan tea is far more expensive. You're still targeting me, are you? He said, laughing loudly. His face turned angry. Do you enjoy being attacked unprovoked? Forgive me, but insulting the liege is truly dangerous. But you didn't call me here just to say that, he said. I want to propose something, young master. If your proposal involves me giving you power, and you making me your pawn, forget it. Hearing this, Jun Myung-suk bowed and replied, how could I think such a thing? I mean the Goeijo Suk family wants to support you, young master. If I'm careless, I'll fall into a trap. May I ask the reason? A while later, at the West Mansion, Ha Kong said, you're back, he replied. I've decided to cooperate with the Goeijo Suk family. Ha-won rejoiced. That's great, he continued. Of course it's great, but it's too early to celebrate. May I ask the reason? First, you don't have any backers. Second, I highly value your talent. Thank you, but since birth I've had no backers, and I haven't proven anything yet. Even if I had the chance to become the heir, I couldn't do anything to prove it. Now the Suk family wants to help. If this is true, wouldn't I be foolish? And if Yunnan tea represents my older brothers, and Hang Mountain tea represents me, my value in this power struggle is far lower, making me easily eliminated. This power struggle isn't just about choosing the strongest martial artist. You need strength and accomplishments. Jun Myung-suk thought, this boy has exceptional talent and intelligence. If he were third or fourth, each of the 8 great mountain families supports a different person. If I want their help, I need to get my older brothers on my side to help me grow. Myung-eun said sternly. Elder, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't deceive me. Jun Myung-suk chuckled. You've seen it all. Young master, I only want to support the right person. Did the seventh young master really refuse my offer? Myung-eun raised his teacup. They say Hang Mountain tea becomes Hang Mountain tea when its flower blossoms. Who does the Suk family think is the right person? As long as it's not Myung-gak, he replied. There's no one yet. Really? Ho ho, you think this old man would go to such lengths just to persuade you? I agree, if you promise me one thing, he said. What is it? Just heed my advice when choosing that person. Ha Won-kang said. In the end, the decision rests with them. What benefit do we get? Myung-eun replied. We just need to divert their plans. He thought, using their power, I can become that person. If I don't become the leech, it's death. I swear to fight with all my strength. I won't back down after going this far. Oh, I told Eun-kyung to tell you, but, hearing that, Ha-won said, you mean you chose sister? Oh, I heard the Red Dragon Division bought her. Myung-eun exclaimed in surprise. The Red Dragon Division, ah, have you contacted them yet? But no matter what you suggest, they won't give that child away. They probably want to train him to be an assassin, because the Red Dragon Division usually adopts surviving children to do that. Hearing that, Myung-eun's face showed clear sadness. Really, you think it will be very sad? Oh, now I remember, Ghost Han Yang-jang. He immediately rushed outside. Leave the Red Dragon Division to me, call Kwang Jo and Yang Se-jang. Ha Won-kang was surprised and asked, what did you say? You'll go there alone. He turned his head back and said, we have to settle this completely, don't we? Myung-eun's group rode their horses together across the snowy landscape. Ghost Han Yang-jang. Yang-jang is the adopted daughter of the renowned physician Ji Yang. I don't know why she became his adopted daughter, but even the divine cult wouldn't dare to imitate her fighting style in all of Zhongyuan. But she couldn't save someone who was already dead. The last time I saw her was at my father's funeral. Because she failed to fulfill her duties as a royal physician, she was executed by the young liege Myung-gak. Her eyes at that time, looking at Myung-gak, were filled with resentment or anger. My father's death was sudden, in the middle of a quiet night. He didn't even leave a will. A voice rang out. We've arrived at the Red Dragon Division. The three of them stood outside the gate of the Red Dragon Division. Myung-eun dismounted, thinking to himself, now she's in the Western Manor and is connected to a skilled physician. It's like having an extra life. I have to win her over to be able to take Hacho away. Kwang Jo stood at attention and shouted, the seventh young master wishes to meet the leader of the Red Dragon Division. Inside the inner mansion, a panicked voice rang out, Commander, Commander. Chong Gyu-ha heard these words. His hand paused mid-stroke, and he said, what's all this commotion? The seventh young master from the Western Manor is here. Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock. The seventh young master, suddenly. We don't know, the subordinate said. Seeing this, he said, invite him in first. He thought to himself, I heard a few days ago that he humiliated the White Tiger Squad. Is it our turn now? After a while, Chong Gyu-ha and his subordinates respectfully bowed before Myung-eun. He said, Chong Gyu-ha greets the seventh young master. Myung-eun clasped his hands and replied, greetings, Commander. This commander's demeanor is quite different from the commander of the White Tiger Squad, but I can't be complacent. Please have a seat. I didn't expect you to come to this dilapidated place, Chong Gyu-ha said. Myung-eun looked around and replied, dilapidated, you have many masterpieces here. I spent my previous life painting. I love paintings very much, Myung-eun said, shyly scratching his head. Hearing this, he laughed and replied, haha, is that so? But the reason you're here is, before he could finish, Myung-eun continued, I heard you bought a slave. I request that the Western Manor adopt the child. I will pay you 3 times the price you bought the child for. Hearing this, he chuckled and replied, ho ho, that's a bit complicated. We also have our own business. The problem isn't the money, but making a deal with the young master will make people think we're on his side. That's quite a predicament, Myung-eun replied. Oh dear, I haven't thought this through properly. How about this? Let's make a bet. A bet. A fight would be difficult. You know, 9 of our fighters are out on missions. I also want to go out and defeat them myself, but I accept all of the commander's requests, he said. As soon as he finished, Chong Gyu-ha's eyes widened in surprise. He replied, you mean all requests? It's true that I'm asking for a favor, aren't I? I'll withdraw if I lose. This is just an oral agreement. It's like putting money in my hand. Alright then, since you said you like painting, how about we bet on a painting? As soon as Chong Gyu-ha finished, Myung-eun replied, sounds good. He turned and left. Please wait a moment. A moment later, Myung-eun turned to ask, what kind of person is Yang Se-jang, the commander of the Red Dragon Division? Hearing this, he replied, because the core of the Red Dragon Division is assassination and infiltration. The commander is someone who hides his thoughts very well and is very good at reading others. His mind recalled the image from earlier, Chong Yu-ha respectfully greeting the young master. Yang Si-jang continued, I heard he also loves painting, reading minds and painting. I understand. I'll go with Kwang Zhou. Wait here. Understood. Right, you just need to guess the painter of this painting. Chong Yu-ha slammed his hand on the table and said. Seeing the painting, he thought to himself, this painting is, standing beside him, he said, you can think as long as you need. In his heart, he showed clear disdain. No matter how many books you've read, a child will never be able to guess. This painting blends many styles and is unknown to the world. Myung-eun said, it seems I've lost. This is an ink wash painting influenced by the Jia style of the Tang dynasty. You mean you can't guess the painter? Chong Yu-ha said triumphantly. Hearing this, Myung-eun's tone became serious. I've been shown such a precious painting by the commander, so I want to share some of my thoughts to express my gratitude. Ink splashing is a method expressed not through lines but through the use of ink, splashing ink, or writing with hands, feet, or hair, and using ink directly or indirectly. Compared to other methods, it is much stranger and freer. A long time ago, a painter named Su Wei presented a painting to the emperor. One day, when Su Wei visited the emperor for the second time, he said that the painting in the palace was not his. He didn't know what happened, but he was sure he had never painted two pine trees next to each other. When this story spread, the emperor was furious and summoned Su Wei, but when his subordinates went to find him, he had already passed away. And yet, I see this painting here. If what Su Wei said is true, then this is probably not his painting, and if my guess is wrong, then I've offended the commander's painting, so I guess I've lost. Hearing his words, Chong Yu-ha's face showed clear surprise, his mouth gaped open. Myung-eun's group went outside. Seeing them, Yang Si-jang said, everything seems to have gone well. It's all thanks to you. Myung-eun said this, but in his mind he thought, but I didn't help at all. You're Hacho, right? Yes, yes. Forget everything that happened before. From now on, you'll live with your sisters, Kwang Zhou said. But young master, was that painting really the emperor's? Probably not. The emperor burned it in a fit of rage. Then what was that painting? Oh, there might be one or two forgeries in the world. Let's go back and see. In a courtyard, two people sat playing Go. It's been half a year, hasn't it? Why did you call me to meet? Third young master Myung-eun said. I didn't have time to meet you guys because I had to catch up with my brothers. Hearing those words, fourth young master Myung-jun replied, I think you're far ahead of second brother now. Second brother has the Soul Sword Division and the Jiren Division. Brother also has the White Tiger Squad, right? He thought to himself, it's easy for you, your maternal relatives command the Black Tortoise Corps. It's different for me, the White Tiger Squad doesn't follow my orders. Myung-jun raised his teacup and said, then why do you want to see me today? Third young master replied, what do you know about Myung-eun? Hearing this, fourth young master said, I don't know much about him. Doesn't he spend all day reciting poetry and reading? Isn't Steward Kong the most noteworthy person in the Western Manor? I heard that the Guizhou Suk family has started to act. Upon hearing Myung-eun's words, Myung-jun was extremely surprised. He stammered, isn't that old news? Myung-eun has found a Munjong expert from the Black Tortoise Corps, and that person's maternal family is the Suk family. The Guizhou Suk family never acts unless they're certain of the benefits. They definitely wouldn't support him. Hearing this, Myung-won said, even if that's true, so what? What can he even do? Myung-won thought, he's right. Even with a strong background, if he's complacent, he can't accomplish anything. Forget it. The Great Harmony Festival is what's important. Great Harmony Festival once a year all the members of the Myung family will gather to pray for Liege Myung-jung to live a long life of 100 years. Long live, long live. Second brother, with his glorious achievements, will probably be the center of attention this year. That's terrible, we don't have anyone else prominent. That's right, brother, come closer, they whispered to each other. The Great Myung Palace Supreme Harmony. The liege lords gathered together. Myung-jung presided over the meeting. He spoke, there are rumors everywhere that Senkin young master has been approached by 9 sects and 1 clan about planning a coup. What do you think? Left guardian of the sect A. Chung Yang heard that and spoke up. It seemed like this was a baseless rumor with bad intentions. Of course it is, but why did this rumor come about? He said maybe it was about the huge citadel of Myungak. Then who is the culprit? Chongyu, you speak. Hearing this, the deputy liege of the heavenly demon cult said, it's difficult to say for sure, perhaps 3 parties are involved. Bak Jin Gong raised his hand and said, first, the other young masters are envious of Myungak's achievements. Second, the 9 sects and 1 clan. And third, a voice asked. Young-gak spread the rumor, because he refused to celebrate his victory, his achievements have faded. Perhaps he did this to remind everyone. Hearing those words, Myung-jung thought in his mind that the possibility was very low, but Bok-jin was really detailed and careful. First we have to carefully find the root of the rumor. Bok-jin Gong continued, but whatever the truth, saying it was the 9 sects and 1 clan and ordering Myung-gak to self-reflect would be reasonable, he replied. Good, follow the right guardian's suggestion, that's all for today. Oh, Bok-jin, stay for a moment. You want to give a private order, Myung-jung said. Do you know the youngest son of Chao Chong? Do you mean the intelligent child who measured the weight of Sun Quan's elephant? I won't favor Myung-un, but I'm worried he'll follow in Chao Chong's footsteps. There's a theory that Chao Chong was too talented, so he was assassinated by his brother, Chao Pai. At this age, Myung-un is already very outstanding, and when he grows older, he will surely attract attention, especially with his talent. This is a difficult task. Bok-jin Gong thought, whether I seek him out or he summons me, it will look suspicious. I'll use the Great Harmony Festival to meet Myung-un. Hearing this, Myung-jung turned to leave, saying, do that. On the day of the Great Harmony Festival, Ha Won-kong showed clear anxiety. He said, I can only take you this far, young master. Hearing this, he replied, I know. Don't worry too much, we attend this every year. Hearing this, he replied, I had a bad dream last night, you must be careful. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Myung-un. He turned to look at the speaker. Myung-un appeared with a joyful expression. He spread his arms to welcome him, saying, long time no see, little brother, come in. Yes, third brother, long time no see. Ha Won-kong and Jeju waited. Ha Won anxiously sighed. Seeing this, Jeju asked, what a deep sigh. I heard about the White Tiger Squad and the Red Dragon Division. You did well, I was just following Steward Kang's instructions. Oh, that's right, second brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Myung-un's face showed clear terror. Myung-un immediately ran over and said, long time no see, brother. Seeing the person standing before him, he was terrified. Myung-gak. Myung-gak saw them and smiled slightly, saying, long time no see, Myung-un, and you too, Myung-un. A greeting like any other between brothers after a long time apart, yet it was enough to make Myung-un shudder. Only now did Myung-un realize he couldn't speak. He thought he had overcome his fear, but apparently not. But if he was going to be scared and back down at this, he would never overcome him. Finally, Myung-un gathered all his internal energy and strength just to tensely utter a sentence. Congratulations, second brother, on your achievements. Myung-gak was a little surprised, but then smiled and replied, thank you, little brother. This isn't a good place to talk for long, let's go inside first. Saying this, he turned and went inside. At this moment, Dae and Chung Yan are inside presiding over the ceremony. The Great Harmony Festival will now begin. Leech, please come in. Everyone, please stand up and salute. Amidst the applause and chants of long live, Myung-un became curious about the Left Guardian. Left Guardian, the divine cult. Dae, Chung Yan, long time no see. It's been 15 years. Dae, Chung Yan, what will happen in the future? It's clear that before his father died, he resigned from his position, died naturally, assassinated or retired early. But after thinking for a while, Myung-un decided to brush this thought aside because anyway this is not an important matter at the moment. Meanwhile, above, Myung-jung, the protagonist's father, began to speak. It's fortunate that we can gather like this once a year. Especially today. I have a few words to say to my sons. Below, Myung-un secretly assessed the voice. It was difficult to gauge the depth of his internal energy. It was certainly greater than Myung-gak's in his past life. Perhaps he had reached the martial pinnacle. Myung-un was lost in thought but still focused on Myung-jung's words. The first thing he said to his sons was a critique of their shortcomings. Who likes to be criticized in front of dozens of people at a large banquet? But it seems this is a tradition of their family, and no one objected. He listed them one by one. Myung-cheon, you're always paying attention to your surroundings, so when you need to step up, you can't. You must further refine your character. Yes, I will reflect on myself. Myung-gak, you achieved merit in Shanghai, but because of your arrogance, you lost all that credit. You must abandon your arrogance. Yes, I will abandon my arrogance. He continued like this until he reached the last person. That was Myung-un. His voice remained even, showing no emotion, as he delivered his assessment. Ultimately, Myung-un, weakness is not a virtue. If you cannot cultivate strength, you cannot be considered a member of the Myung family. Yes, I will train relentlessly. Myung-un silently bowed his head in response. After the criticism, Myung-jung began to give rewards. Very well, this time, I will reward the sons who have striven during this period. Myung-cheon, because you have been very meticulous in handling your work, I will give you the White Deer Estate. To put it simply, the White Deer Estate is a huge estate. As for Myung-gak, Myung-jung only gave him a sword in name because of his bravery. causing Myung-un, sitting below, to think with some surprise, such a feat and he only gets a sword, why wasn't there a triumphant ceremony? Second brother failed, so next is the older brother. But unexpectedly, to Myung-un's surprise, Myung-jung gave him a book, saying, Myung-un enjoys studying, so I give you this book. He hesitantly reached out to receive the book amidst the jeers of those around him. This gift was perfect for Myung-un, a bookworm lives only through books. But those extras didn't know that what Myung-un held in his hand was actually the 10 Flights 10 martial records. The Great Harmony Festival ended, and everyone began to leave. Myung-un cheerfully waved goodbye to him. Little brother, be careful on your way home. Myung-un politely said goodbye to everyone when a voice calling young master interrupted him. When he turned, he saw a maid behind him reporting, I have something to deliver to you, sir. Myung-un was skeptical. She respectfully offered him a neatly folded piece of paper. Opening the paper, Myung-un saw only one line of writing, I have something to say to the 7th young master, the maid will guide you. Looking at the maid standing before him, Myung-un dismissed the idea of asking about the letter's sender, knowing she wouldn't answer, so Myung-un chose to silently follow her. As they walked, Myung-un wondered curiously, who is it? Bae-yeon-suk, it's been a long time since the Suk family contacted us. After leading Myung-un to the door of a room, the maid withdrew, leaving Myung-un alone to fend for himself. As he opened the door, Myung-un nervously thought, is this another formation, who wants to see me? When he opened the door, instead of a small, cramped room, he found himself facing a large, colorful garden. The one sitting leisurely in the middle of the garden was the right guardian of the divine cult, Bak Jin-gong. Seeing him arrive, he greeted him, judging by the surprised look on the young master's face. It seems I'm not the one you're waiting for, please, have a seat first. Myung-un walked over, explaining his surprised reaction by saying he hadn't expected an invitation from the right guardian. Then he pulled up a chair and sat down in front of him. The right guardian of the divine cult said, it's just that I have something to say to the young master. He stopped there. Myung-un guessed that the conversation between him and the right guardian would be about the books and the sutras. Unfortunately, this time, he wasn't called here for those reasons. Bak Jin-gong, in a calm and collected tone, began to probe, do you know the story of the child who weighed an elephant? Myung-un vaguely guessed he was talking about Chao Chong, but didn't understand the relevance to him. Bak Jin-gong then inquired about the story of the chained dragon's head, and Myung-un readily answered his questions. After discussing calligraphy and painting, and noting that only a child grasped the core issue, Bak Jin-gong then said, Hatan Kui isn't someone who easily lets go of his belongings. However, since the young master requested it, he couldn't refuse. But Myung-un was growing impatient. He asked directly, what do you want to say? Bak Jin-gong didn't want to prolong it, replying casually, the liege is worried. Hearing these words from Bak Jin-gong, Myung-un was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected his father to be concerned about this. Bak Jin-gong continued, the liege values the young master's talent, however, his brothers are different. No matter how hard the young master tries, he can't immediately defy Chao Chong's fate. In a few years, perhaps, for those unfamiliar with Chao Chong, he was the son of Chao Chao, famous for the anecdote of devising a way to weigh an elephant without modern equipment. Despite being a genius during the Han Dynasty, loved by his father, Chao Chong still couldn't escape his fate of early blooming, early withering, a short and unfortunate life. Returning to Myung-un, even while glancing at a butterfly, he heard and understood Bak Jin-gong's message. His father had ordered him to leave the Myung family, that's why he was given the martial arts manual. Myung-un calmly said to Bak Jin-gong, so, you mean I should leave the great Myung palace? I'll become homeless, without a place to stay. But from another perspective, my fate is like a butterfly, flying freely in the vast sky, unbound and able to do whatever I want. Myung-un quickly accepted this reality, surprising Bak Jin-gong. He exclaimed, you understand immediately, indeed you're clever. He calmly said, I will do so, and stood up to leave. Bak Jin-gong offered his assistance, but Myung-un refused. Thank you for your kindness, but this is something I must overcome on my own. That evening, Myung-un sat alone in his room. The manual Myung-jung gave him in front of him. He began to contemplate. So much had happened in one day. It had been a long time since he last saw Myung-gak. Recalling Myung-gak's expression, Myung-un concluded that it showed he knew Myung-un was using chi. However, he didn't react, meaning he thought Myung-un's ability to use chi didn't matter. He began to reassure himself, there's still time. If I want to surpass him, I need to cultivate more power to do so. First, I need to make a decision. This is difficult. I didn't expect to receive a martial arts manual from my father. Wouldn't an internal energy cultivation manual have been better? As for the 10 flights 10 martial records that Myeongjung gave Myeongun, this martial arts manual contains anecdotes about the warrior god Kyung Um Kwok and the martial arts he used. This book is different from ordinary martial arts manuals. While mainly focusing on martial arts techniques, it doesn't detail cultivation methods. I only plan to reach the peak with the Phantom Sword, but the 10 flights 10 martial records my father gave me, it's a path I've walked before, so it should be easier. However, recalling the bloody scene back then, Myeongun hoped that choosing a different path, one he hadn't walked before, might lead to a different outcome. After much deliberation and still unable to choose the best option, Myeongun decided that when it's difficult to answer, the answer is that the unreal is real and the real is unreal. The 10 flights 10 martial records is the unreal, the 9 is real, everything depends on oneself. Myeongun began the initial stages of absorbing the 10 flights 10 martial records. The essence of heaven and earth, like small rivers, flowed into Myeongun's body, nourishing each cell. Myeongun slowly felt the smallest changes in his body. During cultivation, one should not have worries, one must keep a clear mind. Only after fully grasping the secrets of the Phantom Sword can one proceed to the 10 flights 10 martial records. Ultimately, bringing everything together is called all streams return to the source. Myeongun believed it's impossible to simultaneously walk multiple paths. Choosing one path and walking it to the end is the way to enlightenment. A month after that evening, at the Falling Mountain Manor, someone curiously pushed open the door, saying as they entered, "Spring has passed for a while, yet it's still so cold." Upon witnessing the Falling Mountain Manor, he and Chungpeng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "This is really the Falling Mountain Manor. It used to be where the miners lived." Hao Kong pointed to the manor, praising them. "They've really improved things, haven't they?" Chung Se-vin was excited to see that the Falling Mountain Manor now had a training ground for mobility arts and hidden weapons. Hyun Kwan curiously looked into a hole and asked, "What's this?" After Chung Se-vin showed him it was a hidden weapon launcher, he was frightened and quickly stepped back, blaming others for not telling him sooner. After watching them joke around for a while, Hao Kong loudly reminded them, "Enough chatting, from now on, you will live with the young master at the Falling Mountain Manor. While you're here, all of you must train hard." Everyone there obeyed, replying, "We, your subordinates, will train with all our might." Then Kwon Jo asked, "Steward will remain at the West Palace and not stay with everyone at the Falling Mountain Manor." Steward Kong recalled the previous day. He was bowing and reporting to Myeongun, "Young master, the Falling Mountain Manor matter is finally complete." Myeongun was overjoyed, saying, "Just as I planned, you've worked hard." Next, Hao Kong gave him a map of the mountains surrounding the Falling Mountain Manor, redrawn for defensive construction. Myeongun happily accepted the map. Then Hao Kong reported that the fourth young master, Myeongjun, had been transferred to the Sichuan branch, and the Black Tortoise Division's chief would also be replaced. Myeongun, surprised his suspicions were correct, mused, "It seems fourth brother framed second brother with false rumors." Hao Kong was confused. Wasn't that already clarified by the actions of the martial arts world not long ago? Unfortunately, he continued, that so-called clarification was just a scheme by the right guardian of the divine cult, who was worried about the ensuing chaos. Hao Kong wondered again, if it was the Sichuan branch, then it was the front line adjacent to the 9 sects and one clan close to the Sichuan Tang clan's headquarters. Hearing this, Myeongun thought with some regret, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to see his fourth brother for a while. Anyway, he couldn't come back. Myeongun also realized that he could not win this competition by superficial means, but could only survive by using his intellectual strength. No matter what, he still had to pull himself together and move on. Myeongun turned to instruct Hao Kong to keep a close eye on the West Palace while he was at the Falling Mountain Manor. Hao Kong immediately asked, "I have prepared everything. How long do you plan to stay there?" Myeongun actually planned to go for 3 years straight, until his martial arts were perfect, then he would return. During that time, the West Palace would be completely handed over to Steward Kong. Remembering this, Hao Kong was so moved that he cried and told Kwang Jo Fat and the others to definitely support Myeongun well. Kwang Jo immediately replied, "Please don't worry too much." Only then did Zhong Shirong notice that Myeongun was nowhere to be seen. Elsewhere, the ponytailed maid following Myeongun curiously asked, "Even though the Falling Mountain Manor is right in front of us, it's alright not to have guards." While walking and looking at the map, Myeongun casually replied, "Isn't there still you? I'm just taking a look around." Then he added, "I intend to appoint you as the general manager of the Falling Mountain Manor." Shocking the maid greatly, seeing her reaction, Myeongun explained, "Haven't you seen and learned many things while you were by my side? Please take charge of managing and overseeing this place, including the training of the guards." She didn't show much emotion, only silently bowing her head in obedience. Looking at the map in his hand, Myung-un secretly marveled. No matter what, this map is quite detailed, providing strong defense. Looking away from the map, Myung-un suddenly saw a group of children playing on a street corner. The maid following him explained, "Those are the children of the maidservants belonging to the Falling Mountain Manor." Hearing this, Myung-un became interested. He approached the children and asked, "Are you learning characters?" The children, covered in dirt and snot, politely replied, "Characters? No, no one teaches us." Looking at the children playing innocently, Myung-un regretfully thought, if only he could teach the children to read and write, it would be great, but he didn't have the time. While Myung-un was still standing there, a child picked up a stone emitting a golden light and began playing with it. Myung-un immediately realized the stone was unusual. He quickly reached out and said, "The stone you're holding, may I see it for a moment?" At Myung-un's sudden request, the child fearfully shrank back, unwilling to hand over the stone. "This is mine, my beautiful stone." After patiently persuading the child, Myung-un finally got the stone. When he examined it in the sunlight, it emitted a brilliant golden light, confirming his suspicion that it was indeed gold, just as he remembered. At the main hall of the Falling Mountain Manor, Myung-un looked around the room. It's amazing, simple and clean, even the bookshelf is brand new. Outside in the hallway, Ha Won-kang rushed over, calling, young master." Without hesitation, he burst open the door excitedly and said, "I've checked as you instructed and discovered a pure gold mine near the Falling Mountain Manor." He feigned surprise. "Is that true? I only suspected it, but I didn't expect." Ha Won-kang spoke while fantasizing about the gold bars, to the point his eyes seemed to turn golden. "The ore vein is more than 10 zhang long. Congratulations, young master." Even if the income from the gold mine doesn't match the Black Tortoise Division or White Tiger Squad, it can still support dozens of martial artists. Myung-un seemed to see through his plan to get rich, and could only helplessly laugh. A steward is a steward, indeed. Myung-un returned to his desk, rested his hands on it, and said, "Sooner or later, the Clearlight Corps will contact us." Ha Won-kang was surprised. "The Clearlight Corps? Have you ever heard of the Golden Thread Pill?" He recounted what he knew. "Speaking of the Golden Thread Pill, isn't it the legendary pill created by the immortals of the Exorcist Immortal? It helps the crippled walk and the elderly become young again." Myung-un chuckled and said, "The Golden Thread Pill really exists." According to Myung-un, it was secretly created by the Clearlight Corps. Ha Won-kang was shocked, his eyes wide open. "Really?" Myung-un said. "Why would I lie to you? This is an absolute secret. Even my brothers don't know." But deep down, he knew it was because of his past life. Although not as effective as the legend says, it significantly increases chi. Hearing this, he was even more shocked. Increase chi. The most important thing in creating the Golden Thread Pill is the purity of the gold. But since a gold mine has been discovered at the Falling Mountain Manor, that's not a concern. Myung-un explained, "If we can establish good relations with the Guizhou-suk family and the Clearlight Corps, we will gain immense strength." Ha Won-kang nervously asked, "That, young master, isn't there a way for you to take the Golden Thread Pill?" Hearing this, he replied, Not everyone can take the Golden Thread Pill, and even if they could," he said casually with a smile, "I don't believe in the Golden Thread Pill that much. Isn't accumulated chi enlightenment?" He thought, "In my past life, my father also rejected the Golden Thread Pill, although he allowed its creation." Myung-un stood up and said, "Let's leave it at that. How many maidservants are there in the Falling Mountain Manor?" Ha Won-kang calculated, roughly more than 30. Myung-un slowly walked to the door. "I wonder what would happen if I freed them all to become villagers." Ha Won-kang turned around, bewildered. "Yes, free them. For them, the Falling Mountain Manor is their home. Even if freed, they wouldn't leave." Myung-un opened the door, sunlight illuminating the surroundings. He cheerfully said, "The gold mine will bring wealth to the Falling Mountain Manor, but even without any reward, they might be satisfied." Ha Won-kang understood. That's true. If there's a reward, their morale will increase. Then he turned and asked, "Your contributions have been great, so I want to reward you. Is there anything you need?" He bowed respectfully and replied, "No, my subordinate hasn't accomplished enough to deserve a reward." Myung-un said, "It's all right, just tell me." He firmly refused. "My subordinate will speak when sufficient merit has been achieved." Myung-un was helpless. If you insist, then I won't force you." At the martial arts training ground of the Falling Mountain Manor, Myung-un summoned Hian Chung-peng, Yan Isi Zhang, Quan Zhou, Hu Man-ha, and Quan Ren. Then he asked, "Is everyone here?" They all replied in unison, "Yes." He stated the reason for calling them. "I remember everyone's hard work, so I'll give rewards now." They looked at each other questioningly. "Rewards?" Kaiang, holding the rewards, stood behind him waiting for instructions. Kaiang, distribute them." Kwang Zhou held a book and was slightly startled. "This book is," Myung-un explained, "this is a small gift I wrote myself." The Cloud Heart Art for Guangzhou. This is a secret transmission of the Moon Sect. It will nurture your qi. The Heaven-Earth Transforming Spirit Art for Manhwa, an internal energy cultivation method focused on the lower body's meridians. Upon completion, you will be as steady as Mount Tai and expand your spear techniques. The Thousand Forms Flying Dagger for Yang Se Jiang. This martial arts manual contains throwing knife techniques. Your Dao and sword will become a perfect pair. The Nam Hai 36 Swords for Hum Quan. This sword technique has many variations. It will elevate your swordsmanship to a higher level. Lastly, the Lian Feng Dao technique for Peng Suzang. He asked in confusion, "Young master, I use a sword, isn't the Lian Feng Dao technique a Dao manual?" Myung smiled and said, "In my mind, you're not wielding a sword, but a fast Dao." Deep down, he knew that in his past life, Peng Suzang was a grandmaster of the extreme devil Dao. A while later, Myung returned to his study and said to Kaiang with a smile, "A child suddenly gifted martial arts manuals, so everyone was shocked. Help them calm down." Kaiang replied, "Yes, but master, I'm curious about something." She asked, "Is there a martial art in this world that suits oneself?" "I ask because you gave each of those 5 people a different martial art manual." He didn't hide it and said, "Not long ago, my father gave me this book." He held the book and continued, "Why did he give me this? I've been troubled for a long time. This book only records the story of Kaiang Yuum Kwok. The content about cultivation methods is completely empty. If compared to an object, it's like an empty cup." The shadow of his past life seems to appear through Myun's words. "Knowing martial arts means knowing me instantly. All this is just a journey to realize who I am. What matters is how I put something in and clean it up, not the cup itself." In the following days, at the entrance of the Clearlight Corps, Ha Wan Kong stood outside and told the guard, "I am Ha Wan Kong from the Western Palace. Please tell the Clearlight Corps leader that I have come to see him on urgent business." This is the Clearlight Corps, one of the 3 corps of the Heavenly Demon Cult, along with the Crimson Wings Corps and the Graceful Virtue Corps. He watched the guard run in to report and thought, the main task of the Clearlight Corps is to assist the Deputy Liege, but in reality, no one knows what they do. The squad leader has granted permission to enter. After hearing the guard, Ha Wan Kong quickly rushed inside. Furthermore, the Clearlight Corps leader, Sama Jin, has authority even above the 4 great protectors. If it's about the golden thread pill, it definitely won't be easy. After a while, he arrived at the hall. The person sitting on the throne wore red robes. At this moment, he thought, "Even so, I can't give up." Although the young master can't appear directly, this is also necessary for him. Then he bowed respectfully and said, "Ha Wan Kong of the Western Palace pays his respects to the Clearlight Corps leader." The Clearlight Corps leader, Sama Jin, asked, "What urgent business does the Western Palace's general manager have at the Clearlight Corps?" He said, "I want to make a proposal to the squad leader." In his heart, he was secretly assessing her appearance. "I heard the Clearlight Corps leader is in her 30s, but she looks like she's in her 20s. It must be because of her qi." He wondered about the proposal. Ha Wan Kong made his proposal. "The Western Palace wishes to exchange the golden thread pill with the Clearlight Corps." Sama Jin asked again, "Now you are saying the golden thread pill?" "Yes." She smirked. "What are you saying?" This reaction was as expected. Ha Wan Kong carefully said, "I don't know if you know, we discovered a gold mine in the Falling Mountain Manor." "So what?" She listened to Ha Wan Kang's words. "I hear that when making the golden thread pill, the most important thing is the purity of the gold. If you exchange the golden thread pill, we will supply the gold from the Falling Mountain Manor to the Clearlight Corps." Sama Jin inquisitively asked, "Is this a proposal from the Western Palace or Steward Kang's own suggestion?" He hesitated, replying, "The young master doesn't know about my visit here." She began to lose patience, tapping her fingers on the chair. "But you still haven't answered my question." He froze and mumbled an affirmative. Her smile turned dangerous. Ha Wan Kong sensed something. He froze. "This is..." Sama Jin used her spiritual energy to create a rope that tightly bound Ha Wan Kong. He screamed in pain. Despite the excruciating pain, he stubbornly said, "The Western Palace, the golden thread pill isn't necessary for the young master." He kept telling himself, "I can't collapse here." Sama Jin raised her eyebrows, still refusing to answer. The rope tightened further. It was so tight that Ha Wan Kang's body could no longer endure it, and he vomited blood. Finally, he fainted and fell to the ground. Sama Jin said, "I told you so." She calmly sat back, adjusting her hair. "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." At the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Myung Jung and Jun Myung Suk were chatting. "I haven't heard from you in a while, so I called you to meet. Is everything alright with the Suk family?" Jun Myung replied, "Thanks to the liege, all is well." He questioned, "Don't even mention the left and right guardians. The Suk family can't even train the 4 great protectors, and you say everything is alright." he just chuckled. Isn't there Bayan Suk? In his heart, he thought, you hit the nail on the head. The headmaid's real power is equal to the 4 great protectors. Then he suggested, the position of the Black Tortoise Division's chief is still vacant. He clenched his fist, reassuring himself, the liege dislikes those greedy for power. I mustn't reveal my ambition. Jun Myung-suk replied, that position has always belonged to the Great Mountain No family. Myung-jung smiled and asked, the Great Mountain 8 families, you seem to be brothers, but on the battlefield, you can't get along. What's the reason? Old Jun Myung-suk chuckled, it's all about vying for merit for the liege. But the Great Myung Palace isn't a battlefield, is it? In his heart, Myung-jung also had his own view of Jun Myung-suk. His words were as smooth as poison flowing down the throat. His mood wasn't cheerful anymore. Let's forget about that. I hear you've met Myung-un, is that true? The old man nodded, it's true. Myung-jung asked, what do you think? Jun Myung-suk immediately commented without hesitation, the young master is very intelligent and persistent. Then he asked, so, will your family become the support for that child? The old man replied, I said I would. You decided quickly, he remarked. Myung-jung made a remark. Jun Myung-suk smiled and said, because there's very little to lose. Myung-jung looked at the old man in front of him and thought, I think he'll ultimately only use Myung-un. Isn't that what Suk Elder does? Myung-jung then asked, do you know about the golden thread pill? Upon hearing this, the old man paid attention. The golden thread pill, isn't that the legendary pill? He probed the old man, is that all you know? The old man's face was full of confusion. Could it have appeared in Jianghu? Myung-jung sighed and said, forget it, let's play a game of Weiqi. I haven't given you lessons in a while. A while later, Jun Myung-suk left. Myung-jung summoned Sama Jin. He said, Suk Elder seems to know nothing about the golden thread pill. Sama Jin questioned, if it wasn't the Suk family who told him, how did Steward Kong know about the golden thread pill's existence? Her expression turned serious. The golden thread pill is a secret known only to the liege, the Clearlight Corps, and a select few. If outsiders knew of its existence, trouble would ensue. Myung-jung said, anyway, it seems Myung-un didn't find out on his own. He thought seriously, of my sons, only Myung-cheon has taken the golden thread pill, but that kid wouldn't tell his brothers. He propped his hands on the table and stood up. That child's intelligence sometimes exceeds expectations. Myung-un is a clever child, there's no way he would have done this on his own. Myung-jung turned and left, adding a few words before departing. It seems Ha-won Kong, through Myung-un, learned of the golden thread pill's existence and rashly caused this incident. Sama Jin also stood up. What should we do? I've investigated, but there's no way. Finally, he instructed, do as you see fit. On Myung-un's side, a voice came from outside. Young master, it's your subordinate, Ha-won Kong. He allowed him to enter. Seeing him bow and tremble, he quickly stood up and said, you're internally injured. He spoke with difficulty. This subordinate is ashamed. Ha-won Kong placed a small wooden box on the table and said, I present this to the young master. He asked, what is this? In Ha-won's memory, while he was unconscious, he suddenly woke up, his face still showing fear. He painfully sat up and asked, what happened? So I had been standing beside him since when? She smiled and said, this is the Clearlight Corps. You're seriously injured internally, so don't move too much. Ha-won Kong was nearly exhausted but still thought of the important matter. I was too hasty and ruined everything. It can't end like this. Then he said, where's the squad leader? I must see the squad leader. She opened her hand, revealing a small wooden box. Please take this. The squad leader said you'll receive payment for this soon. He was astonished. This is... Myung-un was surprised to hear Ha-won Kong say it was the golden thread pill. He hurriedly said, you mean you traded your life and my chi? Ha-won Kong bowed his head. This subordinate will accept punishment for this arbitrary action. He pleaded, his whole body trembling. But right now, what's necessary for the young master is strength. This subordinate was only doing his duty. Please, young master, don't ignore this subordinate's intentions. He could no longer hold on and collapsed, clutching his chest. Myung-un went to help him, with a thought in his heart. You weren't originally from the Western Palace. You wanted to go to Baegong. Because Fifth Brother's backing is stronger, the resentment of having to follow a weak person has grown this much. His determination for this also grew stronger, and he told himself, don't worry, I'll become stronger than them. Then he called Un Kyung, quickly, call a physician. That night, Myung-un sat alone in his room, holding the pill and pondering, the golden thread pill. I wonder how much it will help me now, but considering Steward Kong, there's no reason to hesitate. Then he took the pill and put it in his mouth. Myung-un chewed, praising it. The rich aroma is indescribable. Suddenly, he felt something changing in his body. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. The next day, at the training ground, Kwang Jo was talking to Myung-un. Young master, People from the Clear Light Corps have arrived. Is it the squad leader? No. A woman named Soa and 4 technicians, he said with a hint of disappointment. Oh, I see, let's go meet them. 2 of them went out to greet the group. Welcome to the Falling Mountain Manor. The woman at the head bowed. Soa of the Clear Light Corps greets the young master, she explained. The squad leader had an urgent matter and couldn't come, but he's looking forward to this transaction. Myung-un secretly wondered, an urgent matter. Soa reached out. A subordinate presented an item, she explained. This was a gift sent by squad leader. It was a recovery pill made from Jangbek Mountain ginseng. Kwang Jo stepped forward to receive it. Hearing those words, Myung-un thought, the recovery pill had outstanding effectiveness in treating external injuries. It was clearly for Steward Kong. It was like hitting and massaging at the same time. Ha! Then he pointed to the people standing behind Soa. So who are these people? She just now noticed and replied, they are the craftsmen who will check the minerals. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and gasped. Hidden among the artisans was an elderly woman who looked anything but ordinary. She was Sama Jean in disguise. Myung-un quickly asked, that woman too? Soa explained, she's my long-time maid in charge of accounting. He muttered, accounting. Then he burst out laughing. Right, the price of gold has risen lately, so accurate accounting is necessary. How much gold do you need? Tell me. Soa replied hesitantly, that, we've already paid. He continued, already paid? What expenses are you referring to? Myung-un gave a sinister smile, his eyes fixed on the old woman. Are you referring to the golden thread pill here? The old woman smiled back, feigning ignorance. Is this revenge? Soa forced a smile and said, the squad leader told me to convey that, on the first day of each month, half of the gold produced at the Falling Mountain Manor will be collected. He pondered, half? It seems Steward Kong has hidden a transaction from me. Myung-un ordered Kwang Jo to send a message to the Western Palace to confirm this matter and to lead these people to the back garden. We'll have to wait until tomorrow for a reply. Soa was startled. Yes. He smiled. We can't conduct an unconfirmed transaction. Distinguished guests have arrived, so you should receive them directly. He gestured to Kwang Jo, who bowed. This subordinate obeys. A moment later, Soa and Sama Jean were seated in the back garden of the Falling Mountain Manor. Sama Jean massaged her back and sighed. If you rescue someone from the water, you should provide a container, shouldn't you? Soa replied. This subordinate is at fault. Things are in disarray. She chuckled. No, on the contrary, it's excellent. I understand the 7th young master better now. I seem to have underestimated him. Soa then asked Sama Jean, what should we do next? She replied, don't worry, stay here today. I'll return at nightfall, and I'll come again tomorrow. That night, Sama Jean secretly left the manor. As she ran, she pondered Myung-un. Is it because he learned imperial arts? Even if he says he's not 13 but 30, I'd believe him. It's not from the Guizhou-suk family. Coming to a place far away from the hospital, she took off her fake mask. But the more talented you are, the more certain you will be. After that, Sama Jean throws away that ugly mask, returning to the form of a female cardinal. It would be good if the 7th young master did not go down that path. Sama Jean walked on the path in the forest. After all, maybe Liege also wanted him to give the golden thread pill to her. Before she could finish thinking, she became alert. There was someone within a zhang. This aura couldn't hide its aura when confronting her. Then she shouted loudly, who was it? A man parted the leaves to reveal his body. Myung-un sat on a tree branch looking down, politely asking, that's what I should ask, appearing at the Falling Mountain Manor and then going somewhere in the middle of the night. Sama Jean saw him seated firmly on the tree. I heard the 7th young master doesn't know martial arts, but his mobility arts seem quite good. If that's the case. Sama Jean assumed a defensive stance. She was certain he'd used the golden thread pill. Myung-un accused, the Clear Light Corps leader seems to have used transfiguration arts. She took the opportunity to probe. It seems the 7th young master has used the golden thread pill. How did you know of its existence? He answered casually, that, I just knew. Sama Jean quickly rushed towards him. How could he know? An arrogant brat. Myung-un was also quick to detect. Surprise attack. Both of them ran so fast that their eyes were dizzy, not knowing how far they had chased. She tried to attack, but unfortunately he was one step faster, so her attack hit the tree branch. Finally, Sama Jean stopped chasing and stood on a tree branch and spoke. Surprisingly, he didn't expect to avoid my soaring verdant strike. Myung-un stood below and spoke up. I think the squad leader also knew that I would avoid it, so he attacked. He thought, the Clear Light Corps leader, Sama Jean, is a loyal subject. She wouldn't harm me. He chuckled inwardly. Clearly, she wanted to test my martial arts skills, she said. Although I guessed, I didn't expect you to dodge so easily. Sama Jean jumped to the ground. So you discovered me from the start, but why did you wait until now to chase after me? He answered frankly, I have some questions, so I came to find you. The two faced each other. Myung asked, "Why did the squad leader give the golden thread pill to me?" Sama Jin said, "Young master should answer my question first. I hate people who don't answer." He proposed, "We both have curiosities, let's swear to the heavenly demon to only tell the truth." Sama Jin agreed, "Fine, I swear to the heavenly demon, if I lie, I will suffer the appropriate punishment. Heaven and earth bear witness to this oath." That morning, at the main hall of the White Tiger Squad, Rang Cheol and Hyung Seon-woo paid their respects to someone they hadn't seen in a long time, the squad leader. He consoled them, "You've worked hard far away, 8 years, huh?" This guy laughed and talked without regard for anyone. His belongings increased a lot. It looked very expensive. It seemed like he had been living a good life lately. The captain threw him a bag of money and said, "Go get some drinks, don't cause trouble." The guy picked up the bag of money and praised, only the captain. After satisfying himself, Rang Cheol turned to leave. "Let's go." Hyung Seon-woo, he cheerfully followed. "Right." A member guarding the squad leader found him extremely irritating, that uncouth fellow. He didn't understand, so he turned around and asked the team leader, "Why did you give him so much silver?" If Leech saw it and continued to laugh, then his neck would fall off immediately. Rang Cheol was rough and cruel since childhood, so he thought he could not do great things. He massacred, like a demon, countless people died tragically under his hands. But after joining the White Tiger Squad, his martial arts became more advanced. He made many achievements on the battlefield and became the representative martial artist of the White Tiger Squad. The reason I couldn't give up on that guy was because there was no martial artist like him on the battlefield. His eyes were pensive. Even so, unease is a fact. Quickly contact the Great Myeong Palace and send him far away before he causes more trouble. The subordinate bowed. "I obey." Rang Cheol and his group walked through the streets, causing chaos wherever they went, even pulling a girl's hair. He said cheerfully, "The atmosphere of the Great Myeong Palace, it's been a long time, one must live here to truly be alive." Hyung Seon-woo worriedly reminded him from behind, "Group leader, people are watching." An old man sitting nearby accidentally said, "Isn't it the White Tiger Squad's martial arts uniform? That's why they lost the martial arts competition with the West Palace." This news reached Rang Cheol's ears. He glared and shouted, "What?" A sword slashed across the old man's face, scaring him so much that he flew away. Rang Cheol stuck the knife on the table, kept asking fiercely, "White Tiger Squad lost to the West Palace." The old man was scared to sweat and couldn't say anything. On Myung's side, they were discussing the golden thread pill. "So the young master used the golden thread pill, right? He almost died." After Myung took the pill, his body showed unusual signs. He yelled, "It's too hot." Spiritual energy from everywhere gathered in one place. Myung tried to adjust the amount of spiritual energy penetrating his dantian. The meridians were opened. If he couldn't control it, he would experience energy deviation. The pain all over his body made Myung grit his teeth and grimace unsightly. "Ah, at this rate, all his meridians will be destroyed. Just a little more, just a little more." A drop of spiritual energy fell. Myung's eyes opened wide. His entire body was enveloped in spiritual energy. He felt it. He had opened his middle dantian. Myung asked Sama Jin, his squad leader, "How did I know about the golden thread pill? I need to think carefully. I don't want to lie to the squad leader, but I can't tell her everything." He began to recount. "A long time ago, I had a friend. While talking to him, I learned about the existence of the golden thread pill." Sama Jin asked, "Who was this friend?" Myung seemed hesitant. The young master was only 13 years old back then. Myung put on a reluctant expression. "He's one of the few friends I have. I probably can't reveal his name." Internally, he struggled. This expression will make people feel guilty if they keep asking. Myung smiled and continued, "This time, it's the squad leader's turn to answer me." Even though Steward Kong made an unreasonable request, the squad leader still gave me the golden thread pill. "Why?" Sama Jin raised an eyebrow. I don't know, maybe curiosity, but deep down, she thought it was because the liege had told her to do as she pleased, and because she was very curious about why Hwan Khan was willing to risk his life for a 13-year-old. Myung was surprised. Curiosity. Suddenly, Sama Jin sensed something. That sound. She looked behind her warily. "Young master, wait a moment, uninvited guests are coming. It looks like more than 10 people on horseback. We should probably leave." Myung calmly replied, "No need, this road only leads to the Falling Mountain Manor. They're clearly here for me, there's no reason to avoid them, but my subordinates are also at the Falling Mountain Manor." Rang Cheol and his men were rushing forward. Hyung Seon-woo anxiously asked, "Squad leader, are you sure this is okay? They're the liege's sons." Rang Cheol laughed. "What's wrong?" Hyung Seon-woo, "The divine cult's aim is pure strength. We must show the Western Palace the fearsome power of the White Tiger Squad." In the midst of their argument, Rang Chiel shouted, "People ahead, stop." He looked at the two figures in question, a woman and a child. Myung-un asked, "Judging by your uniforms, you're from the White Tiger Squad. Where are you going?" Rang Chiel roared, "We're going to the Falling Mountain Manor. If you value your lives, get out of our way." Sama Jin couldn't stand his arrogant attitude anymore. Her spiritual energy emanated, "These are lawless thugs." Myung-un saw this and assessed her chi. She's a vice squad leader at most. Rang Chiel drew his sword. "Ka. Interesting. I thought the knight was supposed to be quiet." He swung his sword like a crazed beast. His personality was twisted and bizarre. He yelled, "But the night will be filled with screams and strange sounds. That is the aim of the divine cult." Myung-un's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. He dashed to Rang Chiel and struck him at the neck, then vanished like a gust of wind. Hyung Seon-woo and his companions, seeing this, excitedly drew their swords. "The squad leader has been attacked. Everyone, draw your swords." Myung-un and Sama Jin also attacked together. While discussing strategy, "You saw too much. Can they keep everything they saw today a secret? Only the dead can keep a secret. It's not impossible to say that they were defeated by a woman and a child. Considering their relationship with the White Tiger Squad, we should spare their lives. We'll see how things go." Riding his horse, the fat man was furious. "Those idiots, only one day in, and they've already caused such a ruckus." He recalled the report. Several members of the White Tiger Squad were lying unconscious outside the Falling Mountain Manor. The squad leader's name was Rang Chiel. He became even angrier. "It says here that on the day of the fight between the young masters, we'll all be killed." When he arrived, he was shocked. What in the world happened here? His eyes scanned the scene, and he quickly breathed a sigh of relief. No one is dead. They only suffered broken bones from seizing and grappling techniques. Seeing a soldier wake up, he shouted, "Who did this?" The soldier's stammering response made him yell, "Speak up." The soldier replied, "A young woman and a child." Hearing this, he was astonished. A young woman and a child. He called out, "Rang Chiel, where's Rang Chiel?" Another soldier replied, "The squad leader's acupoints are sealed. We can't undo it." He thought, if Rang Chiel's acupoints are sealed, his opponent must be at least a squad leader level. Calming down, he instructed, "Clean up this mess and return to the martial arts school. If you want to live, you must keep today's events a secret." Seon-woo questioned, "What about reporting this?" He asked again, "What did you say?" With a decisive movement, he held his sword to Seon-woo's neck. Almost the entire White Tiger Squad was beheaded. "And you want to seek revenge? Ugh. They spared your lives because they didn't want to fuss. It wasn't out of mercy." Finally, he concluded, "Consider yourselves lucky to be alive. Get out of here, and when you get back, pack your bags and leave." After dealing with those rats, he rode away alone. A young woman and a child. Is it a transfiguration art? From the martial arts tournament last time to this, there are stronger people behind the seventh young master than I thought. It can't be the leech, can it? On a high mountain peak, Myung-jung and Bok Jin were admiring each other. What a clever move. He stroked his chin. The leech's move is indeed aggressive and unpredictable, but Myung-jung replied, "Have you investigated?" He nodded. It was a spontaneous action by Rang Chiel, the vice squad leader of the White Tiger Squad. Upon receiving the information, Myung-jung exclaimed, "Wasn't it a third party involved? That's lucky." He then asked, "What about the person who subdued them?" Bok Jin chuckled, "That's a bit unbelievable. They said it was a young woman and a child." He continued, "It seems the Suk family helped initially." Myung-jung frowned and issued an order, "Investigate the Clearlight Corps." This command surprised the attendant. "Yes, but isn't the Clearlight Corps directly under the Leech's control?" But suddenly, a voice came from afar, "Leech, it's Baiyun." Myung-jung was puzzled. "You're here. Something must have happened." She nodded. "Something happened in Sichuan." He was surprised. "Sichuan, Fanzun," Baiyun carefully reported. "There are reports that the Five Dragon Gate, established by a man named Hu Yang from the Qingcheng sect, has been annihilated." As soon as she finished, Bok Jin thought, "Even if only Qingcheng may stand against us, we have no chance of winning. The roads to Qinghai and Tibet are blocked." He suggested, "Leech, please withdraw your troops to Guizhou immediately." Faced with this objective suggestion, Myung-jung only lowered his flag and replied, "You think we should run away?" He answered, "We don't have a chance of winning." But he just smiled. "Isn't there a saying, you reap what you sow?" Baiyun, standing aside, was frightened. This means the fourth young master will be responsible and pay with his life on the battlefield. Finally, Myung-jung said, "That's all for today." Bok Jin stood up to advise, "Leech, now is the time to think of a way to correct this. If you give it to me, I will definitely." He was cut off. "No," he ordered, "this is a matter for the Myung family. Give it to Myung Cheon." Hearing this, he thought, the fourth young master is finished because of this. The opportunity has been given to the eldest young master. A few days later, at the main hall of the Falling Mountain Manor, Hawan Kong excitedly reported, "My subordinate is ashamed that the young master has been working so hard lately," but Myung-un chuckled, "Working hard, what hard work?" He crossed his arms and laughed heartily. "It's fortunate you recovered quickly." Hawan clasped his hands in flattery. "The recovery pill helped a lot, and thanks to the steward's tireless efforts at the Western Palace, I was able to fully recover." Suddenly, he wiped away tears of gratitude. "It's all thanks to the young master's care." Myung-un helplessly dismissed it. "It's only natural considering your efforts." Having heard this, Hawan asked, "So the golden thread pill has worked, right?" Myung-un hesitated. "Effective." He recounted, "My body feels several times lighter than before. I can perform the heavenly mountain steps, one of the 5 great footwork techniques of the divine cult." He continued, "Although its power is lacking, I can also perform the heavenly dragon palm." But he concluded, "I can't deny that it has been ineffective." Hawan, standing beside him, couldn't help but be pleased. "Great, it seems the young master has grown a little taller." After a round of flattery, he lowered his voice. "Anyway, there's some news from the Great Myung Palace. Does the young master want to hear about the 4th young master?" Myung nodded. "Isn't 4th brother in Sichuan?" He nodded. "It is said that the 4th young master annihilated a sect belonging to the Qingcheng sect, determined to declare war on the Miram Alliance." After hearing that, he was startled. Sichuan was the land of the Miram Alliance for many generations. Why would he have the idea of hitting his head against a rock? Hawan added, "There was news that before the 4th young master went to the battlefield, the 3rd young master had already gone to Sichuan." This news also made Myung scared, anxious to the point of falling into the trap of the 3rd brother. So much doubt and anxiety, really stupid. Then the second news, Hawan added. The 2nd group of White Tiger Squad had returned to Mongolia because there was an armed conflict somewhere. He immediately avoided. "Okay, what's next?" After a moment of silence, he said, "Next, the Suk family sent silver." This surprised him. He asked, "News keeps coming, how much did they send?" Hawan's cold eyes immediately changed. He was so excited that he shouted, "It's 100 liang, where should we use this money?" He also nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, too much money is too much. Too little is too little. Now, we no longer have to worry about income. It's all thanks to the Falling Mountain Manor." Unlike the young master's calm demeanor, Hawan was now jumping around excitedly. "This place should be renovated, and we should add a new bookshelf over there." Myung helplessly smiled. "Although it will take time, the infirmary and pharmacy are already taken care of by you, so we don't need to worry. The only thing left is weapons." Speaking of weapons, he slammed his hand on the table. "Ah, there's that person." Then he ordered, "Steward Kong, come with me to Yuga village now." The order was like a thunderbolt, making him surprisedly ask, "Yes, now." He nodded. "We must prepare quickly." A moment later, Yuga village, they admired the scenery and continuously exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Hawan looked at the yellow rapeseed flowers by the roadside and commented, "I heard that this place used to raise a lot of cattle. Now, they've switched to farming." Myung replied, "It's near the White Tiger Squad's territory, isn't it? Are they managing it?" He nodded. "Yes, that's right." Suddenly, he turned and asked, "But who is this person named Suk Jiam that the young master is so urgent about?" He replied, "He's a weaponsmith. I've never met him." After walking for a while, they heard the shouts of some children. "Take it, is that all?" Myung stopped and said with interest, "How skillful." "Hey, kids, let me ask you something." He asked if there was a blacksmith named Suk Jiam in this village. The children shook their heads. "We don't know Suk Jiam, we've never heard of him." The foolish child beside him asked, "What's a blacksmith?" Upon hearing this, the clever child scolded, "You idiot, it's someone who makes sickles from metal." Hearing this, the boy laughed. "Is it Uncle Song-woo?" He also wondered, "Isn't Song-woo Suk Jiam?" Then he pointed to a house in the distance. "Go to the end of the road, there's a blacksmith shop. Uncle Pine Tree is there." Hawan was surprised. "Uncle Pine Tree," the boy explained. "Oh, because that uncle never leaves his smithy, no matter if it snows or rains. He lives under a hidden name. We have to confirm it ourselves." When they arrived at the house, Hawan politely asked, "Is anyone home?" But Myung didn't dare to open the door directly. There was someone inside. The blacksmith, seeing someone intruding on his territory, angrily asked, "What's the matter?" But he just smiled and replied, "Excuse me, are you Song-woo?" He nodded. "That's right." He further asked, "Do you know a blacksmith named Suk Jiam?" Song-woo shook his head. "No, there's no one like that in this village." After hearing this, he sighed. "Is that so? But good looks are nothing compared to capability." He asked again, "Excuse me, do you also make weapons?" Song-woo said dejectedly, "I don't make those things, I'm very busy, so please leave." Hawan angrily shouted, "Hey," he was stopped by him, "We've been impolite, we'll take our leave." Before leaving, he cursed, "Why are you so cold?" After hearing this, Songwoo angrily thought, "These guys know the name Sukjiam, who are they, exactly?" After they had gone far, Ha-won quickly asked, "Did we find the wrong house?" He thought he didn't know, and then heard an argument, "We should have asked Songwoo earlier. If it were Songwoo, it would have been free. Why did we go to the next village?" The old woman in front angrily shouted back, "Wasn't it because Songwoo wasn't feeling well that day?" Myung-un intervened, "Grandpa, let me ask you something. How good is Songwoo's craftsmanship?" The question made the old couple happy. "Ah, I must also say that he's a very good person. Repairs are of course, the farming tools he makes are hard to rust." After hearing this, he was even more excited. "So, is Songwoo good at making spears or swords?" The old man helplessly said, "No, Songwoo doesn't make weapons." Myung-un curiously asked, "Why is that?" Then the old man sighed, "That's a long story." Finally, they left with teasing remarks. Those days raising cattle were so good. Those cows were all taken to the divine cult. Be careful with your mouth, if you want to live long. Why are you telling others without permission? He recalled the old man's words. "I don't know if I should talk about this, but Songwoo dreamed of becoming a weaponsmith since he was a child. However, when he went to the battlefield with his father and older brother, he was the only one who survived and returned, and after coming to this village, he absolutely refused to make weapons again." The story of the past helped him understand. "So that's how it is?" Ha-won dejectedly asked, "What should we do now?" He also sympathized. "In the divine cult, we can only follow the divine cult's rules. Steward Kong, can you go to the White Tiger Squad immediately?" A moment later, Songwoo happily wiped the sweat from his brow. But a voice rang out. "I have a request for Sukjiam of Yuga Village," he fearfully said. "What is it again? I've already said there's no one like that here." Suddenly, he grabbed his sword hilt. Although slightly startled, Songwoo's eyes didn't blink for a second. Myung-un commented, "He didn't blink at all," he scornfully said. "Do you think a blacksmith is afraid of metal?" He shook his head. "Even so, doesn't he value his life?" The question made him laugh. Is the life of a lowly person valuable? But in his heart, he couldn't help but comment, his quick and decisive movements are indeed not those of an ordinary person. Myung-un asked, "I heard that you have a reason for not making weapons anymore." Then he sheathed his sword and said, "If you have talent, you should use it to benefit the world, shouldn't you?" "I need someone to make weapons for me," Songwoo laughed and replied, "Benefit? I don't make those metal things that harm people. If you want to kill, then kill." He chuckled. "What benefit would I gain from taking your life?" Finally, he issued a challenge. "In the next month, if you don't make weapons, I won't bother you anymore. However, if you make even one, you must obey me." He thought it was a difficult challenge, but it turned out to be so easy, so he laughed. "I've held on to that belief for decades. If we're making a bet, it doesn't have to be a month, even 10 years, 100 years, would be fine." After hearing this, Myung-un nodded. "All right, let's bet on that belief, and you must keep your promise." A few days later, an old man brought a bowl to him, making him startled. "Grandpa, what's this?" The old man honestly replied, "It's banana fish and string fish. Before summer comes, you need to nourish your body." Songwoo nodded and accepted it, but he also asked, "I thank you for your kindness, but why suddenly?" He was startled. "What are you all doing?" An old woman stepped forward and said, "This is beef." Others quickly followed, "This is white wine. This is the rice cake I made." The old man also took the opportunity to ask, "I know you'll strongly reject it if it's a weapon, but can you take a look at this for me?" He hesitated. "But why are you suddenly asking me for this?" The old man sadly explained, "The White Tiger Squad has ordered a conscription in this village. My grandson is only 14 years old, but he has to go to the battlefield." Others echoed, "My son is 40, and he also has to go." My grandson, too. Upon hearing this, he was frightened. Conscription. With a tear of weakness, the old man pleaded, "I'm old and have no strength to stop it, so at least I want to repair the weapons and send them to him." The more he heard, the more suspicious Songwoo became. "No way, they're sending people to the battlefield without weapons." The old man sadly continued, "I heard that they're lacking supplies." They went toward the border. His eyes widened when he heard the familiar location. "The border, isn't that where I went with my father and older brother?" Civilians who go there only become scapegoats. With his last shred of self-respect, he fiercely thrust his spear into the ground. His body trembled with anger. Could it be that? How could they be so cruel? A few days later, at the Falling Mountain Manor's training ground, the soldiers were training to improve their physical fitness to face the upcoming battle. Suddenly, Ha Won Kong spoke up. "Young master," he bowed his head and reported, "your subordinate has returned from Yuga village." Myung unhappily asked, "So, what did he say?" Ha Won began to recall their conversation. "It seems you've lost the bet," Suk Jiam said while working. "You always use such cruel methods." His words caused Ha-won to laugh mockingly. Cruel, we're not from the White Tiger Squad. Do you think we forced the villagers to the battlefield just to win the bet? He continued, it's just that the person I escorted already knew about White Tiger Squad's plan. Suk Jiam's face gradually changed color as he thought to himself, is the person I escorted that young man? Then he gave a condition, if you forge weapons for us, we will help solve the conscription problem in Yuga village. You immediately stood up and asked again, can you do it? He nodded, I promise. Grinding his teeth, Suk Jiam thought helplessly, I even changed my name and moved here, yet I still can't live a new life. The villagers anxiously awaited his answer. I will do it, he said. Their joy was so overwhelming that they burst into the room, surprising Ha-won, who exclaimed, what's going on? They rushed to grasp Suk Jiam's calloused hands, showering him with thanks. Thank you, Song-woo, thanks to you, my son will live. Then they gave him warm embraces. Ha-won relayed Suk Jiam's request. He asked me to tell you the requested weapons will be delivered soon. Myung-un nodded, that's good news. What about the White Tiger Squad? He detailed how the White Tiger Squad's young master had surprisingly agreed. Jian-jo laughed happily. Each soldier gets a silver niang. If that's what the 7th young master wants, we'll consider the Yuga village conscription settled. He thought, they're probably afraid the Rangcheol incident will be leaked because we're opposing them. Ha-won continued, oh, and my subordinate heard some news on the way back. He recounted that the 4th young master had escaped Sichuan, and the eldest son was pursuing him with the Dark Killer Squad. He flinched at the name, Dark Killer Squad. He remembered that the Dark Killer Squad had come for him on his last day in his past life. This information prompted Myung-un to ask, isn't the Dark Killer Squad directly under the liege? It seems father has strengthened older brother. He agreed, you can't say the eldest son's achievement this time is small. He thought, my 2 older brothers are ahead, so I guess I'm worried. But he himself was uneasy, clenching his fist. If it's like my past life, there's still time until the heir is decided. Even though the future has changed, that time shouldn't be rushed too much. After calming himself, he ordered, Steward Kong, don't rush, continue to help me consolidate the West Palace's internal affairs as we are now, as the Great Myung Palace will likely be quiet for a while. Ha-won replied, this subordinate obeys. Spring and summer passed, everyone diligently training, then came autumn. As he was concentrating on a problem, a voice spoke, reporting to the young master. She bowed and continued, this month's transaction with the Clearlight Corps is complete. Myung-un thought, indeed, the disciple I chose, when did she become such an excellent steward? Then she got to the main point, and there's news from the West Palace. He asked, what is it? She replied, they've set a date at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a week from now. Myung-un pondered, now the supplementary audience is reduced to twice a year, and only Myung-tak and I attend. The last one was cancelled, so it's been almost a year. She added, Steward Khan said he needs your measurements to make new clothes and hopes you can return a little earlier. He chuckled helplessly. I understand, a meticulous gentleman, indeed. A week later, Hall of Supreme Harmony, Ha-won followed. He muttered, it's probably no coincidence that the Suk family sent the Flying Sparrow sword just before today's supplementary audience. He replied helplessly, I know. Myung-un recalled last night's conversation. It's been a year, hasn't it? Flying Sparrow sword, you're late. What brings you here? He replied, the elder has a message. Be careful during this audience with the leech. His face grew serious, especially, carefully consider the 6th young master's words and actions. Absolutely do not follow his choices. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Flying Sparrow sword. Myung-un's face darkened. It seems the elder has a misunderstanding. Relay this to the elder. With a firm gaze, he said word by word, I am not a puppet of the Guizhou Suk family. As he reached the steps, a servant announced, the liege and the 6th young master are waiting. He nodded to Ha-won, wait here. Ha-won replied, this subordinate obeys. Entering the room, his mind raced. In my past life, only 2 people attended this meeting, and it lasted a year. Actually, today will be the last time. Myung-un respectfully greeted the man. Son greets father. Myung-jung nodded. You've grown taller since leaving the Great Myung Palace, he said, but inwardly he scrutinized him. He's different. He used chi to probe. Could he have opened the middle dantian already? Observing his son's charming face, he was astonished. Though I predicted it, I didn't expect it to be this much. It can't be just the golden thread pill. He seems to have had an enlightenment. He's only 13, yet he's achieved this much. Sensing his father's scrutiny, he frankly admitted, Father, not long ago, while reading, I paused at a poem, and I tried writing a few lines. Myung-jung smiled. Let me see. He presented the scroll. This is my son's gratitude for the gift you gave me last time. He was startled. Isn't this Chao Ji's 7 steps verse? Myung-jung tightly held the scroll. Angered that Cao Cao's heir was ultimately his eldest son, Cao Pai. Cao Pai, fearing future troubles, summoned his younger brother, Cao Ji, and ordered him to compose a poem within 7 steps, or face death. Cao Ji composed this poem and was spared. He slammed the table, horrified. Does the boy mean our ambition is pure power, and we're so afraid of our brothers that we'd beg for our lives? But looking at his son again, Myeong-jung had a different thought. Contrary to that, Myeong-tak softly reminded, "Father, I also have something to show you." He bowed. "Son wishes to show you the results of my efforts," his father happily asked. "Oh, let me see." Observing the sword in Myeong-tak's hand, he was amazed. Even at a glance, it's a fine sword forged by a master craftsman. Before the style began, sword illusions appeared. With his efforts, he performed swordsmanship for his father. Observing from the side, Myeong-un was impressed. So it's the 5-form sword, the true martial art of the Dashua-jin family. His maternal relatives from the Dashua-jin family must have taught him swordsmanship. He thought, it looks flamboyant, but there are many impurities, making me uneasy. He concluded, his experience is still immature, so it leans toward form rather than function, making it unsuitable for real combat. Myeong-jung suddenly ordered, "Enough, that's all. You've worked hard. Don't be lazy in your training from now on." Myeong-tak heard and immediately begged. His son has a request. He asked, "Tell me." Myeong-tak gritted his teeth. "I also want to go to Stronghold Mountain and make achievements like you guys." His words surprised everyone. Stronghold Mountain. Some say Stronghold Mountain is a key area for entering Zhongyuan, and also the place where the most fierce battles between the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Miram Alliance occur. Even strong martial artists are wary of it. Did Myeong-tak know this and still say that? His father shook his head and warned, "If you live by your feelings, you'll make mistakes. Talk about this again next year." But Myeong-tak immediately questioned, "What if I follow my second brother?" Myeong-jung asked back, "Your second brother?" Even I'm surprised. "What is it?" With a final burst of courage, Myeong-tak shouted, "I will join under my second brother's command. I also want to become a son who achieves great merit on the battlefield like him." A moment later, Myeong-tak cheerfully greeted him, "See you later, little brother." Myeong-un replied, "Sixth brother, be careful." Ha-won witnessed this scene and fearfully asked, "What, their relationship with the 6th young master is this harmonious already?" Even he was surprised and replied, "Well, it's not exactly like that." Earlier, Myeong-tak scratched his head and said, "Myeong-un, I'm truly sorry. I've been joking too much." Myeong-un was dumbfounded. "What?" Then he lowered his head dejectedly and continued, "From the beginning, both you and I haven't been able to live as we pleased. I don't know about you, but I can't disobey my mother and maternal grandfather." He fell into deep thought. Finally, the Dashua-jin family had given up on and abandoned Myeong-tak. He asked, "But why the second brother?" Myeong-tak calmly said, "My maternal grandfather told me to do this. He said the future of the divine cult will belong to the second brother." But even so, Myeong-tak still smiled. "Even so, going to the battlefield and achieving merit has always been my dream. I didn't expect my father to allow it so quickly." Suddenly, he excitedly grabbed his hand and instructed, "Myeong-un, you must take care of your health." Myeong-un nodded in response, "Yes, sixth brother, you take care of your health too." The conversation ended. As he left, he gazed at the distant evening sky and reflected, "In my past life, Myeong-tak was tossed about and faced a miserable death. In any case, he probably lived an even more unfortunate life than me." Then he ordered, "Steward Kong, immediately contact the Guizhou Suk family and tell them I want to meet them as soon as possible." Ha-won replied, "Yes, sir." Myeong-un looked at the house in front of him and thought, so this is the place Suk elder chose. He entered and told his subordinate, "Wait outside." The man replied, "Yes, sir." He went to Jun Myeong-suk's table. As he pulled out a chair, he said, "You chose such a crowded place." The old man said, "Sometimes, places like this can deceive others." He said, "Even so, many people can still hear." The old man looked at the cup in his hand and replied, "Don't worry, young master, they're all my people." Hearing this, he secretly thought, "Indeed." Then Jun Myeong-suk asked him, "I heard the section chief made a mistake last time." Myeong-un asked in confusion, "A mistake?" At this moment, he remembered the words he had asked the section chief to deliver and wondered, the Fei Diao Jian only delivered the message to the elder, could that be his fault? Jun Myeong-suk bowed and apologized. "I apologize on behalf of my subordinate, young master." Myeong-un shyly waved his hand, "It's all right," but in his heart, he judged the old man, what a cunning man. The old man took a sip of water and said, "Anyway, what happened at the assembly? Why did you ask to meet me?" Before he could finish, Myeong-un interrupted, "The Dashua-jin family has sided with the second brother." As soon as he finished speaking, the cup in the old man's hand fell to the ground and shattered. He looked at the old man's expression and guessed, indeed, the plan has failed. Then Jun Myung-suk said, that's why when you're old, you have to step back. After saying that, he embarrassedly called the waiter, clean this up for me. Then he continued, the Great Mountain Yu family, and now the Dashua Jin family, 2 of the 8 great families have sided with the second young master. It's like giving a tiger wings. He secretly calculated in his mind, I need to redraw the entire picture. It seems I need to hinder the second young master first. Suddenly, Myung-un asked, your complexion isn't very good. He continued, could it be you're planning to support my older brother? Jun Myung-suk was slightly surprised by his question. Earlier, Myung-un had told Ha Won-kang that the Guizhou-suk family might still consider the third brother as the heir. He also curiously asked, isn't it the eldest son and the second young master? He thought for a moment and said, the third young master only has the White Tiger Squad as his backing, so isn't his power the weakest? That's why I thought it was the third brother. It's difficult to determine who's superior, but the Guizhou-suk family's power is on a different level among the Great Mountain 8 families. However, they haven't chosen an heir yet. Because of Suk Elder's ambition, while the older brother and second brother are fighting fiercely, he's waiting for the opportunity to seize all the remaining power. Until now, the older brother and second brother are evenly matched. Hearing Myung-un's explanation, Ha Won-kang understood quite a bit and continued. So, the Guizhou-suk family might be waiting for the third brother, but now that balance has collapsed, so he will try to rebalance it first. He asked, so, because one side is stronger, he will support the other side. Jun Myung-suk thought, so he sees through my heart. Then he said, let's see, perhaps we need to discuss it. Myung-un asked, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? Myung-un stood up and continued, when you've decided on the heir, let me know any time. The tea is delicious. He walked out the door. Jun Myung-suk looked at the spiritual energy around him. That chi clearly shows achievement at the Falling Mountain Manor. Who says that child is a 13-year-old boy? Myung-un and Humonha rode their horses forward. As he rode, he pondered, if I want to prevent Myung-gak from leading alone, I indeed need to help Myung-cheon. However, considering the bloodshed Myung-cheon caused in the past 20 years of my previous life, he's no different from Myung-gak. His hand gripping the reins tightened. In my past life, I clearly saw how my brothers and the Great Mountain 8 families bathed the Great Myung Palace in blood. Recalling those images, Myung-un's face was covered in sweat. Though I don't know what awaits at the end of the road, I must survive. As he thought, he increased his speed. There's nothing else I can do but try my best. At that moment, his stomach growled in hunger. Myung-un secretly blamed Jun Myung-suk, Suk Elder, that man made me travel so far. Then he turned to Humonha and asked, let's eat something. Seeing his pale and haggard face, he worriedly asked, what's wrong with your face? The boy replied, I've been waiting for those words, sir. Myung-un awkwardly said, there must be a village nearby. Let's go there and have a bowl of noodles. The boy sighed in relief. Thank you, young master. They went to a small restaurant and sat down to eat. Both of them ate voraciously, as if they had been starving for days. Myung-un lifted his bowl of noodles and thought, is it really because I want to grow taller, this appetite? After eating their fill, both of them smiled contentedly. Ah, now we're alive, how happy. At this moment, a noise suddenly came from somewhere. Humonha held the sword. He stood up alertly. What was that sound? In front, there was a woman arguing with a man. She kicked a chair at the man's feet and said, how long do you want me to wait? Myung-un stood nearby and secretly sized her up. Her nose was high and her eyes were blue. Although she spoke the language of this place, she was not a Zhongyuan person. He said he was just following regulations. If you continue this disturbance, there's nothing else we can do, Humonha said, observing the man's uniform which seemed to belong to a member of the Black Tortoise Division. The woman slammed her fist on the table in anger. No other way. I'm here as the lord of the nation of Daman, even though the nation of Daman is a small country. Is this how the divine cult treats a nation's lord? He pondered, the nation of Daman, isn't that a small country in the west, yet bustling with trade due to its geographical advantages and famous for its 1,000-mile horses? Humonha glanced at the people behind and said, it seems there's a problem. In any case, why are there so many Westerners at this inn? Myung-un explained, Broadview Village is where visitors to the Great Myung Palace wait for permission to enter. Most visitors are merchants from Zhongyuan and the western regions, and the Black Tortoise Division manages this. Then he said, regardless, I have to go check it out. Humonha anxiously tried to stop him. Young master, it might be dangerous. Myung-un quickly stepped in front of the two and spoke. What's going on? The man asked. Excuse me, but who are you? Humonha introduced him. This is the 7th young master of the Western Palace. The man bowed. Greetings, young master. Myung-un asked. All right, what's happening here? He hesitated. Well, this person received a letter of introduction to the Northwestern Trade Guild, but the guild seal is fake. He then produced a document. Myung thought, if it's the Northwestern Trade Guild, it's a guild belonging to the Great Myung Palace. The lord of the nation of Daman turned to him, thinking, so the seventh young master is the liege's son. Then she bowed. The people of the nation of Daman pay their respects. Young master, he introduced himself. I am Myung. I hear you need to go to the Northwestern Trade Guild. She said, we are here to receive payment for the horses the Northwestern Trade Guild bought from us. In his mind, he thought, the management of the Northwestern Trade Guild has been entrusted to the Clearlight Corps. But the forgery of the sacred cult, it seems that someone forged the sacred cult and cheated. This happened often in the previous life. Father was furious and caused a rain of blood and water poured in Tibet. Then Myung asked, do you have paper and brush? A subordinate immediately replied, yes. The subordinate will prepare it right away. Before the assembled crowd, he wrote carefully on the paper. He folded it and handed it to the man. I need to borrow a member of the Black Tortoise Division. Please deliver this letter to the Clearlight Corps leader for me. Understood. Myung then turned to the Lord. I have contacted the manager of the Northwestern Trade Guild, so this will be resolved soon. However, the distance is quite far, so you'll probably receive a response tomorrow. She bowed. Thank you very much, young master. He then said to Humanha, I wonder how this will be resolved. Let's wait here until we receive a response. Humanha replied, it's getting dark, I'll go find an inn. The Lord warmly invited him, why don't you two stay at the Tam Inn where I'm staying? It's clean and well furnished. Myung felt he couldn't refuse, so he said, oh, all right. A while later, Myung and Humanha were on their way to the inn. Humanha curiously asked, young master, what is the nation of Daman? Why was she so welcoming? Myung replied, with the heavenly demon cult dominating the world, can we afford to lose the trust of even a small country? For us, to prevent such incidents from happening in the first place, we need to take responsibility and rectify our trading practices. Furthermore, one day we will need to prepare a trade guild. The nation of Daman could become a good trading partner for us. They went to their room. Myung praised it. The room is quite nice. You're tired too. Go rest. Humanha said. I'll keep watch outside. Myung irritably asked, are you defying my orders? I told you to rest. Humanha obeyed. The moon was high, and a quiet enveloped the street. Myung was fast asleep, as was Humanha. Both were quite tired from the day. Suddenly, a noise startled Myung awake. He opened his eyes wide. He sat up, looked towards the door, and silently wondered, who is it, this aura? There were more than 12 people outside. Many shadowy figures in black stood in the hallway before Myung's door. Humanha also woke up and asked, what is it? Myung put his finger to his lips. Shhh. A voice came from outside. Is Myung inside? He was startled and thought, that voice is. A person in a black hooded cloak opened the door and said, oh, I found the right place. Both inside were incredibly surprised. The person removed their hood. It was Myung. He said, well, long time no see. A moment later, the room's lights were lit. Myung and Myung were sitting opposite each other at a table. Myung asked, what brings you here at this hour? Myung replied, I just happened to be nearby and wanted to see you. Myung thought, we haven't been in touch lately. Then he said, just tell me. Myung still wasn't being truthful. Is it so strange for an older brother to visit his younger brother? Myung pressed further. It's so late. You must have a reason. Are you secretly asking me for something? Myung said, let's see. It's more than just a request. I received a message from older brother this morning. He sighed. Then, Myung continued seriously. Older brother wants to see both of us. This made Myung think. Since Myung has the Dashua Jin family's support, he probably wants to bring Myung Cheon's Fuzhou 1 family and my Goizhou Suk family under his wing. However, that's not going to happen according to Myung Cheon's wishes. He smiled and replied, can't we just go? Myung quickly explained, that means we'll be under older brother's command. He shrugged, his anxiety evident as he bit his fingernail. If that's all, it would be fine. Older brother might forbid us from doing something, or he might demand a pledge of loyalty. This surprised Myung. Myung used to be this worried. He intertwined his fingers and leaned back, pondering, of course, Myung Cheon is quick-witted and ruthless, but I still have to assess my father's situation and see that Myung is ahead. Remembering Myung abandonment and impending death filled Myung with worry. Plus, Myung has a knife behind Myung Cheon. If Myung's strength increases, he could become a formidable opponent. He cheerfully declared, regardless, we need another uninvited guest. A few days later, voices could be heard below a massive castle, the Biro Palace. Two people, riding one white and one black horse, looked up intently. Myung-un, riding the white dragon steed, exclaimed, "It's like a fortress." In his heart, he praised it profusely. "I don't know about other things, but in terms of financial power, Myung-cheon certainly surpasses Myung-gak." Manhwa said loudly, "The seventh young master has come to see the eldest son, quickly open the door." Not long before, Myung-un was still talking with Ha Won-kang at home. "I only brought Manhwa along," he eagerly advised. "The eldest young master is very dangerous, shouldn't everyone go together?" However, he just gave an indifferent order, "Not preparing a black horse and a white horse for me, that's fine." At that time, he himself was full of worries. "I'm still not capable enough to protect my subordinates. If a situation arises where we need to escape, it's better to act freely." Back to the present, Myung-un quickly walked away and coldly told Manhwa, "Something might happen here today. Don't panic, just stay in your position." The boy clasped his hands in obedience. Then he took the spear from his back and spun it a few times, nonchalantly brandishing the sharp weapon. After playing with it for a while, he slammed the spearhead into the ground. A loud sound echoed, seemingly shaking the ground. The white stone fiend, standing high above, looked down. Curious, he asked, "Is that the seventh young master's bodyguard?" His subordinate replied, "His name is Manhwa. He seems pretty decent, but he's only a second-rate martial artist." He laughed gleefully and continued, "The seventh young master, a one-day-old puppy that doesn't know fear of a tiger." As soon as he stepped into the inner palace, the Biro Palace Sun Hall, Myung-jong called out, "Myung-un's here." He quickly walked to the table. "You're a little late," said Myung-jong, "but it's the appointed time." Myung-un replied, "No, it's fine, sit down quickly." Myung-cheon, with a face like the king of hell, glared at Myung-un, "You meet your older brother and don't even greet him." Upon hearing this, he quickly explained, "How could that be?" In his heart, he grumbled, "Showing off right from the start." Then he stood up, obediently clasped his hands, and bowed deeply. "Little brother greets older brother." He changed his tone and probed, "Life at the Falling Mountain Manor isn't bad, is it?" Myung-un replied politely, "I'm doing very well." Myung-cheon stroked his chin, staring at his younger brother and declaring, "It seems you've surpassed the fifth brother. I need to investigate the Guizhou-suk family further," he said, lost in thought at the large table. Suddenly, Myung-jong spoke up, "But older brother, why did you want to see us?" Myung-cheon hesitated, "The reason I wanted to see you is..." Suddenly, the white stone fiend appeared behind the door. His voice, like one from hell, announced, "Young master, I apologize for interrupting." Then he whispered, "But now," in front of the Biro Palace. He then heard something terrible, turning pale and shouting, "What?" Myung-cheon trembled, gritting his teeth and ordering, "Go yourself." The white stone fiend mumbled in agreement. Myung-un, sitting nearby, leaned down, hiding the satisfied smile on his lips. "It's finally here." From the courtyard, Myung-un walked with his subordinates, laughing triumphantly. "Ha, there's even a drawbridge over the moat. What a magnificent scene." A figure in green suddenly appeared before them, silencing everyone. The stone fiend spoke, "It seems we have an uninvited guest." Myung-un thought, moving like smoke, "Is that the void movement technique?" Jeju aggressively tried to draw his sword. "Who dares to block the young master's path?" The stone fiend quickly introduced himself, "I am the white stone fiend." He bowed, curious, "Third young master, what brings you here?" Myung-un quickly recognized him, the white stone fiend, an assassin from the Graceful Virtue Corps. He's under older brother's command now. He nonchalantly replied, "I'm here to see my brothers." The stone fiend continued, "Did you receive an invitation?" Myung-un arrogantly replied, "Between brothers, what's the need for an invitation? Then you cannot enter." Before he could finish, a flash of light cut across. In a blink of an eye, Myung-un swung his sword, severing the stone fiend's belt, which fell to the floor. He looked down with disdain. "If you want to use secret techniques, you should get a new belt." The move surprised the white stone fiend, who broke into a sweat. He worried, "I didn't even react. The third young master's swordsmanship has improved this much." Without waiting for a reply, Myung-un sheathed his sword and strode inside, instructing, "Wait here." His subordinates responded in unison, "Yes, sir." The door to the room was opened shortly after. Myung-un, covered in dust and blood, swept his hair back with a swagger. He chuckled, "Nice house. When will I get a house like this? Those guards made it quite a hassle getting here." Myung-cheon, sitting in the room, was furious, gnashing his teeth, "Don't you know your place?" The third young master grinned and retorted, "The divine cult doesn't follow age order." This made Myung-cheon's temples bulge. He roared, "I'll show you order." Myung-un observed, inwardly marveling at the terrifying killing intent. He carefully assessed his two older brothers. Myung-un, in terms of martial arts, I don't know, but in terms of power, he's no match for Myung-cheon, so, no matter what, Myung-un can only come. Shortly before, the third young master, Myung-won, received a letter from Jae-ju. Curious, he wondered, is it from Myung-won? The letter contained only a few words. Older brother wants to meet you and the fifth brother privately. I think you know what this means. Before you come, see father. If you say you're going to meet your brothers, he'll be very happy. After reading this, Myung-won smirked, thinking, so it's about making it legitimate. The postscript added, if you lose Myung-jong and me now, you may be forever excluded from the competition. Back to the present, Myung-won fumbled in his bag and said, I saw father before I came. Hearing this, the eldest young master, Myung-cheon, looked startled. He said he saw father before coming here. Myung-won placed a wine flask on the table and continued, I told him I was going to see my brothers, so he gave me the title. Seventh brother is grown up now, let's drink together. Myung-jong cheered excitedly, great. He showed a cheerful expression and a big smile, excitedly saying, when did we become so distant? It's been a long time since we've had a heart-to-heart. However, deep down, Myung-cheon was worried. This isn't the time to do this with that kid. Whose plan is this, the fifth or the seventh brother? He frowned, speculating. In reality, the third brother only has the White Tiger Squad, but suppose the kid has the Fuzhou 1 family and Goizhou Suk family behind him. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, may I say something? Myung-won stood up to give his opinion. Aren't you all worried about the second and sixth brothers? Myung-won was surprised. Are you going to say this directly? Seeing no one interrupting, he continued, actually, father doesn't approve, but he allowed it because the sixth brother wants to make a contribution. That is, what father cares about most is contributing to the divine cult, not having. Older brother went to Sichuan to rescue the fourth brother not long ago. That is a greater achievement than the second brother conquering Kunlun. Hearing himself mentioned, Myung-cheon was stunned. Myung-won continued, also, the second brother abandoned the pure strength that is the righteousness of the divine cult. He showed compassion to strengthen his power. Myung-won's expression also became mixed with emotions. Remembering Myung-tak's gleeful expression when he killed, he hinted, the second brother has been warned by father once. If he remains arrogant and reckless in this matter, who will father be staring at? Myung-cheon stood up and replied, Myung-gak is not reckless. Myung-won reminded, the older you get, the more noise there is. No matter how well the house is guarded, there will be mouse holes and a growing granary. Remembering his second brother's subordinates, he added, although the second brother acts cautiously, can his subordinates say the same? News of the Soul Sword Division causing chaos in every brothel along the way is already widespread. What if we focus on investigating those points? After confiding the important matter to his brothers, Myung-won and Manhwa rode back on horseback. He spoke in relief. Thankfully, he was safe and sound. However, he immediately denied that it was still too early to be assured. Following the horse's gait, Myung-won sensed something was following them. Above them, a dark shadow flitted from tree to tree. He ordered them to split up, and they took separate paths. The white stone fiend, following closely behind, worriedly told himself, absolutely do not let them escape. Because a short while ago, Myung-cheon called him into the room after everyone else had left. I intended to use force to abduct the support of the fifth and seventh brothers, but then called the third brother to balance the power and disrupt my plan with his silver tongue. His face darkened, his voice sharp as he instructed, White Stone Fiend, I'll give you another chance to bring the seventh brother back here. The old man obeyed. That's why he stopped the white horse, causing it to startle. But it wasn't the rider who was startled, but the White Stone Fiend, who stammered, this is. Manhwa took off his hat, bowed his head, and asked bewilderedly, is there something you need to tell me? He also realized his mistake. Could it be that the seventh young master was riding a black horse? Meanwhile, on the other side, Myung-won was riding a black horse, galloping forward. He pondered, did the nation of Daman send this as a reward? Is this 1,000-mile horse so obedient? It's like a spirit beast. Man and horse, step by step, seemed to want to gallop, speeding towards the distance. Accompanying this was Myung-won's decision regarding his mount. I've decided, from now on, your name is Gun Ma. The four great protectors, Nam Ki Nam, frowned as he reported, the Soul Sword Division showed off their power at the Pavilion of Eternal Spring, while the Ghost Spirit Corps criticized them. Hearing this, Bok Jin Gong worriedly thought, the top two elite teams clashed. What was the outcome? He asked. He quickly replied, the second young master's Soul Sword Division overwhelmed the eldest young master's Ghost Spirit Corps. While sipping tea, he asked, and the casualties? Ki Nam answered, 2 dead, 8 seriously wounded. Bok Jin continued, the casualties were from the Ghost Spirit Corps. The other nodded in confirmation. That's right, he resolutely stated, since there are casualties, we can't just let it go, handle it according to regulations. Hearing that, he quickly put down his teacup, stammering, that. The other looked puzzled and asked, What's the reason for your hesitation? He fearfully replied. Regardless, it seems the eldest young master deliberately started the conflict. According to witnesses, the Ghost Spirit Corps initiated the attack with force. He quickly interrupted. So, what are you trying to say now? You just need to focus on the duties of a protector, he hesitantly said. I will, but... Right, Guardian, who do you favor? Hearing this, Bakjin startled, looking up at him. In the Soul Sword Division, their leader, John Se, held his sword and angrily shouted, I told you not to act rashly. At a time when the young masters are building their careers, how can you act so recklessly? He trembled, thinking, an open fight, and there are even casualties. But if we hide this, there will be even greater trouble. Then, he resolutely sheathed his sword and ordered his subordinate, life for a life, but do it according to the divine cult's procedures. First squad leader, report this to the young master immediately. The subordinate replied, yes, sir. A moment later, a worried subordinate said, hey, do we really have to report this? Another subordinate asked, what do you mean? He replied, someone died. If this truth is revealed, we should at least protect those few. They're the ones who fought alongside us on the battlefield. The other sharply retorted, if you did wrong, you have to be punished, isn't that right? Then, the subordinate offered a bag of money, saying, why don't we tell the squad leader that the young master said to let them off? The Ghost Spirit Corps can't say anything anyway. But the other angrily pushed away the money, shouting, what the hell are you doing? He quickly turned and left, saying only, it's unreasonable, though I feel sorry for them, I can't do that. Suddenly, the subordinate drew his sword and stabbed him. He groaned in pain but managed to ask, what are you doing? The subordinate replied, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Remembering what the White Stone Fiend said, if you want to save your family, you must follow my instructions, the subordinate fearfully said, I have no other choice. At the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Kwang Myung-jong, Bakjin spoke, Liege, I've requested the mobilization of the Four Gods divisions. Myung-jong asked, puzzled, the Four Gods divisions. Bakjin explained, there are those who, confident in their master's power, disregard the divine cult's rules. Myung-jong asked, who are they? He quickly answered, the Soul Sword Division leader and his subordinates. Hearing that name, he sighed. I've heard about the incident between the Ghost Spirit Corps and the Soul Sword Division. Isn't that something for the protectors to handle? Kinam, beside him, worriedly said, my subordinate personally went to find the Soul Sword Division, but the squad leader locked the martial arts hall and refused to come out. He became even angrier. Such a reckless squad leader dares to defy the protector's will. Myung-jung frowned and snapped, you only speak the truth, they replied. It's true that the protector has repeatedly asked for our help. He looked at Bakjin, who was secretly calculating. He must know better than anyone that all this is the eldest brother's plot. Has Bakjin sided with the eldest brother? In terms of martial arts, the second brother is the best. His command and strategies are also excellent. If we talk about incompetence, the eldest brother is even worse than the third, let alone the second. In the past, Myung-tak indifferently watched them kill each other. Suddenly, something made him turn around unexpectedly. It turned out to be a group of people watching them. Myung-jung continued to think, but if the eldest brother is good at gathering manpower and strategy, the second brother is arrogant and doesn't care about his surroundings, making him almost unqualified to be a lord. Only being tough will lead to being broken by schemes, unless he becomes an unbreakable blade. Otherwise, he can't do anything alone. Then he concluded, an unbreakable blade, even I can't reach that level, can he? Myung-jung ordered, Left Guardian, bring your men here, I need to confirm. The subordinate replied, yes, sir. At Myung-gak's residence, all his subordinates gathered. Daechung came to announce, second young master, quickly come out to receive the liege's order. Then, he wearily opened the gate. He asked, what's going on? The other replied, the liege's order is for the second young master to go to the Great Myung Palace immediately. Then he curiously asked, what about this troop? The Left Guardian explained, Protector Nam Ki-nam repeatedly requested a meeting with the Soul Sword Division leader, Jong Se, but was refused. We are investigating whether he committed treason. Myung-gak said sleepily, but I didn't receive any report. He immediately replied, I was just following orders, so second young master should personally go see Liege in present, please young master. As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth in anger. At the same time, outside the Soul Sword Division, there was a knock on the door warning, Master of the Soul Sword Division, heed the Protector's order, open the gates and surrender. Cheonse wondered, why haven't we received any news yet? He angrily raised his sword towards his subordinate and asked, is it true that the young master said to close the martial arts academy and wait for orders? The subordinate confirmed, yes, sir. Cheonse angrily gnashed his teeth, suppressing his rage. He thought something was wrong. This was tantamount to rebellion. The young master couldn't possibly have made such a judgment. Suddenly, a subordinate dropped from the sky and announced, "Team leader, the subordinate is back." He anxiously asked, "Finally back, what happened? Is the young master safe?" The subordinate reported urgently, "Something terrible has happened. Left Guardian Dai Chungyang personally surrounded the young master's residence. The young master has been forcibly taken to the palace." Cheonse couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "What did you say?" He angrily thought, "I've been tricked." Then, he decisively beheaded the subordinate, shouting, "You dare betray the young master." A moment later, someone delivered a message to Kinam, the protector. "I heard the second young master has entered the palace." He thought seriously, "It's time." The opportunity had arrived. He ordered, "Draw your swords." They fiercely replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, someone opened the door and entered. Kinam looked back in shock. Cheonse, covered in blood, said, "Protector, John Se, master of the Soul Sword Division, though late, comes to pay his respects." He sighed and thought, he's not resisting anymore. He asked him, "Master of the Soul Sword Division disrupted the order of the sect and disobeyed the Protector's orders repeatedly. Do you admit it?" Cheonse sadly speculated, "Just one mistake in one morning, and this is what happened. We can't let them keep the young master." He clutched the blood-stained sword and honestly said, "This matter has nothing to do with the young master." Then, he put the sword to his neck and said regretfully, "It's all my fault." And he committed suicide. The next day, at the Falling Mountain Manor, someone reported, "Young master, Ha-Won Kong is here." After entering the room, Ha-Won reported, "News has come that the master of the Soul Sword Division has been accused of treason and committed suicide. The second young master is under house arrest." Hearing this, Myung-un chuckled and replied, "It seems the time has come." A subordinate asked in confusion, "What did the young master say?" He explained, "The day I went to my older brother's Biro Palace, I said that the second brother's Soul Sword Division caused a disturbance at the tavern. As a result, my older brother's Ghost Spirit Corps seized that opportunity and eliminated the second brother's Soul Sword Division. From now on, my older brother will start to be wary of me. My third and fifth brothers will use me." He continued seriously, "Furthermore, if my second brother knew it was all my plan, he wouldn't leave me alone." Because of the great difference in family standing, he further explained, "Through this incident, I've become more aware of the gap between me and my brothers. My older brother's immense power and wealth are not something that can be achieved in a short time." That day, Myung-won shyly said, "This is a beautiful house. When will I have a house like this?" Then he established a clear plan, saying, "I'll also borrow the strength of my third brother. I feel that ultimately, overwhelming martial arts skills are still essential. Now, gather all the guards immediately." Ha-Won quickly ordered, "Are everyone gathered?" The subordinates immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, someone asked, Master, what brings you here?" The person glanced at Ha-Won and thought, "It must be the master." Suddenly, the person removed their mask, causing everyone to be startled. It turned out to be Myung-un. He cheerfully said, "I apologize for hiding it until now." The subordinates exclaimed in surprise, "Young master, so you've been training us all along?" He gently replied, "There's no time to explain, because you won't be able to see me for a long time." Myung-un instructed, "The West Palace will be closed off, as it was before, meaning, we'll simply stop receiving guests. Steward Kong will continue recruiting talent." Ha-Won bowed and replied, "This subordinate obeys." Then, he turned to Un-kyung and said, "Kyung-un will be responsible for establishing the trading company as I mentioned. The Clearlight Corps leader and the Northwestern Trade Guild will give their full support." She replied, "This servant understands." Then he instructed the others, "Don't slack off on your training." They seriously replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, he said, "And one more thing, my safety depends on you." A subordinate questioningly asked, "The young master means safety?" Myung unhappily announced, "From tomorrow, I will be closing myself off for cultivation, so please help me guard the stone gate well." Ha-Won reported, "Everything necessary has been prepared." Myung replied gratefully, "Thank you all." Then, he cheerfully turned and said, "Yacho and Hacho came to see me off." Yacho obediently said, "Thanks to Physician Dong's help, we were able to make the barrier pills. The barrier pills will benefit the young master's body. I hope they're to your liking." Myung replied, "I'm sure they will be." Then he gently stroked Hacho's head and asked with concern, "I heard you've been learning martial arts from Steward Kong. After I finish my seclusion, let's have a match." She excitedly replied, "Yes, I know." Immediately afterwards, he handed her a letter, saying, "And Un-kyung, one is for the Clearlight Corps leader, and one is for you. I heard the Clearlight Corps leader has gone to the western regions. If he returns, please give him this." She replied, "This servant obeys," and secretly guessed, "Does the other one have the location of the restriction pill?" Then he entered the cave and turned to say goodbye. "Everyone, take care," they respectfully replied. "We wish the young master great success. We wish the young master all the best." He slowly descended the steps, sadly thinking, "Though I'm used to not seeing other people, it's still sad not being able to see the sky, the mountains, the birds, and the butterflies. What can be done?" The further he went, the cave door slowly closed. In the dark cave, he secretly admired Myung-cheon and Myung-won as peak masters, and Myung-gak as a super peak master in his early stage. If he wanted to become the young leech, sooner or later he had to surpass Myung-gak. Looking at the cave before him, he exclaimed in surprise, "So this is the place?" Because there was enough water and clothes, he said with peace of mind. If so, then there was no need to worry about food and drink. The martial arts uniform was also prepared according to each measurement. He was truly a meticulous person. Then he happily continued, "This is the barrier pill that you gave me. How is it? Come on, try a little." Myung-un chewed and savored it. "It makes me feel refreshed and comfortable. Not bad. I heard that barrier pills are originally tasteless." A moment later, he changed his clothes and neatly folded up the old ones. These clothes aren't needed for now. He created a clear schedule for himself: external martial arts during the day, and internal energy cultivation at night. Then he tried swordsmanship, telling himself, "Everyone wanders to the end of the road to find out who they are and what they want to do." But he had no reason to do so, because he had already seen the end point, born from mud and returning to mud, and then returning again from there. All roads lead to one fork in the road. It's all illusion. While thinking this, he practiced the phantom sword, the 19th technique, probing side sword. Myung-un encouraged himself, "You can't walk two paths at once. You must finish this path before you can take the next." Suddenly, he shot up, thinking to himself, "I'm almost 14 years old. But that was only the age of this body. All growth stems from spiritual enlightenment." Then he enthusiastically practiced the phantom sword, the 6th technique, soaring sky orbit. He resolutely thought, "My enlightenment has gone through death, and no one, not even a heavenly demon, can set foot on the other side of death." A while later, Myung-un entered seclusion to cultivate. The West Palace and the Falling Mountain Manor were closed according to plan. At the same time, on this side, Ha-won Khan was instructing martial artists using the income from the Falling Mountain Manor. Ha-won taught that the important thing in practicing techniques is accuracy of movement. Start from the beginning. They all answered in unison, "Understood." The martial artist guards of the Falling Mountain Manor diligently trained with Eun-kyang. The subordinates playfully teased each other. "Hey, aren't you looking straight?" The subordinate replied, "Shut up, you idiot." Myung-un's black iron sword in Yuga village was also completed. Ha-won fondled the sword in his hand and said, "Finally," the blacksmith replied, "Thanks to you finding the precious black iron, I was able to forge a good sword." The blacksmith curiously asked, "Aren't you going to try drawing it?" He replied, "The young master should be the first to draw the sword." Thus, Myung-un spent a year in seclusion cultivating. Sama Jin asked in surprise, "What, the 7th young master went into seclusion last winter?" So-ah confirmed, "Yes, that's right." She asked inquisitively, "So it's been a year already, was there a set time limit?" So-ah replied, "I heard there wasn't any." She sighed and thought, at that age, to have such prestige already. A year has passed. I wonder how much he's grown." She advised, "Perhaps you're tired from your journey, you should rest for a few more days." She replied, "No, 1 day is enough. Is there anything else?" So-ah reported, "I heard that in the spring, the Jin elder of the Dashua Jin family passed away. At the same time, the 2nd young master participated in the punitive expedition against the Great Viet, but is still facing difficulties." Hearing this news, Sama Jin secretly thought, even after a year, why would such a healthy person suddenly? She then asked about the cause of Elder Jin's death. She said, according to their announcement, it was due to old age. She secretly speculated, it seems like there's something more to it. Suddenly, someone announced, "Squad leader, the manager of the Falling Mountain Manor is here to see you." She asked in confusion, "The manager of the Falling Mountain Manor, who is it?" Another maidservant respectfully said, "Her name is Eun-kyang. She says she has a letter from the 7th young master." She secretly guessed, "I just returned yesterday. It seems she's been waiting for me." Then she ordered, "Let her in." She approached and bowed, saying, "Eun-kyang, manager of the Falling Mountain Manor, pays her respects to the Clearlight Corps leader." Sama Jincha asked, "You say you have a letter from the 7th young master?" She confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." "All right," she said, opening the letter. "He's asking for help establishing a trading company." The woman replied, "Yes, the young master said that while he was in seclusion, he would ask for the help of the squad leader in the Northwestern Trade Guild." Eun-kyang continued, he should have come in person to ask for help, but at that time, the squad leader was in the western regions, so the young master sends his apologies. Sama Jin observed Kyung and secretly praised, "What a pretty girl." Sama Jin agreed, "I understand. Every month when I collect the money from the Falling Mountain Manor, I'll send the details through you." Kyung replied, "Thank you, squad leader." Machin added, "Establishing a trading company isn't easy, you must follow instructions." Kyung obediently replied, "This servant will remember the squad leader's words." Day 449 of seclusion. Myung unmeditated, thinking, the Coldine meridians again. I thought if it were earth energy, there would only be yang energy, but I didn't expect there to be Coldine essence under the Falling Mountain Manor. He absorbed all the yin energy, gritting his teeth. If this continues, the Coldine essence will invade the 100 confluences point and the true center point. If it mixes with the strong yang essence, it will lead to experience energy deviation. The powerful suction caused him to tremble violently. He continued to think, yang qi accumulates in the lower dantian, and Coldine essence accumulates in the middle dantian. Then, maybe I can use yang energy with one hand and yin energy with the other. If it's difficult to separate top and bottom, let's try left and right. Thinking this, he separated the two streams of energy. Suddenly, he thought in fear, could this be experience energy deviation? The pain made him scream loudly. He fearfully tried to stop it subconsciously. No, no. A drop of water suddenly fell on the quiet cave wall. Myung sensed the girl's care. He thought in surprise, this is. Looking at the girl in front of him, he asked, "Who are you?" Seeing her face clearly, he was startled and dared not believe it. The image of his mother being slashed by someone with a sword appeared. He screamed in terror, "No, no." Seeing that scene, he cried out in anguish, "Mother." Suddenly, mother and son were separated. Returning to the present, he sadly thought, I thought I had left those emotional fragments in my past life, but isn't this double the pain? Why are these long-hidden pains appearing again here? How am I supposed to live this second life? He was filled with rage and hatred, but he rejected it, looking at himself, telling himself that it wasn't about eliminating the demon of loneliness. The candle gradually went out, leaving him completely alone, entering nothingness. At the same time, in the outskirts of Yunnan province, Jin Baekshong, the new patriarch of the Dashua Jin family, spoke. The young master retreated because he was pushed back by the allied forces of the clan and the Great Viet. Myung Gak, sitting opposite, replied, "Did you travel all this way just to confirm that?" He asked, "Is the young master angry?" "Let me laugh then." He continued, "I hear that the eldest young master will be appointed as a minor liege. If this continues, our Dashua Jin family will have no choice but to turn our backs." He angrily crushed the teacup and said, "Now you are threatening me." He sneered in response, "Young master still doesn't know why he ended up in this situation." He frowned and said, "Isn't it because of the despicable tricks of the older brother?" Then he sipped his tea and advised, "Young master, calm down. Worse than losing is not knowing why you lost." Baekshong added, "Young master, you think that simply having martial arts skills, physical strength, and battlefield achievements is enough to become a junior patriarch, don't you?" Hitting the nail on the head, he calmly asked, "Besides those things, what else is there?" Baekshong asked, "If I tell you, young master, what would you do?" Suddenly, he became serious, saying, "As long as there's a way to reach the highest position, I'll do anything." A few days later, Baekshong walked along the mountain. He said wearily, "The path is getting more treacherous, it seems we're almost there." Then he looked up at the mountain peak. Suddenly he jumped up, in front of the palace. He said, "Long time no see." The other person saluted in response. "I'm waiting for you," he ordered. "Let's go. Go pay respect to Liege." Myung, sitting on the throne, said, "You've arrived." Baekshong respectfully replied, "Subordinate greets the Liege of the Sky-Splitting Palace." The old man asked, "How did you handle the task I assigned?" He replied, "Subordinate handled it without any errors." He ordered the extermination of the Myung family, saying there must be no mistakes. Trembling, he accepted the order. "Subordinate will follow closely." He replied, "Good, now I must keep my promise." Then he threw him a sword and a pill. He wondered, "Swordsmanship. This is a pill that will stop the insect poison in your body." Baekshong, startled, replied, "Subordinate thanks the Liege for their kindness." Suddenly, he said, "So, replacing your deceased older brother as patriarch, sounds good, doesn't it?" His secret revealed, he fearfully widened his eyes. Then bowing, he said, "It's all thanks to the Liege." The old man continued to provoke him, "You must like it, don't you? How did you manage to get this position? If your older brother were like you, he wouldn't have died such a vague death." Then, the sword flew towards Baekshong, making him tremble with fear. The following New Year's Day, at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, everyone shouted, "Let's go." The two of them chatted, wondering, It's only the first day of the new year, what's the liege up to? Sama Jin said. Is it a New Year's celebration? She refuted herself, but if it were a New Year's celebration, he would have called the four great protectors. Daechung laughed. Ha, you're still the same, come to think of it, this is the first time we've met since the Great Harmony Festival, isn't it? She sighed. Right, it's the first time the Great Harmony Festival has been this cold. Last year, there were only the eldest young master, the third young master, and the fifth young master. He agreed. That's right. I wonder how many there are this year. Then she changed the subject, asking, how long does the second young master intend to stay in Tibet? I mean, the punitive expedition against the Great Viet seems to have failed, Daechung said, puzzled. How would I know? Sama Jin asked. The left guardian holds the position of advisor. If he doesn't know, who else would? She said helplessly. It seems like you don't pay attention to the sex affairs. He could only awkwardly smile and reply. I always remain neutral. Suddenly he asked with concern. It seems like you're concerned about something else. Isn't it because the seventh young master didn't come to the Great Harmony Festival that he was very disappointed? She ignored him and said, what are you talking about? I heard that recently the West Palace and the Clearlight Corps have been hanging out a lot. It's because of the trading company in the Western Palace. Hearing this, he suddenly became serious. Unexpectedly, Bak Jin appeared, saying, I'll go in first. They thought to themselves, right guardian of the divine cult, Bak Jin Gong. Glancing at the person beside her, she thought, and what's with that dissatisfied look? It's been a long time. It turned out they had once engaged in a fierce battle with magic swords, unable to make eye contact at the time. Then Sama Jin asked, are you worried too? He replied, there are no experts to succeed us in this sect. Sama Jin replied, puzzled, what are you saying? I'm here, I'm still in office. Daechung Yang wondered, so, will you inherit the title of the sect's supreme sword? Hearing this, she thought to herself, besides the liege, the current sect's supreme sword is Vice Liege Chongyu, but, confidently, she replied, if you offer it, I won't refuse. Suddenly, he hemmed and hawed, let's go in. Sama Jin ran after him, asking, wait, are you going to give it to me? Daechung replied, go ask the person who said they would. He said excitedly, anyway, the seventh young master is 16 now, isn't he? He's been in seclusion for over 2 years. She found it strange and asked, why do you keep asking me about the seventh young master? In the meeting room, Myung-jung spoke, I called you all here today to hear your opinions on the successor. They wondered, opinions on the successor. Sama Jin guessed, this is the first time the liege has mentioned the successor in a meeting. Myung-jung continued, the eldest young master is almost 30, so it's time to discuss this. Chongyu, you speak first, be frank. Chongyu replied, in my opinion, the eldest young master is the eldest son, and the second young master has great achievements. One of the two should continue the future of our sect. They wondered, Chongyu, in the end, you're just saying the obvious. He ordered next, left guardian. Daechung replied, we must find the best successor. What does the liege think? If, from now on, whichever young master achieves the most in 3 years, we'll entrust the future of the sect to them. She also pondered, what's this? 3 years from now, a fresh start is good, but the seventh young master is currently in seclusion. Then he turned and asked, what about the right guardian? Bak Jin said, forgive me, but I cannot agree with the left guardian's suggestion to start over. This will only increase the infighting among the young masters. He asked. Then, he replied, I agree with the vice liege's opinion. Myung-jung said seriously, I think the left guardian's opinion is quite good. I want to hear the thoughts of the squad leaders. Commander of the Crimson Wings Corps, Dung Myung-gun, gave his opinion. 3 years is too short. What about 10 years? A longer time will naturally reveal the suitable person. Commander of the Graceful Virtue Corps, Qian Zhuqi, said, about 7 years would be enough to distinguish the true from the false. He turned to ask Sama Jin, the Clearlight Corps leader, what about you? She replied, I agree with the commander of the Graceful Virtue Corps' opinion. With that, Myung-jung concluded, then 7 years it is. Unexpectedly, Bak Jin objected, liege, the 4 great protectors aren't here. Are you really going to decide this? He immediately replied, the protectors are under the right guardian, so their thoughts are the same anyway, aren't they? Then he resolutely said, I will decide on the successor after 7 years. They all obeyed in unison. That same year summer, West Palace, Ha-won spoke, Elder Suk, what business do you have to come to West Palace? He replied, just happened to drop by. He thought to himself, someone like Elder Suk is by the way. Jun Myung-suk asked, young master still no news? It's been 3 years now. He quickly replied, young master is still in seclusion cultivating. The elder recounted, the eldest young master recently wiped out all the bandits in Qinghai province. The fifth young master also achieved some results in Gansu. but inwardly he thought, everyone knows that was the eldest young master's autocratic display. As for the fifth young master, he's actually both keeping an eye on and assisting the eldest. He continued, as for the third young master, he's decided to come out of seclusion. He will go north to Turpan to suppress the barbarian tribes. Sitting opposite, sipping tea, he speculated, I hear the southern tribes have recently moved south and are targeting the trade of our tribe's barbarians. Then the elder said, the Western Palace should also send warriors to Turpan to assist. He asked in surprise, from the Western Palace, reinforcements to suppress the barbarians. Suddenly, Ha-Won protested, no, wouldn't that mean the Western Palace is joining under the third young master's command? The elder replied, the third young master has reconciled with the influential Great Mountain Jew family. That statement was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned, thinking, the third young master was at odds with the influential families from the start and had no backing, but now. Suddenly, the elder's face turned cunning. He said, in the Guizhou Suk family, we've also agreed to form an alliance with the Great Mountain Jew family. Hearing this, he was even more shocked, thinking, an alliance, then the Western Palace will practically be under the third young master's control. Ha-Won angrily shouted, what are you saying? Shouldn't you have told the Western Palace about this? Regardless of the other's anger, the elder continued sipping his tea and said, if the Western Palace refuses, we will withdraw all support for the seventh young master. Jun Myong-suk contemptuously warned, you're just a steward, you dare defy my orders. Hearing this, he restrained himself, his clenched hands trembling as he thought, Elder Suk, while the young master is away, he's trying to intimidate our Western Palace. A few months earlier, Western Palace Sama Jin asked Ha-Won, the liege recently discussed the succession competition. Have you heard? He replied, yes, the liege has decided to evaluate achievements accumulated over the next 7 years. She instructed, the seventh young master must focus on his seclusion, absolutely don't let him know this. I came to say only this. Immediately afterward, he wondered, she came all the way just to say that, then she continued, and later, the Suk family will make a move, absolutely don't agree, if they want something, just give it to them. Sama Jin thought, I've seen the potential of the seventh young master, I order that until his seclusion is complete, nothing must go wrong, remember the squad leader's orders. Ha-Won reminded himself, the young master isn't here, no trouble, he sighed and said, I understand, who do you want? Autumn passed, winter arrived. Myonglin had been in seclusion for 2 years and 10 months, at the Falling Mountain Manor. As Ha-Won entered the gate, Kaiong and Kwang Zhou respectfully greeted him. You've come, they said. He replied, I had to come. Are you still guarding the seclusion training grounds? Kwang Zhou worriedly said, although they haven't shown themselves, a month ago there were about 2, but recently there are only more than 10. He was startled. Immediately he asked, who's guarding now? He replied, the entire guard team, except me. Suddenly, someone reported, it's serious. He turned to ask, what is it? The person shouted, intruders have infiltrated the seclusion training grounds. They secretly speculated, damn it, this isn't good, is it the eldest young master? The subordinates raised their swords and shouted, who are you? How dare you come here? Suddenly, the leader removed his mask and urged, calm down. He introduced himself, I am the White Stone Fiend. I came out of curiosity to see if the seventh young master is well. Hearing that, Yang Se replied, everyone knows the seventh young master is in seclusion, what do you want to ask? The fiend said, he hasn't appeared for 3 years, so there are rumors that the seventh young master is dead. That ridiculous rumor enraged Hume Quan, who rushed toward them shouting insults, but Yang Se stopped him. Stop, Hume Quan, someone else is coming. But he didn't listen and charged toward the group when Jeju appeared. The stone fiend thought in alarm, they are. Jeju stood at attention and introduced himself. Jeju greets you. The third young master ordered me to confirm the truth of the rumors, though I know it's rude, I still came. Suddenly, he raised his sword and said, let us inspect inside the stone gate first. The stone fiend's men objected, that's impossible. Yang Se angrily interrupted, do you think this is your bedroom? Hien Chung agreed, exactly. Hyun Kwan gritted his teeth and said, Human Ha went to achieve merit, so they provoked this, very good. Suddenly, a beam of light burst forth. The stone fiend looked at it and said, this aura. Jeju was shocked and stood motionless. Yang Se shouted, get out of the way. Seeing the powerful aura emanating, they exclaimed in awe, how terrifying. They said in unison, this is Qi. The other group exclaimed, how can the Qi be this immense? Myongun appeared and said, I clearly ordered the Falling Mountain Manor closed to visitors. Then he withdrew his aura and dismissed them. So now, I invite you all to leave. Everyone immediately focused their attention here. Yang Sijang excitedly shouted, "Young master." Jeju, standing nearby, also turned pale in surprise. Is that really the seventh young master? The white stone fiend's expression was also extremely grim. He secretly sighed. Quite remarkable achievements, unexpected. Wan Kong rushed over and shouted, "What are you doing?" Seeing their master, they rejoiced. The young master has left seclusion. He closed his eyes, calmly extended his hand forward, and said in a low voice, "Leave, don't go far." Stone Fiend worried that he needed to confirm something, then he drew his sword and said as a subject, there was no other way but to accept the order. In the blink of an eye to escape back to the front, hope the seventh young master forgives. His companions were startled. Wan Kong cried out, "Young master." However, Myung-un effortlessly stopped the Stone Fiend's sword with a single forefinger. He calmly said, "You call yourself the White Stone Fiend?" A light appeared at the tip of the sword, followed by billowing smoke. He added contemptuously, "You're not qualified to test me." The heat transferred to the hilt, causing the White Stone Fiend to grimace from the high temperature, his aged body trembling. Soon, the old man had to give up. His sword fell to the ground, and his hand was burned. Myung-un silently looked at the old man kneeling on the ground and instructed him, "Return and tell my older brother that the seventh young master, who just finished his seclusion, sends his regards." After settling everything, Myung-un's group gathered around a large table. Wan Kong joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations, young master, on your achievement." Yang Sijang added, "Congratulations, young master." He lowered his head and quietly replied, "Achievement, it is, and it isn't." A moment later, he looked up, smiling brightly and innocently, "More than that, I'm happy to see everyone again." Wan was deeply moved. He thought to himself, although the young master speaks humbly, his aura is clearly refined, supremely exceptional. He's at least at that level or higher. Achieving that realm at 16, the young master is truly a genius. He started crying, leaving Kwang Jo beside him to comfort him helplessly. Kyung nearby smiled happily, her joy evident on her face. Her manner and aura had changed significantly. She was sure he had achieved a great accomplishment. In the midst of everyone's emotion, Myung-un spoke, "Regardless, I have to check the assignments. Did you all follow my instructions?" Everyone's faces turned pale with shock and even panic. Wan Kong respectfully reported, "The Western Palace and the Falling Mountain Manor each have 20 martial artists. Among them, the team leaders will become first-rate warriors within a few years." Myung-un nodded in satisfaction, "You've worked hard. What about the trade caravans?" Kyung stood up and replied, "The first caravan left for the western regions last winter." He exclaimed, "So fast." She continued, "The Clearlight Corps leader and the Northwestern Trade Guild provided much assistance." He then glanced at the two men emitting blue and green auras, reflecting on his personal guards. He noted that Kwang Jo had reached the pinnacle. His perception remained first-rate, but he had also achieved progress. Looking at the two men sitting opposite Kwang Jo's group, he observed that Yang Sijang was about to reach the pinnacle, while he and Chung Peng still didn't understand why he should use a sword. Perhaps realizing a shortage of personnel, Myung-un asked, "Where's Human-ha?" Wan quickly replied, "Human-ha has been recruited into the third young master's expeditionary force against the barbarians. He's currently in Xinjiang." This surprised him. In Xinjiang, with the third brother. He further explained, "The third young master has reconciled with the Great Mountain Ju family, his maternal relatives. Elder Suk formed an alliance with them and requested our martial artists' assistance." At the beginning of the year, the liege announced that he would confer the title of junior liege based on achievements and merits over 7 years. Since then, all the young masters have competed to rush to the battlefield, each displaying their full abilities. Myung-un stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So Elder Suk appointed Human-ha?" He nodded, confirming, "That's right. My subordinates intended to inform the young master of this, but," Wan Kong nervously stated, "it seems it will impede the young master's cultivation." The Clearlight Corps leader also personally came to ask for help. This made Myung-un hesitate. "It seems I need to thank the squad leader." Myung-un lowered his head, and asked thoughtfully, "This year is almost over, leaving 6 years. That's enough. I will see the liege and submit a letter to the Hall of Supreme Harmony to assist me." At the same time, at the Biro Palace's Sun Hall, the Stone Fiend was reporting, "The seventh young master has finished his seclusion." Myung Cheon indifferently asked, "Oh, any achievements?" The old man honestly replied, "It's definitely a supremely exceptional realm." Hearing this, Myung Cheon exclaimed in shock, "What?" He wanted confirmation, fearing he'd misheard. "Absolutely," the White Stone Fiend replied anxiously, "To my shame, I personally fought him. It's an insurmountable realm." However, mentioning this made his burned hand tremble. "Perhaps it's above supremely exceptional. It can't be lower." A voice suddenly objected, "That's absurd." Advisor Myo Won-soo angrily shouted, He's only 16, even with seclusion, that's impossible. He pointed at the stone fiend and criticized, "White stone fiend, did you make a mistake?" The old man angrily retorted, "Do you mean I'm falsely reporting to the young master?" Seeing this chaotic scene, Myung-cheon slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, "Enough." He was also restless inside. Regarding Chi, if someone gave him the golden thread pill, it would be impossible to know. The third brother reconciled with his maternal relatives. Could it be? The white stone fiend spoke, "Young master, the seventh young master's progress is true, but it doesn't change anything." He tried to appease his master. "The seventh young master still lacks power and has already started a year late. Now there's news that the second young master is indulging in alcohol and debauchery. The important thing now is to punish Stronghold Mountain." The stone fiend carefully reminded him, "The sooner the liege allows punishment of Stronghold Mountain and the defeat of the Muram Alliance on the battlefield, the better. There will be no greater achievement." Myung-cheon's expression softened. He nodded in agreement. "The white stone fiend is right. If the seventh young master continues to be an eyesore, then eliminate him." He stood up and praised, "Excellent." The white stone fiend continued to observe the seventh young master. Myo Won-soo quickly wrote a letter to his father. Both immediately obeyed the order. The next day, at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Kwang Myung-jong, Myung-un greeted Bai Yun-suk. "The head maid is personally greeting me today," she replied gently, "because the seventh young master hasn't been here for a long time." She looked him over and commented, "You've grown so mature." Myung-un smiled shyly, "Thank you." Bai Yun-suk gestured towards the door, "Please come in, young master." In her heart, she wondered, "He's grown so much, could my predictions be correct?" After entering the room, Myung-un politely presented himself as a son, having come to see his father after his seclusion. His father said, "Sit down." Myung-jung smiled, "You've grown so tall," he silently thought, "he resembles his mother more than me." He continued, "And you've achieved significant progress, haven't you?" Myung-un smiled and replied, "I've achieved my goals." Myung-jung curiously asked, "What were your goals?" He quickly answered, "First, to protect this body." Recalling his time in seclusion, Myung-un added, "But then I wanted to eliminate my inner demons." He thought seriously, inner demons appear before enlightenment. Is he remembering his mother's death? Myung-jung, remembering the surrounding powers, explained, "You know, there are various factions in our sect. Among them, the Great Mountain 8 families maintain their power by establishing numerous relationships over a long time. I can only consolidate their power similarly." His mood darkened, "But your mother had no such background. Do you know what that means?" Myung-un subconsciously realized that his father loved his mother most. The image of his beloved mother being bullied flashed in his mind. Myung-un understood that after marrying his father, all the women of the Great Mountain 8 families had severely harassed his mother. What good was love if he couldn't protect her? Suddenly Myung-jung sighed. His mother's body was already weak. He began to tell about the past when I brought her all the rare things in the world to use, but her illness still did not improve. It is unknown whether it was due to poisoning, but even the silver dragon pill was ineffective. Myung-jung looked at him and softly asked, "Do you understand what I'm saying? Leave the past in the past, you must live for the present." Myung-un understandingly replied, "I will remember." He suddenly changed the subject. "The selection of the young liege will be based on achievements this year. Are you confident?" Myung-un looked up and replied, "I have achieved my goals during my seclusion, so there's no question of running away." He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and continued in a low, hoarse voice, "Because of your seclusion, you will start later than your brothers. However, if you have any wishes, just speak up." He then asked curiously, "Previously, I had a question. Are you planning to allow older brother to punish Stronghold Mountain?" His expression turned serious, and he calmly replied, "Punishing the Muram Alliance leader of Stronghold Mountain and advancing into Zhongyuan has been our sect's long-cherished desire." Myung-un quickly understood. "In that case, I will go to Xinjiang." He was surprised to hear this and asked, "Xinjiang, you mean you will help the third brother? What's your plan?" He smiled and said. Seeing his son's intention, Myung-jung also offered to arrange it. "Then you will need a position. The position of vice squad leader of the Heaven Origin Division is still vacant." Myung-un obediently clasped his hands and bowed, "I obey." After his son left, Myung-jung, the liege, poured wine into his cup while lost in thought. He's 16 now, and his aura is already this refined. It's unbelievable. At the same time, someone called out, "The liege has summoned me." He looked at Bai Yun-suk before him and spoke, "Though you are from the Suk family, you are also mine." She bowed her head and subtly urged, "Please, liege, be frank." Deep down, she felt uneasy, muttering, "No wonder I had a bad feeling." Myung-jung swirled the small wine cup in his hand and slowly continued, "From now on, you will monitor the seventh young master's every move and report to me. Do not reveal this to the Suk family." A few hours later, at the Falling Mountain Manor, someone loudly asked, "The Heaven Origin Division." Hwan Kong sat in the room with others, curiously asking. He gave the young master the position of vice squad leader. Myung-un innocently replied, "The position of vice squad leader has been vacant for some time." This made him hesitate, because Hwan looked at his master and anxiously explained, "All members of the Heaven Origin Division are from Urim who surrendered to our sect, so it's an extremely difficult place." However, this didn't frighten him. Instead, he was even more excited. That makes it all the more meaningful. The other person was startled. Myung-un stood up and turned to leave, not forgetting to cheerfully instruct, "Tomorrow, I will go with Un Kyung and Hien Chung Peng to the Heaven Origin Division to prepare. Help me." The group immediately respectfully obeyed. Only Hien Chung was still dazed and asked again, and the subordinates too. At the Clearlight Corps, the former leader, Sama Yang, sat on a high chair and looked down, saying, "You've made a great contribution this time." Sama Jin stood, bowed humbly, and replied, "It's all thanks to the squad leader." Sama Yang asked, "But what's your surname? It's like you grew up as an orphan." "Really, you did say that." He looked at Sama Jin and continued, "Then I'll give you a name and treat you as my adopted daughter. How about taking my surname, Sama?" Sama Jin remained silent. Sama Yang approached, lifted her chin, and praised her. "Anyway, you are truly a beauty who could topple a nation. One day, your face will be useful." Sama Jin stammered, "What are you talking about?" He smirked. "Hasn't the world changed? The new liege has ascended the throne, so we must establish concubines. Rather than bleeding and disappearing on the battlefield, my position in the sect will also." In the Clearlight Corps' bedroom of Sama Jin, she sat with her chin in her hand, thinking, and then she sighed. At night, someone leaped out of the Clearlight Corps. Their thoughts echoed, "Now is not the time to sleep and have silly dreams. Establishing concubines. Dying on the battlefield is 100 times better." The person's mobility arts were very fast. In a moment, they had reached a hill. They continued to accelerate, having already slain thousands of enemies. It was Sama Jin running somewhere, she thought. "My talent is not just this face." Finally, she arrived. Seeing Sama Jin, the person greeted her, "You've arrived." It was Myung-un. He bowed his head and said, "Long time no see." Sama Jin bowed in return, "It has been a very long time." Myung-un recalled receiving the letter and said, "You sent a carrier pigeon. It seems I greeted you late. It was at the hour of Z." Myung-un hated people who didn't respond. Returning to the present, Myung-un chuckled awkwardly, trying to explain, "I finished my seclusion only 3 days ago." Sama Jin was annoyed and asked, "Do you mean I urged you?" Myung-un held up a piece of wood towards her and replied, "Nonsense, I've been waiting too. I hope to receive your guidance." Sama Jin drew her sword and said, "I hope you won't disappoint me." At the same moment, in Xinjiang, a rain of arrows fell, catching the people off guard. They were confused. What's going on? Those who were hit screamed in pain. More and more people were hit, and the screams grew louder. Suddenly, a group of people wielding blades charged forward. One of them shouted, "Light the torches and charge, fight them." One man laughed loudly and shouted crudely, "Kill them all." He was the Man tribe chieftain, Yurumu. A Man tribesman yelled, "Trashy demonic cultists," and stabbed a man in the chest. He then cut off another man's head and roared, "Kill them all." He laughed triumphantly. "Those demonic cultists aren't anything special." He had barely finished speaking when his head and that of a comrade were severed. It was Myung-won who had struck. He wondered, the battle plan was perfect. Where did I go wrong? Myung-won watched the fighting and thought, this isn't a night raid, it's like a pre-dug trap. Is there an inside informant? The enemy are Man tribesmen, yet it's this difficult. The image of a besieged army appeared in his mind. Myung-won gritted his teeth and charged forward. He thought, there's no other way. Just slash the other guy's neck and finish him off. One of the guys standing on the high shelf raised his sword and shouted loudly, "Now prepare for a one-on-one battle, shoot arrows." With that, another rain of arrows was shot out. Myung-won deflected the incoming arrows with his sword. He thought, with this amount of arrows. Before he could finish his thought, an arrow pierced his leg. Damn it, I've been hit. Myung-won knelt, clutching the arrow. Seeing this, the barbarians shouted and charged. Now's our chance. That's the third young master of the demonic cult. Kill him. Myung-won closed his eyes, thinking, must I end here? Suddenly, someone stepped in front of Myung-won and deflected all the arrows. The person said, "Young master, get out of here." Myung-won was surprised and wondered, who is this? The person's face was revealed, and Myung-won immediately recognized him. Manhwa of the Western Palace. Manhwa shouted, "Protect the young master." Immediately, 2 barbarians were cut in 2. The demonic cult followers acted on the order immediately. Munjong rode up, extending a hand. "Let's retreat, young master, get on the horse." Myung-won and Munjong were both surprised. The scene changed to a certain mountain. A voice of praise was heard. The young master was indeed outstanding beyond his age. Sama Jin took a stance and said, however, training in a practice room and fighting on the battlefield are vastly different. If you want to fight me, you must give it your all. Myeongun replied. I understand, he thought. I've never killed anyone in this life, but I have in my past life. The branch Myeongun held was enveloped in chi. Sama Jin saw this and thought, I wondered why he was holding that branch. It's cold in essence. Sama Jin stepped forward, thinking, I thought he was picking flowers or something. The battle has begun, young master. She lunged at Myeongun, but he blocked her with the branch. Myeongun snapped the branch in two. To defeat the squad leader with one hand, it's quite difficult. Sama Jin saw his hands enveloped in two different colored chi and was surprised. These are yin-yang twin blades. They continued to clash. Sama Jin felt a thrill, a 16-year-old boy who has mastered the yin-yang twin blades. She swung her sword with all her might, calculating something. Then, for the young master. I must use this technique. Myeongun retreated to parry the blow. Sama Jin's sword was enveloped in chi. She used the one flash one strike technique. Her sword thrust forward, splitting into multiple afterimages. Myeongun parried the attack. He thought excitedly, that's a good technique. Let's see how I fare against her. Let's see what level I've reached. Sama Jin thrust her sword towards Myeongun's stomach, but she immediately realized it was an afterimage. Sama Jin looked around, wondering, where did he go? Myeongun raised the two branches high. He unleashed two streams of chi from above. A rain of red and blue sword energy descended. Sama Jin thought in surprise, the phantom sword. But the sword energy dissipated, leaving her confused. She shouted, it's an illusion. Sama Jin was astonished. It vanished. Sama Jin knelt, large holes appearing around her from the impact of the sword energy. Sama Jin couldn't believe it. No, how is this possible? Myeongun asked. Are you all right? Sama Jin gritted her teeth in frustration. How foolish. Myeongun retracted his chi and thought, for a squad leader, that's incredible, he said. I can't tell you everything now, but I can always see the world beyond. Life and death. Sama Jin asked, do you mean enlightenment? Myeongun replied, it's more like fate. He lowered his voice, squad leader, I need your help, for the divine cult, and for me, please officially become my supporter. Sama Jin smiled gently, I've been helping you all along, haven't I? She thought, this devastating war, I need a new worry. She looked at Myeongun, it seems a successor has appeared within our sect, perhaps even more than that. Sama Jin sheathed her sword and asked, what are your next plans, young master? Myeongun replied, I plan to go to Xinjiang to assess the strength of the Heaven Origin Division. Sama Jin said, wouldn't it be better to go to Stronghold Mountain to earn merit? The Divine Cult's large-scale punitive expedition to Stronghold Mountain was recently decided. The eldest young master will be the commander-in-chief, the Dark Killer Squad, the Ghost Spirit Corps, and the Soul Sword Division will lead the vanguard. Except for the Black Tortoise Division, all the forces of the Divine Army will provide support. With the barbarians in Xinjiang, the third young master alone should be sufficient. Myeongun interrupted, I'm not going to help my third brother. I'm going to Xinjiang because there's no one here I need to fight him someday. I need to build more strength and experience. In Chihizi, Xinjiang, at the demonic cult's camp, a voice called out, brother, you're back. Hu Manhwa asked while throwing his weapon, how is the third young master's condition? Munjong replied, although he didn't directly speak, but fortunately he was immediately detoxified. He bent down to put the things on the bed beside him and said, he said he would attack again tomorrow. Hu Man was surprised when he heard that and asked, we have just withdrawn from Turpan for less than 3 days. Munjong twisted the wine flask and replied, regardless, it seems he wants to win before the eldest young master conquers Stronghold Mountain. Hu Man said, bewildered, but aren't we in the midst of a grueling war? I didn't expect such a difficult fight against the barbarians. He wondered if there were spies among them, for they seemed to know their every move. Munjong downed a gulp of wine and answered, that possibility can't be ruled out. He looked at the dragon engraved on the blade and asked, you're from the Azure Dragon Guard, aren't you? You originally belonged to the Azure Dragon Guard. Hu Man replied, yes. Munjong continued, I hear you're a bit of a busybody. Hu Man startled, stammered, no, who said that? Munjong closed his eyes and replied, rumors travel faster than horses. Hu Man scratched his head, explaining, it's a misunderstanding. I once admired a woman. Munjong asked upon hearing this, could it be that because of that woman, you were unjustly slandered? How did you know? Hu Man wondered. Munjong sighed and warned, stop trying to tell such obvious lies. Hu Man's face paled, and he quickly explained, no, it's the truth. If you want to know how it happened, Munjong replied, oh, never mind, all right. He continued, so how did you end up in the Western Palace? Human blushed and recounted, one day, the steward suddenly came and said, the seventh young master wants you. I couldn't even become a second-rate martial artist, so I felt humiliated and wasted my life. He recalled Maingan's praise, you've grown up, Human ha. The young master summoned me and gave me courage. He remembered Maingan's guidance. From the start, you were consumed by the fear of failure and lost your psychological advantage. That was your greatest failure. Human continued, the young master taught me martial arts every night, which is how I got here. The young master is my lord, my teacher, and my benefactor. Mun Jong thought to himself after hearing his story, he selects based on potential, I see, and he was taught martial arts by such a young boy. That's right, he taught me the Wawan breathing technique. I don't know why he taught me, but it helped me a lot. I'll have to ask him about it if I ever see him again. Mun Jong spoke up, I'm envious of your service. Human asked, isn't Captain Jing also escorting the patriarch? Mun Jong explained, that's true, but I mean wholeheartedly serving him. A loud noise suddenly startled Human. Mun Jong also immediately grew weary. A loud shout came from outside, the enemy is attacking, the barbarians are here. Someone anxiously asked, did they breach the defenses? Mun Jong quickly ordered, I'll escort the young master, you ensure a retreat immediately. Human replied, understood. On a mountain road near the falling mountain manor, Maingan and his three subordinates were riding towards somewhere. Wan Kong reported, the Guizhou Suk family sent a letter last night. Maingan asked, what did it say? Wan replied, they congratulated you on your appointment as vice squad leader of the Heaven Origin Division and requested reinforcements for Xinjiang. Maingan pondered, reinforcements, the barbarian subjugation isn't going as planned. I need to hurry. Wan angrily clenched his fist, muttering to himself, Elder Suk, that old fox, he requests reinforcements, he's a leech. Maingan ordered, tell them I'll do it. Wan responded in surprise, questioning his order. Maingan continued, quickly prepare Quang Zhou, Yang Se Zhang, and Hum Quan and send them to Xinjiang ahead of time. Wan questioned, all three, that's what the young master meant. Maingan smiled and answered, when we arrive at the Heaven Origin Division this way, we'll also dispatch troops to Xinjiang. The subordinates wondered, we're going to Xinjiang too? Wan asked, does that mean you'll go personally? Young master, Maingan replied, he's my brother, I have to help. Wan stammered, no, that's not it. He thought, with the third young master's skills, the barbarians should have been subjugated already. Could the young master not know that? Yet he says he'll go himself. Maingan tightened the reins and said, the horses must be rested enough, let's go. His subordinates replied, yes. Maingan chuckled, thinking, it seems something unexpected has happened in Xinjiang. A few hours later, three men were gathered in the Heaven Origin Division's headquarters. One asked, why the sudden gathering? Another replied, that's the point, we're here to replace the training unit. Jigelmanjun, the second squad leader of the Heaven Origin Division, yawned and said, I hear there will be a battle at Stronghold Mountain this time. Jun Koak, the third squad leader, scratched his ear and sighed, don't tell me they'll make us spearhead the attack again. How long are we going to be cannon fodder? It's a huge battle. Min Trong replied, it's not something our ragtag bunch can handle. Jun Koak blew on his finger and said, good, I'm tired of burying my men. Min Trong angrily stood up and said, hey, you can bury yours because you've collected them, but I. A bang on the table stopped the argument. The man in the middle said, a damn mosquito in the middle of winter. The other two men broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. The man in the middle was Jean Seo, the first squad leader of the Heaven Origin Division. He thought, is this really where we'll settle down? Not me. I'll definitely return to Zhongyuan. Definitely. Suddenly, someone entered. The three quickly greeted him. Squad leader has arrived. This was Ko Changjun, the Heaven Origin Division squad leader. He shouted, Heaven Origin Division, assemble. Jun Koak said, puzzled, assemble. Min Trong shrugged and replied, all the squad leaders are right here. What's there to assemble? Changjun exclaimed angrily, what's this? Aren't you the Heaven Origin Division? He stood with his hands on his hips and shouted, the vacant position of vice squad leader of the Heaven Origin Division has been filled. Min Trong frowned and asked, who? Jun Koak chuckled, is it me? Jean Seo remained silent. Thud thud asterisk, another man entered and spoke, nice to meet you. I am Maingan. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted, oh, a kid. Min Trong teased, if I'd gotten together with my first love, I'd have a son your age by now. Jun Koak said, if you don't want the vice squad leader position, just say so. Jean Seo added, keep your jokes appropriate. Slap slap asterisk, Changjun slapped the two men on the head. Jean Seo was quick enough to dodge. He shouted, are you all homesick to the point of madness? Because this is the seventh young master, the youngest son of the liege, Manhwa chuckled. The three quickly knelt down, apologizing. We've committed a grave offense, please forgive us, Manhwa quickly said. No, please get up. Jin Seo frowned and asked, but what's the reason? The Heaven Origin Division members are from the Miram Alliance, captured on the battlefield and surrendered, but the young master isn't like that, Manhwa asked back. So what? Jin Seo said sternly, aren't our stances different? We need to go to the battlefield to earn merit as soon as possible. Chang Jun turned and shouted, Captain. He raised his sword forward and said, can't you keep your mouth shut? Jin Seo trembled but continued, our hands each had their own talents in the past, but we haven't received adequate support, even troop reinforcements are unstable, even if war breaks out, we're just a knife. It's not that we lack martial arts skills, we wield our swords and train every day, but we've never been given a real chance. Manhwa asked, so you want to achieve merit, right? Jin Seo replied, no matter our background, we are martial artists, how can we not desire to go to the battlefield and test our strength against those with real skill? Manhwa smirked and asked, you're the squad leader, right? How long does it take to prepare to ejaculate? Jin Seo exclaimed. A moment later, from 3 to 7 people were gathered around, Manhwa said. I didn't expect the Heaven Origin Division so soon, so I was able to observe this morning's training session. 12 men per squad, 3 squads total, not a large scale, but you're not a pathetic group of deserters, but an elite unit, more than 10 of you are nearly top tier. No wonder, most of you are elite martial artists selected by the Miram Alliance for victory. So if the team leader allows, we will organize a group of 20 people from the Heaven Origin Division to go on an expedition. Chang Jun spoke up, didn't Liege already give permission, is there a need to discuss it further? Manhwa gave the order, he and Chung Peng helped the company commander prepare to go out, he and Chung clapped his hands in response, obeyed. He turned and ordered the other two, while I'm away, you 2 stewards will assist with the Heaven Origin Division's affairs. The 2 bowed and replied, yes, sir. Jin Seo asked, but the forces, is it just one Heaven Origin Division squad? Manhwa replied, that. Before he could finish, a breathless man ran in, master, outside. A bearded man entered and said, the Heaven Origin Division, it's been a while since you've been here. Dai Chungyang entered. Chang Jun quickly bowed and asked, Left Guardian, what brings you here, sir? Dai Chung waved his hand and said, I'm just passing by, feel free, feel free. He approached and greeted, long time no see. The 7th young master Manhwa smiled back, thank you for your long journey. Dai Chung replied, isn't the deployment of this sex forces my job? He recalled Sama Jin's grumpy face and stroked his beard, saying, the Clearlight Corps leader keeps complaining. Large-scale support to prepare for the conquest of Stronghold Mountain is quite difficult. The supply has been handed over to the Suk family. The forces consist of 1 Heaven Origin Division squad, 2 Clearlight Corps squads, and another squad will join midway. He seriously asked, are you confident? Manhwa smiled and replied, of course. The Great Myong Palace North Gate, a skilled army of thousands of men stood solemnly in front of the city gate. The captain of the Heaven Origin Division shouted loudly, the preparations for the departure were complete. Manhwa's expression became tense, he sat straight on the saddle, both hands tightly gripping the reins. From behind, 2 men walked up, bowed their heads, and introduced themselves one by one. I am A.K. John, the left captain of the Clearlight Corps who will be cooperating in this expedition. The man beside him also spoke, I am Ma Jin-gu, the right squad leader. Manhwa nodded to them, and said slowly, asking for their care. A.K. John placed a hand on his chest and said, we accompanied the squad leader on the previous trip to the western regions. He paused, then firmly said, therefore, we can assist the young master in understanding the geography and terrain. Hearing this, Manhwa thought, so the squad leader has lent me his capable subordinates. Ma Jin-gu reported, I hear the 3rd young master's punitive army is facing the barbarian tribes near Shahizi. Manhwa replied, how far is it from here to Shahizi? A.K. John mentally calculated and said, at the fastest, 20 days. Manhwa thought for a moment and asked, what about the route? A.K. John quickly replied, after meeting the Guizhou Suk family's supply team in Galmud City, his voice was even, outlining the marching route for Manhwa, we will go through the Kadam Basin and Tongmiang to Turpan. He bowed, presenting a letter, he stammered, and this? Manhwa took it, curiously asking, what is it? A.K. John respectfully replied, the squad leader instructed me to deliver this to the young master. After a pause, he continued, this is the summary of the war situation sent from the punitive army. Day City side, Chun Yang and Sama Jin were quietly observing them. Manhwa read the letter, thinking to himself, thank you, squad leader. After reading the letter, he said, then let's go. Squad leader Jin Seo obeyed. He spurred his horse and commanded, "Depart." The army slowly marched out of the city gate, the sound echoing from afar. Ha Wan Kong and Eun Kyung stood on the city gate looking at the army moving away, thinking to themselves that this was the young master's first appearance. Watching Myung-un lead the army, striding confidently under the bright sun, he thought, now it truly begins. On the march, Myung-un thought, the heavenly demon cult's main base is in the 100,000s Mountains, a region of towering mountains. Since ancient times, they have established branches everywhere. Since his father's generation, they pushed out the Kunlun school and occupied the southern Qinghai region bordering Sichuan and Gansu. The heavenly demon cult established a base here, as entering Zhongyuan was their long-held ambition. In the past, at the Great Snow Mountain, Myung-un vividly remembered that time. His father was attacked by them during a snowstorm. His father, then the young leech, shattered the army of the 9 sects in one clan, with Manhwa sect, Qingcheng sect, and Zhongnan sect at the center. He single-handedly wiped out numerous major sects at that time and achieved great merit by defeating Taoist master Jin Shan, the sect leader of Zhongnan sect. This earned him even greater respect, and he later became the leech. However, in the end, his father still couldn't enter Zhongyuan. Myung-jung faced many sects, but it didn't help him. Though he never lost a battle, the constant fighting severely impacted him, yet he couldn't achieve any significant victories. This affected his reputation. Conversely, after suffering heavy financial losses due to the struggle for the young leech position among the young masters, the heavenly demon cult suffered heavy losses. The sects that allied to attack were defeated by the Kunlun school and faced the threat of being driven out of Qinghai. The continuous news of defeat severely impacted the liege's health. One dawn, Myung-un still remembered his father silently passing away. Out of the memory zone, soon their army had reached the snow mountain area. A.K. John approached him, saying, "Galmud City is right ahead. In front of them is pure white snow." A.K. John quietly said, "Galmud City is an important traffic area connecting Sichuan and the Kadam Basin connecting Xinjiang and Tibet." Myung-un listened intently. He silently calculated that Xinjiang and Tibet were mostly plateaus and plains, deserts, and harsh climates. The wind blew his hair, revealing his thoughtful expression. But the Tian Shan Mountains of Xinjiang and the T-Horse Road of Tibet were important trade routes between the western regions and Zhongyuan. Grasping the key point, he thought, based on Zhongyuan's situation, a group of people approached. Their leader, pausing, Myung-un paid little attention. He thought, our sect's situation has been pushed towards western Zhongyuan. The leader of the group approached, respectfully bowing. The Flying Sparrow Sword Shirzo. "Greetings, Vice Squad Leader." Myung-un smiled and nodded in return. He continued to ponder, but there's a geographical advantage to controlling the trade route with the western regions. Merchants originally used this route for trade. They could quickly buy goods when good items appeared. Most of them relied on manpower to transport goods. If only the sales route is secured, it could also be resold to Zhongyuan with brokerage fees. Myung-un pulled on the reins. He turned back and ordered, "The supply team is slow. From now on, the right squad leader will fall to the rear." Then, he looked at the remaining men. "We'll all use flying swords to protect the supply team." The right squad leader clasped his hands into fists and respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Myung-un nodded and said, "Then let's continue." He spurred his horse and continued forward. Though management might be difficult, he thought while riding, but if the dream is to enter Zhongyuan, then expanding our influence is the opposite. Thinking this, he laughed joyfully. It's not about Zhongyuan being saturated, but heading west. Behind him, the valiant army followed, dust obscuring the sky. After a week of departure, Myung-un's army was stationed near the Kadam Basin. The camp was surrounded by rocky mountains. The sunset was a bright red in one corner of the sky. A report rang out in the camp. The vice squad leader was the company captain Jin Seo. The person inside slowly replied, "Please come in." Inside the tent, Myung-un was sitting in front of the desk. He looked at Jin Seo in surprise, curiously asked, "What's the matter?" He spoke hesitantly. He bowed his head, flustered, and said, "My subordinate wishes to express his gratitude for allowing him to participate in this expedition." Not wanting to make him uncomfortable, he said, "Would you like a cup of tea?" He thought to himself, "It seems you have something you want to say." Jin Seo bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, Vice Squad Leader." The gentle sound of pouring tea filled the air. Soon, a steaming cup of tea was placed before him. Myung-un poured the tea, pondering. Jin Seo was from the Qingcheng sect. The Qingcheng sect is no longer the #1 sect in the world. Despite the many changes, it still exists, as a traditional Taoist sect of the 9 sects in one clan, located on Mount Qingcheng. It's one of the origins of Taoism. The two men silently enjoyed their tea in comfortable silence. Myung-un pondered, Thinking of the Azure Sky Scarlet Dawn sword technique and the Willow Glide movement technique, he couldn't help but admire their excellence, surpassing other martial arts. He silently assessed the man opposite him. Someone like Jin Seo must be a representative disciple of his generation. This led him to consider the worst-case scenario. If captured, he would likely choose death over surrender. Jin Seo held his teacup tightly. There's something I wonder if the vice squad leader could help with. He thought for a moment, then said, if I achieve merit during this expedition. He hesitated, looking at the young man, then softly added, could you send me to Zhongyuan sometime? Elsewhere, inside a sweltering tent, Manhwa sat meditating. His entire body was filled with a surge of vital energy. He gritted his teeth, thinking, ugh, a type of snake venom. His face was pale, the poison spread throughout his body like roots. He channeled his internal energy, trying to force the poison out, pushing it out bit by bit. It's not easy, he thought. A few days earlier, under the cover of a dark night, tens of thousands of fiery red arrows rained down upon him. Even with his high martial arts skill, Manhwa couldn't avoid being injured. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I didn't expect the arrows to contain such potent chi. An arrow struck his leg, causing him to collapse. In that moment, he observed the archer. He was certain he'd seen the person's face concealed, and in the dim light, he was sure it wasn't a member of the nomadic tribes. Manhwa sighed, thinking, I can't find a silver dragon pill in this wilderness. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts from outside. Young master, it's Jeju, your subordinate. Manhwa quickly put on his robe and replied, come in. Jeju asked worriedly, are you truly all right, sir? Manhwa adjusted his robe and coldly replied, I'm fine. Are the preparations for the expedition complete? Jeju hesitated. The preparations are complete, but... After a moment, he said, there are clearly individuals among the nomadic tribes who have practiced our martial arts. Jeju's face grew more troubled. Perhaps they are those expelled from the Miram Alliance. He thought to himself, what about that? Min Huin didn't answer. He couldn't retreat now. With that thought, he tightened his belt. His older brother had punished Stronghold Mountain. Considering recent events, he thought, if news of our army's near defeat reaches home, it will all be over. To prevent recent news from reaching home, he must obtain the head of the tribal leader this time. Manhwa firmly resolved this, but the poison in his body caused him to grimace. Jeju continued, there's something else I need to tell you. Manhwa held his sword firmly. What is it? He hesitated. The matter is, Jeju lowered his head, sweat beading on his forehead. There's news that the 7th young master is leading reinforcements. Manhwa turned back to look at him in astonishment. Jeju continued to advise, so, why not let everyone rest a bit? Near the Kadam Basin, Manhwa thoughtfully asked, why did you choose Zhongyuan? Jin Seo braced himself, tensely replying, I wasn't captured by your cult, I came willingly. Hearing this, he curiously thought, a Taoist disciple voluntarily goes to the divine cult. Jin Seo continued, Taoist Zaha, the sect leader of the Qingcheng sect, falsely accused me. Recalling past events, he said with seething resentment, they hunted me throughout Sichuan. Memories flooded back to Jin Seo. Because I discovered the evil deeds of Taoist Zaha's son, he said, his anger growing. His eldest son, the Taoist master, was a scoundrel, even rejecting his Taoist title. He paused, hesitating. He molested my junior disciple. His voice was tinged with sorrow. Eventually, the junior disciple committed suicide due to shame. Jin Seo's hands trembled as he gripped his thighs, restraining his emotions. He continued, I went to them and demanded punishment. He sighed, his hands shaking more. But Taoist Zaha, instead, blamed me. Manhwa propped his chin on his hand, listening silently. He couldn't help but wonder, why did Taoist Zaha spare the squad leader's life? This only fueled his curiosity. Perhaps it was compassion, a shred of conscience. Jin Seo saw the look on his face and guessed his thoughts. You're curious how I'm still alive, aren't you? He scoffed, because I risked everything to escape. Manhwa was surprised. He'd assumed Taoist Zaha had secretly given his disciple a way to live. I barely escaped with my life, he said, gritting his teeth as he recalled that difficult time. I thought I had to become stronger than them. Manhwa narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. He hadn't expected the man before him to have such a miserable past. Then I began seclusion to cultivate, Jin Seo said, closing his eyes and steadying himself. But I couldn't conquer my inner demons. He sighed. I almost died several times. He remembered his plight in the cave and said thoughtfully, I even considered suicide. He lived with torment for a long time, but ultimately survived. I joined your cult for future plans, he said, recalling his wandering years, finally choosing the heavenly demon cult. Even now, I don't stop practicing my martial arts. Then, summoning his courage, he said, I can't continue living like this, ashamed of what happened to my junior disciple. Jin Seo's eyes squeezed shut as he fought back tears. He pleaded helplessly, "Please, send me to the Qingqing sect." Myeongun pondered. If Jin Seo's words are true, he thought, considering the countless grudges in the Jianghu, the bloody vengeance within the sects, it's how small cracks lead to great destruction, he sighed. 10 days into the expedition, near Delying, surrounded by snow-capped mountains, A.K. John spoke from behind. "We've finally arrived at Delying." The man beside him looked around and suddenly said, "Those are..." White tiger flags fluttered in the white snow. He and Chung Peng cried out joyfully, "They're all White Tiger Squad flags." Myeongun wondered, cooperating with the punitive army, he asked, "Who's the commander?" Hasty footsteps drew the attention of the White Tiger Squad. 2 men observed them from afar. "That's the vice squad leader of the Heaven Origin Division." The other man, hands on his hips, asked, "Where's the Heaven Origin Division?" He thought, "I don't know, they don't tell us exactly where anything is every day." Despite this, they greeted the reinforcements. The second squad leader of the White Tiger Squad welcomes the vice squad leader of the Heaven Origin Division. 3 men of the White Tiger Squad lined up to salute Myeongun. "What are they thinking? Just a kid," they muttered. The man in the middle stepped forward. "Rang Cheol, second squad leader of the White Tiger Squad, greets the vice squad leader." Myeongun dismounted, clasped his hands in return, and said, "Long time no see, squad leader Rang Cheol." A.K. John enthusiastically introduced him to Myeongun. "The second squad of the White Tiger Squad is familiar with the local terrain," he said, pointing towards the wasteland, "and they know the nomadic tribes well, so they'll be a great help." Rang Cheol silently observed Myeongun, thinking of the young man's words. "Yeah, long time," he wondered. Noticing his doubtful expression, Myeongun smirked. The gag order back then really was a good idea, wasn't it? This face matched the youth in Rang Cheol's memory. Hyung Sian-woo leaned in and whispered, "Squad leader, that's the kid from back then." He glanced at Myeongun's face, the one who broke the squad leader's blood blade. Rang Cheol became even more embarrassed. He snapped, "Shut up, I remember now." Hyung Sian-woo said nervously, "Squad leader, let's pretend we don't know." His words made Rang Cheol even more flustered. "I told you to shut up, you're digging your own grave." 15 days into the expedition, near Turpan, night had fallen. Discussions filled the camp. "Tomorrow, we finally reach Turpan." In Myeongun's tent, he stood before his officers, looking at the map on the table. "Have the White Tiger Squad scouts sent to Delying returned?" Rang Cheol jumped up, quickly replying, "Yes, the third young master's punitive army is currently at Sahaisi." He paused to catch his breath. "The nomadic tribes are to the north of that location." Seeing Myeongun remain silent, Rang Cheol grew more flustered and hastily reported, "The third young master's forces number 200, the nomadic tribe's forces are roughly over 100. His saliva flew everywhere. A.K. John, sitting beside him, wiped his face and exclaimed, 100. Rang Cheol trembled. "The situation favors the nomadic tribes." The Flying Sparrow Sword silently analyzed the situation, counting only the martial arts experts sent as reinforcements, not including the third young master's bodyguards. "There are at least 5, said, furrowing his brow. "I didn't expect the battle to be this difficult." Myeongun thought for a while, then looked at A.K. John and asked, "How long does it take to travel from Turpan to Sahaisi?" He miscalculated, "More than 2 days' travel." He considered it. "Then what if we don't go through Turpan tomorrow, but take the northern route?" His question stunned everyone. A.K. John wondered, the northern route. Despite this, he honestly reported, it would take another 2 days. Hearing the answer, Myeongun quickly made a decision. "Then let's take the detour." A.K. John was shocked by his decision. "Then the rendezvous with Turpan will be delayed." Before the squad leaders, Myeongun stated his decision. "We won't rendezvous." This stunned everyone. They didn't know what he planned to do. Myeongun confidently said, "We'll detour around Turpan and attack the nomadic tribes from behind." 5 days later, at Sahaisi, the barbarian faction, the image of Myeongun flashed past the camp gate. In less than a second, 2 guards were hit in their vital spots. His actions were carefully calculated. Unnecessary injuries would only attract unwanted attention. Sure enough, the main force was at the front, leaving the rear unguarded. 2 or 3 more guards were quickly incapacitated. Focusing his strength in his legs, he dashed forward. After neutralizing the rooms leading to the central area, "I have to quickly find your room." Recalling the previous meeting, Myeongun announced that we wouldn't join forces, because we would take a detour through Turpan and ambush the Manchus from behind. Everyone was extremely confused and asked, "What?" One person spoke up, "The enemy has 1,000 men, we only have about 200. Myeongun replied, "We will launch a night attack." When outnumbered, there's no more effective strategy than a night attack. "That's if we win," considering our past failure with a night attack, it's incredibly risky. The man worriedly said. The Flying Sparrow sword then added, there are reports of Zhongyuan people among the Manchu soldiers, we can't underestimate them. After joining forces with the punitive expedition, we can reorganize and strategize, Myung said. The war has dragged on until midwinter, shouldn't we end it quickly? As soon as he finished, everyone fell silent, thinking to themselves, he's not wrong, but we've been marching relentlessly for 11 days. To suggest a night attack with our lack of combat experience in this situation, he simply smiled and said, it's called a saying without trust, nothing stands. Trust me, the Heaven Origin Division will lead the vanguard, and I will be at the front, he said with unwavering determination. Hearing this, Jin Seo ground his teeth in anger, secretly thinking, the Heaven Origin Division as the vanguard, are they going to be used as cannon fodder? Returning to the present, Myung approached the trading location, it's there. No guards, he thought as he softly landed. He cautiously approached to eavesdrop, or perhaps, unexpectedly, there were no guards. Inside, Yurum excitedly approached Min Gukshung, who held a treasure. What is that? He asked. He replied, a gift from the Lord, isn't it the rare radiance sphere? Thanks to him, we've been winning continuously, and he even sent this. Inside were 5 gleaming pearls. The Lord thinks the Khan is the master of the steppe, Yurum said greedily. What, you think of me? Before he could finish, Min Gukshung hushed him with a shhh. It's forbidden to mention my lord. He placed his hand on his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Yurum nervously said, Sir, it was my fault. According to intel, the punitive expedition plans to attack again tomorrow. Their conversation was interrupted when the tent was slashed open. Both of them looked around in alarm. What was that? Myung approached and pressed his sword against his throat. Min Gukshung only managed to think, so fast. Is your master Myung Gak? If you don't answer, I'll kill you, he demanded. Outside, a supporting attacker had already drawn his bow and arrow, aiming at him. Luckily, Myung quickly blocked it with his sword, wary of a hidden arrow. Yurum seized the opportunity to escape. There's an opening, I have to run, as if understanding his thoughts. He struck a pressure point at the base of Yurum's skull. In an instant, Min Gukshung escaped. Myung thought, mobility arts are really fast. As soon as he got outside, he ordered his companions to fire. At that moment, Myung used his ki to lift a radiant sphere. As the arrow flew towards him, he used his sword to strike the pearl, sending it flying towards Min Gukshung. It struck him hard at the base of his skull. He thought, I hit a silent pressure point, so he can't scream. Without hesitation, Myung blocked the arrow with his sword. He gently redirected it, adding force. Sending the arrow flying towards the archer, it pierced his thigh. Myung ran towards him. The archer cried out in pain, his body emitting a red light. He was astonished. What kind of prohibition is this that he can't even confess? I deliberately aimed for his leg. As he cultivated demonic arts, the archer's face was now wrinkled and lifeless, looking grotesque. Only then did the soldiers hear the commotion and started searching. What kind of attack? Nothing happened at the front. It's not the front, it's the rear. Myung's men, having already ambushed in the bushes, launched darts at the soldiers. All of them were hit, immediately panicking. What? Only then did Jin Seo realize, I didn't expect him to use thunder bombs here. Returning to the past, after the meeting ended, Myung said to him, Captain, the main mission of the Heaven Origin Division is the research and destruction of the martial arts of the 9 sects in one clan. Correct, that's right. Qingcheng sect is good at swordsmanship and body techniques, but they are also better at hidden weapons than anyone else. He immediately continued, so they can make thunder bombs. Of course, Jin Seo thought to himself, how does the young master know the hidden weapons of Qingcheng sect? To prepare for the night raid, please prepare the thunder bomb. As for the members, gather people who are good at hidden weapons. He immediately asked again, thunder bomb is the explosive type, is that okay? Using it for a raid is a bit too much. Myung replied, it depends on the situation, so it might be okay. The attacked men could only cry out, what, are these demons? According to the plan, the thunder bombs were blow darts. The Heaven Origin Division successfully infiltrated and threw the enemy into chaos with thunder bombs and blow darts. The soldiers were continuously attacked. A sharp, golden needle zipped past the neck. The team immediately appeared. Lang Nhi excitedly spoke, I can't be left out. There's another punitive expedition, barbarians. As expected of our team leader, White Tiger Squad quickly approached and eliminated those who were falling into chaos. Long sword strikes were unleashed one after another. Then, the Clearlight Corps joined forces and dealt with the cornered man tribesmen, buying time to capture the tribal chief alive. One by one, they were eliminated. During training, Myung had said, while the man tribe excels in direct combat, they lack organizational skills. If we quickly secure the central area, the surrounding areas will be easy to destroy, Gene Seo worriedly said. But we absolutely have to capture the tribal chief alive, he cheerfully replied. That's the only way to quickly end this war. Thunder Bomb releases lightning and creates a suitable explosion and light that causes the barbarian people unfamiliar with Zhongyuan martial arts to fall into chaos. Several soldiers were taken down in a single blow. They couldn't believe we were using the same tactic as before. They were completely unprepared for the night raid, and the man tribesman quickly fled. After arriving, he had only understood the enemy's formation for half an hour, yet they devised such a perfect strategy. He thought to himself, I seem to have underestimated the vice squad leader. He quickly went to the main camp, found it, the tribal chief's tent. Gene Seo entered and saw a man sprawled on the ground. That was Irmu, but he was dead, with fresh blood still flowing from his neck. Then where did the deputy chief go? Myelnun was quickly searching everywhere, constantly calculating. That restriction, was it demonic arts? Furthermore, when the man who was talking privately with Irmu escaped, his movements were clearly mobility arts belonging to our sect. The image from earlier flashed through his mind, and the second young master he mentioned, it was like he realized something. He thought, could Myongak be helping the man tribe? Near Shahizi, the exhausted men finally dared to speak. The masked man began to ask, what are our losses? Less than a squad. Half. No, more than half are dead, the rest are struggling, gasping for breath. Chilean squad leader Min Gukshung angrily thought, I can't believe the reinforcements didn't join the main force but attacked immediately. That idiot Irmu, he was too careless. What about your side? The same here, the archer shook his head. Prepare to retreat, now, he ordered. The men were confused. What? Our first mission has failed, the rest don't need to die needlessly, and we can't reveal our true identities. Although the second mission is the secret assassination of the third young master, that would require help from those guys, and I don't like that, he thought seriously. What on earth was the young master thinking? Allying with the master of the sky-splitting palace. The second in command slowly stood up. Fine, we'll do as you say, you're in command, but those needless deaths should be yours, not ours. Look at you, running away in fear, he sneered. Because he didn't see that person, he could say those words. Definitely a higher realm than the four great protectors. Min Gukshung recalled Myonlin's terrifying image. Right, we killed Irmu. If he was tortured and confessed, we would be in trouble, Gukshung agreed. The man's blood flowed, coating the floor. While the archer was still happily talking, a long sword sliced across his neck. Min Gukshung decisively beheaded him, coldly saying, therefore, you all must be silenced. We might get into trouble because of that loose mouth. His men proceeded to kill the remaining soldiers. Don't miss a single one, bury them all here. At the same time, at the Man Tribe's battlefield, the White Tiger squad regrouped. The cleanup of the battlefield was almost complete. Baek Hyun-chung cheerfully exclaimed, a truly magnificent victory. The Flying Sparrow sword said proudly, it's astonishing that we suppressed an enemy 10 times our size in such a short time. Gene Seo replied with a dejected face, however, we failed to capture the leader alive. I was too slow. A.K. John patted his shoulder in consolation, our losses are minimal, it's practically a success. The Flying Sparrow sword continued to question, but who actually killed the enemy leader? I don't know, he was already dead when I arrived. In any case, the Heaven Origin Division's contribution was the greatest in this battle, all thanks to the vice squad leader. Gene Seo shyly scratched his head. But where did the vice squad leader go? A junior officer asked. Recalling the moment everyone was cheering, we won. Exhausted, gasping for breath, he finally finished when he heard a voice from somewhere, squad leader, it's me. Gene Seo was surprised. Where's the vice squad leader? I have somewhere to go, take care of the rest, Myelnun said. He said he had somewhere to go. Before the story could end, the clatter of hooves was heard in the distance. Myelnun, sitting on horseback, shouted, what in the world is going on? Greetings, third young master. The men knelt down to pay their respects. You didn't join the main force and attack the man tribe immediately, he asked as he dismounted. That's right. Inwardly fearing, they thought, the seventh young master achieved a feat upon arrival. The third young master will surely be furious. Ha ha. Contrary to their expectations, he laughed loudly, which confused them. So, where's Myelnun now? He asked, with a terrifying expression. That matter, while the vice squad leader was still stuttering in response, Myelnun immediately appeared to greet, third brother, you're here. He smiled and said, I greeted you too late, and I was carrying someone on my back. I thought to myself, I've used mobility arts so much that my chi has dropped to rock bottom. He recalled how he had just crossed the entire encampment and headed towards the mountain behind. He figured they must have sensed the movement of chi, 4 or 5 of them. Myung used mobility arts to get there. I have to find the one who escaped. Myung must be behind this. In the distance, ahead, a group of people were dragging a palanquin. He immediately dismounted. He stopped them, thinking, oh my god, it's that guy. They weren't good people. The leader, with a ferocious face, asked, who are you? He chuckled good-naturedly, haha, I'm just passing by, but I'm a bit thirsty, could I have a drink of water? Sure, he said, reaching into his coat pocket. It was a feint. He decisively thrust his hand forward. There were weapons concealed there. With a smug expression, he said, how could I ignore someone in need? Myung was suspicious. Sharp needles shot out. Myung nimbly dodged the attacks, slowly approaching him, thinking, too slow, it's not Zhongyuan martial arts. Their appearances, are they all from the western regions? He then acupunctured all of them. After dealing with the thugs, he approached the carriage. That aura, is someone inside? He decisively lifted the curtain. Inside was an unconscious beauty, breathing weakly, poisoned. Back to the present, looking at the girl in the bed, he said, I found her while pursuing remnants of the barbarian tribe. I thought about leaving her, but her clothing suggests she might be from the royal family of a nearby small country, and she's poisoned. And third brother was also poisoned during the battle, he said innocently. Myung angrily turned to Jeju. You recorded that? Jeju nervously scratched his head. You told me to record everything that happened. The girl was sweating profusely, her breath hot. First, we need to find out what kind of poison she has. I'm going to see if it's the same as the poison on the arrows. And there were definitely Zhongyuan people among the barbarian soldiers. I need to investigate this thoroughly. The third young master said angrily, can't we just raid the prisoners and find out? Jeju, investigate and then kill them all. Jeju bowed his head in obedience, kill them all. The grass of the steppe will always grow back, no matter how much you pull it up, Myung said. Myung scoffed, sounds like a hypocrite. We can't go this far. This war started because the barbarians violated our trade routes. Unnecessary enmity will greatly affect our trade, he argued. It's better in the long run to capture the next tribal leader, take his child as a hostage, and entrust them with managing this area and demanding tribute. Increased tax revenue will please father, A.K. John thought, just as the squad leader said, he's clever. Myung proudly walked away, clicking his tongue. Do as you wish, you can handle the interrogation. If we win, I'll tell father myself. No, I'm just a support troop. Isn't this your victory? I'll have my own victory celebration because I have something to do. Hearing this, Myung gritted his teeth, furious. My victory? Are you mocking me? Myung unhappily thought. Don't worry, brother, I barely put a spoon on this table. A moment later, Myung began the interrogation. It's true that Zhongyuan people participated, but they claim they don't know their identities. A soldier replied, it was the tribal leader's sole decision, he didn't tell us. If you're lying, your head will roll, he coldly threatened. What is there for a defeated soldier to hide? Besides, most of us didn't welcome them, Myung asked again. This is the steppe, our land, asking for help from Zhongyuan people to protect it, our pride won't allow it. Zion, the barbarian warrior, said. It's better to step on weeds. Myung smiled. Good, I'll ask one more question. Do you know Alxin? He lowered his head. Alxin, they're devils. They'll do anything for money. Although we have little contact with them, the small countries near the Tian Shan Mountains pay tribute to and are ruled by Alxin. Then do you know this woman? He slowly lifted the curtain. Upon seeing the girl in the bed, Zion exclaimed in shock. That woman is the Pearl of Tian Shan, Yi Xian. Why is she here? Myung looked at the girl with interest. The Pearl of Tian Shan. Recalling that battle with the mysterious group, seeing their clothing, Myung guessed. Their appearance, are they all from the western regions? The group was quickly defeated. Myung calmly walked past them toward the carriage. A faint aura, is someone else inside? Myung approached, lifted the curtain, and saw Yi Xian unconscious in the carriage. He examined Yi Xian's condition, poisoned. Thinking, Myung turned his feet and walked out. On the ground, a guy was gritting his teeth and glaring angrily, thinking what happened to his body that couldn't move. Myung stopped in front of that guy, coldly asked, who is the woman inside the carriage? It seems like she used poison. Was it you guys? That guy coldly replied, unable to say. He immediately loudly threatened him. If he wanted to humiliate him, then he would rather kill him. Before the man could finish, Myung instantly activated his spiritual energy, aiming it straight at the man's forehead. He coldly said, I understand, as you wish. The man immediately stammered in fear. That woman is an ordinary woman who used to live in the nation of Daman. It was just a minor misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Myung's expression changed. He frowned and said, so it was a kidnapping. At this point, he recalled a memory. If it was the nation of Daman, It was the country he had met in Broadview Village. He had expressed his gratitude for their gift of the gunma. Most of the bandits in this area had been wiped out by the Clearlight Corps leader while he was in seclusion. Thinking this, he looked at the man on the ground and coldly asked, "What poison did you use on the woman?" The man on the ground said fearfully and anxiously, "I don't know." His spiritual energy approached the man's neck, creating a small wound. The man panicked, sweating profusely. He said, "I really don't know, only the prophet knows." Myung-eun was surprised and asked, "The prophet?" The man immediately explained, "He's our leader." Myung-eun then asked, "Was there poison on the hidden weapons you used?" The man immediately retorted, "No, only the prophet can use poison." Hearing this, Myung-eun pondered, "The prophet and poison, huh?" After thinking, Myung-eun carefully carried Yi-hsien on his back and left. "I understand, I'll take this woman," he said. The man on the ground helplessly watched his back receding, trying to stop him. That Myung-eun seemed to remember something. He suddenly stopped, turned, and glanced at them coldly. "Oh, right, even if I don't know who the prophet is, tell him I'll be coming for him sooner or later, just wait." Back in reality, Myung-eun sat blankly on a chair, looking at the unconscious Yi-hsien on the bed. He thought he had prevented the poison from spreading further, so it shouldn't be life-threatening, but the longer he waited, the worse it would be. There was no antidote. Looking at the unconscious Yi-hsien, her face pained and her breathing labored, Myung-eun thought to himself, if this woman is truly royalty from the nation of Daman, it wouldn't be bad to marry her. Myung-eun took Yi-hsien's hand to examine her condition. From the night raid to the pursuit, he was exhausted. His whole body began to emit a red light. The light enveloped him and gradually moved into Yi-hsien's arm. Using his chi, he gathered the poison that had spread throughout her body into one place to expel it. Myung-eun was sweating, carefully considering all the worst-case scenarios. He then controlled his chi and transmitted it into Yi-hsien's body. Burning the poison with chi would be the easiest, but with her current physical condition, it would be difficult for her to endure. His chi gradually flowed along the meridians from Yi-hsien's arm, spreading throughout her body. It emitted a light, gradually burning away all the toxins in her body. The pain and the large amount of chi flooding her body caused Yi-hsien to grimace in pain, her whole body covered in cold sweat. Seeing this, Myung-eun also broke out in sweat, trying his best to carefully control his chi. A little more, he muttered. The poison in Yi-hsien's body was gradually burned away, and it was slowly drawn out by his chi. "All right," Myung-eun said contentedly, withdrawing his hand and transferring the black poison into a small vial. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Now I can rest." 2 hours later, Myung-eun carefully lifted the curtain and entered. Seeing that Yi-hsien was awake, he smiled and said, "You're awake." Yi-hsien looked at him and softly said, "I heard that you saved me." She smiled, stood up, and bowed sincerely. "I am Yi-hsien of the nation of Daman, thank you very much." He calmly introduced himself. "I am Myung-eun of the heavenly demon cult, please, sit." As soon as she heard his name, she sat down and carefully looked at him. "Could it be that you are the one who helped my big sister many years ago in Qinghai?" Myung-eun looked at her in surprise. "Big sister," Yi-hsien immediately said. "My big sister's name is Go-min." Hearing this, Myung-eun thought to himself, if she's Go-min's sister, then she's a princess of the nation of Daman. He calmly sat down and said with a smile, "It seems so. It's nothing major," Yi-hsien murmured. "So that's it." Myung-eun looked at her and said, "When you recover, I'll take you back to the nation of Daman." Hearing this, Yi-hsien clasped her hands and said, "You've helped me every time." Myung-eun smiled brightly. "It's not like I won't need your help someday," Yi-hsien immediately said. "Just say the word, sir, and we'll definitely help." He smiled, but immediately turned serious and asked Yi-hsien, "By the way, why did the Alxin do this? I heard the nation of Daman is tributary to Alxin. Their relationship shouldn't be bad." Hearing this question, Yi-hsien hesitated. "It's a shameful matter, but since you are my benefactor, I will tell you. The nation of Daman has been trading with the Northwestern Trade Guild of the Heavenly Demon Cult for several decades. One day, a group of Alxin's subordinates said they would act as intermediaries. They took the horses from us and said that the Heavenly Demon Cult hadn't paid for them." Myung-eun was startled. He remembered that incident. Yi-hsien continued, "So my big sister went to the Heavenly Demon Cult herself to find out the truth. Afterward, the Clearlight Corps leader visited personally. He eliminated the surrounding bandits and reorganized the trading methods. However, the decrease in bandits reduced the reward money Alxin received. They said that we used the power of Zhongyuan to disrupt the order here and demanded an exorbitant amount of money from us. Because we refused, they kidnapped me." Myung-eun asked curiously, "Didn't the Clearlight Corps leader eliminate the Alxin? Ignoring them isn't like him." Yi-hsien stammered, "That's..." She lowered her head, looking worried, "Because we didn't mention Alxin's existence, even if they were eliminated. Others like them would appear. In fact, Alxin has unified the surrounding bandits, so paying tribute is easier." Myung-un pondered, so the nation of Daman only cares about receiving the money for the horses, eliminating the bandits isn't their priority. Yi Xian said sadly, if my big sister had endured a little longer, the relationship with the oxen might not be as bad as it is now. Myung-un immediately gently consoled Yi Xian. I know what you're saying, but you can't solve a problem without facing it. Yi Xian looked up at him in surprise. What? Myung-un looked at Yi Xian seriously. Even if you are weak and powerless, you still have to confront those who display power with power. Then he stood up and left. Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you back to the nation of Daman. Yi Xian silently lowered her head, thinking about his words, lost in thought. After he left, she finally couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed. Perhaps his words touched her heart, or maybe she knew she should have done that, but she was too cowardly to take action. Myung-un left Yi Xian's tent, his steps quick and angry. He thought, I know that in this world, even if you want to fight, even if you want to cultivate your strength, there are people who can't. He clenched his fist. He looked up at the vast starry sky, recalling the image of himself many years ago, like his mother before him. Sujin hurried over from a distance. Seeing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Vice Squad Leader, so you're here. Myung-un turned to Sujin and asked, what's wrong? Sujin frowned and told Myung-un, the results have been confirmed by Zion. The poison from the dart used by the third young master, it's snake venom that has been used by the man tribe for a long time. Myung-un wearily extended his arm and gave Sujin the jade vial containing the poison from Yi Xian's body. Please help me confirm this poison. Sujin was startled, taking the jade vial. This is different from the one the Vice Squad Leader gave me. Myung-un looked up at the vast sky. In that case, should I tell them first that Alxin isn't related to Myeongak? On the other side, the next morning, at the Great Myeong Palace in front of the North Gate, a group of soldiers wearing iron armor and holding weapons were seriously preparing to enter the battle. On High Day, Chungyang and Tram Bao, Dark Killer Squad, the Ghost Spirit Corps, the Soul Sword Division would take the lead. In the Four Gods divisions, except for the Black Tortoise Division, all available troops were mobilized. He looked at the army below and said, finally the eldest son stood up to conquer Stronghold Mountain. Myeongjung listened to Dae Chungyang's words and looked silently at the army below, saying nothing. Beside him, Sama Jin and Qian Juchi coldly observed the army below. Sama Jin frowned, thinking, the seventh young master, this battle risks so much. Below, Dark Killer Squad Leader Lee someone raised his sword and shouted, then let's show them what we've got. The soldiers' fighting spirit was immediately ignited, and they roared, young master Myeong Cheon's expedition to punish Stronghold Mountain will surely succeed. Near the Shahizi encampment of the Man tribe, Kwang Jo stepped forward, clasped his hands, bowed to Myeong-un respectfully, and said, my subordinate, Kwang Jo, will ensure Princess Yi Xian's safe return to the nation of Daman. Myeong-un smiled and replied, you will be greatly appreciated. Sujin, standing beside him, respectfully said to Myeong-un, furthermore, the entire army, including the third young master's forces, has completed its preparations and improvements. Upon hearing this, Myeong-un happily exclaimed, is that so? He thought for a moment, then ordered, Sujin, until my return, ensure the Heaven Origin Division is well guarded. We will have tasks for them soon. Sujin immediately clasped his hands, bowed, and replied, yes, sir. Then he looked at Zion and said, Zion, I believe you are a great warrior of the Man tribe, so I will appoint you as the next tribal chief. He raised an eyebrow and smiled at Zion, if you keep our trade route safe, you will receive a corresponding reward, however, you must keep your promise. Zion, upon hearing this, placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and said, I will absolutely not forget my promise. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from afar, we've just met again, Mun Jong, and already we must part. Myeong-un, hearing this, clasped his hands, bowed, and said, we shall certainly meet again. The sound of horses' hooves grew closer, followed by the familiar voice of someone he knew. They've probably started punishing Stronghold Mountain by now, Myeong-un said, glancing at Myeong-un from atop his horse. I don't know where you're going, but this is a crucial moment, so don't be gone too long. Myeong-un bowed his head and replied, I will remember. Furthermore, Myeong-un suddenly smirked at Myeong-un with a strange smile. Thank you, little brother, he said. But in his heart, Myeong-un harbored different thoughts. However, you will regret helping me this time. Myeong-un bowed his head and coldly smiled. Isn't this what brothers do for each other? He seemed to read Myeong-un's thoughts, a chill in his heart. I'll take half of that statement as genuine. Having said that, he looked at Kwang Jo and smiled. We're all set. Then, Kwang Jo looked at him seriously and replied, yes. Hearing this, he and his group immediately mounted their horses and galloped forward. He resolutely addressed his companions. All right, let's go, let's crush Alxin. Before the gates of Alxin's stronghold, Two guards were sitting on the ground, weary and slumped over. One of them heard a distant sound and stood up, saying to the other, "Humph, did you hear something just now?" The other guard remained relaxed, saying, "I didn't hear anything." The first guard turned and walked away, scratching his head doubtfully. There was clearly a sound. The second guard yawned widely, stretching, probably just goats or wild sheep searching for food. A foot stepped in front of him, but he remained oblivious, continuing to yawn. A kick to the face landed, leaving him no time to react. He clutched his bleeding face. The attacker jumped forward, attacking the remaining guard. Hyun Kwan delivered a blow to the first guard's face while telling those behind him, "No need to draw your swords." Yang Si-jang, witnessing Hyun Kwan's actions, chuckled teasingly. Sure enough, a legless man has remarkably developed limbs. Annoyed by this jab, Kwan glared at Yang Si-jang and shouted, "You've seen my marvelous striding art, and you still make those comments." Yang Si-jang told Hyun Kwan to keep one guard as a guide. Hyun Kwan calmly grabbed one guard and brought him before the group. The guard, still dazed and disoriented, had a pale face, bleeding from his nose and mouth. Realizing his predicament, he immediately bit something in his mouth. Seeing this action, Kwan jolted. What is he biting? The substance in the guard's mouth rapidly dissolved and absorbed into his body, causing his body to immediately emit smoke. This sight startled everyone, and Kwan immediately retreated. The smoke mingled with the wind, carrying an extremely foul odor, which startled Yang Si-jang. "What is that smell?" Myung-un, observing the scene and the stench, fell into thought. This smell. The substance the guard had released from his mouth caught Myung-un's attention. Upon seeing it, he was startled. He was holding fleshbane power, a highly potent poison. Fleshbane power is a substance that rapidly decomposes a corpse without leaving a trace. Seeing this, he was surprised and admired the method. To place such a restriction on a guard. Are there such vicious individuals in Tianjin? Without dwelling on it, Myung-un led the group inside. They were unaware that a group of people were secretly observing them from above. As Myung-un walked cautiously, he sensed someone above. High above, a masked woman with cold, lifeless eyes watched them. Upon entering, everyone gripped their swords tightly, cautiously observing their surroundings as they moved. Hyun Kwan looked around, sighing in exasperation. So many doors. Yang Si-jang looked around, coldly sneering. These thieves even plastered tons of red radiance sphere earth onto the walls. Myung-un cautiously looked around and reminded them, regardless, there's likely a mechanism or trap set up from the entrance. As soon as he finished his warning, Yang Si-jang froze, drenched in sweat, having apparently triggered a mechanism. Humph. He immediately lifted his foot, stammering, "What is this?" The stone under his foot had recessed slightly when he lifted his foot, and a volley of hidden weapons rained down from above. Yang Si-jang, startled, raised his sword to deflect the hidden weapons. Kwang Jo, beside him, gritted his teeth and carefully parried the weapons. Hyun Kwan slashed at the weapons, shouting, "Didn't you look at the floor before you walked?" The three of them struggled for a while, finally managing to survive the barrage of hidden weapons. Yang Si-jang sat on the ground, dazed and drenched in sweat. Kwan glared at Yang Si-jang and shouted, "We just saved your life." Kwang Jo, sweating profusely, stood to the side, gasping for breath. He looked ahead and exclaimed in surprise, "Young master, we're blocked by a wall." Myung-un stroked his chin thoughtfully. He said there's a secret passage, but it might take a while to find it. While Myung-un was still contemplating how to find the secret passage, Hyun Kwan quickly approached the wall, casually touching it here and there. "If we just open everything, won't we find it? But how do we open it?" Yang Si-jang, startled, hastily shouted, "Don't just touch everything." Kwan, ignoring Yang Si-jang's warning, scoffed, "Do you think I'm blind?" He touched around for a while, then felt a mechanism. Curiously, he pressed it, thinking, "This one, perhaps." As soon as he pressed it, the wall opened. Hyun Kwan excitedly exclaimed, "It's open." Looking inside, Kwan was astonished. It's all stone doors on all four sides. Kwang Jo, seeing this, said, "It seems like a maze." The door that just opened and closed again surprised Kwang Jo. "What's going on?" It closed automatically. On this side, Hyun Kwan reached out to touch the other organs, carefully said, "Try opening it one more time." The stone door that opened before them was blocked by a wall. As everyone looked at each other in confusion, a loud noise came from behind. Myung-un startled, turning his head. That sound. A large boulder was rolling rapidly towards them. As soon as he saw the boulder, Manhwa shouted, "Young master, get out of the way." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone immediately ran. Yang Si-jang, while adjusting his robes, used mobility arts. "I told you not to touch anything." They ran forward, continuously touching mechanisms. A iron fence slowly descended to block their path, only to be instantly sliced through by Myung-un's cold, decisive sword. They ran desperately, hacking through the iron fence and leaping over a pit filled with sharp silver spikes. Someone from the group asked, "But where do we run? The way ahead is blocked." Hearing this, Myungin gritted his teeth, glared ahead, and immediately charged forward, swinging his sword. Shadowless sword, 6th technique, Shadowless Heaven Revolving. A powerful sword strike pierced through the obstacle. Groups of people immediately ran through the opening. The boulder continued to roll, crashing into the newly created gap. Finally, it was over. Everyone knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Yang Si-jang glared at Hyun Kwan and yelled, "I told you to practice your mobility arts." Hyun Kwan, lying on the ground gasping for air, confidently said, "I could have escaped on my own, you know." Kwang Jo, kneeling on the ground, said, "Regardless, this bandit's lair is quite magnificent. All the walls are decorated." Yang Si-jang stood up, looking around and said, "The dirtier something is, the harder they try to hide its flaws." As everyone was still catching their breath, a man approached from a distance. "So, it's you." Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the group immediately stood up, seriously holding their swords and watching the approaching group. A man coldly looked at them and said, "I didn't expect you to find this place." He looked at Myungin's group appraisingly. "Those clothes, are you from the demonic cult? I hear you're at war with the Man tribe, but you don't seem to know what fear is," he said with a mocking tone. Seeing the man's attitude, he and Chung Peng angrily shouted, "What, the demonic cult?" Hu Manhwa also gritted his teeth and glared at them. Guan Yin, standing behind, gritted his teeth silently. Myungin ignored the man's mockery and attitude, coldly asking, "Where's the prophet?" The man laughed derisively. "It seems the demonic cult in Zhongyuan is surplus, hence their incessant lurking here. Tell them that the western regions have no room for the demonic cult to set foot, if you survive to return." After he finished speaking, behind the wall in the shadows, a group of large, strong men with murderous eyes silently observed Myungin's group. Their actions were like a pack of hungry wild beasts stalking delicious prey. Myungin glanced and sensed their aura, his face darkening. "This isn't a normal aura. Have these guys also been subjected to a restriction?" Myungin seriously looked at the man, coldly asking him again, "I'll ask one last time, where's the prophet?" Seeing his attitude, the man angrily shouted, "Brat, you're not someone who can just point fingers at anyone." He didn't bother to chase Myungin's group away anymore. "Go, it's time for the drug to take effect." With that, he laughed triumphantly. "Come forth, the Alxan envoys. O you who know no pain, cast these blasphemers against the prophet into hell." Each of his words seemed enchanting. Immediately, two groups of ferocious men emerged to surround them, their faces murderous, menacingly looking at Myungin's group. He glanced at them, coldly telling his men, "It seems they've taken the Lost Soul Pill. The Lost Soul Pill is a potent anesthetic." Kwang Jo, having observed their state, said, "It seems so." The man on the other side immediately shouted the order, "Kill them all." The men, frenzied by the order, immediately charged forward with their blades. Instantly, everyone took up battle stances, telling Myungin, "Please leave them to us." With that, they charged forward, each delivering a blow that sent the other side straight to their ancestors, to be fed chicken every year and to breathe incense for eternity. A man, despite being sweating profusely from exhaustion, laughed, stammering, "The envoys of La, those who know no pain." Before he could finish, the last man was decapitated by a sword strike. Kwang Jo sheathed his sword, coldly saying, "We never intended for you to experience pain." As the chaos subsided, a deep voice echoed from afar, "What's all the commotion?" The man turned his head fearfully in the direction of the voice. The prophet. Before everyone, the prophet appeared, followed by a mysterious veiled woman. He looked at Myungin's group and said, "Uninvited guests." Upon seeing him, Myungin immediately channeled his power into his sword. A green light enveloped the blade. He looked at the prophet, coldly saying, "You are the prophet. This is my greeting." With that, he gripped his sword and swung it towards the prophet. The beam of light shot towards the prophet's neck. Just as the cold light was about to strike, the mysterious veiled woman dashed forward and blocked the attack. Her action surprised those behind Myungin. Hu Manhwa exclaimed, "She blocked the young master's sword energy." Kwang Jo couldn't believe his eyes, saying, "Does this mean the people of the western regions have cultivated a mental technique?" She frowned and pointed her knife at Myungin. As for him, he looked at her with a smile and thought with interest, "I intentionally added a little chi but it still blocked it." He coldly glared at a man, his voice sharp with displeasure. "What's the meaning of this? You let Xian escape, and now you've lost the envoys as well." A man fearfully knelt on the ground, bowing his head and stammering, "Please, give me another chance." He placed his hand near a man, and a circle appeared in midair. "This is your last chance. If you still can't handle them, your soul will be damned." Each word was like 1,000 knives, leaving a man kneeling in terror, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide as he stammered, unable to speak, "Kill. From afar, Myeonan watched, sensing the change in a man's aura. He thought, his aura has changed. Is this one of the soul capture techniques? The soul capture technique is a type of mind control. After being hypnotized, a man has become more aggressive. He glared at Myeonan, angrily drawing his weapon. Myeonan looked at a man's current state. He thought, unlike the others, he's still free from the restriction, so even though Yi Xian escaped, he's still alive. That means the villain didn't need the restriction from the start. A man's blade immediately lunged towards him. Myeonan calmly manipulated his internal magical energy, a red aura instantly blocking the attack. He coldly said, I'm curious why only the prophet is allowed to use poison. The blade was immediately controlled by him, turning to attack a man. Now all my questions are answered, he said, imbuing the blade with magical energy and launching a powerful attack. A man reacted swiftly, catching the unexpected counterattack. He looked coldly at a man. I heard from Zion how Alxin maintains its power, so you bought people from distant lands for a few coins and used drugs to hypnotize them. A man gritted his teeth, enduring the pain inflicted by his own weapon. He was helpless, unable to resist, only able to silently endure. Myeonan furrowed his brows, his face hardening. That's why they readily give up their lives and attack like madmen. You hypnotize those with low cultivation to sacrifice themselves. He looked towards the prophet, his voice cold. Prophet, you don't see them as people. If they die, you'll just bring someone else and hypnotize them. You don't allow your subordinates to use poison to protect that weak power of yours. The man listened, then smirked. You think your words will shake their faith? Poison and drugs are merely for discipline and courage for the weak. Confidently, he gestured, and figures emerged from every corner of the room. He looked proudly at Myeonan. Alxin's strength comes from absolute faith, and that faith is strengthened by a powerful system and guaranteed compensation. Then, confident and calm, he turned and left the chaos behind. Kill them all, he commanded, following the prophet's orders. He watched him go, a cold smile on his face. He transmitted a command, Kwang Zhou, I leave this to you. Kwang Zhou immediately replied, understood. Having spoken, he coldly cleaved a man in two, causing him to die in agony, spitting blood with his eyes wide open. Stepping over a man's corpse, he quickly chased after the prophet. As he stepped onto the stairs, Myeonan saw the masked girl. As expected, he said, unsurprised. She said nothing, her body radiating a dangerous red aura as she attacked. Myeonan calmly retreated, dodging her attacks. You're not drugged, nor hypnotized. Why obey the prophet? She didn't answer, coldly swinging her blade repeatedly at him. Myeonan calmly blocked her furious attacks. So you didn't have formal martial arts training, you self-taught yourself with that short sword. He calmly observed her moves. Regardless, that chi is innate true chi. Perhaps she herself doesn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter she's had. He sternly raised his sword, parrying her attack, then glanced at her. Do you know that continuing to use innate true chi will shorten your lifespan? You don't even know how to use it properly. She frowned, irritated. Shut up. He violently flung her blade away. The prophet abandoned you and fled. He'll probably go elsewhere and continue gathering followers. She looked at him in pain, her voice still firm. I don't care. He looked at her coldly. You're not afraid of dying. She remained firm. He's the only one who accepted me, a person abandoned in the mire. Myeonan asked sarcastically, so you think he did the right thing? She fell silent, frowning, unable to meet his gaze. Perhaps she herself didn't dare face the truth. Seizing the opportunity, he cut away the armor plating on her body with one strike. Pieces of metal fell, revealing a youthful face. Gnashing her teeth in anger, Myeonan looked at her. She's still young, about 15 years old, he thought. Seeing her helpless on the ground, he coldly said, perhaps because her innate true chi has awakened, drugs are ineffective, and hypnosis is impossible. He frowned, his voice cold. I'm going to kill the prophet. If you want a new life, leave before I return. Remember, there will never be another chance for a new life. Her face fell, her teeth gritted in anger, speechless. Below, the group was fiercely fighting the hypnotized subordinates. Yang Zhang fought back, dodging and counterattacking. He gritted his teeth, thinking angrily, damn it. I should have asked Hu Manhwa, why did I say I'd handle it? He gritted his teeth, glancing at the others. These guys are incredibly strong. The opponent kept launching fatal blows at Yang Zhang. He repeatedly felt a dodge. Though his tendons and ligaments were severed, his strength and speed remained undiminished. There are many body-enhancing drugs in the western regions. Ha! He retreated, glaring angrily. Hey, my waist is about to fall off. The opponent said nothing, only laughing as he charged at Yang Zhang. He swung his weapon towards Yang Zhang. He looked closely at the weapon and flinched. Hidden weapons. Before he could react, a rain of hidden weapons flew towards him. He immediately fell, twisting and turning to avoid the hidden weapons. This is ridiculous. Are those the hidden weapons of that huge guy? He kept bending his body to avoid each wave of hidden weapons, when he suddenly stopped and looked up to see the other guy holding a weapon and jumping up to attack him. He chuckled smugly, but that smile was quickly extinguished when the sword in his hand pierced through his chest. Yang Se-jong gripped his sword, delivering a blow that sliced the man into pieces. Yang Se-jong sneered, "I know how to use a sword, you know. Those daggers were just a feint, you bastard." Having finished, Yang Se-jong looked around for Kwang Jo. He glanced over and saw Kwang Jo's cold eyes. A few simple sword strikes had ended the life of the man before him. Witnessing this, he gaped, "Damn, a true master is different, damn it." After the chaos in the room subsided, only corpses and blood remained. Hu Manhwa looked at everyone and said, "It's done." Hien Chung Peng cheerfully announced, "These ones are finished too." Kwang Jo looked at everyone and sternly ordered, "Let's move upstairs." On the other side, Myung-un carefully stepped onto the top floor. He looked around, thinking, "Is this the top floor?" He placed his hand on a small stone slab on the wall. Immediately, a strange purple smoke filled the air around him. He stared in astonishment. "What is this?" The fortune teller smiled contentedly and stepped out. "That poison is unbearable unless you're at the impervious to 10,000 poisons level." He let out a sinister smile. "In a moment, you'll vanish without a trace. If you inhale even a little, your internal organs will rot instantly, so it's best not to move." He coldly glanced at the man and transmitted his voice. "What if I were at that level?" The man laughed derisively, his voice full of contempt. "That's what you call voice transmission. You can't even open your mouth. What a boast." Ignoring him, the man turned, grabbed a satchel of explosives, and coldly said, "I'll escape through a secret passage and blow up the fortress. As for the envoys, I'll just gather more vagrants somewhere." Myung-un said uncomfortably, "If the western regions have devils, it's people like you." The man laughed gleefully, looking at Myung-un. "Devils, huh? Do you know what kind of people the envoys are? They're thieves and robbers from neighboring small countries, pathetic wretches without power or money. They can't resist even if you trample them." He glared at Myung-un. "I gave them strength and courage, that's why they can dream of tomorrow." The purple smoke obscured his body, his figure remained visible, and he coldly transmitted his voice. "Everyone can experience hardship, but what matters is that they live according to their own will." The man scoffed, "Don't preach to me, dare to discuss good and evil in front of me. You killed them all, you're the one who lived with hope." Suddenly, the man froze, staring at the blood on his hand, utterly surprised. "What is this?" At that moment, Myung-un coldly transmitted to his ear, "I will kill you." He stopped transmitting and escaped the purple smoke, sneering at the man, "Because I'm not a hypocrite." With that, he swung his sword, ending the man's life. Looking at the man's corpse, he coldly stated, "Their decision to serve you is their crime. If you choose to wield a knife, you shouldn't resent being stabbed in the neck." A memory flooded his mind. He was running desperately to his mother. Seeing his mother, covered in wounds, her hair disheveled, he anxiously and resentfully asked, "Was it them again? How could they do this? While those women did this, what is my father doing?" Anxiously, he knelt down, his eyes welling up as he looked at his mother. "Mother, I will become the young patriarch as you said, then they won't be able to bother us anymore." His mother spoke gently, "Myung-un, let's escape somewhere far away and live. Let's run far away and live a long life together. Mother, let's hide well and live a long life together." Remembering this memory, his mother's voice still echoed in his ears. As if it had happened yesterday, Myung-un pursed his lips, thinking, "My first kill in this life. Today, those who died on the step, it was my karma. But mother, now that I've picked up the knife, I won't resent it." When Myung-un turned around, he saw the girl still kneeling on the ground, coughing up blood. Her blood stained the floor. Myung-un was slightly surprised. "You haven't left yet. I told you to leave if you wanted a new life." Trembling, she looked at her bloody hand. "I have a question. What is the innate true chi you spoke of?" He coldly replied, "It's the life force you're born with. I don't know what kind of opportunity you've encountered before, but if you use up all your chi, you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, she began to cough up blood incessantly. It seemed she remembered a memory buried deep in her subconscious. A group of rough men were chasing a woman, trying to catch her. The woman fled. The woman ran desperately forward, ignoring the curses behind her. They were trying to get money from her any way they could. Seeing a well ahead, she thought the well could at least save the baby. She carefully placed the baby in a bucket on the well's edge. Trembling, she looked at the baby and said, "I'm sorry." The baby cried as soon as it left the woman's arms. She suppressed her pain and reluctance, tears streaming down her face, but quickly lowered the baby into the well. "I'm sorry." The baby stared blankly at the woman. Soon, the bucket reached the water in the well. Back in reality, she gritted her teeth and wiped the blood from her mouth. "Chi opportunity, I don't know what you're talking about." She tried to wipe away the blood, thinking, "I just want to live." Raising her head, tears streaming down her face, She looked at him and asked, "Can someone like me have a new life?" A few days later, at the royal palace of the nation of Daman, the king joyfully approached Myungan's group. "Sir, you saved my daughter, and you even subjugated Alksan. How can I repay this kindness?" Myungan's group respectfully bowed their heads and replied, "Thank you for your warm welcome." The king happily said, "The people of the nation of Daman are grateful, and all the neighboring countries are also thankful to you, sir." Myungan looked seriously at the king. "The future is also important," as Princess Xian said. "Another Alksan-like threat will surely appear. If you don't want to repeat the mistakes, the small countries must unite to form a federation and cultivate their strength." The king's face instantly changed upon hearing this. His eyes widened, sweat poured from his brow, and his mouth opened but no words came out. Seeing the king's change in expression, Myungan added, "If you agree, I'll have he and Chung Peng stay here for a while. He might be helpful in training soldiers and improving defenses." The king relaxed, saying, "If that's possible, we're truly grateful." He looked contentedly at the promising situation, thinking that he and Chung Peng, a former White Tiger Squad leader, wouldn't be hindered by waiting for an opportunity in a different environment after his development in Qinghai stalled. He gravely looked at the king. "I will also tell Zion of the Man tribe to work towards strengthening ties with the nation of Daman, and the second White Tiger Squad of our sect should pay attention to the defenses here, also." At this point, he silently gestured for someone to enter. Upon seeing her, the king was startled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could that be? It was Yi. She silently knelt down, head bowed. Myungan immediately explained to the king, "This is Yi, once Alksan's top assassin. However, her desire for redemption is strong. During my stay here, I taught her internal energy techniques, otherwise, she would have been dead. So, would you forgive her past and allow her to become a bodyguard for the nation of Daman?" The king sighed, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Yi Xian gently approached and softly said, "Sir, if you say so, there must be a good reason. Please do so, father." The king of the nation of Daman heard Yi Xian's words and immediately agreed. "Good, let's do as the young master says. Listen to this," Yi said in a low voice. "This little one will sacrifice his life for the peace of the nation of Daman. Seeing that everything has been resolved, that's it." He smiled and said, "Now we must prepare to return to our religion." Yi Xian heard this and bowed his head and smiled. The small nations of the western regions will always believe in the young master. Stronghold Mountain somewhere, on the cliff are two men sitting together drinking wine and watching the scenery. Bega's elder Quan speaks up in praise. "Good wine, Elder O, come here too." Bega's elder O hears this and laughs. No, what time is it?" He laughed and looked at Elder Quan, saying, "While the Bega protectors and our branch leaders are fighting the demonic cult down there, you're leisurely inviting me to drink." Elder Quan, gnawing on a chicken leg, calmly said, "This chicken leg is firm." Elder O said, "The Miram Alliance says they're stalling for time without reinforcements, so they can only be given a foothold." Elder Quan, still chewing on the chicken leg, looked at O and said, "Besides that, nothing special." O was surprised. "What do you mean?" He continued eating deliciously, eyes closed, savoring the food. "If we're talking about intelligence, isn't our Bega clan the best in the world? Think of this as 2 steps forward, 1 step back." Miram Alliance leader Nam Gong Min achieved that position without much effort. Oh, hearing this, immediately asked, "Have you heard any good news?" He picked up the wine flask and took a sip, saying, "I've just returned from the Jinshan clan in Kaifeng." Hearing this, O broke into a sweat. The Jinshan clan is a sect under the demonic cult in Zhejiang. "Does this mean there's a traitor within the demonic cult?" Elder Quan said. "It seems one of the demonic cult's young masters has teamed up with the Jinshan clan and is providing us with intelligence." O immediately said, "But with just that, we can't be sure of victory." He chewed on a bone, saying, "That's right." Swallowing the meat, he spat out the bone. "The main forces of the 5 great families and the 9 sects are secretly assembling at Shishan." O looked at Elder Quan in astonishment. "Shishan." He stood up, brushing the dust off his sleeve with one hand, and holding the wine flask with the other, said, "As long as we secure Shishan, we can protect the trade route and suppress the demonic cult." O looked at Elder Quan. "The demonic cult is launching a full-scale attack. Shishan is practically an unguarded mountain." Elder Quan, holding the wine flask, looked into the distance and said, "Myung Cheon is blinded by the fight for the position of Little Liege and doesn't care about the actual benefits of the war." O wondered, "But we'll just wait like this until reinforcements arrive." He laughed coldly, setting down the wine flask. "The Miram Alliance leader will abandon this mountain, however." O looked over in surprise. Elder Quan's face was full of meaning. He chuckled. "If we can capture Myung Cheon, that will be a different story. We can't remain weak in the Miram Alliance. If one era passes, another will come. Just wait and see." In the next era, the status of our Bega clan will be different. This Beggar clan leader's successor truly lives up to his name. His martial arts talent is heaven sent. Below, a fierce battle was raging. The white stone fiend frowned, raising his sword high and slashing forward. Huang coldly tossed his gourd, deflecting the white stone fiend's attack. The white stone fiend frowned, dodging the attack. A head-on clash wouldn't be easy, so he immediately gripped his sword, making quick movements to mislead, then attacked again. He coldly glanced at the white stone fiend and said darkly, "A rat of an old man dares to." He coldly laughed, raised his hand, and unleashed the 10th technique of the 18 dragon subduing palms, divine dragon tail whipping. The white stone fiend was slammed to the ground, spitting blood. She contemptuously kicked the white stone fiend, an elite soldier of the demonic cult. He coldly laughed, looking at the group. "Seems like you're just some picked-up trash. Good wine." Myung Cheon saw this and angrily gritted his teeth. "We've almost reached the final obstacle, and yet there's this beggar who won't go away." The Ghost Spirit Corps leader, Yang Won-jong, thoughtfully looked at him. "That was the 18 dragon subduing palms, and 8 knots. That's the Bega clan leader's successor." Dark Killer Squad leader Lee Seo-1 coldly held his sword and stepped forward. "Allow me to handle this." He coldly looked at him and asked, "What's your name?" He coldly laughed. "Why would you need to know my name?" Lee Seo-1 longed forward. "Beggars like you don't even have names." He lunged, swinging his sword repeatedly. While Lee Seo-1 was sweating from the attack, he calmly retreated. "My, what a racket." Lee Seo-1 furiously swung his sword. "You dare to scorn me." Before he could finish his move, he struck Lee Seo-1's stomach. A powerful palm strike made Lee Seo-1 sweat in pain. He coldly said, "Go on, try harder." With that, he threw Lee Seo-1's body before Yang Won-jong. He broke into a sweat, saying, "That was the 5th technique of the 18 dragon subduing palms, hidden dragon, time binding. They say 100-year martial arts talent has appeared in Bega. It's true." He coldly laughed, licking his lips, and looked at the group. Next, Myung Cheon calmly stepped forward. "There's no other way. I have to step in." Seeing Myung Cheon, he chuckled. "You should have come out earlier, only your underlings are getting hurt." Myung Cheon coldly said, "I'll let you go first." He confidently replied, "Is that so? I have to go." With that, he charged forward, launching a series of attacks at Myung Cheon. Myung Cheon parried each blow. He frowned. "Come on." He slammed his foot down, took a breath, and focused all his strength into his arm. The 7th technique of the 18 dragon subduing palms, subduing dragon remorse. Myung Cheon also focused his strength into his arm to block the attack, heaven-destroying palm. Neither yielded. The two powerful forces collided, neither overpowering the other. A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by a cloud of dust and smoke. Yang Won-jong anxiously squinted ahead. What happened? Could it be? In the smoke and dust, the expressionless figure of Myung Cheon. Huang's figure also gradually appeared. He gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, painfully collapsing to his knees on the ground. Myung Cheon, furious, gripped his sword at his hip, angrily glared at the man kneeling in pain, and said, "What a fool." Myung Cheon drew his sword, raised it high, and solemnly declared, "Can you discuss the next generation with only that much strength?" Just as he was about to attack, a loud explosion rang out from behind, immediately capturing his attention. Yang Won-jong shouted from that direction, "Everyone, get out of the way, it's a cluster bomb." The words barely left his mouth before Myung Cheon whipped his head around in surprise. "What?" Seizing the opportunity, Elder O leaped down from above, anxiously asking, "Can you walk?" The man, his face contorted in pain, replied, "Elder O, I can barely walk." Hearing this, Elder O carefully helped him up and carried him away. Only then did Myung Cheon startle and turn to look at them. He gritted his teeth, furious, and charged towards them. "I won't let you escape." As he used his mobility arts, another bomb was neatly thrown from afar towards him. The bomb exploded, creating a searing inferno. Yang Won-jong, amidst the flames, looked towards Myung Cheon and shouted anxiously, "Young master, get out of there." Seeing the situation before him, Myung Cheon gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it." He then looked at Yang Won-jong's group and loudly ordered, "Retreat for now, we'll come back tomorrow." They immediately ran. From above, Elder Kwon coldly glanced at the group scrambling to escape below. He let out a cold chuckle, holding a bomb in his hand. "Just you wait, demonic cult. We will avenge this." Night fell. Outside the camp, Myung Cheon's astonished voice echoed, "What? The peak is empty." Inside the tent, a somewhat tense Yang Won-jong reported to Myung Cheon, "The scouts and I have personally confirmed it." Hearing this, Lee Sung-won, who was facing him, said, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Won-jong tried to remain calm. "It seems we've fallen into a trap. As soon as he finished speaking, Myung Cheon's expression changed. What? Yang Wonjong continued, aside from Bega and Manhwa sect, we haven't seen any main army. Except for the Bega's heir, there is no one who deserves to be called a master. Perhaps from the beginning, the Miram Alliance never intended to confront us. He sighed, sweat dripping from his brow, his whole body trembling. Li Seowon looked at him, frowning. But why would the Miram Alliance abandon Stronghold Mountain? Yang Wonjong clenched his trembling hand, trying to stay calm. Doesn't it mean abandoning one thing to choose something better? Perhaps the Miram Alliance is heading somewhere else. We must inform the Left Guardian immediately. Before he could finish, he fell silent as Myung Cheon angrily slammed his fist on the table, glaring at Yang Wonjong. He gritted his teeth. Shut up, what the hell are the scouts doing that they couldn't even detect such a sign? Hearing this, he recalled a past memory before everything happened. Reports were continuously submitted. He had carefully reported to young Master Myung Cheon. It seems the Miram Alliance is intentionally avoiding a full-scale battle. We must reassess the situation. At the time, Myung Cheon arrogantly ignored Yang Wonjong's words. The Ghost Spirit Corps leader, your guts are smaller than your appearance. We captured 2 outer gates today. Aren't they afraid of our army and fleeing? At this thought, Yang Wonjong felt a sense of resentment. Young master, you simply ignored it. Back in the present, Myung Cheon angrily shouted, immediately order the entire army to assemble, send scouts everywhere to monitor the Miram Alliance's movements. 2 days later, at the Great Myung Palace Hall of Supreme Harmony, what are you saying? Dae Chung-yang's doubtful voice echoed. In the room, a slightly incredulous Dae Chung-yang looked at the Right Guardian. The young master successfully captured the peak of Stronghold Mountain, but Shishan was lost. Myung Jung, with authority and indescribable fury, spoke, am I hearing wrong, or are you joking? Dae Chung-yang, upon hearing this, immediately knelt down in fear. I have failed to fulfill my duty. I beg to atone with my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Dae Chung-yang raised his hand to end his life, but was immediately stopped by Myung Jung's power. Myung Jung became even angrier, shouting, how dare you in front of me? Dae Chung-yang resolutely replied, I have no face left. Myung Jung wearily waved his hand. Sit down, he said in a low voice. So, what's the situation now? Dae Chung-yang continued his report. Stronghold Mountain is being guarded by the Carnage Squad and the Soul Sword Division. The rest were on their way back to the sect when they were ambushed by Taishan sect's Zhua Jian, the Miram Alliance's deputy leader. More than half of their forces were lost and defeated. The deputy liege personally came to the rescue. Hearing this, the Right Guardian lowered his head, his body trembling despite the cold. A defeat of this scale, this shouldn't have happened in intelligence warfare. There must be a traitor within. The young master is infuriating. No matter how confident he is in victory, how could he abandon Shishan? Those 2 places are like the front yard for launching a full-scale attack. This is dangerous. We must defend the young master. Having thought this through, he immediately looked at Myung Jung, trying to remain calm. However, Stronghold Mountain has been captured, so the main objective has been achieved. Furthermore, because the young master defeated Bega's successor, we cannot say that there are no achievements. Moreover, such a defeat in intelligence warfare is unusual. I believe there is a traitor within our sect. Therefore, after repeated occurrences, the traitor must quickly reorganize and give the young master the opportunity to recapture Shishan. Hearing the Right Guardian's words, Myung Jung darkly asked, a traitor? Which traitor does the Left Guardian suspect? The 2nd elder, the 3rd elder, or the 7th elder? His voice grew increasingly irritable, causing the Right Guardian to stammer. Myung Jung continued, this world is full of betrayal, conspiracies, and hidden struggles. Even if you are confused, can you forget the righteousness of our sect? He angrily slammed his hand on the table, his anger flaring. He glared at the Right Guardian, who immediately lowered his head, his hands covering his eyes as he stammered, my subordinate is temporarily blind. He was still very angry, gritting his teeth and saying, failure is failure, I cannot forgive any excuses. As soon as he finished speaking, the air pressure around him immediately tightened the Right Guardian's body, making it impossible for him to breathe. He slammed the table, his face darkening a bit as he spoke. The life and death battle between the young masters had been predicted. Do you think that I pushed the young masters into this competition without the will to die? Only the one who survives this battle can lead our sect. At the Kaifeng House in Hunan, inside the meeting room of the Miram Alliance headquarters, the Pan clan of Hebei stroked his beard and chuckled with satisfaction. Securing Shishan is a great achievement for the Miram Alliance, he said. The alliance leader's strategy was truly brilliant. The renowned Namgung clan leader, Namgong Min, smiled triumphantly. You're exaggerating, he said. This success was likely due to Bega's timely and accurate intelligence. Elder Quan, sitting opposite, said darkly, "Isn't this the work of foot soldiers?" Nam Gongmin chuckled. "Foot soldiers? What do you mean, Elder Quan?" Elder Quan replied darkly, "Then what is it if not foot soldiers?" He angrily stood up, glaring at Nam Gongmin, not to mention Taishan's sect, Henshan's sect, and Songshan's sect entering Shishan. "What has Manhwa's sect done this time? And the 5 great families need not be mentioned," he said, his voice rising. His voice growing louder, he continued, "Didn't all this happen because the Miram Alliance leader wasn't chosen from the 9 sects and 1 clan, but from the 5 great families?" The Pang clan of Hebei, hearing these harsh words, stood up and shouted, "You're exaggerating, you're speaking on behalf of the alliance leader." Nam Gongmin also spoke darkly, "Let's see about that today." Bega attended on behalf of the sects. "What about Zhongnan, Amei, Kongdong sect, Henshan sect, and Hainan?" The Miram Alliance's authority has crumbled to this extent. That's why there are rumors all over the world that the deputy alliance leader, Zhujian, is focusing on the 9 sects and 1 clan, and the 5 mountain sword sect to establish a new Miram alliance. He coldly looked at Elder Quan. Didn't the Dragonhead sect master approve of this operation? Moreover, the Amei sect leader is ill, and the others had other matters, so they sent representatives. At this point, Nam Gongmin raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "It's all for the Miram alliance. Why all the anger?" The Shaolin sect leader, Haimayang, smiled. "I understand, Elder Quan, look at us and calm yourself." The Wudang sect leader, Xianjin, also said sternly, looking at Elder Quan, "Miram's promising talents suffered heavy losses. I understand your distress, but we must quell these damaging rumors about the Miram alliance." Elder Quan, his teeth gritted in anger, was speechless. 2 of the most senior figures in the Miram alliance, one a high-ranking elder and the other a top martial artist, had spoken. He could only compose himself. Meanwhile, the Manhwa sect leader, Taoist Master Zhenming, considered the situation. However, he thought, "We can't dismiss the possibility that what Elder Quan said is true." Because the Miram alliance leader was Nam Gongmin of the renowned Namgung clan, 5 great families, and the deputy alliance leader was Zhua Jian of the Taishan sect, 5 mountain sword sect. At least these 3 groups had been cooperating. Everyone knew the deputy alliance leader was uncomfortable with the elders and the alliance leader. The more so, the more the alliance leader relied on the elders to consolidate his power. But if this cooperation broke down, it would lead to great chaos. Elder Quan lowered his voice and looked at Nam Gongmin. "Regardless, the Jinshan clan is part of the demonic cult, but it's far from Qinghai. How could they get such high-level intelligence?" The Pang clan of Hebei laughed. "Wasn't it because another son of the demonic cult leader was obstructing Myung Cheon, fratricide, TSK?" Hearing this, Elder Quan sneered. "Fratricide isn't exclusive to the demonic cult. Decades ago in Hefei, there was an incident where a son of a prominent family fought with his brothers for the patriarch's position, even stealing secret techniques and being expelled." Nam Gongmin's face darkened with anger, and a frightening aura emanated from him. The Pang clan of Hebei, seemingly understanding Elder Quan's implication, nervously said, "Elder Quan, stop." Before he could finish, a loud call from the alliance leader's servant came from outside. Nam Gongmin clenched his fist under the table and coldly asked the servant, "What is it?" The servant rushed in, "Urgent report from Zhujiang." Gasping for breath, the servant announced, 32 Hainan sect masters near Zhujiang have been massacred. This news shocked everyone present. Nam Gongmin was stunned. "What? Who did this?" The servant, panicked and fearful, stammered, "It was the Jinshan clan, led by Myongak, the second young master of the demonic cult." Hearing this, Nam Gongmin's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Near Turpan, Myungan's group rode their horses along the long road ahead, chatting animatedly. "This Hian Chengpeng business, it's annoying," someone said. "It won't take long," another replied. Kwang Zhou frowned, recalling Yi Xian's expression before they left. Princess Yi Xian's face was quite serious. "Is there something wrong?" Myungan smirked. "Oh, she said we might encounter someone near the Huanfei Nation on the way back, so be careful." Kwang Zhou looked puzzled. Myungan chuckled, explaining, "I heard that some Zhongyuan martial arts masters are in the Huanfei Nation." Yang Si Zhang asked, "We're near the Huanfei Nation." Kwang Zhou curiously added, "Zhongyuan masters, you mean the Miram Alliance?" Myungan calmly said, "I don't know if it's the Alliance leader or the entire Miram Alliance." Before he could finish, a horse appeared, blocking their path. The rider coldly commanded them to stop. Seeing the rider, Myungan smirked, unsurprised. "Just as I mentioned him, he arrives." He looked at the man, smirking. "I am Myungan of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Shouldn't you introduce yourself?" The man coldly replied, "I am Namgong Jun. I'm here to kill the son of the Heavenly Demon Cult leader." Myungan looked at Namgong Jun, unfazed. "What's your reason for killing me?" Namgong Jun coldly replied, does killing the son of the demonic cult leader require any other reason? Myung-eun frowned and said coldly, "You are Heaven's Sword." At the mention of this name, Nam Dong-jun's face darkened. He coldly drew his sword, a chilling blue aura emanating from him. "That alias disappeared a long time ago," he said. "Draw your sword." Heaven's Sword Nam Dong-jun, in the past, was known as a martial arts prodigy descended from heaven, the third son of the current Miram Alliance leader, Nam Dong-min. However, due to his arrogant nature and conflict with his strict father, Nam Dong-min, after being removed from the succession competition, he had involved his brothers in a power struggle. Ultimately, he committed the crime of stealing secret techniques only accessible to the patriarch and was expelled from the family. As he coldly drew his sword, Myung-eun thought, "He was so famous in my past life that I still remember him. Why is he here, saying he'll kill me? Does he want to kill the son of the demonic cult leader to gain his father's forgiveness?" Nam Dong-jun, seeing Myung-eun draw his sword, prepared for battle. "Come," he said coldly. Myung-eun looked at him, thinking, if it were me from the past, I wouldn't stand a chance. Without further words, he leaped high and launched a swift attack. Myung-eun, without a wasted movement, swiftly and decisively ran his sword through Nam Dong-jun. His expression remained unchanged, but things were different now. Nam Dong-jun, in pain, looked at the wound in his stomach. He hadn't expected such a swift counterattack, his eyes wide. Myung-eun frowned, glancing at the pain Nam Dong-jun on the ground, pondering whether or not he should save him. Meanwhile, the alliance leader received a report that 32 Hainan sect masters near Juzhang had been massacred. Hearing this, Nam Dong-min looked at the servant in shock. "What? Who did this?" The anxious servant, sweating profusely, said, "The Jinjiang clan, Liak, the second young master of the demonic cult." At this, Nam Dong-min's face turned pale, sweat dripping as his eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" The servant, worried, gritted his teeth. "That's not all. In central Zhejiang and Fujian provinces, within a week, over 20 sects have surrendered to the demonic cult, and 3 have been destroyed." Hearing this, Xianjin, the Taoist master, exclaimed in disbelief. "What about their troop strength? Such a thing requires a massive force, but they've already gathered at Stronghold Mountain. Is there another large force?" The servant hurriedly said, "It was said that the demonic cult's military force was only 50 people." These words made the group of people extremely confused. Taoist Zaha exclaimed in disbelief. "There were only 50 people," that person seriously said. "It was said that an unknown expert had attacked together with Myung-gak." Hearing this, Nam Dong-min fell into deep thought. An unknown expert. Peng Wenjiak, sitting beside him, listened to the conversation and then looked at Nam Dong-min, saying, "How infuriating. We've become pawns in their succession war." Elder Quan, beside him, slammed the table in anger, gnashing his teeth. "How long will we let them run rampant in Zhongyuan?" Taoist Master Jinming calmly observed Nam Dong-min's contemplation and spoke. "Alliance leader, the demonic cult's second young master, Myung-gak, is not to be underestimated. In terms of ability alone, he far surpasses Myung-cheon." Nam Dong-min agreed. "In any case, it seems we must act this time. Is there any sect willing to take the lead?" The question hung in the air, and the entire hall fell silent. He sighed. From the start, the Miram Alliance was formed out of weakness, so in emergencies, no one readily steps forward. That's only natural, as Miram is a world where the strong dominate. Once you lose your strength, you'll be slaughtered. But if that's all we are, what's the difference between us and the evil sects? Is there still justice and righteousness here? Just when hope seemed lost, the Peng clan of Hebei Patriarch, Blade King Peng Hyungak, slammed the table, stood up, and confidently declared, "I will go to Zhejiang and request aid from the Jaegao clan." Sect leader, Taoist Zaha of the Qingcheng sect, shrugged and chuckled. "Blade King, one of the Miram Alliance's 10 great masters, has stepped forward. With the Jaegao clan's backing, we have nothing to fear." Peng Hyungak smiled knowingly at Nam Dong-min. "This is an opportunity to elevate the voice of our 5 great families within the Miram Alliance." Alliance leader, Nam Dong-min understood Peng Hyungak's intentions and frowned. "I know the Blade King's intentions, but I have a bad feeling about this." Elder Quan turned, gnashing his teeth. "We'll also tell the Bangju to send reinforcements." Peng Wenjiak laughed, teasing Elder Quan. "Aren't you against the 5 great families?" Elder Quan frowned. "I'm only concerned for the Miram Alliance. I'm not being narrow-minded." Peng Hyungak laughed even louder. "Excellent, let's show the demonic cult the strength of the Peng clan of Hebei and the strength of Bega." At the Cheon family's sky-splitting palace in Tibet, within a room bathed in blood-red light, the Wind Emperor entered, respectfully kneeling on the ground. "Greetings, Liege, the Holy Sovereign, I pay my respects to you." Palace Master Cheon Hyung, upon seeing him, said with satisfaction, "You've worked hard, have a drink." Then, he channeled his magical energy into the wine flask, pouring a cup and presenting it to the Cheon family's 4 heavenly kings. The Wind Emperor respectfully accepted the cup. "Thank you, liege," Cheon Hyung darkly instructed. "Drink it, this wine is brewed by myself." The Wind Emperor respectfully took the cup and drank it in one gulp. Cheon Hyung, satisfied, began to ask seriously, "So, how did it go?" The Wind Emperor, kneeling on the ground, respectfully reported, "According to Jin Baekjeong, Myung Cheon lost more than half his forces and barely escaped with his life." Cheon Hyung remained silent, then darkly asked, "And the rest of Jiang?" The Wind Emperor immediately replied, "More than 20 sects of the Miram Alliance have fallen to the false sect." The false sect is the name given by the Cheon family to the heavenly demon cult's Myung family, whom they believe are the true descendants of the heavenly demon. "I heard that Peng Hyungak of the Peng clan of Hebei has departed for Zhejiang." Upon hearing this, he gently gestured towards the nearby wine flask, and darkly said, "Peng Hyungak, do you intend to fight a snake with a cat?" The Wind Emperor pondered this statement in confusion. "Is it a matter of mood? I sense the aura of a snake somewhere." He looked up at Cheon Hyung questioningly. "Is the snake you speak of the Water Emperor?" Cheon Hyung darkly replied, "Possibly, but the bright armor is also formidable." As he finished speaking, a tiger emerged from behind him, slowly approaching Cheon Hyung. The Wind Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't a matter of mood. He watched as Cheon Hyung stroked the tiger's head. "Naturally, your subordinate cannot fully comprehend your intentions, liege. It's difficult to understand why you accepted Myungak's request. That man is different from Jin Baekjeong. One day, he may become a thorn in our side." Before he could finish, Cheon Hyung spoke darkly, "Does the Wind Emperor think that I accepted Myungak to destroy the Myung family?" The Wind Emperor immediately responded, "The true descendants of the Holy Sovereign can only be our Cheon family." As soon as he finished, the tiger beside Cheon Hyung roared, a sound like the king of the mountain. The Wind Emperor's voice rose above the roar. "The Myung family has impersonated our sect for 200 years. Throughout this time, the Myung family has imitated those hypocritical gentlemen, not to mention the demonic world." His eyes widened, bloodshot, as he stared at the tiger. Instantly, the tiger collapsed, and he shouted, "Demonic world!" Cheon Hyung looked at the Wind Emperor with satisfaction, and darkly said, "That Myungak, he is necessary for our entry into Zhongyuan. Now, I and the Bright King have reached the unrestrained realm. This time, we will obtain the true demonic world." He wearily wiped his forehead. "Naturally, eliminating the Myung family is the first priority. What about the other young masters of the Myung family?" The Wind Emperor bowed respectfully. "There is a request concerning the third young master from Jin Baekjeong." Cheon Hyung was surprised. "What request?" The Wind Emperor said. "The assassination of the third young master in Xinjiang failed, and they request his elimination." Cheon Hyung coldly snorted, "What a fool! Why would I discard a card I can use to control Myungak? Anything else?" The Wind Emperor continued, "The fourth young master, Myungjun, is exiled in Manchuria. The fifth young master, Myungjong, leads the Red Dragon Division and has left the Kunlun expedition." Before he could finish mentioning the sixth young master, Cheon Hyung interrupted, "Very well, the fifth young master is at Kunlun." The Wind Emperor said, "The Kunlun sect is just a remnant after its defeat," seemingly struggling to gain Myungjong's attention. Cheon Hyung listened calmly while pouring himself a drink. Hearing this, he threw the wine cup towards the Wind Emperor. "Then, conveniently, deal with the fifth young master." The Wind Emperor respectfully caught the cup with both hands, amazed that not a single drop spilled. He looked at the wine cup respectfully. "So, we are finally beginning to deal with the false sect. Liege, I will drink this cup and depart immediately." At the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Bright Chamber, Myungun's voice echoed from within, "My son has returned from the western regions, father." Myungjung looked at him and Myungun with satisfaction. "I hear you two brothers jointly subjugated the Man tribes." Myungun darkly replied, "No, father, the subjugation of the Man tribes was entirely the merit of my fourth brother." Myungjung chuckled softly, looking at Myungun. "So, you achieved individual victory." Myungun smiled faintly. "More than that, for me, this is my first time leaving the Great Myung Palace to see the world." Myungjung was momentarily stunned. "See the world?" Myungun watched the exchange between Myungun and Myungjung and thought coldly, he didn't even share the credit for something as small as the Man tribes. He smirked smugly, "But isn't this humility something father would prefer?" Myungjung happily declared, "Excellent." He then produced 2 imperial edicts and said to Myungun and Myungun, "Considering your merits in the subjugation of the Man tribes, the third will be the Dark Killer Squad leader, and the seventh will be the Heaven Origin Division leader." He handed the 2 imperial edicts to them. Myungun received his with both hands, smugly thinking, the Dark Killer Squad originally belonged to Myung Cheon. The failed subjugation of Stronghold Mountain became poison for Myung Cheon. The more he thought about it, the more smugly he smiled. Myung-un, standing beside him, watched this scene, thinking, in my past life, Lee Sung-won held the position of Dark Killer Squad leader for a long time. On the last day of my past life, Lee Sung-won, the Dark Killer Squad leader, brought poison wine and came to find me. History has indeed changed. Thinking this, he bowed and received his reward. Myung-jung looked at the two with a pleased smile. Have you both heard about the second? As he mentioned this, Myung-un looked surprised. Myung-won asked, isn't second brother in Yunnan? Myung-jung curved his lips and smiled more clearly. He thought he was drinking in Yunnan. Who would have thought that he would massacre the Hainan sect masters and this time take the life of Peng Hyungak, patriarch of the Peng clan of Hebei? The moment he finished, both their faces changed. Myung-un couldn't believe his ears, his face pale as he lowered his head. He killed 10 masters of the Murim Alliance, so, while the Murim Alliance focuses on Zhejiang, Sichuan's defenses on the opposite side will be weakened. He sneered, we must thank Myungak in person, mustn't we? Tomorrow, I'll go to Qingcheng Mountain immediately to kill the Qingcheng sect leader, Taoist Zaha. A few days ago, near Misan, the Murim Alliance and the Hebei Peng clan leader were captured. Peng Hyungak's group fled, pursued by others. A soldier from the rear rushed forward, shouting, that beggar, if he has no money, leave his head. Elder O listened to the running boy, glanced at him, and angrily shouted, you insolent brat. Then he turned around and dealt a fatal blow to the boy's head. He deserved a beating. The Water Emperor, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Cheon family, watched from behind, sneered, and rushed forward. A decisive sword strike severed Elder O's head. He sneered, sorry, but I'm different from those educated dogs. Meanwhile, Peng Hyungak continuously attacked those blocking his path. He was sweating profusely, gasping for breath. Damn it, he frowned, looking around, thinking, is the demonic cult's power this strong? Bangyan Gap looked at the man in front of him with suspicion. And who is that unidentified person? The mysterious figure swiftly slashed towards Bangyan Gap. The sword grazed his face but cleaved the 2 mountains behind him. Such power surprised him, making him sweat profusely. The figure attacked Bangyan Gap, who immediately retreated to parry the blow. Damn it, this is the demonic cult's second young master. He gritted his teeth, firmly gripping his sword, parrying each blow. 17 years as a Blade King, even if I lose an arm here, I must kill him. With that thought, he charged forward resolutely, using the Fire Dragon Blade technique, Soul-Snatching Blade. The opponent simply glanced at him, and instantly, both his arms were severed. Peng Hyungak was speechless in shock. The man sneered coldly, Blade King, what a joke. With that, a decisive sword strike decapitated Bangyan Gap. The Water Emperor praised him, you've defeated Bangyan Gap, not bad. The man coldly sheathed his sword, saying, anyone who stands in my way dies. The Water Emperor sneered, impressive aura, but it's best not to overstep your boundaries. After all, you've changed ships now. Having said that, the man gritted his teeth and frowned. He was angry, but powerless. At the Clearlight Corps reception hall, Sama Jean looked at Myung-un and smiled. You're back. Oh, she said, looking at what Myung-un held in his hand. What kind of flower pot is that? Myung-un smiled and replied, it's an orchid grown in the Western Palace. It usually blooms around July, but I don't know how Steward Kong managed it, but it's blooming now. It's a gift for the squad leader. Sama Jean smiled, accepting the pot of flowers. I hear there are results. She looked at the flowers in her hand, thinking, even if it blooms early, the fragrance remains the same. Myung-un calmly replied, thanks to the squad leader providing manpower and valuable information. Sama Jean chuckled softly, thinking, I've heard from AK John and Ma Jingu that the actual beneficiary isn't the 3rd young master, but the 7th young master. She gently poured tea and said, I have conquered from the barbarians to the Neros. Looking at the young man before her, Sama Jean was filled with thoughts. The nation of Daman had hidden Alxin's existence from her. The 7th young master had established his power in the western regions with just 1 act of virginity, and he was only 17 years old. After finishing his tea, he smiled at Sama Jean and said, and I met someone named Namgong Jun. Sama Jean was visibly surprised. Namgong Jun, you mean the Heaven Sword of the renowned Namgong clan is in the western regions? He smiled. Yes, he said he would return to Zhongyuan to kill me. I spared him, even though he's been disowned by his family, but it's unnecessary to become an enemy of the Murim Alliance leader right now, though, the future is uncertain. Hearing his calm words, Sama Jean widened her eyes in astonishment. The Heaven Sword is a supremely top-tier expert. In a life-or-death battle, he would certainly be a formidable opponent. She looked at the blue sky outside the door, thinking, that's right, there's nothing surprising about this. Now, the young master's martial arts skills can rival the Shaolin and Wudang sect leaders. Even though she had witnessed it firsthand, she still couldn't believe it. Myeongun looked outside the door, deep in thought. You've heard the news about my second brother, right? Sama Jin replied, yes, I heard he killed Peng Hyungak of the Hebei clan. He held his teacup tightly. Therefore, I plan to go to Qingcheng Mountain. I will take the head of the Qingcheng sect leader. Hearing this, she widened her eyes in astonishment. What, even if the young master's martial arts are at their peak, rushing into the heart of Sichuan is a different matter entirely. Sama Jin looked at him questioningly. Could it be that the young master will go without the liege's permission? Myeongun smiled calmly. That's why I came to see the squad leader. He smiled at her. I hope the squad leader will help me leave tomorrow. Sama Jin hesitated. Don't underestimate the Miram Alliance in Sichuan's net of heaven and earth, Myeongun said. If I underestimated it, I wouldn't have come to the squad leader like this. I have some things to entrust to you. Can the squad leader help me? Sama Jin's heart stirred. Isn't this an order? Early the next morning, outside the Great Myeong Palace, a carriage carefully departed in silence. Inside the carriage, Myeongun looked at the two people in front of him. Dressed like this, you look quite like caravan leaders. Adding the beards makes it even more convincing. Eun Kyung blushed, sitting shyly to the side, while Ha Won Kong laughed and scratched his head. Young master, you look like an escort warrior too. Thanks to the help of the Clearlight Corps leader and the Northwestern Trade Guild, the disguise is naturally reasonable. But going to Sichuan is like walking into a snake's mouth. No matter how we approach it, once things are exposed at the Qingcheng sect, the net of heaven and earth will be spread throughout Sichuan. Myeongun smiled upon hearing this. That's why I brought everyone along. Last night, at the Western Palace, the young master returned. He walked in and sat down, looking at Ha Won Kong and Eun Kyung, laughing and talking. Has there been anything special recently? Ha Won Kong immediately said, yes. I heard that young master went to the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Clearlight Corps as soon as he returned. He said seriously, Liege gave me the position of the Heaven Origin Division leader. Ha Won Kong heard that and laughed excitedly. Thinking about the achievements young master had made in Xinjiang, this was a natural thing. But if so, what would the current team leader be like? Myeongun immediately said, he has been promoted to vice squad leader of the White Tiger Squad. If it's the White Tiger Squad, he'll gladly accept. And Sujin became the vice squad leader of the Heaven Origin Division. Ha Won Kong laughed. Oh, I see. He looked at Ha Won Kong thoughtfully. If Steward Kong had focused solely on martial arts, he might have reached a higher level. The same goes for Eun Kyung. Although she was chosen as a disciple, she only works as a steward. Eun Kyung smiled at Myeongun. Young master, haven't you traveled far? Shouldn't you rest a bit? However, this matter requires their help. Thinking this, he immediately looked at them and said, no, now is not the time to rest. My second brother took Peng Hyungak's head in Zhejiang. Hearing this, both of them were startled. Eun Kyung looked at him in astonishment. Yes, isn't Peng Hyungak of the Hebei clan one of the top 10 masters of the Miram Alliance? Ha Won Kong also widened his eyes in surprise, looking at Myeongun. Furthermore, the second young master is in Yunnan. How is this possible? He said sternly to them, though I don't know the details, if it's my second brother as I know him, something bigger might be happening. Therefore, I need your help, both stewards. Will you help me? Ha Won Kong and Eun Kyung, seeing his expression, closed their eyes, bowed their heads, and smiled. If this is an opportunity to earn merit for the young master, we, your subordinates, will do anything. Returning to the present, Myeongun looked at Ha Won Kong. Regardless, I didn't expect the Suk family to suddenly send Mon Jong as reinforcement, Ha Won Kong replied. Because Chief Jong said it was what he desired, Elder Suk readily dispatched him, exceeding expectations. He frowned, stroked his chin, and thought, he was probably sent as reinforcement, and also as a supervisor. It doesn't matter, anyway, this life can't be the same as the last. There's no guarantee that Mon Jong will reach the same high level as in the previous life, because the flow of power will be different. After a long journey, the sun began to set. Bayou County was ahead. Looking at the roadside, the person beside him looked at him and said, indeed, there are many Bega disciples on alert. Myeongun said, good, stop the carriage for me. The carriage immediately stopped. He immediately got off and whispered to those inside, from here, we'll split up and enter according to the plan. Everyone, stay safe. Ha Won Kong immediately responded, understood. He and Sujin got off the carriage and quickly walked away. While the main caravan attracts attention, we'll disguise ourselves as escort warriors and go to Mount Qingcheng as quickly as possible. The two carefully walked past the Bega people. First, we must successfully pass through the city gate, he said, and they carefully proceeded. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the Bega people. They looked at each other, stood up, and glared menacingly at the two. Sujin transmitted his voice. Team leader, there are too many Bega. Myeonun calmly responded through voice transmission. For now, we can only face them. At that moment, Ha Won Kong from behind immediately intervened. Get out of the way, you beggars. Move aside, you filthy beggars. Scram, the merchant squad leader is here. The Bega were immediately distracted by Ha Won Kong and momentarily ignored Myeonun and Sujin. They rushed towards Ha Won Kong, angrily saying, "What? A beggar dares hit him." Just as they were about to attack Ha Won Kong, Kyung's delicate voice came from the carriage. "Please stop," she said, gently getting off the carriage and looking at the two. "What is this rude behavior towards such pitiful individuals? Please accept this and have some tea," she said, placing a gold coin in their hands. Their eyes nearly popped out, their mouths agape. They looked at Kyung with mesmerized eyes. "Thank you, princess." "No, merchant squad leader." Myeonun walked ahead, as if anticipating this scene, smiling to himself, thinking, "I did say I'd fit the role better than anyone." A week later, at a certain tavern in Chengdu, Sichuan, "Well, congratulations on selling out all your goods today." With that, the three of them raised their glasses, joyfully exclaiming, "May we all become rich, a wonderful start for our trading company." Ha Won Kong, flushed from intoxication, shouted, "Waiter, bring another bottle of the most expensive wine, and more food." The waiter, hearing this, scurried away immediately. Yes, yes. The three sat there, drinking continuously and laughing loudly. Merchant squad leader, big cities are really different, aren't they? Yes, yes. On the other side, Myeonun's group looked glum and speechless, for days had passed. In contrast to the lively scene at the other table, the three at this table had faces as black as rotten eggplant. Ha Won Kong looked at them and said loudly, "What are you doing? Eat and drink, there's no soup tomorrow." The three were speechless, knowing it was an act, but, looking at the scene before him, Kyung finished a bottle of wine by herself, while Ha Won Kong, red-faced from drunkenness, shouted, "Drink, drink, drink." Yang Si-jang sighed, his face darkened. How did those people manage to live such restrained lives until now? Hu Mun-ha internally screamed, "I never thought Steward Kong could talk like that." Watching the three at the other table making a boisterous fake show, "Drink more." Yang Si-jang, pouring wine for Mun-jong, transmitted his voice, "I'm so envious of Kwang-jo and Kwanium, who are still in Qinghai. If the goal was to attract attention, it seems to have succeeded." Hu Mun-ha looked around and transmitted his voice, "Yes, everyone is looking at us. The rumors have spread. Because yesterday, they even caused trouble with the Bega disciples." Recalling last night, one of their group had grabbed a Bega by the collar and shouted, "This beggar, what about my beard?" The Bega was stunned, saying, "There's nothing wrong, why are you harassing me?" Mun-jong raised his glass and drank, thinking, one person drinking and causing a ruckus in the city isn't bravery, it's recklessness. Mun-jong looked at the three acting crazy. "How long do I have to put up with this? Look at my shoulders, they're completely worn out." He helplessly transmitted his voice. "Anyway, although team leader Jeagle is still team leader Jeagle, those two stewards, if it's for the young master, might give their lives without hesitation." After drinking for a while, the two listened to Mun-jong's voice transmission. They looked at Mun-jong and said, "Of course, me too." Mun-jong accepted the wine, then sighed and thought, "Then, I should also." Suddenly, an angry Bega burst through the door, shouting, "Which merchants from the western regions are you, who dared to hit the branch leader's younger brother?" As soon as Ha Won Kong saw them, he shouted loudly in his drunken stupor, "Which beggar dares to enter the tavern?" Yang Si-jang was startled, "It seems he's really drunk." The Bega, upon seeing Ha Won Kong approach, said, "What, this goat-like fellow, are you done talking yet?" Ha Won Kong calmly shouted, "Scram, you." Hu Mun-ha, anxious and helpless, yelled, "What are you doing? Stop them." Kyung, frowning from behind, rushed forward and delivered a blow that shattered the man's groin, effectively ending his ability to father an heir. Seeing this, Ha Won Kong immediately sobered up, his face turning pale. Too fast. A moment later, in a quiet forest, the group finally escaped. They were all panting heavily. "I never expected so many beggars to come," Jeagle Minjun said between breaths. "Now we've attracted the branch leader's attention, so we'll probably be involved in endless trouble from tomorrow." However, even though we've caused this commotion, Mei Qingqing still hasn't made a move. In any case, the Murim Alliance's attention will definitely be focused on Zhujiang in the opposite direction. Ha Won Kong, pale-faced, looked at Jeagle Minjun. "It's fortunate that group leader Jeagle understands Zhongyuan." Kyung calmly said, "In short, the young master will be safe, right?" Hearing this, Ha Won Kong looked at her. "After parting ways at Jinchuan County, there's been no special news." Hwan Kong then looked at everyone. If the net of heaven and earth were set up, we would have fallen into it by now. So, it means the young master has succeeded, Yang Se John said. But what if we're caught? Human Ha looked bewildered. What do you mean? Jiggle smiled, reassuring everyone. While we shouldn't be careless, there's no need to worry too much. The Clearlight Corps leader has already given notice to the Sichuan branch. Anyway, the strategy of the governor is wonderful. With just one blow, the Bega disciples were. Kyung's whole body was shaking, her face pale and extremely uncomfortable. Finally, she couldn't hold it in and threw up. Hwan Kong came over and patted her back. She had drunk too much. Meanwhile, Myung-un and Tujin continued walking safely down the long road. He transmitted a message to his companion. Tomorrow, we'll reach Qingqing Mountain. Tujin, sounding slightly tired, transmitted a message back. It's getting dark, we should find an inn. Did you perhaps pickpocket someone along the way? Myung-un chuckled. Let's choose the most dilapidated and old place possible. As they were walking, two guards suddenly appeared ahead. Upon seeing them, the guards immediately shouted, "Stop!" Tujin, surprised, asked, "What's the matter?" The two guards carefully scrutinized them and said, "You're strangers, we've never seen you in this area." Hearing this, Tujin replied, "We are escort warriors from Tibet. We've been commissioned to go to Qingqing Mountain." One of the guards shouted, "Qingqing Mountain, you mean the Qingqing sect?" Tujin chuckled, "Yes, that's right. Is there a problem?" The guard interrupted, "Don't you know, the whole of Zhongyuan is in crisis, yet you're going to the Qingqing sect." The other guards circled them, looking at their packs and shouted, "What's in that bag?" Tujin hesitated. "I can't tell you, it's a condition of the commission." The guard yelled, "We're Bega disciples, open it." Tujin offered them some gold coins. "How about this?" The guards, although tempted, refused. "What do you take us for? Open it." Tujin looked at Myung-un with difficulty. He nodded in agreement. They quickly opened the bag. Seeing the contents, the guards were stunned. "This is..." One guard's eyes lit up at the sight of the mushrooms. "Mushrooms this big," Jean Seo chuckled. "They were dug deep in the Kunlun mountains, so they're very fragrant." The guard said, "Open it further, there's something else inside." He struggled slightly, beads of sweat appearing on his brow, and opened it. Upon seeing the contents, the guards froze, stammering, "This is..." the tuber fleece flower. The other guard stared at it, stroking his chin. Not the highest grade." Tujin immediately explained, "We are a small escort agency under the Kunlun sect. Recently, the demonic cult has been attacking us, so it's hard to make a living." Myung-un and the other laughed heartily and handed the items and money to the guards. His companion bowed and clasped his hands. "We thought we could move to Sichuan, so we went to the Qingqing sect to look for a lifeline." Myung-un continued to press the gifts into their hands, smiling. "If you're Bega disciples, your martial arts must be superb." The guards were startled by their insistent generosity. "What are you doing?" Myung-un switched on his emperor mode, affecting a pitiful look. He placed the tuber fleece flower in one guard's hand. "It's not 100 years old, but it still helps enhance your chi, right? Please use this to help us repel the demonic cult." Tujin quickly placed the gold coins in the other guard's hand. "Anyway, it's already out of the bag. Use this to refresh yourselves. Kunlun isn't what it used to be, is it?" The guards, now no longer refusing, happily accepted the gifts and left. "They're strong will to survive. We'll let it slide." Is that the famous Isho Wu? After the guards left, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Myung-un quickly took out the letter he had just obtained and showed it to Tujin. Tujin, surprised, said, "Isn't that what the Bega disciples exchange? Did you pickpocket someone?" He read the letter. Taoist Zaha left the Muram Alliance meeting and went to the Kaifeng house. "He'll return tonight," Tujin said. "That means..." Myung-un immediately said, "No need to prolong it, it's tomorrow night." The next day, at Qingqing Mountain, Myung-un walked down the long road. Tujin looked ahead. "The North Mountain Temple is up ahead. I don't doubt the leader, but will he really show up?" Myung-un calmly replied, "Qingqing isn't known for upholding righteousness like heaven, is it? If he reads the letter I left earlier, even to hide his dirty past, he'll definitely appear." Myung-un suddenly stiffened, sensing a familiar aura, an aura. Tujin immediately moved away, transmitting a message, "Then I'll hide behind, according to the plan." Soon, footsteps approached, carrying an arrogant voice. "You are the escort warrior from Kunlun." Myung-un stared at the man before him. Indeed, before me stands Taoist Zaha's eldest son, Fan Zun. Fan Zun looked at him arrogantly. "Escort warriors have been coming around a lot lately, haven't they? And you dared to sneak into my room and leave a letter." Myung-un calmly replied, "I was only following orders." Fan Zun looked Myung-un over. He noticed the boy showed no tension. "Orders, you say?" He drew his sword and pointed it at Myung-un's throat. "Kunlun is decaying. There's no way you'd know the secrets between me and Qingcheng. Who ordered you?" The pressure from the sword made Myung-un extremely uncomfortable. He instantly disappeared into thin air, surprising Fan Zun, vanished. Just as Fan Zun was off guard, Tujin attacked from behind. Fan Zun quickly parried the blow, shocked to see Tujin. "You're Tujin," Tujin coldly replied. "That filthy face hasn't changed much, has it?" Fan Zun retreated, staring at Tujin. "You betrayed Qingcheng and fled. What are you doing here?" Tujin coldly laughed. "I betrayed Qingcheng." Fan Zun, enraged, gripped his sword, his face flushed. "Weren't you the one who dishonored the junior disciple?" He let out a perverse laugh, his voice laced with filth. "That's a secret only we know. Why were you moaning so much on the bed? I thought I'd hired a prostitute." Tujin, enraged. "What did you say?" He lunged forward, swinging his sword. "I'll cut out that filthy tongue." Fan Zun coldly laughed, uncaring. With one swing of his sword, he sent Tujin flying. He coldly laughed. "It seems you haven't just been playing around all this time." Tujin's enraged voice rang out from the dust cloud. "How can this be? I've waited countless nights for this day." The dust cleared, revealing Jin Seo, his eyes filled with killing intent, staring intently at Fan Zun. He immediately swung his sword with all his might, Azure Sky Scarlet Dawn Sword. Fan Zun, upon seeing this move, was terrified and broke into a sweat. "How dare you do this to Qingcheng's next sect leader?" Jin Seo coldly laughed. "Qingcheng, to me, is no longer Qingcheng." He swiftly moved past Fan Zun, and instantly, Fan Zun's arms separated from his body. The pain was immediate and intense, causing him to scream in agony. Tujin coldly pointed his sword at Fan Zun and shouted, "Go to the other world and apologize to the junior disciple." As he was about to strike, a sword energy cut his sword in two, surprising him. This sword energy is. Taoist Saha immediately lunged forward, sword raised, ready to end his life. But the sword was immediately blocked by Miangan. He angrily stepped back, stared at Tu Chan, and said coldly, "Tu Chan, I should have killed you at that time." As soon as he saw him, Miangan smiled in satisfaction, finally appearing. Fan Zun clutched his arm, trembling, worried. He called out to his father, his face contorted, asked, "Where are you going in the middle of the night, you useless thing?" He silently observed the battle, then noticed the ground was wet beneath his feet. Taoist Saha gripped his sword tightly, furious. "If you ran away to survive, why did you ever come back? What are you doing here?" The person across from him was already enraged. "You're still protecting him because he's your son." Jin Seo's eyes welled up as he asked, "Even though you always knew the sins he committed, is this really the Qingcheng we learned? This helpless face, always helpless. What do you think Qingcheng is?" Taoist Saha softly asked him. Jin Seo shouted, "Qingcheng is justice, as pure as the blue sky." He continued, asking Jin Seo, "If your noble body was scarred, what would you do? Would you abandon yourself because of a scar?" Jin Seo angrily lunged forward upon hearing the words. "Or would you just erase the scar? Don't humiliate the junior disciple any further." The man sprang forward. The sound waves from their blows collided, creating a powerful shockwave that spread outwards. Jin Seo was struck directly, crying out in pain. He retreated and knelt before Taoist Saha. "I heard you joined the demonic cult for revenge," the person across from him continued. Then, with an angry expression, he lunged forward, unleashing a horizontal strike. "You've stained the purity of Qingcheng. If you'd just died, you could have saved your life." Suddenly, 3 droplets, accompanied by a green energy, shot towards him. He immediately swung his sword to parry the attack, looking surprised. "Chi within the raindrops." Miangan removed his cloak, pointed his sword at him with a cold gaze, and said, "Step back, Jin Seo. I'll be facing him from now on." Taoist Saha said, "Your demonic energy is quite impressive, young man." He assessed Miangan's attack. "I think you're the son of the demonic cult leader. Reveal your identity." He pointed his sword, demanding Miangan's identity. The sword in his hand suddenly glowed red. "I'll shatter your illusions," he retorted. "A man obsessed with false glory, how can he be called the sect leader of a Taoist school?" Enraged by the disdainful words, he shouted, "You insolent brat, I'll go first." He replied, "It's best to always give your all from the start." He threw 5 small pellets forward at high speed. He slashed with one hand and shouted, "You think you can face me with these petty tricks? Focus." Miangan spoke as he moved to his side. Quickly, a trail of blood arced through the air. He retreated, protecting himself, his hand pointed at Miangan in a defensive stance. "Your striding art is quite something, you little rat." Then he lunged forward again. "I'll show you the terror of the Qingcheng Infinite Supreme Sword." He immediately unleashed a downward strike at Miangan, splitting the ground. He leaped up and landed on a stone pillar, saying, "Qingcheng swordsmanship is as unpredictable as the wind." Looking at him, he said, "Mix in some feints. Qingcheng swordsmanship shines in its combinations." The man glared at Miangan angrily. "How dare you discuss Qingcheng swordsmanship with me? How dare a brat like you lecture the sect leader?" His already furrowed brows deepened. While your cultivation is relatively high, your body is still immature. He looked at Myung-un appraisingly. Moreover, I can only overwhelm you in terms of the depth of my internal energy. He charged towards Myung-un. Just keep pressing him. Myung-un stood comfortably under the rain, leaning back. Even without considering strength, you are both stupid and stubborn. He casually replied, his gaze calm. That's why Qingcheng can't stand in the middle of Zhongyuan. The man glared at him angrily. You. His anger reached its peak, his speed increasing. He seemed to multiply into several figures, continuously slashing at Myung-un. I'll tear your mouth open and rip out your guts. He swung wildly. He continuously dodged the attacks, whose power was certainly greater than the previous two opponents. He leaped back, thinking, but the man seemed to see a glimmer of victory and continued his assault. You fool, dare you fly into the air in front of me? His face shifted from anger to smug confidence, pointing his sword upwards. He boasted, you won't be able to dodge this. A clear light sword, like a dragon tearing through the wind, shot towards him. Myung-un's face relaxed into a cheerful smile. A puffed-up body but weak, what good is that? Another effortless strike shattered his technique. Qingcheng's swordsmanship should be a refreshing breeze. Taoist Zaha seemed to realize he was facing something unavoidable, his eyes widening in shock. This is... The sky glowed brilliantly, the morning clouds dispersing around it. Tens of thousands of swords, like needles, descended from the heavens towards him. He spread his arms, accepting the brilliant light. Quickly, overwhelmed by the powerful sword energy, his figure shone brightly before disappearing in the light of the technique. Myung-un gently landed, looking at his opponent lying dead on the ground, the end of a man blinded by power, forgetting its essence. Fan Zun, despite losing an arm, angrily lunged forward. You dare kill my father. Then, his arms suddenly stopped mid-air, his tear-streaked face widened as his heart was pierced. He cried out in pain. Seeing the two bodies lying beside each other, Jin Seo couldn't help but laugh excitedly. He lay on the ground, laughing repeatedly. It's over. 2 days later at the Kaifeng house, Namgong Min suddenly slammed the table, startled. What? Taoist Zaha is dead. The person across from him calmly continued. Besides the two perpetrators, we have no further information. His face was in a mess. Not knowing what to say, Taoist Zaha was the Taoist master Zishen of Qingcheng's time who was chasing after him. He was even more frightened thinking further. Just 2 people had killed the sect leader at Qingcheng Mountain. The Blade King's defeat at Daizhang was already unbelievable. This time on the opposite side Taoist Zaha, also the Murim Alliance, had lost 20 great masters. Namgong Min looked at the empty table helplessly. The people outside kept asking suspiciously, isn't it the demonic cult master who personally went to battle? This time didn't he also lose his Shishan? He slammed his hand on the table, trembling with rage. The enemy near Sichuan was the Qinghai demonic cult, but the cult was currently embroiled in a succession struggle. The likelihood of the liege acting personally was extremely low. He seemed to realize the problem. If it wasn't those two, could a master of that caliber have emerged from the demonic cult? Namgong Min looked up and asked, what about the direction the culprit fled? Towards Qinghai. The other person vaguely replied, I heard it was towards Chongqing. He repeated doubtfully, Chongqing. Namgong Min's face remained furrowed. That's strange. If it were the demonic cult, they should have headed towards Qinghai or Gansu, but the culprit went in the opposite direction. He pondered, Chongqing. He quickly grasped the issue. Could it be? A man with a staff approached from outside, interrupting their conversation. The 18 pirate stronghold along the Yangtze River. He was the Bega gang leader. His expression was calm as he continued, judging by your face, the Murim Alliance leader must think the same. Namgong Min seized on this. Gang leader, you came here after hearing the news. The net of heaven and earth isn't deployed here, only the Yangtze River and Zhongyuan, because of those damned 18 pirate stronghold along the Yangtze River. The gang leader's eyes narrowed. If you board a ship in Chongqing, you can travel the Yangtze to anywhere. Similarly, Qinghai is the demonic cult's base. He quickly warned the other, if the demonic cult is colluding with the 18 pirate stronghold along the Yangtze River, pursuit won't be easy. Namgong Min added, gang leader, do you have a plan? I want to go to Chongqing personally and direct the net of heaven and earth, he said, a faint smile on his face, and Bega's debt too. The Murim Alliance leader clasped his hands in delight. If the gang leader steps forward, there's nothing more we could ask for. This will be the first step in eradicating the demonic cult, he added. I will spare no expense in providing any assistance possible. Near the Chongqing docks, the exorcist's shadow fell upon a boat drifting down the river between sheer cliffs. Myung-un silently observed the scenery, further solidifying his judgment. The Yangtze in May is truly beautiful. It might sound arrogant, but the team leader truly resembles descendants of a noble family. The vice squad leader, clean-shaven, looked like a Zhongyuan martial artist. The person behind him blushed and bowed. That's right, the vice squad leader is originally a Zhongyuan martial artist. He looked ahead and smiled faintly. Is everything alright? Qingcheng Iname are in pursuit. He replied, don't worry, being chased sometimes isn't so bad. He added calmly, from now on, I am the second son of the Royajing family. No using voice transmission. The guard, embarrassed, replied, understood, young master. The person behind him felt anxious, watching this carefree figure. The land routes are completely blocked by the net of heaven and earth. Going the opposite way and using the waterways is logical, but he considered the presence of evil groups here. On the Yangtze, there's the 18 pirate stronghold along the Yangtze River. Like the Green Forest, they represent the Jianghu bandits. He felt a sense of foreboding. Their scale is beyond imagination. Moving by boat along the Yangtze, even the Murim Alliance failed to eliminate them. Ultimately coexisting with them, is traveling by water truly the right choice? The ship captain looked towards Red Wharf and announced, the ship will briefly dock at Red Wharf to pick up passengers. From inside the boat, they saw the ship approaching Red Wharf. The door opened, and someone announced from outside, the young Miss's boat has arrived. Hearing this, the young Miss said to herself, finally, I get to ride a Yangtze River boat. She emerged, dressed in silk, her head covered in a kerchief, smiling happily. A sect leader stood looking at the handiwork of some mischievous child, his expression unhappy. He frowned and asked his apprentice, did he plaster it everywhere? The apprentice quickly tore down the paper from the wall and replied, yes. The man sighed, at least someone witnessed it. A sect leader, harassed by a child, helplessly thought, it must be Jean Seo. The last news he heard about Jean Seo was his joining the demonic cult. The scene of 3 people arguing flashed through his mind. He thought, it was definitely our fault back then. Sect leader Shi Xiang, it's all karma. Although the child caused trouble by sticking papers on the walls, sect leader Ren Lin had to admit that a person under 20 defeating the Qingcheng Infinite Supreme Sword meant an unprecedented crisis for the Qingcheng sect. While deep in thought, a voice asked, are you Taoist Master Zixian of the Qingcheng sect? Another group arrived, their bearing impressive, causing the sect leader to mistake them for his apprentice. He clasped his hands and bowed. I heard you were coming to the Dragonhead sect master, and introduced me as Zixian of Qingcheng. The gang leader simply replied, you've had it tough. The gang leader, without preamble, delivered news, but it wasn't this direction. Taoist Master Zixian was shocked. What do you mean? Gang leader, his apprentices behind him were sweating profusely at the shocking news. Long Tu reported that the culprit didn't travel by land but by water. I'll explain later, let's find the nearest wharf first. His expression radiated a chilling murderous aura, indicating the gravity of the situation. On a river where orange, pink, and yellow waters mingled to create a poetic scene, a small boat drifted aimlessly in the late afternoon. A graceful young woman sat on the boat, her long, porcelain white hair hidden under a headscarf. 2 tall, strong guards accompanied her. Worried about the wind, they urged, it's cold, young miss, please come inside. Despite their concern, she was captivated by the beauty, saying, how can I leave this stunning view and go inside? The sun's about to set, I won't see anything anymore. Ahead of the beauty, a young man in light blue clothes stared at her, speculating, judging by their bearing, they resemble royal martial artists. He thought, it seems that way. The young man continued to ponder, why would a royal daughter come all the way here with only 2 guards? He went into overthinking mode, hand on his chin. She tries to appear ordinary, but her bearing is anything but, and that hair color. Before he could finish his thoughts, a fiery red streak aimed at the boat, flying directly over the girl's head. It was a fire arrow, and the young man in blue intercepted it, preventing it from hitting the girl. The young miss, realizing the danger, cried out in alarm, ah! The 2 guards quickly searched for the attacker. They asked the young miss, are you all right? And shouted, who did this? A bandit on an opposing boat, brandishing a large blade, arrogantly ordered, stop the boat. We are the Water Thunder clan, part of the 18 pirate stronghold along the Yangtze River. If you don't stop, we'll burn you all. The helmsman cried out in fear, the Water Thunder clan, we can't continue. Everyone, get off the boat. A guard, however, insisted, no, we don't stop, continue. He explained, we'll switch to a boat for Hubei at Wushan. Already prepared to fight, the terrified helmsman protested, that's your problem, I can't die because of you. Myungan's expression was doubtful. The Water Thunder clan has appeared, yet they must follow the route. Could there be an urgent reason? He turned to his companion and asked, can we leave this to Jiang? The reply was, of course, young master. 2 darts struck their boat's mast. The Water Thunder clan exclaimed in surprise, hidden weapons. Jiang stood coolly, gazing at the bandits. Tell your leader we'll meet at Wushan. The Water Thunder clan leader, intimidated by Jiang's weapons, thought, he's a master using hidden weapons and sword energy. Despite his fear, he blustered, "You dared to attack the 18 pirate stronghold along the Yangtze River, you'll regret this." After saying that, he ordered the boat to retreat and run. Bodyguard Zhang turned back, clasped his hands and bowed. Myung-un praised him for his hard work. Bodyguard Zhang. The red-haired man was frightened by the young man in front of him and shouted, "Are you guys crazy? The Water Thunder clan is under the command of the Yangtze Waterway 18 trigrams. Myung-un didn't seem to care much, and happily laughed and said, "Since things have come to this, just take the boat to Wushan." He lost his patience and shouted again, "Are you deaf? If the stronghold leader appears, we'll all die." The young man, without saying much, pulled out a gold bar and said, "Take this, I'm a rich kid, after all." Seeing the money, he couldn't refuse. Myung-un said, "Just take us to Wushan, and I'll ensure your safe return." He took the money, mumbled his agreement, and muttered, "You guys are something else." He irritably reminded them, "Just to Wushan, that's all." The royal young miss, who had remained silent until now, couldn't help but wonder, who are those people? Are they Miram warriors? The scene shifts to a crimson sky over a mountain road in the Sichuan suburbs. A caravan of horse-drawn carriages is stopped. Halt. A girl in a cheap house steps out and asks, "What's the matter?" "We're a trade caravan from Chengdu, returning to Tibet." The other group immediately introduces themselves. "We are disciples of the Ame sect." The martial arts girls, with serious expressions, explain, "There's been trouble in Sichuan recently, so we're conducting a search. Please cooperate." "Oh, I see," the girl replies. Suddenly, she sees something shocking. Ame faction is holding Myung-un's painting and she is sure it is of the young master. The delegation's apprentice politely asks her if we can search inside the carriage a bit. They search the carriages but find nothing. The owner confirms, "As you see, there's nothing." The Ame apprentice finds it strange, exclaiming, "Strange, a trade caravan goes to Chengdu and returns empty-handed." Hearing this, the caravan owner says. Suddenly, a remorseful voice cries out, "It's all my fault." "Disciples," a figure struggles, confessing, "I was blinded by greed for quick riches." The steward kowtows, confessing his sins. He explains he lost all his earnings gambling. Bad habits are hard to break. Someone mutters. Those standing behind him are stunned. He grabs a female disciple's dress, blaming alcohol. "It's all because of alcohol. I turn into a dog when I drink." The Ame disciples are embarrassed and urge him to let go. The steward continues to cry and plead, "Even if I die, I can't quit drinking. Just kill me. I'll feel better." Tears and snot stream down his face. A disciple exasperatedly shouts, "I told you to let go." The Ame sect, annoyed by the man's crazy behavior, leaves, cursing, "Let's go. These are all weird people." The steward continues to wail, "Kill me." It turns out he was acting to deceive them. As soon as they leave, he stands up, dusts himself off, and sighs in relief. Finally, "I passed that hurdle." His companions bow, saying, "You've worked hard, sir. One more day and we'll reach Shanghai." The steward looks up at the sky and silently prays, "Young master, please stay safe." The scene returns to Myung-un escorting the royal young miss. They express their gratitude. "You've done us a great favor." He bows in return, "Please don't be so formal." The young miss inquires about his background. "Are you a Jianghu person?" He immediately introduces himself. "I am Jingzu Hun of the Ruihajing family. That's my bodyguard, Zhang Pilsum." The young miss expresses surprise. "The Ruihajing family? I've never heard of them." Myung-un asks, "Despite encountering bandits, you're still following your route. Are you being pursued?" "Like me," she thinks. "He seems to have something going on." He adds, "Upon closer inspection, I'm certain, young miss, you possess the heavenly Truing Chi, don't you?" Her two bodyguards draw their weapons and warn him, "Who are you?" She stops them. "Wait." She marvels at Myung-un's keen observation. "You recognize that just by looking at me," he replies. "Such a strong in Chi isn't that rare." He thinks to himself, "The heavenly Truing Chi is different from the coldine essence accumulated in my body. It literally means a constitution given by heaven." He continues to analyze her unique characteristics. Moreover, that hair color isn't natural, it's gradually changing. He continues, "If you cultivate ice-based techniques, that's good." While he sounds optimistic, she knows her remaining lifespan is only a few months. "It would be good if I could be treated, but I don't have the time." Myung-un interrupts her thoughts, warning, "When we reach Wushan, the 18 pirate strongholds along the Yangtze River will be waiting. It might be dangerous. You should dock nearby and avoid them." Before he finishes, she says, "No, I must go to where I need to go. It'll be exciting." Her face breaks into a gentle smile. Her bodyguards try to stop her. "No, it's too dangerous. Please avoid it." Seeing her determination, he says, "If the young miss has decided, then listen to my story for a while. I've been looking forward to telling it." A short time later, at the Red Wharf of Wushan, the helmsman's boat encounters bandits, the 18 pirate strongholds along the Yangtze River. Terrified, the helmsman jumps overboard. Before jumping, he says, "I don't know anything from now on, you're on your own." A passenger reminds him, even though it's May, the water is very cold. The 6th stronghold leader raises his blade and roars, "Who are these fearless fools daring to challenge the Yangtze River 8 strongholds?" Then, his brother, the 7th stronghold leader, appears. A foot glides across the water's surface, addressing the Jiamu group. Myungin thinks, "I've only heard their name." Finally, I meet them. Where he steps, the water freezes, forming a path. He calmly walks across the lake, thinking, this kind of path should be easy to cross. The 2 bandits stare in amazement. He's walking on water. The places he steps on freeze. What's going on? They try to attack, but Myungin smoothly passes them, saying, "I'd like to talk for a moment." The people on the boat think he's a ghost and flee before things get worse. They run away in fear after having been so bold earlier. Tian swings his club at him and demands, "Who are you? State your name." He turns around and declares, "I'm from the Heavenly Demon Cult. I killed Taoist Zaha." Hearing this, Tian's face turns pale. Myungin orders, "Turn the ship around immediately and take us to Hubei." On the other side, bodyguard Zhang tries to help the young miss onto the boat. "Please, take my hand." The stronghold leader doesn't believe him and attacks. "You expect me to believe that?" Someone behind him warns, "Stop, he's the Venom Dragon, a master." A shout rings out, "Heavenly Demon Cult murderer, come out and receive Bega's divine cudgel." The Dragonhead sect master has arrived. He yells, "Surrender, and I'll spare your life." Myungin turns, thinking, the sect master himself. Then a shout rings out, "Everyone, stop." A troop of cavalry arrives. "I am Qingxiu, the general of the Xinqiang royal family. Anyone who attacks that boat will face the wrath of the royal family," the general declares. The Dragonhead sect master silently wonders, the royal family. Both sides are now facing off. Myungin stands with his arms crossed, a joyful expression on his face as he watches the scene unfold. He thinks, the young miss has come this far, she'll go a little further, won't she? The young miss looks at the fleeing bandits, seemingly understanding his thoughts. The 2 guards were shocked when they saw this. What was going on? From the Heavenly Demon Cult to the Miram Alliance, and now the royal family. The princess slowly walked to the side of the boat and shouted, "My name is Zhu Jialing." She pulled out a golden badge and raised it high. "I am the commandery princess of Xinqiang Mansion. My father is Prince Xinqiang, Zhu Xianwen. Bega, do you have a problem with this ship?" Elder Bega confirmed it was indeed an imperial family badge. "And I sense a powerful demonic aura on the ship. That young man, who looks no older than 20, is surely the demonic cult culprit." He stared intently at Myungin, who remained silently observant. The old man declared, "I am Wang Tu, the leader of Bega. The demonic cult culprit seems to be on that ship." The commandery princess sternly asked, "So what? Even if my father isn't the imperial prince, are you declaring war on the emperor by pointing your swords at the imperial family?" She glared at them defiantly. Long Tu clicked his tongue in annoyance but dared not act. He thought to himself, the Miram and imperial families have signed a non-aggression pact. Any mistake will shake the Miram Alliance leader's position, and the delicate balance of the Miram Alliance, so hard to maintain, will collapse. At that moment, a soldier quickly dismounted, knelt down, and said, "Captain Qingxiu of the embroidered uniform squad, I greet the commandery princess. Have you been well? Prince Xinqiang is waiting for you. Please return to Beijing immediately." The princess showed displeasure. The commandery princess coldly replied, "Captain Qingxiu, you know my condition better than anyone. Tell my father that until the end of my life, I will not return," she declared resolutely. Myungin, who had been standing silently by, had heard everything. "If it's Prince Xinqiang, Zhu Xianwen, that means he's the younger brother of the current emperor. I thought it was just the imperial family, but unexpectedly, it's the daughter of Prince Xinqiang." He compared this with the events of his past life. "In my past life, Prince Xinqiang was overshadowed by his brothers, his status insignificant. But after 10 years, the emperor and the young emperor, the imperial prince, successively passed away. He unexpectedly ascended the throne, thus changing the future landscape. Therefore, the commandery princess is not merely an imperial family member, but a woman who will become the emperor's daughter." At that moment, the commandery princess fell ill and stumbled. Her bodyguards rushed to her side, asking if she was all right, assuming she lives until then. Myungin began to ponder. He recalled the beginning. After concealing his imperial identity and traveling to Hubei, he asked, "Young Miss said she was going all the way to Hubei. I have a plan to mislead them." There was something before that. Young misses from the imperial family, right? The unexpected question left the princess speechless, although she planned to pass through Hunan, Guizhou, Yunnan, and then return to Qinghai. What was it? Even in the middle of Zhongyuan, there was no need to worry. Thinking this, Myung'an unconsciously smiled excitedly, feeling the thrill of further adventure. He turned to the Venom Dragon and said, "Now you must decide, will you turn your back on the Miram Alliance or the imperial family?" The Venom Dragon hesitated, awaiting his senior brother's decision. The Water Dragon had no choice but to grit his teeth and obey, turning the ship towards Hubei. After all, they couldn't betray the imperial family. Elder Bega exchanged glances. "Leader, they've turned the ship," Long Tu ordered. "There are many eyes and ears now. Let's go to Hubei first." General Qingxiu watched the ship, his grip tightening with determination. "Even if you say so, I will follow you to the end," he thought. "I can only handle this without the squad knowing." Night fell soon. The male lead servant reported, "There are no signs of pursuit. Nevertheless, don't let your guard down. They'll act soon." Myung'an reminded, "Understood." The commandery princess then came onto the deck. "Indeed, sir, you are not from the Ruihajing family," Myung'an replied with a smile. "Forgive my rudeness. I am Myung'an of the Heavenly Demon Cult." The princess's bodyguards were uneasy. This man is really the son of the Heavenly Demon Cult leader. The princess is now on the same ship as the son of the demonic cult leader. Myung'an cheerfully began, "In any case, why is the princess here?" His mind was full of schemes. Based on the earlier conversation, he had a general idea of the situation. The princess slightly pulled down her cloak and let out a breath filled with icy air. "As you know, sir, I was born with the heavenly Truing Qi." She began to recount. "Since childhood, I've endured the icy coldness whenever it flares up. Even in summer, I could only leave my room in winter." The prince also tried hard to find a cure. For a period of time, physicians and Miram masters visited daily, but all shook their heads after taking her pulse. "There's a way to cure it, but to dispel the heavenly Truing Qi, a grand master needs more than 60 years of Qi. Then, when my father wasn't made imperial prince, it stopped. The icy Qi is about to reach the Tanzhong point, so prepare yourself." The commandery princess recalled a physician's words from a few days ago, and a doctor's words from a few months ago stating she didn't have long to live. Her voice became even more resolute. "I'm only 18, even if I only have a few months left. I want to see the vast world. So, on the last night of the month, I asked them to secretly take me out of the mansion." Hearing the princess's story, her entourage was moved to tears. Myung'an felt empathy. Bound by fate, struggling in one place until death, he thought, remembering his past life. "Wasn't that my life in my previous life?" Then he asked, "Young miss, aren't you afraid of leaving the mansion?" The princess simply gave a carefree smile. "What's more frightening than death, the Emperor, the Miram Alliance, or the Heavenly Demon Cult? I fear nothing." As soon as she finished speaking, Myung'an quickly placed 2 fingers on her pulse. "Forgive my impoliteness." The sudden touch greatly surprised the princess. Myung'an concentrated, sensing the heavy icy Qi. The claim of needing 60 years of Qi isn't a lie. But if powerful Qi is passed through, he then told the commandery princess, "I will cure you." Myung'an's men were bewildered. "Sir, no, leader, only on one condition." Myung'an hadn't finished speaking. It wasn't clear what he said, but the commandery princess's expression showed extreme surprise. Meanwhile, at Mount Kunlun, the ancestral hall of the Kunlun sect was engulfed in flames. There were shouts of abuse. "Pathetic Taoists, haha, die, help." The Taoists, terrified, fled for their lives. Fifth young master Myungzhong was hacking away and cursing. How pathetic is the sect leader's martial arts. His opponent was Izuan, the Kunlun sect leader, who was completely outmatched. He spoke, "You're the 5th young master." His sword fell to the ground. The outcome was clear. "From today, Kunlun will no longer exist on this land," Myungzhong said, laughing as he pointed his sword at his opponent. Without hesitation, he killed him on the spot. Although it was now in ruins, it had once been one of the 9 sects and 1 clan. Myungzhong thought to himself, "Although I received help from my maternal family in the Red Dragon Division, this was the only way to suppress my brothers." Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. A slash cut across his neck. A middle-aged man appeared, wielding 2 swords, sending the 5th young master to his death. His subordinates, seeing their leader easily defeated, were terrified. "Young master," behind the man, more swordsmen charged, attacking the Heavenly Demon Cult members. "Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all." The leader was the Wind Emperor, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Cheon family. Finally, the Wind Emperor had arrived. He proudly placed his 2 swords on his shoulders and spoke. The next day, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Bright Chamber, Bai Yun-suk reported to Myungzhong that he had investigated the truth about the death of Taoist Zaha of the Qingcheng sect. Liege asked, while receiving a report from the Swallow. What about the target? It looks like the 7th young master. Fei Yan hesitated. The Clearlight Corps leader had assisted the 7th young master in infiltrating. Myung-jung held in his hand the wanted poster of his son, asked again, you know right. Regarding the realm of completely concealing one's chi at will, the young woman stammered, isn't that the transformation realm? But I heard that it's impossible to hide from someone at the same realm. The Liege retorted, who would believe that? Look at this wanted poster, he said, pointing to it. Myung-un must have reached the transformation realm. Bai Yun-suk couldn't believe it, not super peak, but the transformation realm. She bowed her head and said, the appearance of a transformation realm expert in our sect besides the Liege, isn't that something to celebrate? The Liege recalled a conversation with young Myung-un, when he asked for permission to go into hiding during the Lantern Festival that year. I already knew the child's experiences, even I couldn't fathom the end of it. He saw. I wonder if that child is the same Myung-un I knew. Bai Yun-suk was stunned. Could it be that the 7th young master is beyond the Liege's reach? At that moment, Bok Jin-gong rushed in. Right Guardian Bok Jin-gong pays his respects to the Liege. It's late, what is it? Liege Myung-jung asked. What is it? The 5th young master has been murdered, Kunlun, the Liege asked. According to the scouts, Bok Jin-gong said, clenching his fist, Kunlun's remnants and all our sect's forces, including the Red Dragon Division, have been annihilated. Upon hearing this, the Liege slammed the table in anger and shouted, where are Myung Cheon and Ming Jia now? The eldest young master is at the Sun Hall, and the 2nd young master is still in Zhejiang. Bok Jin replied. At that moment, Left Guardian Dai Chungyang also entered. He affirmed that the 5th young master wasn't killed by the other young masters. He dragged a battered man along. I've caught an insider. In any case, it seems the sky-splitting palace is behind this. This information enraged Liege Myung-jung. His eyes were bloodshot, radiating a terrifying aura, promising an impending great war. Scene changed to Myung-un's boat. The princess's 2 subordinates were worried. We're almost at Hubei. What should we do? It turned out the couple had left, leaving their entourage stranded. The young woman left a letter. I'm going with the young master to Manhwa. Don't worry too much, and even if I made the wrong choice, I absolutely won't regret it. Myung-un's attendant read it silently, thinking, he must have anticipated that going through Shangxi together was impossible. The young master is being pursued. At the same time, the Commandi princess was being carried on Myung-un's back. She was conflicted. Knowing he was being pursued, he was now going to Manhwa for her. If I had any shame, I should have refused, but I couldn't. He asked me to remember him. She wondered, is that the only condition for my treatment? Please tell me, she asked. Is it because I'm royalty that the young master has his own motives? Myung-un replied coldly, I'm from the heavenly demon cult. I obey the Holy Lord, not the Emperor. I have no ulterior motives. It's just, he hesitated, even though the net of heaven and earth is closing in. Like you, I'm not afraid. Myung-un empathized. I feel more at ease now than I did in Shanghai. Thinking about my subordinates, I can't be absent for too long. He quickened his pace, dashing through the old forest from day to late night. But this is fine for me. Everyone wants to defy fate. Myung-un mused, and everyone wants to succumb to fate. Thankfully, the red moon wasn't late. Back at the bright chamber, Dai Chungyang arrived, saying, the 5th young master wasn't murdered by the other young masters. I caught a spy. He reported, he was a messenger between the Great Myung Palace and the 8 Great Mountain families. About a month ago, he left the Great Myung Palace without reporting to his superiors and was apprehended. He committed suicide by the time I arrived, he said helplessly. Then, the Left Guardian produced a red token, but this was on him. Bok Jin-gong gasped, that's the Sky-Splitting Palace's token. There's no mistake. Does this mean one of the young masters colluded with the Sky-Splitting Palace? We can't rule it out. Left Guardian Yang agreed. For the young masters, being removed from the succession race is tantamount to death. The master of the Sky-Splitting Palace might have exploited this weakness and approached them. Liege Myung-jung's face was filled with murderous intent. He thought, the master of the Sky-Splitting Palace, will he once again unleash a bloodbath on this land? Bok Jin-gong pondered, was the deliberate targeting of the 5th young master, who was already out of the succession race, to hinder the eldest young master, Myung Cheon, whom the 5th young master supported? He speculated. If so, the most likely collaborators with the Sky-Splitting Palace are the 2nd and 3rd young masters. Liege Myung-jung slammed the table. Who colluded is irrelevant now. He began issuing orders. Left Guardian, assemble the 3 Corps and the 4 Gods divisions immediately, and Right Guardian, along with the 4 Great Protectors, proceed to Mount Kunlun and monitor their movements. His subordinates bowed respectfully in obedience. The Liege's gaze was serious. We will prepare for war with the Sky-Splitting Palace. Obey. They all responded in unison. On Myung-un's side, It was the 4th day since arriving at Manhwa. They were sitting in a cave in the cliff face. Myeongun was transmitting yang qi to heal the princess. He didn't expect it to take this long. Recalling their arrival, the commanding princess was amazed. This is Manhwa. Can the heavenly true yin qi really be treated here? Xiao Men asked worriedly. Yes, it's just in time. The red moon has risen. Myeongun replied, explaining, this world is created by yin and yang. On the night of the red moon, yin qi surges, and the earth emits corresponding yang qi. Standing at the foot of Manhwa, Myeongun looked up at the cliff face and said with a smile, if the earth's energy veins of Manhwa surge with yang qi, it should be able to overcome the heavenly true yin qi. What if Manhwa disciples suddenly come here? The commanding princess asked worriedly. Myeongun replied with a wry smile, with my qi perception, I can handle it any time. He thought to himself, actually, if they really came, there would be no better way. That's what happened when they first arrived. Then, I accumulated the maximum yang qi emitted by Manhwa, refined it, and transmitted it into the princess's body, but the princess's heavenly true yin qi exceeded my expectations, so it couldn't be overcome. Now, we can see Myeongun transmitting energy into the princess's body, and she is enduring the pain of receiving this abnormal amount of yang qi. Now, the only remaining method is to open all the acupoints simultaneously after channeling all the yang qi flowing in Manhwa's energy veins, without refinement, directly into her. This is Myeongun's method of healing her. However, if it fails, it won't end with just experiencing energy deviation. The consequences would be extremely severe. Besides the 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, even the governor vessel could be completely destroyed. Even so, there's no other way. With determination, Myeongun gritted his teeth and concentrated all his efforts to maintain the flow of yang qi into the princess's body. Until the next morning, a loud explosion erupted on the cliff face, scattering the birds. The commanding princess was panting. It seemed the treatment had ended. Myeongun looked haggard. Having exerted himself to his limit, he smiled contentedly, too breathless to speak. Success. With that, both of them were exhausted and collapsed on the ground unconscious. While in a daze, Myeongun felt something strange. What is this? This warm air source. Petals blown by the wind touched his face. Spring, the plum blossom, a new form of energy deviation experience. Myeongun wondered. He then raised his hand to check. No, his acupoints and pulse were normal. His qi had even increased, and even his turbid qi had decreased. It seemed he had regained some consciousness. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Myeongun suddenly tensed. He reflexively leaped back, creating distance from the other person. Who are you? He asked. Before him stood an old man in white, his hair as white as snow, who chuckled. That's for me to ask. Not a person from Manhwa, yet you come to Manhwa and touch Manhwa's ley lines. Myeongun turned to look behind him. He saw the princess resting on a piece of cloth, covered with a blanket. The man in front of him clearly didn't intend to harm them. Princess, the old man reassured her. Don't worry, Manhwa is different from Qingcheng. Myeongun was filled with doubt, so he knew everything that happened in Qingcheng. The old man slowly stood up. Oh my back. The old man groaned. Myeongun keenly observed the man's clothing. That pattern, it was definitely the plum blossom of Manhwa. Did this person transfer qi to him? Myeongun recognized the design on the old man's clothes. He bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, senior, for your help. If someone faints, the first thing to do is save them. Isn't that the right thing to do? The old man said cheerfully. You've already reached this level. Anyway, you must be the young man who caused a commotion in Qingcheng. What's the reason? The old master asked. Intrigued, Myeongun answered frankly. I'm someone who doesn't fit in with Taoism. In what way? The old man pressed. Qingcheng is as blue as the sky, but I'm not. Myeongun answered directly. Indeed, a clever young man. The old man stroked his beard and continued. There's one more thing. It's not transfiguration art, nor is it body swapping or soul stealing. Why do I get the feeling that inside the resume of a young man under 20, there's a man nearing 40? Myeongun was greatly astonished at these words, his eyes wide in amazement. He didn't expect the old man to be so perceptive. Had he noticed his unique circumstance? If the power of the Tao has reached this level, then thinking about this, he asked, could it be that the pillow is the sword immortal? That is just a false title that people gave themselves, and I am just an old man waiting for the day of death. The teacher answered humbly. Myeongun realized he was one of the 3 greatest swordsmen of the previous generation, Manhwa's sword sage, Zhang Tian. With this realization, he became more wary, reaching out for his sword. Today might be my last day. Facing such a powerful opponent, Myeongun couldn't be more pessimistic. Junior, I would like to ask you for a few pointers, he said, drawing his sword. Zhang Tian remained calm. You haven't answered my question yet. Myeongun, wanting to avoid alarming the princess, said to the old man, shall we move somewhere else? Agreed. The two moved to another location outside. The sky was high and clear, surrounded by cliffs. They stood in an open space, silently looking at each other. Suddenly, a voice called, "Master Uncle." He's definitely the culprit of the demonic cult. That brat actually parried Master Uncle's sword strike. Two Manhwa disciples rushed over, panicked. Zhang Tian warned his disciples, Jin Ming and Jin Xian, "Don't interfere." A disciple showed concern. "What are you saying, Master Uncle? That man killed Taoist Za. We need to help." The sword immortal again requested, "I don't want anyone interfering. I've put everything on the line in this fight, so don't interrupt, just wait, and whatever the outcome, you must accept it." He then said to Myeongun, "I also ask one thing of you, if you win, spare their lives." "Understood, senior." The protagonist nodded in agreement. "Goodness, is this really happening?" Don't worry, Master Uncle won't lose." The two apprentices could only watch anxiously. "I'll go first," the sword immortal said, beginning the fight. "Please, senior, now, let's clarify, how can you have two births within you?" Having spoken, Zhang Tian lunged with his sword. Even though Myeongun anticipated the attack, he had to struggle to evade it, causing the sword strike to graze the cliff face. The sword's movement was too fast to see. "You dodged it?" the sword immortal asked. "That strike didn't seem powerful, but look where the sword tip touched. The cliff is cracked." Myeongun was amazed. This is the Violet Dawn's sacred art. A completely different level from any opponent he had ever faced before. Myeongun braced himself against the old man's attacks. Then, seizing an opportunity, he countered with a sword strike. "Actually, I don't care much about the Miram anymore. So whether you're the culprit or not is inconsequential," Zhang Tian said, easily parrying the protagonist's sword. The mere parry was enough to cause a counterattack, leaving Myeongun with internal injuries and coughing up blood. He was astonished by such power. The sword immortal, as if reading Myeongun's thoughts, replied, "At my age, it's not difficult to see the truth with the naked eye." He added, "If there's one question that remains, it's the principle of the world that cannot be seen with the naked eye." "And what about fear of death?" Myeongun asked back. The sword immortal replied, "Let me ask you a few more things." "As you wish, senior." "What changes, and what doesn't change?" A sword stroke grazed past, severing a branch. "The body changes, but the spirit does not. They move too fast, like clouds and wind, too quick for the eyes to follow. Is it will, or is it opportunity?" They clashed swords again. The master asked, "Where there's will, there's opportunity. Where there's opportunity, there's will." Once more, their swords met, splitting a rock. "What is life? What is death?" the master asked again. "It seems to be, but it isn't. It seems not to be, but it is." Myeongun answered. Their swords clashed again, snapping a tree trunk in two. "Can you tell me what you've experienced?" Another question from the sword immortal. Myeongun replied, "In just a moment, the cold of death like ice and snow, silent as the moon." The sword immortal laughed heartily. "Only a moment. Not bad, not bad." They fought from dawn till dusk, from the ground to the air, as if touching the crimson moon. Each clash of swords was a conversation. They seemed to be communicating through their blades. They were opponents, but also companions sharing their thoughts. It wasn't just a sword fight, but also a lesson. After a while, they stopped. The sword immortal praised, "True martial talent, you absorb everything you receive." Myeongun asked, "So, senior, have you found the answer?" "It seems so." The sword immortal replied, "Since when have you been able to control your strength? It's quite impressive." Hearing his answer, the sword immortal laughed heartily. The conversation finished. Myeongun turned to leave. Then, "Junior, I bid you farewell. Go, and see the vast world that I could not see," the old man said with a smile. The two Manhwa disciples finally rushed over. "Master Uncle, are you all right?" Their master didn't answer, just standing there. Yesterday was regret, tomorrow is fear. The plum blossoms begin to fall, covering Manhwa in white. Every moment is the present. Therefore, there is no more fear. The sword immortal's heart had stopped beating, but a satisfied smile graced his lips. The two disciples were astonished. "Master Uncle, he has ascended." Zhang Tian had died peacefully, taken by age, not by Myeongun's sword. People say that distant stars look small, but in reality, they are enormous. It is impossible to confirm the birth or death of a star. Myeongun returned to the princess. "I cannot know my yesterday, today, or tomorrow. So, if the life of a star is nothing but a moment, then so is ours." I turned my head to look back. Dawn began to appear. Apricot blossoms were flying in the sky. The moment of birth, the moment of death, I will not forget. In the hazy smoke, a figure with silver hair and a white beard spoke. "Can you tell me what you saw?" Myeongun replied to the voice. "It was only a very short moment. A death as cold as ice, veins like the moon. So if the life of a star is a killer, perhaps our lives will be the same." The duel with the sword immortal gave me new enlightenment. A moment later, at a mountain pass near Manhwa, the princess's guards rushed towards them. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Myeongn's men were calmer. "Team leader, thankfully you're safe." The princess smiled brightly. "Thank goodness everyone is safe and sound," one of the servants said. "Your Highness's complexion looks better now." The face of the servant who followed Myeongnon showed immense surprise. He silently wondered, did he really cure the heavenly Truing Chi that even many healers and masters couldn't treat? Then he spoke. "We should part ways here." Everyone was surprised. The princess asked, "Now?" Myeongnon's expression turned serious. "The 9 sects and 1 clan lost the sword immortal. They'll pursue us relentlessly. If you stay, your highness will be in danger." The servant beside him thought, sword immortal, could he be referring to the Manhwa sword? He continued, "Your highness should return to the embroidered uniform squad and go back to Beijing." The princess asked, "Where are you going, young master?" She secretly wished she could go with him. Then he laughed and said loudly, "I must return to where I belong. There's still much to do." As he finished speaking, a voice shouted, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" The man slammed his weapon on the rocks, roaring, "Even the princess can't stop me today." At that moment, a group of horsemen charged towards them. "Your Highness, Qingxiu has arrived." The princess turned. "The general." With a worried expression, the princess asked Myeongnon, "Can't the embroidered uniform squad help you? Should I contact the imperial court?" He shook his head and smiled. "No need, this is between the Muram Alliance and the Divine Cult. You should go, your highness. We'll meet again someday." Then, the embroidered uniform squad escorted the princess back to the palace. Sitting on her horse, the princess whispered, "We will definitely meet again." When the group was far away, the Bega gang leader spoke. "Finally, we've met. I've been chasing you for 4 days and nights." His subordinate whispered, "We've sent scouts to Manhwa. The culprit will have nowhere to run." At the same time, Myeongnon spoke. "No, Manhwa won't pursue me," the Sword Immortal promised. He thought, the Sword Immortal must be in seclusion now. Myeongnon, with a strong aura, raised his hand and made a proposal. "I have a proposition. The gang leader and I will fight one-on-one. If I win, please release the net of heaven and earth, and I'll spare your disciples." His subordinate, enraged, charged forward. "Arrogant brat, a cornered rat playing tricks." The gang leader stopped him with his staff. "You're no match for him." The two entered a magical formation, with opposing elements of fire and water. The gang leader roared, "This is absurd." Myeongnon smiled. "What will you do?" The gang leader countered, "If I refuse." He smiled confidently and answered the old man's question. "At that time, no one here could return alive." "Well, I don't intend to borrow someone else's hand to pay off Bega's debt," he said, taking the stick in his hand and dragging a line on the ground. The friction was so strong that dust flew up, obscuring the sky. A disobedient dog must be hit on the head and scolded. Myeongnon's eyes sharpened, seemingly to block his vision. While he was still thinking, the gang leader attacked from behind with his dog-beating staff technique, head-hitting rebuking staff. A strike aimed at him, but Myeongnon anticipated the move and created an afterimage. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Then he used the Mastiff Gnaw staff retrieval technique. A sudden flash of light surprised him. Myeongnon attacked, catching him off guard and landing a painful blow. He spun the staff, smiling victoriously. "Gang leader, looking for this. It'd make a great mop." The gang leader's face turned furious. "The chief's staff is Bega's divine item. How dare you?" He attacked again, but Myeongnon dodged. Enraged, he yelled, "Damn it, stand still." He immediately regretted his words. Who would stand still to be attacked? He spun, creating a circle of fire, my lifelong energy in one strike. Myeongnon thought, the moment of birth, the moment of death. In this short moment, countless lives are born and die. He charged, splitting the moment, dividing the gang leader's attack. If one could understand eternity, if one could transcend time. He swung his arm. The gang leader was bisected, a fitting end for someone weaker who sought conflict with the strong. The next day, at the Kaifeng house, a shout rang out, "How could this be?" The Manhwa sect knew nothing about the culprit at Manhwa. Bega cornered the culprit and then let him go. Zhou Qian angrily slammed his hands on the table, not ashamed of the name the net of heaven and the earth. One of them gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing this. Thinking he couldn't go against his master's orders, an old man clenched his fists. Hearing that the Dragonhead sect master had made a deal with the culprit, I felt really guilty. Then a rebellious subordinate yelled at the old man, "I'm not even mentioning the Dragonhead sect master's death. But what about Bega? What's he doing?" The old man didn't back down, yelling back, "What did you say? Can't you shut your mouth?" The two continued to bicker in this already exhausting situation. Then, one of them shouted, "Enough." The atmosphere finally calmed down. He asked the rebellious subordinate, "What did the Deputy Alliance leader do while the murderer was in Shishan?" Hearing this, the old man retorted, "Is Wudong now siding with the 9 sects and 1 clan like Manhwa and Bega?" Whereas the authority of the Miram Alliance gone, the Alliance leader's face was weary. The noise continued. Wasn't this happening because the Alliance leader favored the 9 sects and 1 clan? Even after seeing the murderer, you still say that? His strength far surpassed his master. At this moment, a subordinate of the deceased sect leader spoke up. We've also lost our sect leader. The murderer's cultivation level is beyond imagination. Hearing this, the rebellious subordinate spat out mocking words. Ha! Are you all afraid of the demonic cult master's son? Then you can't call yourselves the net of heaven and earth anymore. Then he looked at the Alliance leader and shouted, Miram Alliance leader, are you going to just sit idly by? Shouldn't you gather all the forces of the Miram Alliance and eradicate the demonic cult? The Alliance leader finally spoke. Now is the time to ascertain the demonic cult's strength. I've sent scouts. Hearing this, his eyes flashed. Investigate their strength. Is the Alliance leader also afraid of the demonic cult? The Alliance leader's face showed some anger. More than that, I'm afraid I'll end up eradicating the wrong target, the demonic cult. At this, the rebellious subordinate angrily left, coldly saying, if you decide to eliminate the demonic cult, call me. Until then, Mount Tai will not participate in the Grand Assembly. A week later, Sama Jin walked, pondering. The liege suddenly summons me. What's going on? It must be that the 7th young master is about to return. Stepping inside, she felt something was off. Her expression was one of shock and surprise. A group of people sat on both sides in an orderly manner. What the hell is this situation? Except the right, left guardian and the 4 great protectors have arrived in Tibet. Everyone is gathered here. Thinking this, she performed a bow. The Clearlight Corps leader Sama Jin pays her respects to the liege. It seems I am late, the liege replied. No, sit. Myeongjung began to question her. You know, the true cultivation level of Myeongun. Hearing this, she replied, yes, my liege. Receiving the answer, he continued, I heard that Yun and I defeated Taoist Zaha, the Dragonhead sect master, and even the Sword Immortal. Do you think that's possible? She hesitated. My eyes have witnessed the young master's abilities. Ordinary people, even with a lifetime of cultivation, cannot reach second rate, let alone become masters. Furthermore, even if one reaches the pinnacle early, one cannot surpass the threshold of the super pinnacle before death. Hearing this, he pondered, enlightenment is like this. Although everyone proposes various methodologies, is it really that simple? A voice echoed from outside, the 7th young master has arrived. Myeongun entered, panting. Son returns to pay respects to his father. His eyes turned serious. The young master, listen to my order. Draw your sword immediately. I have something to confirm. This surprised Myeongun. His voice stammered. How can I dare draw my sword before my father? The Alliance leader said. Do you intend to defy my order? He sighed, drew his sword. I obey. His eyes turned bloodshot and sharp. He raised his hand. A blinding red light appeared, and he struck Myeongun. All eyes were on Myeongun. This attack took him completely by surprise. He gritted his teeth, anxious. This is. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded, red smoke filling the space. He held his sword in one hand, deflecting the blow with the other, shocked. Why suddenly like this? Interrupting his thoughts, the liege attacked him fiercely. This unexpected attack caught Myeongun off guard. He swung his sword sideways to block the attack. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened. That's the liege's heavenly demon arts. Chong Yu's face paled. He thought, the 7th young master is receiving the liege's heavenly demon arts. Myeongun retreated. He looked at his cracked sword and wondered, the black sword cannot withstand the power of the heavenly demon arts. Then he waved his hand. A red flame surrounded his hand, his eyes dark. Here, I order, from today, I appoint the 7th young master as the deputy liege of this sect. This made Myeongun jump. Hearing this, Chong Yu, Shizhou, and Zhao Si Jin stood up and shouted, Liege. Myeongjung said, you've all seen it, haven't you? His eyes turned thoughtful. I don't know what has happened, but the 7th young master has clearly reached the transformation realm. Our sect's principle is righteous strength. The process doesn't matter. What matters is the oath itself to strength and the sacred ancestor. Hearing this, someone said, surely the other young masters will strongly oppose this. He continued, I said deputy liege, not little patriarch, and whatever happens afterward will be the responsibility of the new deputy liege. At the Biro Palace Sun Hall, a loud shout echoed, what, appointing Myeongun as deputy liege? The shout came from Myeongcheon. He said angrily, so the rumors that Myeongun caused trouble in Zhongyuan are true. The subordinate, terrified by his yell, stammered, in front of everyone, the liege personally verified. His face turned pale at this moment. The 7th young master had blocked Liege's ultimate sword move. Hearing that, he asked again, the heavenly demon arts of father. The white stone fiend was now sweating profusely, thinking to himself, at that time he couldn't have seen wrongly. How could that be possible? Mine Chion's face turned black with anger. He slammed his hands on the chair. It's over. I was defeated not by the second or third young master, but by the seventh. Then John Se spoke. It's not over yet. The seventh young master has the advantage, but he's only the vice liege, isn't he? The position to inherit before the liege is the young liege. You should cooperate with the second young master. Hearing this, he widened his eyes and shouted, you want me to cooperate with Manhwa? Now is not the time to be picky. The White Stone Fiend also spoke up. The Ghost Spirit Corps leader is right, not only with the second young master, but also with the other young masters. The Vice Liege's inauguration ceremony will be held after the funeral of the fifth young master. There's no time to choose now, he said, his brow furrowed, bloodshot eyes revealing his anger. Establish relationships with your younger brothers now. At the same time, in the West Palace, everyone began to perform the ceremony, paying homage to the Vice Liege of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Maingan offered a strained smile of gratitude, but the real beginning is now. Hawan Kong and Un Kyong sobbed. The young master has finally become the Vice Liege. Kwang Zhou thought to himself, I've always believed in you without a doubt. Hawan Kong then spoke, but I heard the Vice Liege sword broke. He replied awkwardly, it was a precious item made by the steward. Hearing this, Hawan Kong comforted him. It's all right. Conveniently, he and Chung Peng from the nation of Daman sent valuable black iron, saying it's a gift from the king. He smiled and said, let me have someone make you a new one. He was relieved. Very well, have the steward help me send a suitable return gift to the nation of Daman. His eyes turned pensive, but if he's the Vice Liege, shouldn't there be an inauguration ceremony? I heard the right servant went to Tibet to collect the body of the fifth brother. Therefore, the inauguration ceremony will be held after the fifth brother's funeral. Hearing this, Hawan became worried. You must be careful, the other young masters won't sit idly by, he replied. I know, that's why I've secured strong backing. Patriarch Cheon Jushu of the Yangzhou Qian family pays respects to the new Vice Liege of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Commander Qian Juchi of the Graceful Virtue Corps pays respects to the new Vice Liege. The Yangzhou Qian family is the wealthiest and most powerful of the Great Mountain 8 families. Because they didn't need to take a public stand, they haven't supported any of the young masters. Furthermore, the Patriarch's younger brother, Qian Juchi, is the squad leader of the Graceful Virtue Corps, one of the 3 corps. Cheon Jushu placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and said, from today, the Yangzhou Qian family and the Graceful Virtue Corps, along with the Clearlight Corps, will be the Vice Liege's strong backing. From the Guizhou Suk family and the Clearlight Corps to the Yangzhou Qian family and the Graceful Virtue Corps, there's nothing more to wish for. Maingan smiled and extended his hand. I hope for your continued support. A week later, at the Great Ming Palace, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Ming Zheng stepped onto the platform without saying a word. Then he stepped down, passing by Maingan. Maingan stepped forward, his eyes filled with sadness. Rest in peace, brother. Dong, dong, dong. The drum sounded. Everyone had gathered. Ming Chion's expression was extremely unpleasant. The faces of the remaining 3 young masters were no better. He thought to himself. Sure enough, Ming Gak didn't come. What is he planning? Ming Zheng's expression turned serious. It's been a long time since we've all been together like this. Today, we are here to mourn the 5th young master and to announce the inauguration of the new Vice Liege. The new Vice Liege, please come forward to receive the wine. Ming stepped forward, holding out his cup, waiting for the wine to be poured. Seeing this, Ming Qion below gritted his teeth in anger. 7th, I won't let this go. Ming Wan was no less resentful. He thought to himself, do you think I'll just give up? Ming Qion raised his cup. At the same time, several assassins surrounded the outside. This was it. They leaped onto the rooftops. Back inside, Ming suggested, Father, may I also offer a toast to my brothers? His father replied, go ahead. He raised his hand, using his power to move the wine cups towards his brothers. Everyone was shocked. He smiled. The Vice Liege of the Great Heavenly Demon Cult offers a toast to the young masters. Seeing this, Chung Yang immediately spoke. He had indeed grasped all the yin and yang energy sources. Chong Yu on the other side also thought to himself, could he arbitrarily use void capture like this? Myung Cheon was so angry that he gritted his teeth and revealed his veins. Myung-un, how dare you despise me? He raised his cup to drink. You think we'll just retreat? My father's intuition is limited because there are so many people here. If my father and his men leave, we'll combine our forces and eliminate you in an instant. Interrupting his thoughts, Myung Jung spoke, leave the rest to the deputy liege, left servant, let's play a game of weiqi. Yes, sir. The 3 of them left. At that moment, Qian Juchi and Zi Sama Jin entered, their clothes stained with blood, their faces beaming with joy. Commander of the Graceful Virtue Corps, Qian Juchi, though late, I offer my congratulations to the new Deputy Liege, the Clearlight Corps leader, Sama Jean. My apologies for being late. I didn't intend to be this late. There was some commotion outside. Because of that, I'm a little late. Seeing the two arrive, Myung Cheon was startled. He thought to himself, the Clearlight Corps leader is one thing, but why are there two more people here now? The Cheon Jushu patriarch of the Yangzhou Qian family. Greetings, Liege, and congratulations to the new Deputy Liege, Yuan Shengou, patriarch of the Fuzhou One family. Congratulations on your inauguration. All four were covered in blood. The Yangzhou Qian family and the Fuzhou One family had previously supported the fifth young master. The two spoke in unison. There was a small commotion outside. We helped the Clearlight Corps leader and the commander of the Graceful Virtue Corps handle it, which is why we're late. Those assassins were all eliminated. One of them, still breathing, trembled. Young master, I'm so sorry. They were sent by Myung Cheon and the other young masters to assassinate Myung-un. Hearing this, Myung Jung showed displeasure. Commotion on a day that should be more peaceful than any other. Let's clarify this and give a severe punishment. Hearing of their failed plan, the four were extremely resentful. The punishment for today's events is up to the new Deputy Liege, the seventh young master. He will handle it himself. With that, he left with his two envoys. Yes, sir. Myung unclasped his hands respectfully. At that moment, his brother emitted an aura as hot as burning flames. Brothers, I'll only overlook this once today. At the same time, in Tibet, the funeral of the fifth young master and the inauguration ceremony of the seventh young master had concluded. Min Gukshung's face turned pale. He thought to himself, the one I fought in Xinjiang was the seventh young master, and he's at the transformation realm. Unbelievable. He continued, it seems there was some commotion at the inauguration ceremony, and I heard the divine cult right servant is looking for our location. It's better to attend the ceremony. Hearing that, Myung-gak smiled. Team leader seems eager to go. Ha. Min Gukshung was stunned. Yes, the other replied, it seems you want me to go there. To clap and bow before the seventh young master. Hearing this, Min Gukshung bowed his head. This subordinate is at fault. Please forgive me, young master. Myung-gak let out a sinister smile. Transformation realm. Then I must at least reach that level. After all, if I can't become liege, I'll die. What's scarier than death? If I can become stronger, if I can survive, then the heavenly demon cult or the sky-splitting palace are no different to me. Then, a voice called out, drawing their attention. It's been a while since I've been here. This is my first time seeing you too. So, you're that fool from the false sect, Myung-gak, or something. He continued, you came to ask for help from the master of the sky-splitting palace. Hearing this, Myung-gak was terrified. He couldn't even sense the other's presence. Moreover, that killing intent wasn't something he could handle. Seeing his expression, the old man said, what's this? That terrified face. Do you want to go back to your father now? Myung-gak regained his composure. What nonsense is this? The old man continued, even so, I don't like the master of the sky-splitting palace's methods, but it's fine. There are two types of people I hate, traitors and cowards. If you're intimidated, it's over. He lunged at the old man, but his speed wasn't as fast. The old man nimbly dodged his attacks, then appeared behind him. Kid, it's this way. Before he could recover, the old man launched a flurry of attacks. Then, a palm strike sent him flying, crashing to the ground. The old man propped himself up, looking down at him. While I'm satisfied, with that level of skill, what kind of demonic path can you create? Pathetic. Severely wounded, he spat out a mouthful of blood, using his sword to support himself. Only then did he realize who the old man was, the Light King. He knelt before him. What more must I do? Please tell me. I will do anything you command. The old man roared in anger. Those who have reached the peak, and still haven't awakened themselves, ask me for guidance. Hearing this, his eyes hardened. As long as I can become stronger, I'll even sell my soul. Seeing this, the old man let out a sinister smile. The four heavenly kings look better than your group. Near the Great Myung Palace, it's been a long time since I played Weiqi with the liege. Indeed. Day, Chung Yang holds a chess piece in his hand. After all, he is only 17 years old and is already at the stage of transformation. It seems that the religion has a future of expansion. Hearing this, Myung-jung placed his chess piece on the board, simply the future of the religion. At that age, he suppressed 3 grandmasters of Zhongyuan and broke through the net of heaven and earth, regardless of good or evil. Throughout history, how many have achieved this? That day, I definitely gave it my all. I tried to look into the abyss of Myung-un's potential, what it kept hidden from me. But indeed, I couldn't see it. Until now, I've achieved everything through hard work. While I'm not without talent, I haven't relied on elixirs or fortuitous encounters. Reaching the heavenly demon position, I have my own pride, but Myung-un surpassed me from the very beginning. I feel ashamed for believing this was my limit. After listening to his rambling, Changyan spoke. From the start, what's called fortuitous encounter isn't it a confusing phrase literally? Hearing that, he replied, you're right, I don't intend to belittle Woon, on the contrary, I have high hopes. Could it be said that it's faith in those who reach unknown realms, because that's our attitude towards martial arts? It seems I've won again today. Changyan looked at the chessboard. Is you're allowing the 7th young master to go to Tibet also because of that? Even with high cultivation, there's clearly danger. The two stopped their game after he won. While walking across a bridge, he asked Changyan, left servant, you must know why I appointed Yun as the vice liege instead of the junior liege. He recalled his memories. It was indeed because of the heavenly demon arts. You've become the vice liege of our sect at a young age. Such early achievement is something to celebrate. Do you have any wishes? Myeongun thought, right now, I only want one thing, the heavenly demon arts, but father has a reason for making me vice liege and not junior liege. He cut off his train of thought and continued, I hear the one who made 5th brother like that is the sky-splitting palace. I want to go to Tibet. I'll go there and destroy the sky-splitting palace with right servant. Returning to reality, he continued, everyone who cultivates the heavenly demon arts, I believe they can become top-tier masters, but the true value of ultimate martial arts isn't understanding it, but breaking it and developing it. That is, the heavenly demon arts isn't martial arts that makes someone a heavenly demon, but martial arts for someone who has already become a heavenly demon. I want to see how far Yun can go, even if the path is dangerous. Therefore, if someday that child reaches the next realm, then Myeongun won't just be the future of our sect, but the future of all of Murim. The scene shifts to Myeongun's group, Qianjuqi, carrying luggage at the back side. It's the vice liege's order, so I have to obey. But why are we going to Tibet? Sama Jin smiled at him. You don't know either, yet you follow. Qianjuqi was confused. You have to tell me before I know. Sama Jin turned his head helplessly. The truth is, I don't know either. Myeongun, walking ahead, spoke up to answer their doubts. I told the liege, since I've become the vice liege, I'll do things befitting the position. Sama Jin was doubtful. It's just the 3 of us going to deal with the sky-splitting palace. Seeing Myeongun didn't answer, Qianjuqi was frightened. Is it true? We don't even know the location of the sky-splitting palace yet. I heard right servant hasn't found any clues yet. Myeongun laughed meaningfully. To catch fish, you have to throw bait. I'll be the bait to catch the master of the sky-splitting palace. The scene shifts to a dark tower where a voice echoes. What? That damned Myeongun is going to meet the divine cult's deity. And he's only bringing 2 servants. 2 voices replied from below. We must seize this opportunity to take his head. He's seeking death, so we must grant it to him. I think so too. This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. The liege sitting on the platform frowned. Water Emperor, what do you think? The Water Emperor immediately offered his opinion. This is the false sect's scheme to form an alliance with the divine cult. If we can eliminate it, it's definitely something we should do. Even if they ambush us, we have a chance of winning. If we fight in Tibet, on the narrow mountain paths and difficult terrain in the west, they can't use their numbers to their advantage. On the contrary, it would be better if they plan an ambush. Our martial arts are a level above the false sects, especially on the rugged terrain of western Tibet. We can use a small elite force to deal with a large number. There's no better opportunity than this. Yes, everyone thinks the same as I do. The palace master called out to the Ice Queen. She immediately stood up, hands clasped, waiting for orders. The palace master, with a stern expression, ordered, assassinate the vice liege of the false sect. The scene returns to Myeongun's group. After hearing him, Qianjuqi was terrified, sweat pouring down like rain. What did you say? Myeongun found his reaction baffling. Why are you so surprised? I spread the rumor that the vice liege of the holy sect will meet the divine cult with only a few close servants. Qianjuqi's face turned pale. Then, isn't that seeking death? Everyone will try to ambush us. Myeongun smiled. That's exactly what I want. That's why I said I'll be the bait. Sama Jin anxiously exclaimed. However, moving with so few people might be seen as a trap by the other side. Myeongun retorted. No, they'll definitely take the bait. Look to the south. Even if they prepare an ambush, on those mountain peaks, they can't do much. If the sky-splitting palace is confident in its abilities, this terrain can hinder a large force with just a small group. The 2 listened to his analysis, inwardly shocked. The vice liege even considered the sky-splitting palace's characteristics when planning this. Myeongun looked ahead with confidence. All right, let's go fishing. Soon, night fell. The 3 of Myeongun were still moving below the cliff. On the mountaintop, the Ice Queen's disciple, John Ok, was leading her subordinates in ambush. A man in red standing behind asked the newcomers, any ambushes? The newcomers immediately replied, After checking the 5-mile radius, we didn't find anything, not even an ant. John OK nodded. Okay, she thought to herself, this bastard Myeongun actually doesn't know what fear is. Those bastards' strength is several levels lower than ours. Thinking of this, she immediately ordered her subordinates to prepare to attack. Below, Myeongun's group walked and commented, it's best to camp here tonight. As they unloaded their supplies, they secretly communicated through voice transmission, there's someone on the cliff. I knew they'd finally take the bait. Qianjuqi suggested, let's wait for them to come to us, that way, we can extract information. Myeongun agreed, of course, let's treat this as a play and act accordingly. After discussing, he smiled brightly and said, all right, everyone must be hungry, eat this. At the same time, he was secretly assessing the surroundings. 2 people were on the rock, 1 in front of and 1 behind the path, and 2 more above the valley, that's 6 in total. They've surrounded us perfectly, but they don't know they're the prey. Soon, several dark figures darted across the cliff face at incredible speed. Led by John OK, others ambushing from different directions also charged towards Myeongun's group. He stood there calmly, smiling, they're coming to their deaths. Quickly, they swung their swords, attacking with shouts of die, you brat. 2 men charged from behind, but Myeongun channeled his energy. Before they could do anything, they were sent flying backward, only then did they realize it was a trap. John OK, seeing her subordinates defeated, still shouted, don't be afraid, all together, attack them. She swung her sword at Myeongun, but Qianjuqi quickly intercepted her with his sword. He looked at her and sneered, it seems I'm enough to deal with you. This angered her, and she swung her sword again, don't underestimate me. But she couldn't do anything to him. Instead, she was forced to retreat. Still, she yelled threats, how dare you, you bastard. The woman in red also drew her sword, thinking, if I can kill the false sex deputy leech, I'll achieve great merit. So it must be a one-hit kill. But before she could reach Myeongun, Sama Jin intervened, don't touch the deputy leech. Meanwhile, several underlings were dealt with by her sword. In just a few moves, Sama Jin subdued the woman in red. She pointed her sword at the woman's face, you're from the sky-splitting palace, aren't you? You're weaker than I thought. The kneeling woman thought helplessly, she's not someone I can handle, am I going to die here? At that moment, Myeongun approached and said, if possible, capture her alive. Sama Jin was confused and asked through voice transmission, capture her alive, why? The woman took out another knife from her sleeve, they're not human, they're demons, if they capture me alive, I'd rather die. But before she could kill herself, a rock flew and knocked the knife from her hand. It was Myeongun. At the same time, Sama Jin moved. The woman was unable to react and was struck several times. As soon as the woman fainted, Sama Jin turned to Myeongun and asked, you didn't trust me? Myeongun shook his head. I need to question the prisoner. He then glanced at the battlefield where Qianjuqi was fighting. That one seems to be the commander. To be able to hold his own against Qian's squad leader, his martial arts skills are quite impressive. John Ok's face was tense as she looked at them. It seems we've been tricked. I didn't expect them to be this strong. Qianjuqi suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, forcing her back. Surrender, and I'll spare your life. She coldly snorted, you think this is the end? She retreated, regaining her balance, and then unleashed the 10,000 flowers dance, a flurry of sword images striking forward. Qianjuqi's face tensed, he didn't dodge but met her attack head-on, cursing her stupidity as he parried. At that moment, John OK was struck from behind. She was knocked unconscious by Myeongun without noticing. It seemed she would faint, but just as she was about to fall, she used her hand to repeatedly strike herself. This surprised Myeongun. She's releasing her own pressure points, her abilities are higher than I thought. As soon as she released her pressure points, she attacked again. Damn you, I'll never be a prisoner of the false sect. Myeongun exclaimed in alarm, no, but it was too late. John OK chose to stab herself in the neck, ending her own life. Myeongun looked at her corpse in front of him and sighed. He didn't expect her to commit suicide without hesitation. The sky-splitting palace is truly cruel. Scene changes to the Biro Palace. Myeongjun turns to the person opposite and says, brother, Myeongun is crazy. Myung-cheon questioned, you say you went to Tibet with only his attendants? Myungjun confirmed, yes, I can't understand why he's so confident. Myung-cheon sighed, Myungjun, you don't see the bigger picture, only 3 people appeared, but there are certainly hundreds of martial artists hidden, waiting to ambush. Myeongun is our vice leech, this is a trap to attack the enemy. Myungjun was shocked, his mouth agape, if I hadn't listened to you and acted rashly, it would have been a huge disaster. Actually, I was planning to send assassins to Myeongun, isn't that arrogant bastard now above me? When you have the chance, you strike. Myung-cheon took a sip of tea and cursed inwardly, discussing important matters with this fool is truly idiotic. Scene change back to Myunan's group. Sama Jin interrogated the prisoner. Where's the sky-splitting palace located, and how many people are there? Under coercion, she truthfully answered, it's located to the south, 10 days' journey from here. There are about 500 men and women in total. Myungan was secretly delighted. Didn't expect Sama Jin to cultivate the soul capture technique. Things might turn out better than expected. The soul capture technique allows the user to control their enemies at will. This technique is truly terrifying. Sama Jin continued the interrogation. Now I will ask you a very important question. Is there a spy from the sky-splitting palace within the heavenly demon cult? Myungan carefully observed, pondering, I wonder if she's high enough in rank to know that. The woman quickly confessed, there is a spy. Everyone was startled. So there really is one. Sama Jin continued, can you tell me who it is? Her words further shocked Myungan. We have one of the young masters of the false sect working as a spy for us, and that spy is his third brother, Myungwon. Qianjuqi stroked his chin thoughtfully. I didn't expect the third young master to be collaborating with the sky-splitting palace. Myungan also sighed inwardly. I never suspected him. I feel like I've heard something I shouldn't have. Clear Light Corps leader, continue the interrogation. We might find some important information. Sama Jin immediately asked, why are you wearing different clothes from the others? She replied, my status is different from the others. Myungan suddenly realized, you have a high rank. Even if you're not a commander, then you might know important information. The woman suddenly slumped over, unconscious. Sama Jin explained, I think that's her limit. I've reached my limit too. I need to rest for a while. Myungan thought to himself, the soul capture technique requires immense concentration. He smiled and praised her. You did well, Clear Light Corps leader. Qianjuqi spoke up. What should we do next? Myungan replied, I think we need to split into 2 groups. 2 of you return to the Great Mountain and report our findings. I will go verify the location of the sky-splitting palace. Sama Jin worried. But you'll be in danger, Vice Liege. Myungan's face turned serious. Don't worry about me. This isn't a request. It's an order from your Vice Liege. Seeing his serious expression, the 2 became tense. Myungan clasped his hands, turned, and walked away. Commander of the Graceful Virtue Corps, Clear Light Corps leader, escort the prisoner back to the heavenly demon cult. They had no choice but to bow and obey. Myungan then leaped away, using his mobility arts. Qianjuqi said, to escort the prisoner, we need to find a carriage first. We should hurry. Sama Jin agreed, silently praying for Myungan's safe return. Myungan ran swiftly, following the cliff face. After a while, he exhaled, looks like I should rest here for today. He immediately stopped. As soon as he did, he was startled. Cold air. This is natural cold air emanating from a place without light. He bent down and touched the ground, sighing, if only this were a dragon vein. Should I take this opportunity to hone my ice techniques a bit? Lost in thought, he suddenly looked behind him in surprise and shouted, who's there? The Ice Queen emerged from the bushes. Myungan, Vice Liege of the False Sect, where are you going? Myungan snapped, calling our holy sect the False Sect. Are you from the sky-splitting palace? The Ice Queen chuckled, if it's false, then I'll call it false. Myungan clearly saw his opponent and felt tense. A master, since she came alone, it means she's confident in her martial arts. So it seems, he asked, are you the Wind Emperor who killed my 5th brother? The Ice Queen smiled, oh my, why compare me to that crude fellow? I am the Ice Queen. She grabbed her sword. We've introduced ourselves. Now, you only have one thing left to do, die. You've come to a place you shouldn't have. Myungan coldly smiled, drawing his sword, showing no fear. You're overconfident. Immediately, he struck, his sword causing the ground to crack as he attacked. The Ice Queen was no slouch, easily blocking the attack. Myungan didn't stop there, leaping forward. The 2 engaged in a direct sword fight. A powerful explosion erupted. The attack passed, and Myungan was pushed back. You are stronger than expected, but that alone is not interesting enough. The Ice Queen sneered sarcastically, is that all you've got? Saying so, she swung her sword again, launching another attack. Ice essence rained down towards Myungan. He, on the other hand, refused to be outdone. Solemnly gathering his energy, several water dragons appeared around him. He then swung his sword, delivering a blow. A knowing smile played on the Ice Queen's lips. She swooped down from above, sword flying. Myungan was startled to see her sword point aimed at his chest. Was the blizzard just a lure? A sword thrust that seemed to pierce Myungan, but it didn't. At the critical moment, hanging by a thread, he managed to dodge. But the Ice Queen didn't seem disappointed. Instead, a more amused smile graced her lips. Myungan stumbled backward, sliding on the ground. He didn't stop until he reached the edge of a precipice. He looked back and sighed. If I hadn't used the 1,000-weight caddies, I would have fallen into the abyss. He then praised his opponent. Impressive. The Ice Queen attacked again, determined to earn that praise until death. Immediately afterward, she unleashed another sword strike. Myeongun raised his sword to parry, exclaiming, "What killing intent!" This time, the Ice Queen gritted her teeth, struggling greatly. She was puzzled. He not only blocked her ice sword but also managed to counter it. Could the false sex vice liege be on par with our four kings? With this thought, she roared, "I'll finish you." Myeongun observed her aura, secretly astonished. Such domineering energy. Is the sky-splitting palace stronger than our heavenly demon cult? But even so, it couldn't deter him. He raised his sword again, standing tall. Chi enveloped his entire body, down to his feet. A sword of cold bullet fragments followed. The Ice Queen on the opposite side was horrified at this sight. Enhanced sword chi. This is impossible, I can't stop it. A powerful blow landed squarely on her. The dust settled, revealing the battered and bloody Ice Queen. She trembled, realizing her opponent was on a different level. So this is the heavenly demon cult's vice liege. Myeongun approached, pointing his sword at her face. "You've taken quite a beating." The Ice Queen bowed her head, sighing, "I've lost, kill me." Myeongun's face hardened. "No, kneel and beg for mercy." The Ice Queen looked up in surprise. "You want me to beg for my life?" Myeongun replied calmly, "Our sect and the sky-splitting palace share a common origin. Our shared tenet is that the strong rule. It is perfectly normal for us to bow before the strong." The Ice Queen stammered, momentarily speechless. Myeongun continued, "If you believe the sky-splitting palace's palace master is stronger than me, then return, but if you don't, then bow before me." He mused inwardly. The more intense the conflict between the sky-splitting palace and the heavenly demon cult, the more it benefits the Miram alliance. Therefore, abducting the sky-splitting palace would be better. The Ice Queen knelt, bowing her head. "I cannot give you a definite answer at this time. From this humble one's perspective, the strength of my palace master and yourself is equal. After verifying your capabilities, I will make a decision." Myeongun secretly estimated, so the sky-splitting palace's master has reached the ultimate realm. With this thought, he asked, "So you will return now?" She replied, "I will show my loyalty to you with two truths. First, the third young master's betrayal was false information. Those you defeated were subordinates of the Water Emperor, one of the four kings of the sky-splitting palace. The Water Emperor is very meticulous. To prevent her failure, he used the soul capture technique on his subordinates to make her lie." Myeongun, without excessive excitement, calmly asked, "What is his martial arts level?" The Ice Queen answered honestly, "His martial arts are about half a level above mine." Myeongun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Then it's not to the point where I can't subdue him." He nodded. "I'll remember that." The Ice Queen continued seriously, "The second piece of information is that the person who wants to ambush your team is called the Fire King. He is driven mad by bloodlust, so, if you want to save your companions, please hurry." Myeongun was shocked. If the Fire King is as strong as her, those two are definitely no match. With this thought, he turned to leave. "If that's not true, before you can return to the sky-splitting palace, you will die by my hand." The Ice Queen replied calmly, "The sky-splitting palace regards its tenets as life, so I have no reason to deceive you." Myeongun glanced at her and coldly snorted, "According to the tenets, I will also give you time." Ice Queen thanked him. She then stood up and watched him leave, thinking, "He is indeed very strong. If he can defeat the master of the sky-splitting palace, then I have no choice but to serve him." That is the respect that the strong deserve to receive. Myeongun, utilizing his mobility arts, flew over the cliff face. The smell of blood was stronger, but I heard no impact or explosion. "Please don't let it be too late." After moving a short distance, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Not far away, Qianjuchi, covered in blood and wounds, was sitting leaning against a rock. Myeongun immediately landed before him. "Qian squad leader, are you all right?" Receiving no reply, he brought his hand to the other's nose. His breathing was weak, as if it could stop at any moment. After Myeongun gave him a few pokes, he managed to speak weakly. "Is it, Deputy Liege?" Myeongun hurriedly asked. "Tian squad leader, use the demonic soul art." Before he could finish, Qianjuchi interrupted, "It's too late." He immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He sat up and bowed to Myeongun. "Deputy Liege, I haven't much time left. But what about the Clearlight Corps leader? She might still be alive." Myeongun asked. "Was she taken by the one called Fire King?" Qianjuchi replied. "She seems more like a plaything than a prisoner. Please go save her, there's no time left." Myeongun bowed his head sadly. "I'm sorry." Qianjuchi continued. "It's east, please hurry." Myeongun stood up and clasped his hands. "When you cross over to the other side, I will apologize to Tian squad leader again." Qianjuchi sighed. "I apologize for not being able to serve you until the end." Myeongun then quickly flew away. Qianjuchi lay there, his breath shallow. Indeed, the ways of the world are unpredictable. I thought I would die peacefully at home, surrounded by the tears of my loved ones. Having said that, he breathed his last. In the forest nearby, an observer called to his subordinates to collect the body. Qianjuqi's corpse was then dragged away. The scene changes, Sama Jin is bound, while Fire King is sharpening his knife and cooking soup nearby. It's been a long time since I've had such good ingredients. Should I skin her head first, or just get started? Sama Jin thought helplessly. It's over, all I can do is leave a mark of blood. Fire King sharpened his knife, staring at her with a ferocious grin. The false sect woman seems to have eaten well. Plump and juicy. Should I boil it or roast it extra spicy? You can hear me even with your eyes covered, right? After I peel your skin, I'll slowly chop you up and make soup, but I'll make sure that beautiful head remains intact until the end, so you should be grateful. Do you know why my sect and your false sect parted ways? The false sect refused to fight the Miram Alliance. That's why we separated. What the false sect does isn't fighting. A true battle is when one side bleeds to death. I think starting with the feet is best. He approached her and raised his knife. I'll cook you deliciously, so don't worry. Just then, something flew in and blocked his knife. The knife was knocked from his hand. He turned his head in surprise to see a figure standing there. Myongun immediately flew over and landed in front of Sama Jin. Fire King immediately drew his sword and roared, "Who are you, who dares to interrupt my pleasure?" Myongun, ignoring him, walked over, smiled brightly, and freed Sama Jin's acupoints. "I should have come sooner, I'm truly sorry." Fire King was even more enraged. "You dare to be distracted in front of me, you arrogant bastard." He swung his sword. Myongun, without hesitation, turned, drew his sword, and parried the blow. Fire King's face showed indescribable shock. "He blocked my sword energy with one hand." Myongun sneered, "Is that all you've got? How disappointing." Fire King, though pushed back, gritted his teeth. "Arrogant brat." He raised his sword, spinning it rapidly. "Try blocking this. Be grateful to die by my hand." Four powerful sword energies swiftly attacked Myongun. A cold smile played on his lips. Then he swung his sword, releasing several sword energies. "Pay for your crimes with your life. You will die here today." Fire King was terrified when he saw his attack was defeated by the opponent. The void prison had disappeared. How could a brat release so much energy? Myongun raised his sword and pointed it at him, his voice cold. "Sin, you have committed. Use your life to pay for it." Fire King roared in fury, his voice raspy and shrill. "Our battle isn't over yet." Myongun sneered mockingly. "I haven't even begun." Fire King raised his blade again, gathering his energy. "Know your place." He coldly snorted inwardly. If the void prison was useless, he only had this left. This technique was a secret technique passed down from his predecessor, the Fire King, the Flame Blade. Myongun saw this move and still smiled very leisurely. Flame Blade seems quite useful. Fire King quickly struck down. "Your laughter ends here." Myongun didn't dodge but raised his sword to parry. This is a technique that burns the user's internal energy to unleash its power. His eyes widened in surprise, because Fire King's blade had struck, forcing him to raise his sword again to block. This time he was on the defensive, forced back. He couldn't completely withstand the power of the giant sword. It was truly formidable. Fire King didn't stop, charging forward again. "Die, you scoundrel." Myongun raised his hand to block the attack, utterly astonished. The Iron Head technique. He was again knocked back, sliding across the ground. Looking at his trembling hand, he was puzzled. Did I overexert myself? On this side, Fire King could not bear it any longer and collapsed. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood in agony. Myongun breathed a sigh of relief seeing his opponent's plight. Sure enough, he couldn't withstand the fire blade, which consumed the user's internal energy, and he still used the Iron Head technique in that state. Fire King, exhausted, knelt there, unable to fight any longer, only begging to be killed. Without hesitation, Myongun raised his sword. Unlike with the Ice Queen, he decisively beheaded him. Now Qian Squad Leader can rest in peace. We must let Tian Squad Leader know this. Seeing Sama Jin about to fall, he rushed to her side. "Sama Squad Leader, how are your injuries?" "I'll treat your internal injuries first, then the sword wounds." He channeled Qi to heal her, pondering, "Her internal injuries are severe. I need to recover Qian Squad Leader's body and go to the nearest branch. Even this strong, I couldn't protect them both. Tian Squad Leader is dead, and I almost lost Sama Squad Leader. This war won't be easy, but I must eliminate the sky-splitting palace and claim the liege's position." But upon returning to where Qianjuqi fell, they found no body. Myongun was deeply puzzled. "This is impossible. Qian Squad Leader's corpse is gone," Sama Jin suggested. "Could the sky-splitting palace be behind this?" Myongun agreed. "It must be them." Sama Jin was puzzled. Why would they take Tian Squad Leader's body? Myongun shook his head. "I don't know yet. It seems they're plotting something." Finding Chen squad leader's body might be impossible. His face was grim. Sky-splitting palace, I will never forgive you. A moment later, he set fire to Fire King's head in Chen Juchi's shoes. Hopefully, this will offer some comfort to Chen squad leader's family. They both clasped their hands and bowed, praying for his peaceful passing. Scene changed to the Sky-splitting palace. The Ice Queen and Fire King were defeated. Are they all dead? The Water Emperor explains, the Ice Queen is missing, and the Fire King is just a headless corpse. It's all my fault. It seems like this is a trap set by the false sect. At least it's lucky that our location wasn't exposed and Sajin Young Miss also returned alive. The Palace Master angrily attacked him. The Water Emperor, seeing the imminent attack, froze in terror. The Palace Master warned, this is the only time I forgive you. He immediately clasped his hands and bowed, thank you, Master. The Palace Master continued, from now on, my granddaughter Sajin will be relieved of all duties, find out everything through spies. Scene changed to the Andhwa Fleet branch of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Hyun Wichin, the manager of the Andhwa branch, bowed. Sama squad leader has been treated by the physician and is resting. Myelna nodded, you've worked hard. Suddenly, the sound of drums echoed from outside. Hyun Wichin immediately turned to leave. Deputy Liege, if you'll excuse me. Myelna stood up, I'll stay here and observe. Hyun Wichin asked his subordinate outside what was happening. The man immediately knelt down and reported, many people are approaching from the north. Myelna was surprised. From the north. They quickly went to the city walls to check the situation. The crowd below saw them and clasped their hands together. Left Guardian the Divine Cult Day, Chung Yang Tam Keen Fu Liege, I apologize for following without permission. Unexpectedly, Myelna was very excited and waved at him, quickly entering the city. After hearing Myelna briefly tell the story, he immediately exclaimed, so the Fire King of the Sky-splitting palace killed Chen squad leader and seriously injured Sama squad leader. Myelna sighed, it was because I underestimated the enemy that caused this disaster. Daechung Yang frowned thoughtfully, unexpectedly, it's Chen Juchi, even a slight setback will be fatal to the succession of the liege. Myelna spoke again, we must send someone to scout. Daechung Yang questioned, scout, do you intend to use the soul capture technique to investigate the location of the Sky-splitting palace? Myelna confirmed, yes. Daechung Yang continued, if we can find the location of the Sky-splitting palace, it will surely compensate for the death of Chen squad leader. Myelna instructed, hurry up, the sooner, the better for us. Daechung Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully, coincidentally, we have some capable personnel available. A moment later, the two left the room. Daechung Yang instructed his subordinates, the area you will search is the territory of the Sky-splitting palace. What you need to find is the location of the Sky-splitting palace and all surrounding information. After reaching the area 5 days' journey south, search within a 5-kilometer radius in all directions and move southward. The men bowed in unison to receive their orders. After they left to act, he turned to Myelna and said, these are elites from the Left Guardian Department who have followed me for over 10 years. They will surely find the location of the Sky-splitting palace. However, wouldn't it be better to attack immediately if we find any clues about the Sky-splitting palace? Myelna immediately objected, that won't do. There are at least 2 masters at the level of the Ice Queen and the Fire King in the Sky-splitting palace. We don't know if there are any other masters. In addition, it seems that the Palace Master of the Sky-splitting palace has reached the highest level of cultivation. Daechung Yang was astonished. The Palace Master of the Sky-splitting palace has reached the highest level of cultivation. Myelna nodded in confirmation, yes, that's the situation. I don't believe we can win, but for now, we will gather information and defeat them one by one. Once we have accurate information about the location of the Sky-splitting palace, the war between the Sky-splitting palace and the Heavenly Demon Cult will begin, with us at the center. Myelna had left a long time ago, but Daechung Yang still stood there pondering. I thought only the liege could reach the ultimate realm, but the master of the Sky-splitting palace has also reached it. Does that mean no one can confront him except the liege? Honestly, I find it hard to believe about the Fire King and the Ice Queen, just a young deputy liege like him, and he beheaded someone of my equal standing. The other one was spared. I know the deputy liege's martial arts are excellent, but to that extent. Thinking about this, he suddenly widened his eyes. This aura is. He immediately leaped into the air and left. On this side, several people were moving together in the courtyard. As he landed, the people turned and inquired, you're here. Daechung Yang smiled, oh, it's an acquaintance, right Guardian Gong. The 3 looked at him and smiled without answering. After a while, one of them spoke, long time no see, Left Guardian Yang. I heard the deputy liege has found traces of the Sky-splitting palace. Daechung Yang replied, you're still as quick with the news, but to get that clue, Qian squad leader had to sacrifice himself. Right Guardian Gong was horrified. Sacrifice. Did he die in battle? Daechungnyan explained. Qian squad leader was attacked by the Fire King, but the deputy liege killed the Fire King. Right Guardian Gong laughed, clearly disbelieving. You're joking. Everyone knows that Fire King is the pillar of the sky-splitting palace, one of the 4 heavenly kings. I'm not just someone who gossips. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent as Daechungnyan offered no further explanation. This made Right Guardian Gong frown seriously. Can you prove that? Even if it's the deputy liege, I find it hard to believe. Daechungnyan sighed. Just then, another voice rang out, startling everyone. The deputy liege has returned. Daechungnyan led the group in bowing. He reminded Right Guardian Gong, even if you don't acknowledge the deputy liege's martial arts, you must still respect the etiquette. Right Guardian Gong replied, respecting etiquette and acknowledging martial arts are 2 different things. Whether or not we acknowledge his martial arts, he is still our deputy liege. Myungun quickly stepped in front of the group. Divine Cult Utuc Bok Jin Gong greets the deputy liege. Myungun used the striding art to glide past him effortlessly. Alright, you're here. Bok Jin Gong turned to him. Guardian Ho and Guardian Song are also here. They all have tense expressions. What is this aura? Myungun glanced at them and ordered them to go inside. Right Guardian Gong was sweating profusely, thinking, not only his voice, but even his aura is much calmer. Could he have really defeated the Fire King? The group quickly went inside and sat down properly. After reading the report, Myungun exclaimed, only this. Right Guardian Gong nodded in confirmation. Yes, he thought to himself, it seems he is not satisfied with this report. Myungun asked again, did the esoteric sect say anything? Right Guardian Gong shook his head. I haven't had time to talk to the Arab demon. Myungun silently pondered. The Arab demon is the grand mage of the esoteric sect. The inability to discuss this means I haven't received cooperation from them. He sighed. This is disappointing. The onlookers were agitated, thinking, he's overstepping his bounds. He's just a young man favored by the liege. But contrary to them, Right Guardian Gong was extremely considerate, bowing. I will revise it again. He thought to himself, even if he's just a young man, he holds the title of vice liege, so I must be accommodating. Myungun glanced at him and asked, is it just a superficial revision? The atmosphere instantly fell silent because of his words. Seeing him remain silent, Myungun channeled his chi and said sharply, Right Guardian Gong. The onlookers were startled by his aura. It had changed. Myungun looked coldly at him. Did you truly do your best? Right Guardian Gong's face turned pale. Subordinate has tried his best, but still failed. He was terrified. Was the earlier aura an illusion? Could Left Guardian Yang's words be true? Myungun slammed the table and stood up. His grim and cold expression intimidated everyone. Unexpectedly, he laughed like a fool. If so, that's good. Try harder from now on. Right Guardian Gong breathed a sigh of relief. Subordinate will remember. Thank you for your leniency, Vice Liege. He silently pondered. The Vice Liege's assessment of abilities is truly humiliating. Myungun turned and left, waving his hand as he went. If it's just polite words, forget it. I don't need it. The two exchanged glances and secretly communicated through voice transmission. Why did Right Guardian Gong bow to the Vice Liege like that? No matter how strong he is, he's still a young man. Myungun suddenly glanced coldly at them. Right Guardian Gong and the 2 protectors seemed to have many questions. Right Guardian Gong immediately stepped in front of the 2, smiling amicably. How could subordinates be curious? It's just a misunderstanding. He secretly reminded them. Don't do anything useless to be discovered. Myungun sighed and shook his head. Is that so? Your curiosity is understandable. He silently pondered. Your dislike of me is because you think I'm a fool. He then quickly headed outside. Right Guardian Gong, Song Protector, and Ho Protector, let's chat a bit. Follow me. Right Guardian Gong immediately stood up and clasped his hands. We wouldn't dare, sir. Myungun, uncaring, continued, and Left Guardian Yang, you come too. They followed Myungun to the mountaintop. There, he stopped and glanced back. Should we settle this with swords? What is the greatest principle of our sect? Right Guardian Gong replied, the strong rule. Myungun continued, then the answer shouldn't be words, but swords, right? Bok Jin Gong questioned, what do you mean by that, sir? Myungun smiled, it's what you're curious about. Right Guardian Gong was startled. He wants to prove his strength with a sword. He seems to underestimate me. Thinking this, he asked, do you really want to fight me, sir? Myungun drew his sword. That's the fastest way to satisfy your curiosity. Let me tell you, if you win, the position of Vice Liege will be yours. His words directly stunned Right Guardian Gong. He then tensely asked, Vice Liege, what are you saying? Myungun continued to laugh cheerfully. According to our sect's doctrine, the strong deserve the highest position. Don't worry, the Liege can't blame me. I'm just following the usual doctrine. Right Guardian Gong nervously bit his lip, pondering. Betting the Vice Liege position on a duel, my fighting spirit is ignited. Myeonan also began channeling his chi. Shall we begin? Right Guardian Gong attacked first. I'll end this in one move. The protectors were shocked. That's the flashing blade strike. If it hits directly, the Vice Liege will be in danger. Right Guardian Gong shouted, if you can't block it, dodge. Myeonan smiled, raising his sword to parry. He thought, charging forward means he's confident, but no matter what move he uses, he can't hurt me. He then swung his sword forward. The two attacks of the two people collided with each other. Then it all vanished into thin air. This shocked Right Guardian Gong to the core. The flashing blade strike dissipated. Myeonan chuckled. My turn, then. Right Guardian Gong was terrified upon hearing this. Myeonan, without hesitation, lunged at him. Right Guardian Gong's face was strained to the limit. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. He dared not underestimate his opponent, immediately raising his sword to parry. The two engaged in a fierce clash of swords. After a while, Right Guardian Gong retreated, deciding to put distance between them first. He dashed along the cliff face, increasing the distance between himself and Myeonan. Quickly, he reached the summit, focusing his chi before proceeding. But life had other plans. Looking up, he found Myeonan already there, waiting. Myeonan chuckled and asked, are you going to continue? Your techniques are ineffective. Right Guardian Gong inwardly agreed. That's right, he thought. The deputy liege was correct. He then asked, but shouldn't we fight to the end? Myeonan laughed, amused. All right, if that's what you want. Right Guardian Gong stood up again, gathering his energy. He thought, the deputy liege is too strong. There won't be a second chance. I'll put all my strength into this attack. Immediately, he lunged forward, swinging his sword at Myeonan. But before he could fully unleash his attack, Myeonan struck first. Right Guardian Gong was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He tumbled down into the snowdrift below, groaning in pain. The two protectors were completely dumbfounded. Myeonan then jumped down from the cliff. Dae Chungyang was inwardly shocked. I anticipated this, he thought, but I didn't expect the difference in skill to be this vast. Myeonan slowly walked towards Right Guardian Gong. Despite his bloody injuries, he laughed. My subordinate was foolish. Myeonan sheathed his sword, not foolish, but lacking in knowledge. He shook his head. No, I was truly foolish. I beg your pardon. Myeonan turned and smiled. I forgive you. The two protectors rushed over to check on him. Myeonan quickly headed down the mountain, calling for Left Guardian Yang. We have more to deal with. I want to get your opinion on something. That evening, at the Heavenly Demon Cult, a messenger arrived with a letter. This is a letter from the deputy liege in the western regions. The liege ordered him to read the letter aloud. The woman quickly obeyed, opening the letter and beginning to read. In the western regions, there have been several major battles with the sky-splitting palace. I have slain the Fire King and defeated the Ice Queen. The battle was large-scale, and we suffered significant losses. The commander of the Graceful Virtue Corps was killed. The liege raised his hand, stopping her. So Qianjuqi is dead. The woman remained silent, effectively confirming it. The liege sighed. What a pity. The problem is, no one can replace him. Right, the letter mentions attacking the sky-splitting palace. Does it specify reinforcements? The woman nodded. Yes, the end lists the needed units. The deputy liege requests the Azure Dragon Division, the Vermilion Bird Division, the Heaven Origin Division, and the Clearlight Corps. The liege was startled. What did you say? Scene change. Myeonan and Left Guardian Yang are in a meeting room. He asked, do you think the liege will agree? Left Guardian Yang raised his tea and replied, I don't know either, but right now we still don't know the true strength of the sky-splitting palace. Right, a little caution won't hurt. Myeonan secretly sighed in his heart. This caution comes from experience. Left Guardian Yang continued, this battle is not just an ordinary fight. If we lose, not only will our sect be shaken, but the position of the deputy liege's heir will also be threatened. Myeonan responded, Left Guardian Yang, I have a question for you. Do you still doubt my abilities? A look of helplessness appeared on Left Guardian Yang's face. As I expected, you've realized it. Myeonan calmly continued, anyone would think that, so, what do you think now? Left Guardian Yang shook his head. This subordinate has no more doubts. Myeonan clenched his fist upon hearing this. Good. Then I have proven my martial arts. Yang, my servant, I order you to cooperate with Right Guardian Gong to quickly investigate the sky-splitting palace's main hall. Left Guardian Yang immediately clasped his hands in acceptance without comment. This subordinate obeys. Meanwhile, the liege was also holding a meeting with his subordinates. I've summoned the elders to Kwang Myeongjong today because the Divine Cult faces a great danger. The Divine Cult's elite clashed with the sky-splitting palace in southern Tibet. Qian squad leader died, and Sama squad leader was critically wounded. Those present sighed upon hearing this, but remained silent. The liege continued, of course, our sect did kill Fire King, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the sky-splitting palace, and also defeated and repelled Ice Queen, achieving significant results. One person pondered, the 4 heavenly kings hold absolute status within the sky-splitting palace. It seems left guardian Yang exerted himself to help Myeongun. Does that mean the great Myeong palace is left unguarded? The liege continued, many commanders are fighting on the front lines. You must find ways to support them. Patriarch Yusin Hyung of the Great Mountain Yu family spoke. Liege, the war in Tibet is prolonged. Perhaps we should entrust command to a more experienced commander. At this point, he paused, thinking, if the 7th young master achieves merit in this battle, the 2nd young master will certainly lose in the succession struggle. This will put our Lu family in a very difficult position. After a moment, he offered another suggestion. Why not entrust the command of the deputy liege to left guardian Yang? The liege shook his head. The deputy liege commanded right guardian Yang to achieve merit, while the 2 protectors' assistance was indispensable. I still believe the current situation is the best. Those present buzzed and looked at each other, discussing amongst themselves. Yusin Hyung silently thought, you only care about following orders. Soon, another elder raised his hand. I don't think what the 2 elders said is entirely unreasonable. The liege asked, then what do you think of Myeongun? Do you think the deputy liege's martial arts aren't strong enough for this position? He bowed. This subordinate wouldn't dare think such a thing. The liege once again asked the group, what do you propose to do? Yusin Hyung answered first, if we send some elders to the front lines to supervise, then everything will become clear. Another person spoke, I will personally go to see the deputy liege and left guardian Yang. The Yu elders exchanged glances upon hearing this. The liege sighed, thinking, Yun Jinhoon is one of the 2 elders who are not from the Great Mountain 8 families. Reaching this conclusion, he said, I can trust Elder Yun to go. Alright, the frontline supervision will consist of 3 people, including Elder Yun. Nobody objected, immediately standing up and clasping their hands in acceptance. Scene changed to the Manhwa fleet. A voice rang out inside a room. This subordinate greets Right Guardian. Right Guardian Gong replied, the deputy liege's order has been issued. The instruction is to find the sky-splitting palace's main hall. The other person responded, Left Guardian Yang failed. Is it our turn now? Right Guardian Gong continued, if I can accomplish what Left Guardian Yang failed at, then it'll be clear who's superior. The other replied, we still don't know where the main hall of the sky-splitting palace is. Right Guardian Gong continued, this morning we captured a prisoner. He kept saying the sky-splitting palace was in the west. The other person was surprised, so it's in the east. Right Guardian Gong confirmed, exactly, that mouth wouldn't tell the truth. Can you handle this? The other person immediately clasped his hands in acceptance. This subordinate will depart immediately. Scene changed to the sky-splitting palace. A person approaches the outside and clasps their hands. Your subordinate pays his respects to the palace master. Cheon Hyok palace master is confused. Is there something urgent? The man entered and reported, I have identified the culprit. Chan Heek urgently asked, if it were you, I would have known for sure. So, who is the culprit? The answer stunned him. It's Myeongjung Liege of the False Sect. The Wind King, sitting to the side, doubted, Myeongun Liege of the False Sect, isn't he in the 100,000 mountains? The man shook his head. No, he's in Tibet. The Wind King asked again, if he's in Tibet, then who is in the 100,000 mountains? The young man firmly replied, an impostor. If he used the 7th young master to switch places, then the Ice Queen and Fire King's defeat, and Yang left servant and the 4 great protectors going to Tibet, all make sense. Chan Heek frowned, if what you say is true, then Myeongjung has gambled everything. He pondered inwardly, the liege personally commanded the battle, such decisiveness is unlike the false sect liege's usual behavior. Thinking this, he asked, so, how do you propose we handle this? The man's expression turned serious, subordinate has a plan. He then began to explain his plan to them. After listening, Chan Heek burst into laughter. Indeed, the Water Emperor. The long-haired man sitting beside him also praised, the Water Emperor's strategy is excellent. Chan Heek raised his cup excitedly, good, let's proceed as planned. The Water Emperor reminded him, Liege, I must reiterate, if this plan fails, the sect's losses will be immense. Chan Heek waved his hand, it's alright, do it. Seeing his determination, the Water Emperor bowed, subordinate will obey the liege's command. After leaving, he laughed sinisterly to himself. This battle will inflict heavy losses on both sides. The sky-splitting palace and the heavenly demon cult will both be weakened, and then I will control both powers. Scene change. A man in a dark room reads a letter, so the one at Kwang Myeongjong is an impostor. He angrily gritted his teeth, the Myeong family, when will this hell be destroyed? Here, someone is tying a letter to a pigeon's leg. Not far from there, a liege is playing chess with someone, the other person says. Liege, the vice liege is returning to the great mountain. The liege sighs, it's been quite a while. The other person points to the chessboard and continues. I heard he entered Qinghai 2 days ago, he should arrive at the great mountain soon. Scene changed to the forest, an old man stands there, looking up at the sky. Here, the two lieges are still engrossed in their chess game. There is much discussion about the successor to the commander of the graceful virtue corps. The liege replies, they should be mourning the death, but they only care about the position left by Cheong Junjiai. The other person continues, considering the overall situation, this is unavoidable. The liege points to the chessboard, asking for his opinion. What do you think? You must have considered the successor, right? The other person is deep in thought when suddenly a huge explosion erupts outside. He jumps up excitedly, while the liege remains calm. Something's wrong, he exclaims, clenching his fist. Liege, let me go check. The liege nods, it's your turn. He is startled. What do you mean, liege? At that moment, someone runs in. Liege, there's a rebellion. The liege calmly asks, who has started the rebellion? The man kneels, the Dashuajin family. He is astonished, the Dashuajin family is rebelling. Is it because Myongun is gaining the upper hand in the succession struggle? The liege calmly continues to move his chess piece. The Dashuajin family's warriors are leading it. The subordinate replies, Patriarch Jin Baekshong is leading the rebellion. The liege's hand pauses mid-move. Jin Baekshong himself is leading it. The other person confirms, yes, liege. This side the other guy clasped his hands loudly. Liege, let me go deal with Jin Baekshong. Liege was suspicious. The Tran family could not have rebelled alone. Black Tortoise chief manager, please go back and check if any other families or armies are involved. Remember to check carefully. Chief manager immediately accepted the order and left to take action. Inside, that general was still extremely eager to go out. Liege, please order your subordinates to eliminate the rebels. The liege reminded, didn't I say to fight until the very last move? If this rebellion can't be suppressed, isn't that my fault in governing the sect? On this side, the Qin patriarch led the rebels, shouting, brothers, let's find that fake liege. The liege is truly imprisoned. I received a secret order to rescue him. Everyone, act quickly to deal with the imposter and save the liege. Someone spoke up, Patriarch, do you believe the imposter is in the study upstairs? Jin Patriarch excitedly raised his sword, leading the crowd, let's go. He went ahead, killing anyone who obstructed him without hesitation. He wiped the blood from his face and sighed, the divine cult has finally met its end. Is this all the elite guards serving the liege is capable of? He quickly reached the study and pushed the door open. The two lieges were calmly playing chess. As he entered, he coldly shouted, imposter, bow before me. The liege remained silent, continuing to play chess. Ignoring him, chi began to circulate within him. He coldly exclaimed, imposter. Qin Patriarch sensed the aura emanating from him and was shocked. This aura is wrong. The Water Emperor said the real liege is in Tibet. With that, he regained his confidence, raised his sword towards the liege, and said, don't bother with useless displays of power. I know you're the imposter. The general knelt down and said, liege, allow your subordinate to deal with him. Jin Patriarch angrily shouted, dang squad leader, why are you risking your life for such an imposter? The liege, seeing his outburst, raised his hand. Blood spurted from Qin Patriarch's body like rain. His sword-wielding arm was severed, covered in blood. Dang squad leader stood up and grasped his sword hilt. The liege coldly snorted, and you still call him a fake? Qin Patriarch collapsed to the ground, painfully thinking, Blue River. The liege was not a fake. Water Emperor, why did you do this to me? Dang squad leader shouted, before the liege, drop your swords and kneel. The men, completely demoralized, immediately dropped their swords and surrendered. Jin Patriarch stammered for forgiveness. My subordinate believed false information and committed a grave error. It's my fault, please forgive the Qin family soldiers. He was still furious inside. You deceived me perfectly, Water Emperor. The liege approached him and asked, who told you about the fake liege? If you don't tell me, I'll kill everyone in the Jin clan. He answered in fear, even I don't know where I heard this. Only the eldest son was certain about the fake liege. The liege frowned, unbelievable, you must be siding with Myongak. Why did you act on Myong Chion's unfounded words? He trembled, his face buried in the ground. My subordinate thought the eldest son wouldn't dare speak without solid evidence. A great cause? No, a rebellion is a matter of life and death. How could a rebellion be launched without reason? He sighed inwardly. I'm sorry, eldest son, but I had no choice. Myong-jung, taste the hell of betrayal by your own blood. He then roared, kill me now. The liege turned and ordered his subordinate to finish him. Deng squad leader immediately drew his sword and stepped forward. As you command, liege. He went before Qin Patriarch and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Qin Patriarch sighed. "What can a guilty man say? I only hope the Qin family's relatives will survive." Hearing this, Deng's squad leader raised his sword. Blood once again sprayed into the air. The scene changes to Myeonlan's side, where he is talking with the two left and right protectors. Urgent news from the esoteric sect just arrived. The sky-splitting palace just raided one of their temples. Dae Chungyang pondered. 300 miles west from here, the distance isn't too far, but if an emergency happens at the Manhwa fleet, we won't have time to retreat. Right Guardian Gong asked Myeonlan, "What does the deputy liege think of this situation?" Myeonlan calmly replied, "It's clearly a trap." The two were shocked and incredulous. "What?" Myeonlan explained, "The sky-splitting palace keeps sending messages like this. You're in the west, come quickly and destroy us." Dae Chungyang added, "They want to lure us out before reinforcements arrive from the Great Mountain. If we don't react, they'll use this to worsen relations between us and the esoteric sect." Right Guardian Gong worried, "But Deputy Liege, we can't deploy troops into such an obvious trap. It's best to send a letter to the esoteric sect to expose the sky-splitting palace's plan." Myeonlan shook his head. "That's a good idea, but sending reinforcements will gain us more trust. I'll send Jang Protector and 2 masters to the esoteric sect in the west." Right Guardian Gong groaned. "That's good, because you're not someone easily swayed, but if we must help the esoteric sect, why not try this? Let's conceal our intentions." Myeonlan questioned, "Conceal our intentions? How?" Right Guardian Gong replied, "Deploy troops in multiple directions." Dae Chungyang was startled. "Right Guardian Gong, you mean split the Manhwa fleet's forces in multiple directions? That's not a good idea." Right Guardian Gong waved his hand in explanation. "Left servant, we won't actually deploy." Myeonlan was confused. "What do you mean?" Right Guardian Gong explained, "We'll deploy troops in 4 directions, east, west, south, and north. Only the army led by Jang Protector won't retreat." Myeonlan continued, "Meaning, to confuse the sky-splitting palace to ensure Jang Protector's safety." Right Guardian Gong confirmed, "Exactly. When we deploy in 4 directions, the sky-splitting palace won't be able to determine the real direction of attack. That will make them hesitate." Myeonlan pondered, "But splitting our already small force into 4 groups, as Left Guardian Yang said, could put our main army in danger. We might lose our foothold in Tibet." At this moment, a voice came from outside. "Deputy Liege, a letter has arrived from the Great Mountain." Myeonlan temporarily stopped thinking, quickly went to the reception. He smiled at the other two. "From the Great Mountain, all the units we requested have departed. 3 elders will join the reinforcements." Dae Chungyang was excited. "With such a force, we can definitely destroy the sky-splitting palace." Right Guardian Gong also cheered up. "That's good news. Just as we planned. It seems the liege fully supports the deputy liege." Dae Chungyang smiled inwardly. If the deputy liege destroys the sky-splitting palace, no one can oppose his position. Right Guardian Gong stood up. "Deputy liege, I think we should quickly join our reinforcements, because the sky-splitting palace will soon learn about their size." Myeonlan doubted. "The sky-splitting palace will do everything to prevent us from joining the reinforcements." Hearing his confirmation, he put away the letter and called out. Right Guardian Gong immediately clasped his hands. "Deputy Liege, please give your orders." Myeonlan waved his hand, giving orders. "Lead 20 warriors from the Right Guardian squad south, return in 5 days, and as previously discussed, give Jang Protector 20 masters and send them to the esoteric sect." Right Guardian Gong bowed to receive the order. "Yes, I will convey the Deputy Liege's orders." Myeonlan glanced at the remaining one. Left Guardian Yang, lead 50 warriors east. He honestly clasped his hands and bowed. Dae Chungyang obeys the Deputy Liege's orders. "But Deputy Liege, is it alright to send so many troops away?" Myeonlan smiled reassuringly. "It's alright. You'll proceed east for 10 days and return. If you detect an ambush, return immediately." The two had no more objections, simultaneously clasped their hands. Subordinates obeyed the Deputy Liege's orders. Myeonlan continued, "I will go north and immediately join the reinforcements. I trust you will fulfill your duties well." Scene changed to a different location. A house is hidden in a deep forest on a mountainside. Inside, a person is reading a letter, not west, but splitting the army into 4 directions. What is Myeongjung thinking? The aim is to confuse us, but splitting the army is a good thing. No matter what, they won't escape this time. Myeongjung, you will surely die here. This person is none other than the young water emperor, who always thinks he's clever. Scene changed to the liege. "I killed the rebels Chongyuha and Jin Baekchong." The liege nodded and asked, "What about the rest of the Red Dragon squad?" Deng's squad leader replied, "I've handed them over to the Black Tortoise squad." The liege groaned, holding his head. "So, only Cheon is left. My subordinate thinks suicide is the cleanest way." The liege sighed. without implicating anyone else. Deng's squad leader explained, letting this matter grow will please our enemies. If it ends with the eldest son's death, I think it's the best way formally. The liege nodded after hearing this. All right, then I'll order it. Cheon will commit suicide, while Jun and Gak will be exiled. Scene changes to Myung Cheon's side. He is screaming and smashing things in the room. This is slander. When did I ever plot to rebel against my father? Jin Baekjeong is certainly close to Myung Gak. This is definitely Myung Gak's doing. Several people below speak up. Lord, you must enter the palace immediately. Yes, you must resolve this misunderstanding at once. Lord, please make a decision. Myung Cheon yells angrily. Jin Baekjeong framed me for Myung Gak's benefit. Yang Waisong, the Ghost Corps squad leader, approaches and advises, Lord, I know a loyal subject's advice may not please you, but I will offer counsel that may displease you. Myung Cheon immediately waves his hand. If it's advice to enter the palace, I won't do it. Yang shakes his head. No, the palace currently has over 500 soldiers, including the Ghost Spirit Corps and the palace guards, adding fighters from the Great Mountain No family. I believe we can counter the forces lost by the Great Myung Palace in the recent battle. Someone beside him exclaims, Yang squad leader, why are you saying this? Are you suggesting a rebellion? Myung Cheon waves his hand and shouts, ordering him to be silent. Then he tells Yang Waisong to continue. Yang doesn't keep him waiting long. All the evidence points to the Lord. Even if you claim innocence, it will be hard to be believed. When war begins, defense is harder than offense. I think we should choose defense, and if possible, seek outside help. Myung Cheon's hands involuntarily clench. I will fight. What about you? Everyone kneels in unison. Of course we will fight alongside you, Lord. Myung Cheon grits his teeth and yells, excellent, if you stand with me, we will surely win. White Stone Fiend, go north and seek an alliance with Anyuan. Miao Yuan Shu, go to Mount Baowei to gather forces, and send envoys to Shishan to negotiate a ceasefire with the Miram Alliance. Yang Waisong, I'll entrust you with all the defenses. Everyone unanimously obeys without objection. The scene shifts to another location. A troop of soldiers is rapidly moving on horseback through a mountain pass. Someone asks hesitantly, now that I think of it, who's in charge of the rear guard? The leader replies, the Clearlight Corps. Yusin Hyung is tense. The Clearlight Corps is participating in this reinforcement as well. Another person adds, because squad leader Jean is also at the front lines. 2 envoy teams, plus the Clearlight Corps and the Heaven Origin Division. This time, it's unusual if we don't achieve great merit. An old man in black interjects, the main army is entrusted to Left Guardian Yang. Wanting offensive power won't be difficult. An old man in green nods in agreement. That's right. Yusin Hyung speaks again. But why does the elder seem dissatisfied with this reinforcement? At that moment, a powerful explosion erupts ahead. The old man in black loudly warns, yellow is the enemy. Those behind immediately draw their swords. The enemy has appeared. Brothers, prepare for battle. The old man turns and loudly commands, Elder Yu is at risk of being ambushed. We need to secure the left cliff face. Yusin Hyung loudly agrees. From now on, immediately secure the cliff face. Azure Dragon Division, follow. As soon as he finishes speaking, he leaps towards the cliff face. A group of archers emerges from the forest. As soon as he leaps, countless arrows rain down. He has no choice but to stop and parry with his sword. Those following him are not so lucky. Many are hit by arrows and fall. The old man in black below sees his men fall and grits his teeth, thinking, we should have sent vanguard troops to the cliff before marching. He then leaps towards the cliff. Elder Yu, hurry. Yusin Hyung sees him coming to the rescue and breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you. A figure is already standing there on the cliff, waiting. He looks down, sneering contemptuously. What a disorganized army. A subordinate reports, Wind King, someone is climbing the cliff. The Wind King's face wrinkles. They want to retake this cliff. His chi erupts. Very well, let's go. On this side, Elder Yu was charging forward once again, and was stunned. This is. A terrifying sword energy from above broke through the sky and struck down towards him. Although the old man used his sword to resist, his face still showed obvious fear and discomfort. He could feel the intense danger from this move of his opponent. The elder was sent flying back to the ground by the sword energy, dust scattering everywhere. The dust cleared, revealing him lying there, spitting fresh blood, extremely struggling. He couldn't believe it himself. Just one blow, and he was like this. The Wind King on the mountaintop applauded. You withstood my blow, not bad. The elder in black immediately jumped down, shielding his companion. Elder Yu, are you all right? Yusin Hyung stood up again, replying, I'm fine. The enemy is too strong. We should coordinate to deal with him. The Wind King smirked. Right, one person is boring, 2 are much more fun. Come on, let's do it again. His aura erupted violently. The elder below trembled uncontrollably, the killing intent was so thick it shook the surrounding air. Could he be the master of the sky-splitting palace? The Wind King above quickly swung his blade again. Ha, catch this. The two elders couldn't avoid it, they could only grit their teeth and raise their swords to parry. Elder Yu was drenched in sweat. What kind of power is this? The elder in black turned to warn, watch out, it's a cliff behind you. The two were cornered by the Wind King. He raised his blade again from above. How about this? One slash shattered the cliff face, sending rocks flying. The two elders flew out in different directions from the dust and smoke. The Wind King taunted from above, you're as slippery as an eel. Both disregarded this and charged towards him. Seeing this, he threw one of his great blades. Elder Yu narrowly dodged it. The remaining elder shouted in alarm, it's not over yet, Elder Yu, be careful. As he said, the great blade returned from behind, attacking. A powerful explosion erupted. Elder Yu fell freely from the dust and smoke. The remaining elder anxiously shouted for him. The Wind King laughed triumphantly from above, one down. Seeing his carelessness, the remaining elder swung his sword for a surprise attack. But the Wind King wasn't so easily defeated. He raised both palms, unleashing his energy. Another explosion sent the elder in black flying. Despite this, he quickly regained his fighting stance. The two great blades returned to the Wind King's hands. The elder cursed under his breath, damn it, the attack didn't work. The Wind King swung his blade, your turn. The great blade spun at incredible speed, hurtling towards him. The elder couldn't parry or dodge, he could only close his eyes and wait for death. Is this the end? But at the critical moment, the Wind King's twin blades were knocked away. He was enraged and gnashed his teeth on the cliff. Myeonan arrived just in time. What a noisy fight. He and the Wind King locked eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The Wind King asked irritably, who are you? Myeonan answered calmly without hiding, I am Myeonan, deputy liege of the heavenly demon cult. The elder behind was drenched in sweat, thinking, the seventh young master, left guardian Yang didn't come, does he intend to face him alone? The Wind King gritted his teeth, the deputy liege of the false cult, he realized, so he's the one the Water Emperor mentioned. The old man below suddenly grabbed Myeonan's sleeve, reminding him in panic, the seventh young master is dangerous, he doesn't know Myeonan's strength so he is extremely worried, if it wasn't for left guardian Yang then he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one move. Myeonan glanced at him, the Wind King was the one who destroyed the fifth young master and the Red Dragon division, so I must take his head. The old man was even more panicked, you shouldn't charge into an unwinnable battle, sir, retreat and find left guardian Yang for help. Myeonan resolutely stepped forward, it's no use, left guardian Yang is 1,000 miles to the southeast. The Wind King above laughed loudly, I seem to have just heard you say you need to take my head, did I hear wrong? Myeonan didn't respond but coldly advanced. The Wind King gathered his energy, raised his blade, and laughed loudly, haha, it seems you still don't know how vast this world is. He then threw his blade at Myeonan, die, brat. Myeonan's face remained calm, he reached out and grasped his sword. With one swing of his sword, the opponent's great blade was sent flying and stuck into the ground. His expression grew increasingly grim, revealing his killing intent. The Wind King above wasn't disappointed, instead, he was even more interested. Interesting, brat. He then personally leaped down, swinging his blade in a direct, close-quarters attack. Haha, the Water Emperor's words were indeed correct. You are Myeonjung. Myeonan was confused. What are you talking about? The remaining great blade, stuck in the ground, suddenly flew up. The Wind King controlled it to strike Myeonan from behind. Die here. But it didn't go as planned. Myeonan spun around, swung his sword, sending the great blade flying, and simultaneously struck the Wind King, causing him to spit blood. He painfully clutched his wound and groaned. He knelt there observing. Myeonan thought to himself, something's wrong. He hasn't just reached the peak of martial arts, but he has entered the realm of the infinite. Myeonan didn't give him time to think further and swung his sword. A powerful sword energy struck, sending the Wind King flying. After taking the blow, his body flew and stuck to the cliff face. Only then did he acknowledge his opponent's strength and praise him. Truly the liege of the Wei sect, you are truly formidable. Myeonan laughed, how ridiculous, my father and I have nothing in common. He thought to himself, did he use me? The Wind King's aura erupted as he roared, are you mocking me? He once again grasped his twin blades. The aura around him was now many times stronger than before. Myeonan was slightly surprised. Ghosts cry, it truly is the sound of ghosts wailing. The Wind King quickly threw his blades again. Myeonan raised his sword to parry, gritting his teeth. It wasn't easy. The Wind King's great blades quickly gained the upper hand. Myeonan's face showed shock, while the Wind King showed clear delight. Victory is mine. But it didn't go as planned. Myung-un evaded his attack and rushed forward. With one sword strike to the Wind King, he could only utter 3 words, "How is this possible?" After the attack, he could only kneel there, clutching his injured arm, trembling. Myung-un pointed his sword at him. "Wind King, submit to the law of the strong." He gritted his teeth and looked up. "I have sworn eternal loyalty to my liege." As he spoke, he suddenly attacked Myung-un, but the strike did nothing to Myung-un. Instead, he was kicked by Myung-un and sent flying onto the cliff face. This time, Myung-un could breathe a sigh of relief, as the Wind King was no longer able to fight. The elder arrived at that moment, but upon arriving, he was stunned by the scene. "What in the world happened here? Your injuries don't seem light." Myung-un waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing, I can still move." The old man clasped his hands and bowed. "If it weren't for the deputy liege saving me, I would have died here." Myung-un replied, "No, you fought very well." He turned his head to look into the distance. "Who is that?" The old man replied, "It was Elder Yu." Myung-un was confused. "Elder Yu, could it be someone from the Great Mountain Yu family?" He confirmed, "Yes, it was Yu Sin-hyun of the Great Mountain Yu family." Myung-un secretly sighed in his heart. The number of dead was more than expected. The elder spoke again. "Elder Yu and Elder Yu fought to their last breath for the divine cult." Myung-un was astonished. "Elder Yu was here too." He explained, "Elder No of the Great Mountain Yu family fought alongside us, but ultimately fell to the Wind King and plunged into the abyss." Myung-un nodded. "We will not forget the accomplishments of the Yu clan." The elder continued, "Deputy liege, the battle is not over yet." Myung-un replied, "I understand, go and assist our allies." Watching him depart using mobility arts, he shouted, "My lord, I entrust everything to you." Myung-un quickly descended below. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Immediately after, he shouted, "The Wind King has fallen. What are you all still doing here?" The people were shocked. "The Wind King, that's impossible. Then we've lost this battle." The heavenly demon cult's people, on the other hand, rejoiced and cheered. "The enemy general has fallen, our reinforcements have arrived." They charged at the enemy. The sky-splitting palace's forces had no fighting spirit left and fled in disarray. Scene change. Snow fell heavily, blanketing the area in white. A man approached and reported, "No letter today." The other man frowned thoughtfully. "We've lost contact with the Manhwa fleet for 3 days. It seems it's time to return." A subordinate behind him was dubious. "Could the Manhwa fleet have encountered trouble?" The man sighed. "It's possible." Before departing for Shangxi, the right servant relayed the deputy liege's orders. "If contact is lost for more than 3 days, it's a sky-splitting palace ploy. Immediately retreat to the Manhwa fleet." The man worried, "If it's an enemy ploy, shouldn't we help the esoteric sect?" The other man turned to him. "Are you worried about the esoteric sect?" The deputy liege said that if we return, the enemy will also turn back. Therefore, deliver this letter to the esoteric sect. It explains our reason for withdrawal. Night fell elsewhere. The people had stopped to rest, build a fire, and talk. The elder approached Myung-un. "It seems the sky-splitting palace has completely retreated." After interrogating their disciples, they revealed that the sky-splitting palace is 1,700 miles to the southeast. They confessed that that's where it is. Myung-un nodded. "Indeed, it's east." He pondered. If left, Guardian Yang continues his advance, he might have already found the sky-splitting palace. Seeing his pensive look, the elder continued, "Are you planning to cancel the order to retreat to the Great Mountain? If you turn your forces to attack the sky-splitting palace, you can strengthen your position." Myung-un shook his head. "The stability of the 100,000 mountains is paramount. I think it's time to return." The elder sighed. "Thinking too narrowly. I hear there's another rebellion in the Great Mountain. We should move quickly." Myung-un was doubtful. "Who started the rebellion?" The elder honestly replied, "The eldest son." Myung-un stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Older brother rebelled. This never happened in the future." Thinking this, he said, "Then we must return. Prepare for immediate withdrawal." The elder bowed deeply without objection, accepting the order. Myung-un then glanced back and called out, "Guardian Hyo, take 10 cavalry and proceed immediately to the Great Mountain. Go there first and ascertain the situation." Protector Hua clasped his hands. "Yes, Deputy Liege, I will lead the troops immediately." Myung-un stood there, hands clasped, looking into the distance. "I've done everything I can. I truly don't know if this is the end." Scene change. Myung-jung's study. He was sitting alone drinking when someone suddenly entered. "My liege." The subordinate bowed. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Myung-jung asked, "What's wrong with you?" The elder sat down. "My liege, I was in such a hurry that I didn't have time to change clothes." The liege laughed. "Actually, the most ridiculous one is not you, but me." The elder poured himself a drink. "I've heard, it seems many things happened while I was away." The liege confirmed, "That's right." He was about to speak when the liege raised a hand to stop him. "Forget it, it's all because I didn't raise my children properly." The elder continued, Chion's situation is truly regrettable. The liege interrupted, it's not just Chion, Jun is also on his side. This surprised the elder. The eldest son and the fourth young master have allied. They're indeed holding out in the Biro Palace. Liege, what are you going to do next? Liege was sad. What else to do? Punish them according to the laws of the divine cult? The old man asked again. Shouldn't we give them a chance to surrender? Liege looked at the wine cup in his hand. A son dares to point a sword at his father. Do you think I should give him a chance to surrender? Chion rebelled because he couldn't control his jealousy towards his younger brothers. The old man bowed his head and sighed silently. Liege's intention was very clear. Liege asked him, you will take command, won't you? Dang, the squad leader said, if it's only me, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Therefore, the third young master will also participate. Changyu looked up and asked, the second young master hasn't arrived yet. Liege looked out, I'm not going to gather them all just to watch me deal with my brothers. I have never favored any of my sons. Changyu fell into thought again. The seventh young master clearly achieved great merit. If someone is jealous of this, then. Liege asked again, can you go to the Biro Palace to help me? Changyu bowed. How could I not obey Liege's orders? He looked at his reflection in the wine cup and continued, but I hope you will grant me the power to decide the life and death of the rebels. Liege sighed, it seems you haven't given up hope yet. He continued, if we can win without fighting, of course we should choose that path. Liege was a little surprised. Win without fighting? Are you planning to follow the Xuanzi's art of war? Changyu advised, Chion still has children. Liege sighed helplessly, you're quite stubborn. Alright, do as you wish, but I'm afraid it won't be easy. Changyu placed his hand on his chest, thank you for your compassion, Liege. Scene change, a person hurriedly ran to Ming Chion, Lord, the elite troops of the sky-splitting palace have been defeated. Ming Chion frowned, I've already heard the news. The person asked again, have you heard that an elder has fallen in battle? Ming Chion was surprised, an elder. The person explained, Elder you and Elder No have both been killed in action. Ming Chion stroked his chin, only 2 elders, is that all the sky-splitting palace is capable of? If only they could have held out a little longer. The old man continued, Lord, with the defeat of the sky-splitting palace, left guardian Yang is probably returning. Ming Chion remained calm, that means we must secure victory before he returns, right? Leader, do you have any plans? Yang Weiqing replied, I do indeed have a plan. Ming Chion excitedly exclaimed, you have a brilliant plan. Yang Weiqing's face turned serious, yes, young master. Let's utilize the fourth young master, the deputy liege. His words left both Ming Chion speechless. Scene change, a person is being interrogated, bound, and gagged. Changyu is the one questioning him, are you a subordinate of the fourth young master? The person replied, I am No Jinsu. He asked again, what brings you here? No Jinsu excitedly replied, the fourth young master wants to surrender, but because he's being threatened and monitored by the eldest son, the situation isn't easy. Changyu was doubtful, surrender, why are they only saying this now? No Jinsu explained, the fourth young master wants to open the city gates to help the deputy liege enter, that merit could lessen the young master's punishment, wouldn't it? He laughed, he wants to rebel from within the city, meaning he wants to exchange exile for a reduced sentence. Dang, the squad leader, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke up, Deputy Liege, I have something to report. He then whispered into his ear. Changyu listened attentively, becoming more and more interested. After listening, he instructed his subordinate, go outside for a while, I need to talk privately. Being dragged outside, the man panicked and shouted, Deputy Liege, please make a wise choice. In his heart, he cursed and prayed, damn it, please protect me. A moment later, Changyu and his men quickly rode off on horseback. After a while, he signaled for them to stop. From here, we will travel on foot. As soon as they dismounted, he continued to give orders to move forward. The crowd did not hesitate and immediately used mobility arts to rush towards the city. Scene changed back to before. Changyu asked the person beside him, Deng squad leader, what do you think about this? Deng squad leader bowed and replied, this is a deal worth trying. If the fourth young master cooperates from the inside, we can take Tilo Palace within an hour. Changyu stroked his beard thoughtfully, if you say so, then it's indeed a deal worth undertaking. Deng squad leader cheerfully suggested, Deputy Liege, I will immediately send a messenger to the Great Myong Palace. Unexpectedly, Changyu said it wasn't necessary. This left Deng squad leader bewildered. What, then you'll personally send a special envoy, to change the fourth young master's punishment from death to exile? Don't we need a special envoy? Changyu laughed, haha, is a special envoy really necessary? Can't we just trick the fourth young master? Deng squad leader's face showed confusion, he was inwardly perplexed. trick the fourth young master, meaning we'll kill him while seizing Tilo Palace. That's too cruel. He then spoke, Deputy Liege, I think this is somewhat wrong. Chong Yu glared at him sternly, Deng squad leader, we're here to eliminate the rebels, not to negotiate with them. Deng squad leader tried to speak, but Chong Yu stopped him with a wave of his hand. Enough, what if the liege thinks differently from you? Deng squad leader sighed hesitantly, that. Chong Yu continued, wasting time for honor might lead to the loss of victory. It's a pity, but it's the reality. Deng squad leader, having no more objections, bowed deeply, I will inform No Jinsu that we agree to this proposal. Cut back to the present, Chong Yu stood there, deep in thought, his face slightly furrowed. The signal is about to appear. The person beside him replied, the time has come. Soon, a signal flare shot up into the air. Chong Yu looked up, that's it. The city gate slowly lowered. As the gate opened, someone on Chong Yu's side shouted, everyone, prepare for battle, attack Tilo Palace. The crowd, without hesitation, charged forward in unison. Chong Yu watched them go, deep in thought. He then leaped forward as well. But why do I have this uneasy feeling? The squad leader was directing the troops. Team 7, attack the center. Teams 3 and 5, attack the flanks. They quickly reached the city gate and waited. Soon, it was fully open. He led the troops inside. At that moment, countless torches flared on the city walls. This unexpected situation shocked the troops. A rain of burning torches fell from above. He frantically swung his sword to defend himself. Fires falling, everyone, be careful, this is strange, I haven't heard anything about this. He quickly realized something was wrong. He shouted in panic, everyone, seize the city walls. At the same time, arrows rained down from above. Some of his men fell immediately. The squad leader swung his sword, deflecting arrows. He yelled, what are you waiting for? Draw your swords and parry the arrows. But there were too many arrows, and it was dark, so men continued to fall. On the city walls, the archers gloated, foolish fools, where do you think you are? But before he could finish laughing, a comrade nearby was struck. He turned around in terror, what's happening? Why is this suddenly happening? Chong Yu, with a chilling aura, stood there and said sharply, it's a trap, of course. The scene shifts to another side, where someone is sitting alone in front of a fire. Myeonan came from behind to ask, it seems you couldn't sleep. He sighs, I'm simply too worried. Myeonan sits beside him, smiling, worried, that's unlike you. He continues, according to rumors, the prisoners said this. The 4 kings of the sky-splitting palace are not truly strong. If the Wisdom King appears, you are all just walking corpses. Myeonan strokes his chin thoughtfully, the Wisdom King, he thinks to himself, the 4 kings are strong, but they can't compare to the Sword Immortal. I want to test my strength against him once. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The scene changes to the south gate of the inner city wall. Yang Weiqing, struggling, drenched in sweat, curses at what's ahead, damn it. I never expected him to be this strong, it's a bloody massacre. At this thought, he shouts, don't charge, he's not someone you can fight. Seeing Chong Yu approaching, his discomfort grows, damn it, how am I supposed to defeat that monster? Damn it, is this really the end? Chong Yu is about to finish him off when he glances behind him, startled. Someone is gathering their chi and attacking him. He doesn't dare underestimate the attack, immediately stopping his offense and raising his sword to parry the blow. A cloud of dust and smoke then erupts. Chong Yu emerges from the dust, laughing loudly. Haha, well done, Cheon. Myung Cheon smiles back, as expected of my deputy liege. The situation at the base of the wall is chaotic, we can't get through, squad leader. The squad leader resolutely climbs, shouting, we have to climb, get onto the wall and take down the enemy. But his men are constantly falling to arrows below. He can't delay any longer, and leaps upwards. Quickly, he lands on the wall. The leader there is startled by his jump. Before he can speak, the squad leader attacks with his sword. He parries with his fan, smiling, Squad Leader Cho, where do you intend to go? Squad Leader Cho grits his teeth, you think you can stop me? He laughs, fearless. I have to test your mettle to find out. The squad leader charges in anger, damn you. The two engage in fierce battle. After a few exchanges, the young man with the fan is trembling, unable to hold on. Not far away, 2 men are observing from a room. The old man in green asks his companion, should we go help? The young man nods, yes. As soon as he finishes, the old man rushes out. Meanwhile, the squad leader is overwhelming his opponent, leaving him no chance to counterattack, only to evade desperately. Even so, the corner of his mouth is lifted. The Reaper squad leader is truly formidable. The squad leader charges again, roaring, what else needs saying? At that moment, the old man in green arrives, but dealing with both will still be difficult. The squad leader turns his head, startled. He hastily raises his sword to block the old man's attack. Meanwhile, the fan-wielding man seizes the opportunity and attacks as well. The squad leader curses under his breath, "Damn it," and leaps away to avoid the attacks. He lands tens of meters away, his face contorted. If this continues, we'll be in a bad situation, but if I fall, the White Tiger squad will collapse as well. At that moment, a large explosion erupts behind him. A section of the wall is destroyed. Chong Yu's voice rings in his mind. Squad leader Cho, retreat immediately. Panicked, he transmits his voice back. Where are you? I'll come help. Chong Yu reminds him again, retreat quickly. I can't hold out much longer. Squad leader was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't think that Vice Liege was already old. He then resolutely shouted loudly. White Tiger squad all quickly retreated. The men below scrambled to flee. The young man above watched, thinking, we just gained the upper hand. Why are they retreating already? We can't let the prey escape now that we're about to catch it. The suspension bridge was being raised, blocking the retreat. Dang, the squad leader was horrified. If the bridge fully rises, the White Tiger squad's escape route will be cut off. At this thought, he loudly ordered his men, we must seize the bridge. Follow me. The entire group, without hesitation, followed him. He gathered his energy, thinking, I must sever the chains immediately. Thinking it, he swung his arm. The chains before him were instantly severed. The White Tiger squad members rushed out in panic. Brothers, retreat. The suspension bridge had once again formed a passage. The men cheered, the bridge is down, we've escaped. Dang, the squad leader shouted to the men behind him, Red Cavalry, provide covering fire for our retreat. He then glanced to the side, realizing someone had tampered with the bridge mid-process. The young man on this side was terrified, his body trembling as he retreated. Brother, please spare me. Myung-won, without mercy, raised his sword. A moment later, news reached the liege. Lu Qing failed. The attendant replied, he was tricked by the eldest young master's deception. The liege asked, what are the losses? Dang, the squad leader bowed, over 100 men are dead. The liege continued, including the wounded, it must be around 200, then. He nodded in confirmation, yes, including the wounded, a total of 232 men withdrew from the battlefield. The liege asked, what were Jun's surrender terms? He replied, a reduction of his sentence to exile. The liege excitedly clenched his fist. That's reasonable, he thought to himself, he's just a foolish younger brother clinging to Myung Cheon. Dang, the squad leader explained dejectedly, Liege, our losses are too great, we can hardly continue the attack, please allow my subordinates to hold the line and defend. Unexpectedly, the liege ordered a retreat. Dang, a little incredulous, asked, what do you mean? The liege's face was stern. I said, retreat. Scene change, a man approached to report, I hear the eldest young master defeated the deputy liege. The young man was surprised, he's that capable. The man explained, it was thanks to Yang, the squad leader of the Ghost Spirit Corps, and his devilishly clever strategies. It's not wrong to call him a scholar warrior. The young man snorted coldly, Yang Weiqing. The man continued, regarding the seventh young master, urgent news arrived that he repelled the sky-splitting palace in Tibet. The young man's face instantly crumpled. What? The man continued, my subordinate heard that it was without the help of left guardian Yang. The young man thought to himself, the Jin patriarch abandoned me, and my uncle died in the Tibetan Duan Valley. Meanwhile, Myung achieved great success. The world will surely laugh at my weak military strength, but given this situation, I can't do anything else. With that, he told his subordinate, we must meet the Wisdom King. I can't just sit idly by now. Scene changed to Myung Cheon, you are the Wisdom King and the Water Emperor of the Sky-Splitting Palace. The two replied, if you want to seize the leader's position, wouldn't you need the help of many? Myung Cheon showed some disdain, what good are just two of you? The Water Emperor's face was serious, we can offer you the head of Deputy Liege Lu Qing. Myung Cheon asked, you two did that? The Water Emperor laughed confidently, you think we can't? Myung Cheon's face remained calm, even if you could, that's still not enough to be called a great achievement. Then, what about the liege's head? Speaking of this, the corner of his mouth immediately raised into an extremely sinister smile. Wisdom King stood to one side, from beginning to end suddenly burst out laughing. Isn't the divine cult liege your father? Myung Cheon replied calmly, he's also the one holding the position I want to take. Wisdom King pondered inwardly, Myung Cheon, you're more ambitious than I thought. Then he said aloud, interesting, you're asking the sky-splitting palace to kill your own father. Myung Cheon replied, countless princes have plotted against their fathers to seize the throne, haven't you heard of such things? Wisdom King retorted, do you consider yourself a prince? Myung Cheon's face turned serious, if not, who am I then? The Water Emperor also spoke up. If that's the case, then things are simple, he thought to himself. If I side with the right person, even the demonic cult will be within my grasp. With this in mind, he looked sternly at Manhwa. What we want is control over Tibet and the legitimate status as the heir to the saint. Legitimate heir, what exactly does that mean? The Water Emperor explained. When the next position is decided, I want the right to contend for it. As soon as he said that, Manhwa became agitated. You want to contest both my position and the liege's? The Water Emperor spread his hands. Not at all. You inherit from me, you'll be the heir apparent. Manhwa stepped forward. You mean I can't pass the throne to my son? The Water Emperor looked him straight in the eye. I only desire a fair competition, Manhwa asked. If it's fair, how can you win against the Manhwa family? The Water Emperor sneered. We'll have to measure to know the length, won't we? Manhwa nodded. Very well, I'll make you regret this proposal. The Water Emperor bowed. A wise decision indeed. Meanwhile, the second young master approached the liege. I greet you, father. The liege glanced at him. Are you all right, son? The young man explained. I was focused on my martial arts training, so I only just heard about the incident. The liege shook his head. That's enough formalities. Why are you smiling? He handed him a letter. This is a letter from my older brother. Father, could you take a look? The liege pondered. Is it a letter for Cheon, or a letter urging him to surrender? Unable to decide, he reached out. All right, let me see it. The young man, with an icy expression, secretly produced a hidden weapon from his sleeve. Taking advantage of his father's distraction, he stabbed him in the chest. The liege was hit, unable to believe it. He had been assassinated by his own son. He immediately retaliated, sending his son flying with a palm strike. The young man crashed into the wall, groaning in pain. The liege, enraged to the extreme, his aura erupting, roared, You damned villain!